Just like that, but the gray-clothed man did not intend to leave. If his judgment wasn't wrong, there was another opportunity for him when the scarred man sneaked out of the lake. He had seen the scarred man's cultivation level before, a mere Grand G immortal. As a Grand Luo immortal, it would be as easy as squishing an ant to kill a Grand Luo immortal. After entering the house, Mo Wuji kept his spiritual eye away. There was obviously some array in place, as the water of the lake of poison could not get in. Without the lake water, he could see everything in the house clearly with his spiritual will, no longer requiring his spiritual eye. The house was not that big, possibly around 10 square meters large. In the center of the house was a table, and a skeleton sat in the corner of the house. The skeleton had been preserved very well, and had a ring on its finger. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the ring, he immediately felt that something was up. Based on his research into various kinds of restrictions, he could detect that the restriction on the ring had been touched recently. This meant that the skeleton was still alive, Mo Wuji thought to himself. Cold sweat dripped down his back, while a look of happiness appeared in his eyes. He was about to jump at the ring, but at this moment, something on the table caught his eye, and caused him to stop to walk towards it. There were 5 primal water crystals on the table, which Mo Wuji grabbed, feeling disappointed. What he wanted were not primal water crystals, but a water elemental bead. Even if there were 100 primal water crystals, he wouldn't care. What a pity, these primal water crystals are useless to me. I heard that primal water crystals were located close to water elemental beads, but I guess that I had assumed too much. Sigh. Shaking his head, Mo Wuji took out a primal fire crystal, mumbling to himself, first primal fire crystals, then primal water crystals, where are the water elemental beads? While he was speaking, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will had seeped into the ground beneath him. At this moment, his back was faced at the skeleton, but as long as there was any movement, he would be alerted immediately. After mumbling to himself for a long while, Mo Wuji kept the primal fire and water crystals into his ring, before throwing the table to one side. Perhaps it was because of his desperation to find a water elemental bead, he had forgotten about the ring on the skeleton's hand, but once Mo Wuji flipped the table, he was stunned. Initially, his plan was to leave after flipping the table away. Who knew that the table would be a concealment array base? Once it was thrown to one side, the concealed items were revealed. He saw a fountain with the densest water-type aura gushing out of it. One bead around the size of 2 fists was floating above the fountain. Water elemental bead? Mo Wuji excitedly grabbed the water elemental bead, and this moment he finally understood what was going on. This fountain did not form out of nowhere, but it was due to the presence of the water elemental bead. Over time, it created a fountain. As for the primal water crystals on the table, they were placed there intentionally by someone. The first person that came to mind was the skeleton in the corner. There was a 90% chance that the skeleton did it. As for why the water elemental bead was beneath the table, while the table was converted into a concealment array base, Mo Wuji could not figure it out. He did not have to either. All that mattered was that he had the water elemental bead. The bead was kept into a jade box with lightning speed, and sent into a storage ring. After completing these actions, Mo Wuji couldn't help but burst out laughing. If there was someone else here, he would think that Mo Wuji's next line of action was to take the ring. But without even turning back, Mo Wuji left the house. In the instant that Mo Wuji left, a terrifying aura filled up the house. A wild, unrestrained rage emerged, that Mo Wuji would be able to sense even when enveloped by the black water. As he left, Mo Wuji clenched his fists out of fear. All of his actions in the house was just an act. He was very afraid that the primordial spirit within the skeleton would act against him, even though he had an extremely large sea of consciousness, and the scholar's heart that could go inside it. However, his cultivation level was simply too low, being only at elementary Grand Luo immortal stage. If he met with an expert from the ancient times, this wouldn't be enough. Luckily he did not touch that ring, and thankfully his guess that the primordial spirit probably couldn't leave the house was right. If he did touch the ring, it would very likely have been him that wouldn't be able to leave instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Sister. Chapter 679, Sister. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji drew out his spiritual eye once again, looking through the lake of poison. Perhaps he had dwelled in the lake for too long, as the crowd of cultivators had dispersed. Even Lun Yulin was no longer present, probably thinking that he had died. After throwing the jade slip and the cleansing pill into the lake, Mo Wuji prepared to go ashore. As he was in the lake of poison, his eyes might not have covered every corner of the shore. All these years, who knew how many dangerous situations Mo Wuji had went through, the last one even costing him De Huang and almost his life. Thus, even though Mo Wuji knew that there was no one on shore, he still teleported away instantly, disappearing from the edge of the lake of poison. The gray-clothed man that lay in ambush was worried that Mo Wuji would jump into the lake again, so he did not dare to go too close, preparing to act after Mo Wuji left the lake of poison. However, to his dismay, before he could make a move, Mo Wuji disappeared from the spot. What a sly fellow, the gray-clothed man thought to himself, and immediately chased in the direction that Mo Wuji escaped in. But moments later, he knew that this was a fruitless venture. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Mo Wuji's shadow, much less catch up with Mo Wuji. He hated himself for being too careless, at the same time confirming that Mo Wuji had obtained some treasure from the lake of poison. No matter what, he had to catch Mo Wuji. How was a mere Granji immortal qualified to possess the treasure of the lake of poison? Those treasures should belong to him. A good hour of escaping later, Mo Wuji finally found a location to start detoxifying himself. The process of turning all of the poison in his body to immortal spiritual energy took 2 more hours, and 10 droplets of poison was forced out of his body to be kept in a jade bottle. The lake of poison was extremely notorious for its toxicity, which could even poison immortal emperors. However, this poison also had a unique characteristic, which was that it couldn't leave the lake. Once it did, it would lose its toxicity very quickly. The reason Mo Wuji kept a portion of the poison was to check if he could preserve the poison forced out through his detoxification channel. Although his top priority was to research into the water elemental bead in his possession, he did not dare to take it out here. The water elemental bead was kept in his undying world together with a few primal water crystals. Then he altered his appearance to the initial look he had when going to Extreme Glade City with Fu Jingfeng, before walking out. Whoosh! Right as Mo Wuji walked out, a spatial ripple came his way. At first, he wanted to attack, but after seeing the figure that landed, he gave up on that idea. This person was someone he knew, that young woman. He was still with her during the day, so who would have known that she would appear here suddenly? However, Mo Wuji quickly realized the situation she was in. She probably got severely injured by someone and fled here using a talisman. It's you? Why are you here? The young woman was a little shocked after seeing Mo Wuji. How could an ordinary mortal like him run this deep into the wilderness? Sister, you're hurt? Mo Wuji stuttered as he asked. With messed up hair, and bloodstains all over her cheek, you could see that this young woman was injured straight away. When she heard Mo Wuji's words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a mortal, Mo Wuji actually called her, a person at the great circle of Grand Luo immortal, sister. He was simply courting death. Luckily she did not like to kill, thus the thought of doing so never crossed her mind. She only reached out and grabbed Mo Wuji before swiftly leaving their current position. An incense's time later, she finally stopped, throwing Mo Wuji onto the ground. She then spoke, "Don't tell anyone that you saw me." "That's right, you haven't answered the question I asked just now. How did you end up here?" This location wasn't that far from Extreme Glade City to her, a Grand Luo immortal. But for an ordinary mortal like Mo Wuji, there was an extremely great distance between both places. Mo Wuji quickly explained, "Old man Yu Sheng's grandson joined an immortal sect, and they're all not in Divergent Immortal Village anymore. I felt a little lonely living there, so I wanted to try my luck in the outside world. Who knew I would get lost on the way, and eventually end up here?" When she heard this, the young woman nodded her head. Over a month's time was indeed enough for someone to reach this place by taking carriages and walking. "Since you have nothing to do, follow me." The young woman suddenly recalled something as she was about to leave, and told Mo Wuji. In his heart, Mo Wuji thought to himself, "Who would have the time to leave with you?" He had just obtained a water elemental bead and was preparing to upgrade his undying world. Leave with her? Stop dreaming. In response, Mo Wuji rejected the offer. "I'm not going. I have to return to prepare for building a house. This project is rather large, and concerns whether I can pass on my skills in the future. So I cannot leave with you." If she wasn't seriously injured, the young woman wanted to burst out in laughter. An ordinary fisherman actually said that his skills would not be inherited. Thinking back to her present situation, and Yuerong's situation, she could no longer laugh, instead saying, "Lady Yuerong is injured, and I'm about to go save Uncle Chen, so I need you to help take care of her for me. She's very innocent and naive, hence I'm afraid that she will panic. All you have to do is to keep her occupied with conversations." Mo Wuji stared suspiciously at this woman. "Who is Yuerong? Who is Uncle Chen? Did you forget? The girl that saved you from the prison underneath Seaside Trade Union is our young lady, and her name is Yin Yuerong. Back then both Uncle Chen and I were by her side. My name is Xiao Xiaoyu, and Uncle Chen is Yu Qian. Think about it, if it weren't for Yuerong, the few of you would probably have died. Since she saved you guys, would it be too much to ask for you to take care of her for a short while?" Xiao Xiaoyu explained. "That young lady is injured?" Mo Wuji was shocked. He remembered that when he entered the lake of poison, she was still okay, even reminding him to be careful of the poison in the lake. This put Mo Wuji in a difficult position. Although nothing would have happened to him even if Yin Yuerong did not go to Seaside Trade Union, but that girl really left a deep impression in Mo Wuji. She was kind-hearted, otherwise she wouldn't have lent a helping hand when passing by him. Looking at Xiao Xiaoyu, he felt a little unhappy. A Grand Luo immortal bodyguard like her was still not good enough in terms of cultivation level, despite being at the great circle of Grand Luo immortal. There weren't many kind-hearted girls like Yin Yuerong in the immortal world, so after rubbing his forehead, Mo Wuji decided that since he had encountered her, then he would just go over to help her out. "So are you going or not? Say something. I don't have all the time in the world to wait for you." Xiao Xiaoyu got a little irritated. After all, she was at the great circle of Grand Luo immortal, but actually still faced such difficulties when asking a mortal to do something. Impatiently, Mo Wuji replied, "Okay then, I will go over to help you take care of Sister Yuerong, but..." Xiao Xiaoyu's eyes bulged out as she stared at Mo Wuji. "Be careful with your words. Yuerong is our young lady. Even if you were an immortal, you still can't call her sister. You must refer to her as lady, understand?" "Sure." Mo Wuji sighed. "Come with me." After speaking, Xiao Xiaoyu reached to grab Mo Wuji again. But before she could do so, Mo Wuji quickly remarked, "That's right, I found a dead immortal at the roadside a few days ago, and he was holding a jade bottle like this in his hands. Can you see if this thing is meant for immortals to consume?" After speaking, he handed a jade bottle over to Xiao Xiaoyu. Puzzled, Xiao Xiaoyu gazed at Mo Wuji and received the jade bottle, at the same time opening its cover. The next moment, she covered her mouth in shock, with her hands trembling as well. A draining immortal king pill. This was actually a draining immortal king pill, and a unique grade 1 at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Emergency Immortal Sect Meeting. Chapter 680, Emergency Immortal Sect Meeting. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Now the draining Immortal King Pill was amongst the list of the most valuable items in the immortal world. This was a Tier 7 Immortal Pill that could assist a person in Great Circle of Grand Luo Immortal to advance to Immortal King, hence one pill was worth a fortune. She closed the cover of the jade bottle, and stared at Mo Wuji for a while, before asking, "You really picked this up?" You couldn't blame her for being suspicious, as Mo Wuji's story was simply too ridiculous. If one could randomly pick up draining Immortal King pills from the roadside, then there would be too many Immortal Kings around. Luckily Mo Wuji said that this happened a few days ago, otherwise she would make him bring her to the location of the dead body. Many people at the peak of Grand Luo Immortal couldn't find this pill, and subsequently remained stuck at this cultivation level. Just as she said, if she had a draining Immortal King pill, she would have advanced to Immortal King a long time ago. Mo Wuji gazed at Xiao Xiaoyu with a puzzled look, and said, "Yes, is something wrong about it? Or is this not something that immortals would use?" Precisely because Mo Wuji couldn't stand the sight of Xiao Xiaoyu constantly getting injured due to her cultivation level being too low, only at the Great Circle of Grand Luo Immortal, he took out a draining Immortal King pill to give her. Once she advanced to Immortal King, that Yin Yuerong wouldn't require his care anymore, right? Draining Immortal King pills might have been very valuable to other people, but to a Tier 8 pill emperor like him that had a draining Immortal King Dao fruit tree, it wasn't much. Xiao Xiaoyu forced herself to calm down, and after continuously inspecting Mo Wuji, she reached a conclusion. Mo Wuji was indeed immortal. Even she couldn't believe his luck. A mortal actually found a draining Immortal King pill. Fate seemed to work in mysterious ways. "I remember you're called De Huang, right? De Huang, this pill you picked up is extremely important to me, so could you give it to me? Of course, if there's anything you need, just tell me, and I'll try my best to fulfill your request." Xiao Xiaoyu took in a deep breath, and pleaded with Mo Wuji with a tone she had never used before. With a casual wave of his hand, Mo Wuji replied, "If you need it then just take it. I have 2 hands and 2 legs, so I won't die of hunger. Regarding sister, ... Before Mo Wuji could complete his sentence, Xiao Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she immediately brought him away from their present location. It seemed as though something had happened. At that point, Mo Wuji gave up on going back to Extreme Glade C straight away. Both Jingfeng and Yingzhen were in closed-door cultivation, so there wouldn't be much difference if he went back a little later. After leaving the Lake of Poison at the outskirts of Wind Plains Immortal City, Xiao Xiaoyu brought him back to Wind Plains Immortal City. "Follow closely behind me. Many things have happened in Wind Plains Immortal City recently, so don't look around randomly." Xiao Xiaoyu placed Mo Wuji down, then walked into the city. She seemed to be in a rush, as Yuerong had just asked her to return to Wind Plains Immortal City quickly, but did not mention what had happened. A few hours ago, Mo Wuji had just left Wind Plains Immortal City. Although there were many people around then, but there was an absence of the tense atmosphere that he felt now. Frowning, Xiao Xiaoyu felt the changes to Wind Plains Immortal City. Straight away, she brought Mo Wuji into the number 1 immortal rest house of the city, Fixed Plains Rest House. When Mo Wuji entered Fixed Plains Rest House, he anxiously lowered his head. Yongning Immortal Domain wasn't that large an immortal domain, and for Wind Plains Immortal City that was at the edge of the immortal domain, it naturally was only a small immortal city. Hence immortal kings would be a rare sight. After he had entered Fixed Plains Rest House, immortal kings were everywhere. There were even a few immortal reverends that ran past them, one of which he suspected to be a quasi-emperor. One had to note that Yongning Immortal Domain's heavenly emperor, Kuei Fengyun, was only a quasi-emperor, and back then he had taken away Kuei Fengyun's emperor Dao fruit, so it was unknown if this guy could still advance to immortal emperor in good time. Now that a quasi-emperor had appeared, it probably wasn't Yongning Immortal Domain's heavenly emperor. "Respected leader, why are you here?" Xiao Xiaoyu quickly bowed respectfully after she entered the room. Thankfully Yuerong called her back not because something had happened, but as their respected leader had arrived. The person standing in the center of the room was a middle-aged man with a white beard. This man looked rather skinny, but had reached intermediate immortal reverence stage. Mo Wuji did not really care about immortal reverence. Although he wasn't a match for one, but if an immortal reverend wanted to check his background, it wouldn't be possible. All the while, the people that interacted with him were quasi-emperors, immortal emperors, and grand immortal emperors. On top of that, there were also experts like Su Surin, Xiao Lishir, and Lei Guyun. A intermediate immortal reverend was just an ant in the face of these grand immortal emperors. The middle-aged man nodded at Xiaoyu, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you, Manager Qian probably wouldn't be alive. Uncle Qian is okay? Xiaoyu asked excitedly. After she led the enemies away, she wanted to turn back to save Yu Qian, but now that she heard that he was okay, joy naturally filled her heart. Nodding his head once again, the middle-aged man replied, because you led a few experts away, Manager Qian could hold out until I arrived. He's recuperating inside the room now. Once he finished his sentences, he turned to look at Mo Wuji, who was standing behind Xiaoyu, calmly asking, who is this mortal? Xiaoyu quickly made an introduction, this is De Huang, a fisherman from Divergent Immortal Village at the edge of Extreme Blade Sea. Little Miss saved him once, and I met him in the wilderness this time. As I was worried about his situation, and Little Miss was seriously injured, I brought him back to run errands. But I didn't expect that revered leader would be here. Mo Wuji nodded to himself. It seemed like Xiaoyu did not bring him to Wind Plains Immortal City purely for her Little Miss, but also to take care of him. A mortal left in the wilderness would easily lose his life there. Birds of the same feather flock together indeed. That little miss named Yin Yuerong was very kind, and Xiaoyu wasn't a bad person either. There weren't many immortals that would lend a helping hand to mortals. De Huang, it's really you. A voice filled with surprise echoed out as the slightly pale Yin Yuerong approached. Little miss, you're okay? Xiaoyu exclaimed, that's right, revered leader is here, so there's naturally no need to worry about little miss injuries. Chuckling to herself, Yin Yuerong replied, Sister Xiaoyu, how many times have I told you, call me Yuerong, not Little Mississippi? With a face of seriousness, Xiaoyu responded, manners must not be forgotten, and these small things reflect one's character. Whatever, do whatever you want. Yin Yuerong seemed to be more interested in Mo Wuji. After she completed her sentence, his gaze fell on him as she said, De Huang, why are you here? When she finished, she spoke to the middle-aged man too, great-grandfather, De Huang is very loyal. When the family that took him in was captured by Seaside Trade Union, he risked his life to save them. He's even more upright than us immortals. The man that Xiaoyu referred to as revered leader nodded his head at Mo Wuji, although you don't have spiritual roots, but you have the attitude of an immortal. After a short pause, he continued, it's okay if you can't cultivate, from now on you can stay at Yuerong's side and help her run errands. Even though you can't live for long, but we can at least ensure you'll reach a few hundred years of age. He simply doted this granddaughter of his a little too much. Hence, since she valued Mo Wuji's character, then he would let him run errands for her. Great-grandfather, don't make conclusions that quickly. I can help De Huang find some martial arts techniques. Who knows, he might have talent for martial arts. Yin Yuerong added on. She really admired Mo Wuji a lot. The middle-aged man nodded his head in agreement, you're right, the heavens always gives everyone a chance. It isn't unheard of for people without spiritual roots to seek Tao on the path of martial artists. As he heard their conversation, Mo Wuji was speechless. Make him, a tier 8 pill emperor, run errands for this little grand immortal? You must be dreaming. Just as he was about to reject the offer, the middle-aged man carried on speaking, the Yonging Immortal Sect meeting at Wind Plains Immortal City's Castellan's estate will be starting soon. Yuerong, you and Xiaoyu can go to observe it, but... What Yonging Immortal Sect meeting? Yen Yuerong asked quizzically. Revealing a smile, the middle-aged man explained, a few hours ago there was a Granji immortal named Lin Fan that entered the lake of poison. This guy had some sort of treasure, so he didn't fear the poisonous water of the lake, and stayed in there for hours. In the end he obtained all of the treasures in the lake of poison, which are rumored to be 10 primal water crystals, and a water elemental bead. On top of that, there's a ring that was left behind by some ancient power. To catch this guy, Wind Plains Immortal City is holding an immortal sect meeting to make this guy a wanted man. Mo Wuji was shocked. There was only one guy that knew he obtained a water elemental bead, so how did this news leak out? No, that skeleton also knew. The only possibility now is that there was someone that entered the lake of poison after him, reached the house he blew open and met the skeleton. No wonder I felt something was up in Wind Plains Immortal City when I returned. Xiao Xiaoyu remarked. Upon hearing this news, Yen Yuerong frowned. Great-grandfather, since those items were obtained by that guy named Lin Fan, why is everyone after him? Didn't he get them with his own strength? A grin appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Yuerong, you're kind at heart, which makes great-grandfather very happy. But the immortal world isn't a place that's full of upright people like you imagine it to be. There are many things going on in the dark. You were hunted by other people on 2 occasions, right? The first time you were saved by a passing expert, while I managed to save Manager Qian today. They were after you because it is rumored that one of the primal water crystals is in your possession. But I didn't take any. Yen Yuerong frantically said. Sighing, the middle-aged man spoke, I know you didn't take it, but other people don't. In the immortal world, it would be better to believe that something is true regardless whether it really is true or not. There's currently a lack of cultivation resources, and what kind of a treasure is a primal water crystal? Once it appears, who wouldn't want to obtain it? Thankfully I still have some level of influence, otherwise, do you think we would be able to stay here so comfortably? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, Meeting a Past Acquaintance. Chapter 681, Meeting a Past Acquaintance. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As Yen Yuerong thought back to the few times she was hunted down, she quieted down, and her belief in the upright character of immortals slowly disintegrated. Sensing Yen Yuerong's unhappiness, Xiao Xiaoyu passed a jade bottle to the middle-aged man and said, Revered leader, this is a draining immortal king pill that De Huang obtained. I planned to give it to Yuerong. Mo Wuji turned around with a shocked expression. Although Xiaoyu herself needed this immortal pill urgently, she could still suggest giving it to Yen Yuerong. If it were any other person at the peak of Grand Luo Immortal, it would be very difficult for her to make that decision. Draining immortal king pill? The middle-aged man reached out to open the jade bottle, after which he was pleasantly surprised. It's actually a unique grade draining immortal king pill. Xiaoyu, how do you have such a valuable immortal pill? But since the draining immortal king fruit tree of the immortal world had withered, draining immortal king pills became increasingly expensive. On top of that, this was a unique grade draining immortal king pill, which was something that only tier 8 pill emperors could make. Xiao Xiaoyu quickly pointed at Mo Wuji. De Huang found this pill. Following which she narrated the story that Mo Wuji told her. Picked it up? The middle-aged man's spiritual will immediately enveloped Mo Wuji. He did not believe that draining immortal king pills could be picked up randomly. In his heart Mo Wuji was laughing to himself. So what if this was an immortal reverend? Could one discover his meridians? Stop dreaming. Draining immortal king pills indeed could not be randomly found, and similarly, an immortal reverend could not find out his cultivation level. A good while later, the middle-aged man withdrew his spiritual will, sighing, what an opportunity this man stumbled upon. It's a pity that he is immortal and only has mortal spiritual roots. The proposal made by Yen Yuerong about finding some martial arts techniques for Mo Wuji was simply a proposal. Even if she could find a top-grade martial arts technique, how many people would successfully train with it? The path of martial arts was even tougher than that of immortal Tao, and there were much stricter requirements for one's innate talent. At this point, he could only believe that Mo Wuji was an extremely lucky guy to be able to pick up a draining immortal king pill. After all, while the possibility of such an event occurring was very low, but it wasn't zero. Conversely, it was impossible for a mortal like Mo Wuji to obtain a unique grade draining immortal king pill on his own. The middle-aged man passed the jade bottle back to Xiao Xiaoyu. It's your good fortune to have obtained this. After the immortal meeting tonight, I will stand guard for you while you prepare to undergo heavenly tribulation to advance to immortal king. As for Yu Erong, once she reaches the great circle of Grand Luo Immortal, she'll naturally have her own opportunity. Roger, thank you, revered leader. Xiao Xiaoyu quickly bowed respectfully to thank him. She had indeed desired to advance to immortal king for a long time. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuerong happily walked over to Mo Wuji, thanking him. Thank you, De Huang. Come with us tonight to take a look at the immortal sect meeting. Who knows, you might pursue Dao with martial arts in the future. After speaking, she pleadingly gazed at the middle-aged man. Grandpa, let me bring De Huang to the immortal sect meeting, please. Since he will be following me in the future, it'll be good for him to be exposed to more things. Perhaps it was because Mo Wuji had brought back a draining immortal king pill, as the middle-aged man agreed after sighing for a moment. Sure. Because this meeting involves a water elemental bead, no matter what you hear regarding the 5 elemental beads, just remember them and don't say too much. Actually, Mo Wuji really did not want to attend such an immortal sect meeting, and intended to leave after finding out that Yan Yuerong was fine. However, her great-grandfather's last sentence made him stop in his tracks. Information about the 5 elemental beads was exactly what he was looking for too. Wind Plains Immortal City was a small immortal city, and its largest location was the meeting hall in the Castellan's estate. The issue of a water elemental bead and multiple primal water crystals appearing in the Lake of Poison caused a great commotion throughout the entire Yongying immortal domain. Who could bear having a mere Granji immortal in possession of this treasure? Hence, even though it was a last-minute immortal sect meeting, the number of experts from various sects that came was still rather large. Everyone only had one goal in mind: the primal water crystals and water elemental bead. Mo Wuji followed closely behind Yan Yuerong and Xiao Xiaoyu. As a mortal, he did not want to be denied entry. Thankfully, no one checked if he was a mortal or not, hence it was rather easy for him to arrive at the meeting hall. At this moment, the Castellan Estates meeting hall had transformed into a posh event location, and Mo Wuji could even spot a few familiar faces in the crowd. Supreme Dao Sect's Qiniha, the master of Morong Xiangyu. As he did not see Morong Xiangyu, he didn't know whether she returned to Supreme Dao Sect after coming out from Broken World's 3rd level. There was also one Sword Sect's Tu Bei, an expert in intermediate immortal reverent. Yan Yuerong's great-grandfather's cultivation level of immortal reverent did not seem outstanding amongst these people. Now Mo Wuji was observing Qiniha, as she had interacted with him while he was Yin Yi. Eventually he relied on Morong Xiangyu to arrive at Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, before using his own strength to reach the Broken World. In Broken World, he saved Morong Xiangyu and helped her to secure the 7 pages of the Book of Luo. In the end, Morong Xiangyu gave him 2 pages as thanks, out of which one was with him, while the other was passed to Lin Gu to give to Tsin Shuin. Just at this moment, a wave of fragrance wafted from behind him. Since Mo Wuji had come with Yan Yuerong and Xiao Xiaoyu, he was sure that it wasn't either of them behind him. Originally, he wanted to get out of the way quickly, but upon realizing that he was just a mortal now, he decided to act as though he didn't know anything, continuing to observe the situation. "What is your name?" A familiar voice rang out. This gave him a rather great shock, and he quickly turned his head around. So it was really a familiar face, Gu. Gu was extremely beautiful the last time they met, and after all these years, she had become even more alluring. Da Huang. Mo Wuji stuttered. He did not understand why Gu wanted to look for him. It would be near impossible for her to recognize that he was Yen Yi. I don't know why, but I feel like I know you. Ji Yu smiled at Mo Wuji. Anyway, you look like you have some backbone. At this point, cold sweat was dripping down Mo Wuji's back. This woman was simply too scary. His greatest worry was meeting such a person that relied heavily on her instincts. Not only was this woman's instincts frighteningly sharp, her way of doing things was brutal too. Her cultivation level had increased from advanced Xian immortal stage to the current intermediate Grand E immortal stage, while she appeared to be rather well nourished. It seemed like she had escaped from becoming a sacrificial bride off of the Ji clan. Da Huan, who is she? Yen Yuerong and Xiao Xiaoyu, who was bidding goodbye to Yuerong's great-grandfather, returned and asked when they saw the ravishing Ji Yu. With a chuckle, Ji Yu replied, "I'm just a passerby, I'll be leaving now." After speaking, she turned and left without any hesitation. Mo Wuji shook his head quizzically. "I don't know either, she just came to say that I have some backbone," and flashed that beautiful smile of hers at me. It looked like the kind of smile that the ladies in my village used to seduce men, so I'm not sure if she was trying to seduce me. But even Xiao Xiaoyu, who usually did not laugh, was amused by Mo Wuji's words. Would a beautiful woman at Grand E immortal stage seduce a fisherman? Ji Yu almost fell over when she heard this a distance away. Just at this moment, a voice brought her out of embarrassment. "Fellow immortal friends, this immortal sect meeting was convened in a rush because things are rather urgent. Many immortal friends here today have greater reputations in cultivation levels than me, but because of the last-minute nature of this immortal sect meeting, I, Wind Plains Immortal City's Castellan, will be hosting the event. Now may I invite all immortal friends to take a seat." The man who was speaking had a beard, and was at elementary immortal reverend stage. One could not determine his age just by his appearance, as he appeared to be younger than Yen Yuerong's great-grandfather. The trio of Yen Yuerong, Xiao Xiaoyu, and Mo Wuji sat down too. As their statuses were rather low, so their seats were quite far back. "Sister Xiaoyu, is this Wind Plains Immortal City's Castellan, Dong Shanglie?" Yen Yuerong asked softly. After quickly setting up a sound isolation restriction, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, "Little miss, you can't speak freely here. No matter how quietly we speak, at our current cultivation levels, it will still be heard by others." Nodding her head, Yen Yuerong did not dare to ask any more questions. However, Mo Wuji already knew that Yen Yuerong's conversation was definitely heard by Dong Shanglie. It would be weird if an immortal reverend could not hear someone report his name at such a close distance. Thankfully, this guy wasn't some guy with an eccentric temperament, so he didn't care about low-leveled immortals saying his name. I won't beat around the bush. The main aim of this meeting is to discuss the water elemental bead in 10 primal water crystals from the Lake of Poison. Although everyone knew that this was the reason for convening this meeting, there was still a large commotion after Dong Shanglie spoke. Slightly pausing for a moment, Dong Shanglie continued, "Based on eyewitness accounts, the cultivator that took away the primal water crystals and water elemental bead is a Grand G immortal with a scar on his face." After speaking, Dong Shanglie waved his hand, and the image of Mo Wuji disappeared. This person could not only protect himself from the poisonous waters of the lake, but also had means of teleportation. Hence his appearance had probably been altered. Castellan Dong, this person left once he came out of the lake. How do you know that he obtained 10 primal water crystals and a water elemental bead? A tall advanced immortal reverend expert suddenly questioned. Bowing respectfully, Dong Shanglie replied, "Immortal friend Huan's question makes sense." After that person left, there were others that entered the Lake of Poison immediately, and found the house that he took the primal water crystals and water elemental bead away from. Although everything was taken from the house, but a jade slip was left behind. So where is this cultivator that took the jade slip? The tall immortal reverend asked. Depressingly, Dong Shanglie said, "He was severely poisoned, and we're not sure if he'll last through the night." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji's heart sank. He was sure that there was no jade slip in the house beneath the lake. So as for the cultivator that was poisoned after entering the lake, he was extremely sure that that person had been possessed. This meant that the expert from the lake had come out. Luckily he had the undying world, otherwise, who knew if that guy could sense the aura of the water elemental bead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, The Scheming Woman. Chapter 682, The Scheming Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The reason why this meeting has been held is because that person might be able to disguise his face, but he wouldn't be able to conceal his cultivation aura. At this point, we need to thank immortal friend Lung Yulin. She was the one who provided us with that cultivator's cultivation aura. As Dong Shenglia got to this point, he raised his hand and a crystal ball floated in front of him. This crystal ball contains the cultivation aura of that cultivator named Fan Lin. Everyone, there's no need to take note of his name, it is very likely to be false. However, no matter how he tries to disguise himself, his aura would never change. Now, everyone please send your spiritual will into this crystal ball and duplicate a portion of the cultivation aura. I believe that if this person's cultivation aura is revealed, he wouldn't be able to escape our Yonging immortal domain no matter how hard he tries to flee. Everyone in the hall knew that Dong Shenglia's words were right. Even if a cultivator was able to disguise himself, he wouldn't be able to change his aura. This was unless he possessed a grade 7 or above disguising equipment, or if he used a tier 8 dry wimple pill. However, the total number of dry wimple pills in the entire Yonging immortal domain probably wouldn't even exceed the number of fingers on a single hand. How could a Grand Ji immortal possess such a treasure? As for a disguising equipment that was grade 7 or above, its value was even higher than a dry wimple pill. Mo Wuji really wanted to use his spiritual will to probe this Dong Shenglia. He wanted to see whether this person was being controlled. He suspected that all this was contrived by that discarnate soul that lived in the lake of poison. Its motive was to use this net method to locate his whereabouts. Fortunately, Mo Wuji forcefully suppressed his impulse. The water elemental bead and the primal water crystals were all on him, so there was no need for him to be so curious. Moreover, when he was with Lang Yulin, his aura had been fabricated. He had mortal roots, which meant that he didn't have any sort of spiritual aura. Even if Dong Shenglia was possessed by that soul, he wouldn't be able to identify Mo Wuji even if Mo Wuji was standing right in front of him. After waiting for everyone to duplicate the cultivation aura from within the crystal ball, Dong Shenglia continued, everyone should know what kind of treasure the water elemental bead is. It is one of the 5 elemental beads, and its value far exceeds the primal water crystal. If the 5 elemental beads are gathered, it can create a world. As long as one had the fortune and the treasures, this world could even become a primordial world. Thus, during this meeting, there's another matter we will discuss about, besides the matter of the water elemental bead. It pertains to another of the 5 elemental beads, the wood elemental bead. When he heard the wood elemental bead, Mo Wuji's heart started to pound. He was still lacking the fire elemental bead and the wood elemental bead. He never thought that his luck would be so good, that he would actually be able to receive news of a wood elemental bead here. It wasn't just Mo Wuji, all the cultivators here began to look at Dong Shenglia in anticipation, hoping that Dong Shenglia would reveal the whereabouts of the wood elemental bead. Among the 5 elemental beads, the most valuable one was clearly the wood elemental bead. It didn't matter what elemental type your spiritual roots were. As long as you possessed a wood elemental bead, your future would undoubtedly become bright. Simply burying the wood elemental bead in an immortal herb garden and the garden would start to flourish. Immortal herbs that might not be able to grow in others' gardens might be able to survive in yours. Dong Shenglia waved his hand and a map, it should be a portion of a map, appeared in mid-air. This map was extremely clear, and at the bottom portion of the map, there was a wood elemental bead. When Mo Wuji saw this map, his heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling. Because this map was the same as his. Before Yan Yi died, Yan Yi gave him this map in exchange for a dying wish. Even though he didn't agree to marry Jiyu, Mo Wuji did help Yan Yi pass his storage ring to his sister Yan Yi. This map was clearly in his undying world. How did it end up here? The only possibility was that before Yan Yi passed the map to him, someone had made a replica of the map. He had previously made inquiries about this before. No one had heard about the scenes on the map. This was why he gradually calmed his heart. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one that possessed this map. This map doesn't seem complete. Someone immediately pointed out. Dong Shanglia nodded. That's right, this map is indeed incomplete. However, the other portion is with me. Because I don't know where this map is depicting, it is very hard to find. If anyone has any impression of what's being depicted on the map, I am willing to cooperate. The people in the hall tacitly duplicated this half of the map. Everyone knew that the matter of the cooperation wasn't going to be raised here. They would have to wait for this meeting to end before they approached Dong Shanglia. Everyone also understood Dong Shanglia's intentions, that was to spread news of this half of the map, and anyone who had any clues could approach him. Dong Shanglia kept the map and said, even though this meeting is called an immortal sect meeting, it was organized very hurriedly. Besides finding the water elemental bead and the wood elemental bead, anyone that has news of the remaining elemental beads can seek me out to cooperate. Of course, I would also like to talk about a secondary matter. Recently, I have accepted a disciple. As he said that, Dong Shanglia waved his hand. Yuer, come out. Jiyu bashfully walked out and stood by Dong Shanglia's side. Dong Shanglia chuckled. This is Jiyu. Her talent is not bad. Because I spend most of my time in seclusion, and I also need to occasionally handle the affairs of Wind Plains Immortal City, I don't have that much time to take care of this disciple of mine. I hope to borrow this opportunity to find her a dependable Dao companion with similar interests. The moment Dong Shanglia stopped talking, there were already waves of discussion below. Jiyu's beauty was higher than the number one beauty of several sections. Moreover, she was already a grande immortal at such a young age. She was definitely a great option for a Dao companion. What's more, her master was Wind Plains Dong Shanglia, an immortal reverend expert. Mo Wuji immediately understood that Dong Shanglia's map must have been from Jiyu and Jiyu should have gotten the map from Yan Yi. Yan Yi listened to Jiyu religiously. He would have even dug his heart out for her. It did not seem unexpected that he gave a portion of the map to Jiyu. This woman is really impressive. She managed to escape from the Ji clan through some unknown means. Now, she probably knew that the map to the wood elemental bead wasn't of much use to her, so she gifted it to Dong Shanglia and used this opportunity to take Dong Shanglia as her master. Not only that, she even made use of her master's, Dong Shanglia's, mouth to spread news of her, allowing her to find a talented and powerful Dao companion. A woman that seemed to be able to make use of everything was the most terrifying. Now, even an immortal reverend was being used by her. Her shy and bashful appearance should probably be one of her schemes. This sister is really pretty, Yen Yuerong, who was by Mo Wuji's side, could not help but praise. She was speaking the truth. Jiyu seemed to be lowering her head shyly, but this seemed to accentuate her beauty. A usual oval face would give a snobbish impression, but Jiyu's oval face had some sort of unspoken beauty. It felt like she was shrouded in mist. Many immortals have already started jumping in their spots. If Dong Shanglia wasn't going to talk about the method to ask for Jiyu's hand, then one of these people might already step forward. This meeting will come to an end. The reason why we are in such a hurry is because we cannot delay for too long. That Fan Lin's speed is really fast. Before he leaves Yongying Immortal Domain, we need to spread his cultivation aura around. No matter what, we cannot allow Fan Lin to escape. At the same time, we will not delay the geniuses from heading towards Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. When Dong Shanglia announced the conclusion of the meeting, many people were disappointed as he didn't pick a Dao companion for Jiyu here. It was exactly as he said, this meeting had started hastily, and it ended hastily. His final sentence of not delaying everyone's opportunity to go to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins also left many in confusion. The immortals within the hall stood up. In reality, few of them actually had the mood to continue staying here. The news regarding the wood elemental bead was secondary. What's important now are the water elemental bead and the 10 primal water crystals. Just obtaining any one of those treasures would propel them to unimaginable heights. Moreover, the one who took these treasures away was merely a Grand G immortal. Who wouldn't be tempted? Fairy Gu, I am Sea Canopy Immortal City's Zoishian. I wonder if Fairy is willing to show me some face to follow me and have a seat at Fixed Plains Rest House. A warm voice called out not far from Mo Wuji. When Mo Wuji lifted his head, he saw the medium-built Zoishian and he found it pretty laughable. Zoishian was Sea Canopy Immortal City's young castellan, his father was the castellan. This fella's character was not bad, he was warm and cordial, and he wasn't proud nor hot-tempered. Mo Wuji was actually appreciated him. Not only that, Zoishian was even a 7-star genius. The only unfortunate thing was that this fella's appearance was average. He was in no way handsome. Mo Wuji didn't expect that this fella would actually have his eyes on Gu. Gu naturally wouldn't reject Senior Brother's invitation. Gu blushed and said in a soft voice, "It's just that. She stammered and mumbled for a long time, but she didn't say anything concrete. Mo Wuji was sure that this woman knew of Zoishian's origins. Otherwise, she would directly reject him. Why would she go through such antics? Fairy Gu doesn't need to be worried. I'm only inviting you to drink some tea and take a look at the scenery around Wind Plains. That's all." Zoishian clearly didn't know how to court girls, his words were so crude. Unexpectedly, Gu lowered her head and responded with an N. Zoishian rejoiced, "Then Fairy Gu, there's no better time than the present. Why don't we go to Fixed Plains Rest House now? Anyways, searching for the water elemental bead and the primal water crystals is not something achievable by people like us." N. Gu responded once more, only at a softer volume. Mo Wuji shook his head speechlessly. He really wanted to advise Zoishian to not get involved with such a woman. However, there were too many experts here, he was worried that he might accidentally cause trouble for himself. "Senior Brother Zwa, I heard that you've gone to the Broken World's Broken Ruins?" Gu suddenly asked. Zoishian jolted, but he promptly nodded, "Yes, I have been to the Broken Ruins before." "Then do you know about Yin Yi?" "I heard that he had also gone to the Broken Ruins." Gu asked in a slightly anxious tone. Mo Wuji's heart pounded. Why was this woman still asking about him? He specially slowed down his footsteps in an attempt to listen in to what this woman was going to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Startling and Grievous News. Chapter 683, Startling and Grievous News. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zoishian jolted, and he subconsciously nodded, "I know of him." "Did he change his name to Mo Wuji?" Gu asked urgently. "Yes. I heard that he isn't even Yin Yi." "He had always been Mo Wuji," Zoishian said awkwardly. How could he not know of Mo Wuji? This was the fella that shocked many huge sects of the 7 great immortal domains. He had been investigated on multiple times. This fella ascended from Yongying Immortal Domain and he took the name of Yin Yi. With Yin Yi's name, he headed towards Sharphorn Immortal Ruins where he became a honored grade tier 4 pill king. Not only that, Mo Wuji suppressed many 8 and 9 star geniuses in the Broken World, and had become the pride of Yongying Immortal Domain. However, this fella's sharpness couldn't be concealed. After he became a honored grade pill king, he obtained the top few placings in the Yongying Grand Alchemy competition, and he offended several experts as a result. If it was simply that, then things would have been fine. After all, Mo Wuji was a honored Great Pill King of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. However, Mo Wuji actually did more terrifying things. He killed people from the Lightning Sect, Great Sword Path, and the Vast Ocean Immortal School, causing him to be wanted throughout the entire immortal world. According to what he heard, Mo Wuji stole the Great Koan Buddhist lamp and even got his companion to exterminate the dragon race. To be honest, any one of these things was enough to leave his heart palpitating in shock. He truly didn't believe that Mo Wuji was able to commit so many atrocities. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not. After all, many big sects had joined forces to arrest Mo Wuji. If they even went to such lengths, would such matters still be false? So that's the case. You seemed to speak through gritted teeth. She was thinking why Yan Yi, who she had bit so tightly on, would suddenly have the guts to ignore her. It turns out he was a total different person. She actually wasn't even able to see through that fella's disguise. What impressive disguising skills. That's not right. When Yu thought of this, she suddenly turned. She was looking for Mo Wuji. Previously, when she first laid eyes on Mo Wuji, a peculiar emotion rose on her heart. It felt like she had met an ordinary mortal with no hints of spirituality. Thereafter, she seemed to feel that again. If this went on, she would have completely lose track of that feeling in 2 to 4 hours. As she thought of this, she was really impressed with that fella's skills of disguise. Fairy Yu, do you know that the very high heavens will be organizing a genius disciple selection in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins? Seemingly noticing that Yu's focus seemed to be all over the place, Zui Yixian hurriedly changed the topic. Yu casually nodded. I heard of it, but I'm not too clear about it. Zui Yixian immediately said, previously, after the God's Tower closes, the very high heavens venerable envoy accepted several peak geniuses to the very high heavens for nurturing. It said that the very high heavens Dao Emperor is approaching the limits of the immortal Dao, and would be entering a new stage. Before the new Dao Emperor takes over, he wants to nurture more talents for the very high heavens. Moreover, the conditions of this selection are different from before. This time, as long as your talent is 4 stars or above, you would have the chance to enter the very high heavens. Really? Yu was finally interested by Zui Yixian's words. She had always been trying to bite onto a golden tortoise Dao companion. Even though her master had told her that the very high heavens would be accepting disciples, she didn't put it to her. After all, her talents were limited. Now that she heard that she was qualified, she would naturally be excited. Zui Yixian pat his chest and said, of course it's true. Everyone heading towards Sharphorn Immortal Ruins are the young and stellar geniuses of our immortal world. Junior sister Yu is able to achieve the grand immortal stage at such a young age. Your chances of being selected is very high. If junior sister is interested in trying, we can go together. Alright, let's go together, Yu did not hesitate to say. Unfortunately for Zui Yixian, his actions had harmed himself. Unbeknownst to him, Yu had previously treated him as a reserve of a reserve. But after knowing that the very high heavens was even providing 4-star geniuses with the chance of being selected, Yu had completely kicked Zui Yixian out of the game. The moment he left the Castellan's estate, Mo Wuji thought of leaving. He had only came here to help out. Now that he had already done that, he was naturally going to leave. Before Mo Wuji could even say anything, that great-grandfather of Yu Yenrong walked over. Xiaoyu, immediately bring Rong-er to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins with Yu Qian. Great-grandfather, is something the matter? Yen Yuerong urgently asked. Immortal friend Yen Tian, why are you so anxious to leave? If there's something, we can take our time to discuss. Suddenly, a voice cried out before Yu Yenrong's grandfather could reply her. The voice belonged to a clean-shaven fellow with a relatively short figure and a flushed red face. His cultivation was actually higher than Yen Yuerong's great-grandfather. It should be in the late immortal reverend stage. Yen Tian's face sunk. Immortal friend Jin Zhe, I've said it before. That primal water crystal wasn't taken by my family's wrong heir. Even if you continue to look for me, I am unable to take one out for you. Mo Wuji soon came to an understanding. From the looks of it, many still believe that Yen Yuerong was the one that took the primal water crystal. That red-faced immortal reverend called Jinze chuckled and said nonchalantly, I will still say what I've always said, if immortal friend is done contemplating, you can always find me, Ao Jinze. I will add on a horn of a class 9 unicorn tiger. Mo Wuji was inwardly shocked, this fellow was really rich. A class 9 unicorn tiger's most valuable part was its horn. Even Su Surin wouldn't necessarily have such a peak-grade smithing equipment, but this Ao Jinze actually had it. It was unknown exactly where this fella came from. Wrong heir, let's go. Yen Tian couldn't even be bothered to entertain this Ao Jinze as he turned to leave. Ao Jinze snickered, but he didn't follow them over. Great-grandfather, why was that person so unreasonable? After leaving the Castellan estate, Yen Yuerong finally said unhappily. Yen Tian sighed, unreasonable? Perhaps in his eyes, he is already being very reasonable. This person is an expert from Surging Dragon Golden River. We are currently at Wind Plains Immortal City and my cultivation is not much lower than his. If we weren't here, he probably wouldn't have behaved so warmly. I suspect that he would directly try to lay his hands on us. Romer, I previously intended for caretaker Yu Qian to bring you and Xiaoyu over to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. From the looks of it, I will have to make the trip myself. With such a fella laying his eyes on you, I will not be able to rest assured. What are we going to do in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins? Yen Yuerong asked. I heard that the very high heavens are accepting some genius disciples. Their selection conditions are very broad, you only need a talent of 4 stars or above to qualify for the selection. I hope that you would be able to enter the very high heavens. Cultivating in the very high heavens is more than 100 times better than in Yonging Immortal Domain. Yen Tian's voice was very low, he was clearly still thinking of something. Why must I go to the very high heavens? Isn't it fine for me to cultivate with great-grandfather? Yen Yuerong was still very confused. This time, Yen Tian wasn't the one speaking. Instead, Xiao Xiaoyu explained by the side, Little miss, whether it is in terms of cultivation resources of heavenly laws, the very high heavens is vastly superior to the immortal world. I heard that the very high heavens is a perfect world. It's different from the immortal world which had been disintegrated before. Cultivating there would be much more efficient. Yen Tian added, if you want to stand upon higher peaks, then you must go to the very high heavens. Otherwise, with your talent, my level is already the maximum that you could go, at. As he got here, Yen Tian paused briefly before continuing, after I bring you to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, I'm going to leave for a trip. Romer, there's one thing that I need to forewarn Xiaoyu. This time, the people from the very high heavens should also have come to try and forcefully open the 4th level of the broken world. Remember my words, no matter what, you guys must not enter the broken world. Do you understand me? The broken world's 4th level was about to be open? Mo Wuji's heart started to beat eagerly. Previously when the 3rd level opened, he managed to obtain many fortunes from within. His draining immortal King Dao fruits and his metal elemental bead were from the 3rd level. Not only that, the Book of Luo that had saved him umpteenth times was also from the 3rd level. Actually, what Mo Wuji cared about the most was actually the broken ruins within the 3rd level. In the broken ruins, there was a red karmic fire lotus. Regardless of whether the red karmic fire lotus was genuine, it was definitely a peerless treasure. He must go to the 4th level of the broken world. The resources in the immortal world had always been sparse. It could be said that the majority of the peak treasures in the immortal world had been concentrated in the broken world. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for regrets. From the looks of it, the matter of farewells wasn't as urgent anymore. When the time comes, he could just send another message, telling Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhen that there was no need to wait for him. He had left then with a storage ring. Within the ring, there were definitely more than enough fasting pills for the two of them. Great-grandfather, I heard that there are many treasures in the broken world. Those years ago, that Mo Wuji actually obtained the draining immortal King Dao fruit in the 7 pages of the Book of Luo from the broken world. Why don't you want me to go? Yen Yuarong asked in confusion. Yen Tian knew that his precious great-granddaughter had always been living in his shelter, and was completely ignorant of the evils and complexities of the outside world. Wrong air, not everyone is like Mo Wuji. In a few years since he ascended into the immortal world, he became a honored Great Pill King. In another few years, he became a honored Great Pill Emperor. His enemies are the huge juggernauts like the Lightning Sect and the Great Sword Path. There's no need to talk about you, even your great-grandfather, me, doesn't have that capability. You want to compare yourself with such a person? Great-grandfather, if you met him, wouldn't you be able to kill him? Yen Yuarong was still doubtful. Yen Tian laughed self-deprecatingly. Even in the encirclement of several grand immortal emperors, he was still able to escape. How could a mere immortal reverend be able to kill him? To put things in another perspective, if I met him, I would choose to befriend him than to kill him, but... Why? Didn't they say that this person is vicious and evil? Didn't he kill the master-disciple pair from meditation nunnery, snatched the great koan Buddhist lamp, killed his benefactor, and even got his companion to exterminate the dragon race? Yen Yuarong frowned. Yen Tian shook his head. You will understand in the future. If you actually encounter that Mo Wuji in the future, you can only try to befriend him. Do not have any other intentions. As for the rumors that are being spread, it's enough got you to listen to them. There's no need to treat them as the truth, but... How could Yen Tian, this old demon that had lived for countless of years, not see through the truth behind this matter? These rumors and conspiracies were just methods used to leave that Mo Wuji with no place to run or hide. At the end of the day, these huge sects were simply eyeing the treasures on Mo Wuji. In fact, if you're talking about despicability, that Great Sword Path is far more despicable. When they weren't able to catch Mo Wuji, they actually caught a girl that was merely in the golden immortal stage and subjected her to hundreds of different tortures. They are simply shameless trash. Xiao Xiaoyu, who was by the side, suddenly interjected. When Mo Wuji heard these words, his brain started to buzz. A wave of rage surged up into his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Great Sword Path's Sword Prison. Chapter 684, Great Sword Path's Sword Prison. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. De Huang, is something the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Coincidentally, Yen Yuarong turned to face Mo Wuji at this moment, and she saw his enraged expression. She immediately asked curiously. Mo Wuji exhaled deeply and shook his head. After hearing you speak about that Mo Wuji, I got enraged. Yen Yuarong hurriedly said, De Huang, you are immortal, so don't think too much about such matters. Moreover, my great-grandfather has always said that Mo Wuji was very likely to have been maligned. Wrong air, don't casually discuss about such matters. You guys head back to our rooms and wait for me. I still have some matters to tend to. Yen Tian stood outside of Fixed Plains Rest House and waited for Yen Yuarong and Xiao Xiaoyu to enter. Then, he hurriedly left. After Yen Tian left and as the trio were heading back to their rooms, Mo Wuji asked, Little sister, just now, you said that Great Sword Path had captured a golden immortal girl. What's the matter with that? From the sounds of it, that Great Sword Path sounds like a very huge sect. On the other hand, I heard that golden immortals are immortals that have only just entered the immortal world. Why would such a big sect want to capture a girl that had just entered the immortal world? Yen Yuarong covered her lips as she chuckled. De Huang, why did you call senior sister Xiaoyu your little sister? Xiao Xiaoyu, however, did not mind that address. Mo Wuji had given a draining immortal king pill to her. She wouldn't mind even if she had to acknowledge this mortal as a bigger brother. Because she was filled with gratitude towards Mo Wuji, she didn't really mind Mo Wuji's question. Instead, she answered seriously that Mo Wuji killed people from the Great Sword Path, and he challenged the Great Sword Path's dignity. With some great difficulty, the Great Sword Path managed to trap him in a place called the Immortal City. However, their plan was foiled by a girl called Han Qingru. It's rumored that Han Qingru and Mo Wuji know each other, which was why she took the deadly risk to warn Mo Wuji, also that he could escape the Immortal City. The skin on Mo Wuji's palm had already been pierced through by his fingernails. He was truly too naive. He actually tricked himself into believing that those Grand Emperors wouldn't think of Han Qingru's actual motive, and that Han Qingru would be able to escape. What's the difference between him and an ostrich hiding its head in the sand? If anything happened to Han Qingru, how was he going to forgive himself? That Han Qingru is so loyal and true. Yan Yuerong sighed in praise. Why didn't the Great Sword Path kill her? Mo Wuji forcefully swallowed the fury in his heart, and tried to maintain a calm tone. Xiao Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Wuji quizzically. She felt that Mo Wuji's reaction seemed to be overly emotional. However, she still answered, the Great Sword Path has locked Han Qingru up in their sword prison. The sword prison is Great Sword Path's most terrifying prison. Anyone imprisoned there would constantly feel the pain of their heart being stabbed and their souls being sliced. They will continuously agonize in torture, but be unable to die. Da Huang, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xiaoyu noticed that there was indeed something amiss with Mo Wuji. At this instant, not only were both of Mo Wuji's eyes red, they even seemed to be tearing. Yan Yuerong also rubbed her eyes. Don't blame Da Huang. Even my heart aches when I heard that story. That sister Qingru is so loyal, but she was actually tortured by the Great Sword Path so cruelly. As cultivators, the three of them knew all too clearly how painful it was to have one's soul ripped and sliced by sword qi. There was no need to talk about how Han Qingru was continuously being subjected to that sword qi. Just a slightly damage to a soul was already enough to cause a person to die from the pain. No matter how Mo Wuji trained his physique, he would only be training his fleshly body and not his soul. Xiao Xiaoyu was much more experienced than Yan Yuerong. She still felt that Mo Wuji's emotions were different from Yan Yuerong's. Even if Mo Wuji pitted Han Qingru, he shouldn't have gotten so agitated. Mo Wuji took a deep breath and struggled to calm himself down. I have a bigger sister who's also called Qingru. If not for Qingru, I would have long been dead. So when I heard about the suffering of that Han Qingru, I was reminded of what happened in the past and I felt a little upset. So that's the case. Both Xiao Xiaoyu and Yan Yuerong could sympathize with Mo Wuji's feelings. I don't know whether that Mo Wuji would go to save Han Qingru. She's truly too pitiable, Yan Yuerong sighed. He probably wouldn't. The Great Sword Path is one of the #1 immortal schools in the entire immortal world. Moreover, the Great Sword Path's sect head, Yiminghu, was the one that imprisoned Han Qingru. This person is a Grand Emperor with profound strength. In our entire Yonging immortal domain, we probably wouldn't be able to find a person that could match him evenly. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. Senior Sister Xiaoyu, since he is a Grand Emperor from the Great Sword Path, why would he let that Mo Wuji escape? Could a Grand Emperor be unable to catch one Mo Wuji? How powerful is that Mo Wuji? Could it be that he's also a Grand Emperor? Yan Yuerong asked curiously. No, it's said that Mo Wuji is only a Grand Immortal. When Mo Wuji was being surrounded, Yiminghu wasn't the only Grand Emperor there. Besides him, there was Lightning Sect's #1 expert, Lei Guyun, as well as Vast Ocean Immortal School's elder Jin Yuxing. There was even the Great Koan Buddhist sect's quasi-emperor Guangxing. Mo Wuji escaped while being surrounded by these 4 people. When she heard Xiao Xiaoyu's words, Yan Yuerong exhaled a breath of cold air. After some time, she muttered, how impressive. It was unknown whether she was talking about Mo Wuji, or the people that surrounded him. The 3 went silent. After some time, Yen Yuerong seemed to recall something and she suddenly said, "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, do you think that the Great Sword Path sect head would go for the opening Broken World's 4th level?" Xiaoyu nodded. He should be. There were already far too many precious treasures in the 3rd level. Even the Book of Luo appeared. I guess it's because of the treasures in the 3rd level were so shocking, which galvanized the people from the very high heavens to attempt to forcefully open the 4th level. Even a Grand Emperor wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. Do you think that Mo Wuji would take that opportunity to head to the Great Sword Path's sword prison to save his friend? Yu Yenrong seemed to be pleasantly surprised at this good idea of hers. Xiaoyu looked at Yen Yuerong speechlessly. "Little miss, do you think that the Great Sword Path sect head wouldn't have considered that? Even if he wasn't present in the Great Sword Path, the sword prison would still be protected with dense defenses." "Little sister, exactly what kind of place is that sword prison?" Mo Wuji suddenly interjected. Xiaoyu turned serious. "It's rumored that it is a domain. Within that domain, there would constantly be boundless sword qi running rampant. Everyone caught and thrown into the sword prison would be protected by the Great Sword Path's sword talisman." Senior Sister Xiaoyu? Since the Great Sword Path has caught those people and thrown them to prison, why are they still protecting these prisoners with their sword talisman? Yen Yuerong was still confused. Xiaoyu sighed. "Do you think that the Great Sword Path would simply let their prisoners die? That sword talisman isn't really protecting them. It allows the sword qi to continuously ravage the prisoner's flesh and soul, but it prevents them from dying. This sword talisman also has different grades. The lowest grade one would allow a person to die after 49 days of torture. On the other hand, the highest grade one would only allow a person to die after being continuously tortured for 9,999 years. Think about it, as sword qi tears your soul inch by inch, and slices off your flesh bit by bit, you wouldn't be thirsting for survival, but death. How cruel." Yen Yuerong shivered. So the Great Sword Path's sword prison is the most terrifying prison in the entire immortal world. "There is no doubt about that," Xiaoyu said indifferently. The more he heard her words, the more anxious and enraged he got. Mo Wuji forcefully maintained his calm. "Little sister, then can the people locked in the sword prison be taken out? Once they enter the sword prison, it would be akin to losing their lives. There is no way out. No one that was locked in the sword prison has ever come out," Xiaoyu answered. "Then the people from the Great Sword Path aren't worried that someone might escape from sword prison?" Mo Wuji stabilized himself. Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Wuji speechlessly. "I've said it before. The sword prison is hell itself. As long as you enter, you can only wait for death. There is no exception. So after you enter sword prison, no one would even care about you because you are already a dead man. Xiaoyu, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't helped to lure those fellas away, these old bones of mine wouldn't have been able to endure till Lord Reverend arrived." As they were speaking, Yu Qian walked in. "Uncle Qian, your injuries have healed?" Xiaoyu was rather elated. Mo Wuji couldn't bear waiting any further. He interrupted. "Little sister Rong'er, little sister Xiaoyu, Uncle Qian, I will be leaving now. You guys take care of yourselves." "Ah." Yen Yuerong stared at Mo Wuji in shock. "De Huan, where's a mortal like you going to go? Didn't you say that you would follow us?" Mo Wuji shook his head. "I have always intended to go on a trip by myself. You are all immortals, I would only be a burden by following you. That would also lose the meaning behind my trip." No, Yen Yuerong shook her head like a rattle. "A mortal like you would only get yourself killed by running around by yourself. When Yu Qian heard the way Mo Wuji called his little miss in Xiaoyu, he was inwardly shocked. However, the little miss in Xiaoyu did not seem to find it out of the ordinary, so he didn't say a word. Mo Wuji said calmly, "The Extreme Blade Sea is where I should go. I intend to establish my own territory in the Extreme Blade Sea. If you are willing, you could visit me at the Extreme Blade Sea in the future. I will leave now. As he finished speaking, Mo Wuji turned to leave. He did not hesitate a single moment. It didn't matter how many precious treasures there were in the fourth level of the Broken World, they wouldn't obstruct him from saving Qingru. Yen Yuerong wanted to pull Mo Wuji back, but she was stopped by Xiao Xiaoyu. Little miss, everyone has their own dreams and ideals. Perhaps we might really be able to see De Huang if we go to the Extreme Blade Sea in the future. Why don't you let him go for his own journey? This might make him happier. But after muttering that single word, Yen Yuerong still placed her hand down. Then, she walked to the door to see Mo Wuji's gradually disappearing figure. De Huang, you take care of yourself too. When Mo Wuji's figure finally disappeared, Yen Yuerong mumbled to herself. The moment Mo Wuji left Wind Plains Immortal City, he took out his flying treasure and headed to Yuanyan Immortal City with the fastest speed possible. There was a transfer array to Luoling Immortal Domain at Yuanyan Immortal City. When he got wind of the news that Han Qingru had been imprisoned in Great Sword Path's sword prison, he could not wait to just charge to Great Sword Path's door. It didn't matter whether Yiminghu had intentionally caught Han Qingru as bait. It didn't matter whether Yiminghu was at Great Sword Path itself. It didn't matter whether it was all a trap. Mo Wuji did not hesitate, he was going straight to Great Sword Path. He would rather himself be the one to have his soul tortured instead of Han Qingru. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, The Great Tao is Not Absolute, A Thread of Life. Chapter 685, The Great Tao is Not Absolute, A Thread of Life. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Great Sword Path. This was one of the peak sects in Luoling Immortal Domain. Perhaps among the peak sects, the Great Sword Path might not have the greatest number of Immortal Emperor level experts. However, it was definitely among the top in Luoling Immortal Domain when it came to combat power. The Great Sword Path's sword cultivation had always been allowing its disciples to be superior when compared to other immortals at the same cultivation level. This wasn't just in Luoling Immortal Domain. In fact, very few in the immortal world don't know of the Great Sword Path's name. It was the peerless when it came to the Sword Tao, and it was the holy land for immortals that seek the Sword Tao. There were three particularly reputable places in the Great Sword Path. The first was the Great Sword Mountain. The Great Sword Mountain wasn't simply a mountain, it was also the Great Sword Path's symbol. The reason why it got its name was because this mountain came down from the sky and penetrated into the ground, just like a treasured sword. This huge sword mountain contained boundless sword intent. This sword intent continuously increased in intensity and majesty. The higher one climbed out the mountain, the more profound the sword intent. Every disciple of the Great Sword Path could come here and seek enlightenment on sword intent. After entering the Great Sword Path, the greatest indicator of your potential was this climb of enlightenment on the Great Sword Mountain. The second place was the Sword Prison. Even though the Sword Prison wasn't a man-made prison, it was far more terrifying and horrifying than any man-made prison could be. This was because there would still be some hopes of surviving within other prisons. However, death was the only outcome for those that entered Sword Prison. There had never been any stories or examples of anyone that survived after entering the Great Sword Path's Sword Prison. The sword chi in the Sword Prison was sharp and incisive, it was especially potent to the soul. Even if it was an immortal emperor that entered, he would die undoubtedly. The only difference was that he would last for a longer time within the prison. The third place was called Sword Exchange Valley. Actually, Sword Exchange Valley was the place which was supposed to guard the entrance of Sword Prison. Thereafter, it was found that there was no need for any guards. No matter how impressive an immortal was, he would not survive the moment he entered Sword Prison. Thus, this place gradually transformed into a site of transaction, and there was only one medium of transaction, Sword Chi Bone Flower. Sword Chi bone flower was only the size of a finger. It looked just like an unbloomed flower, and it could only grow at Sword Exchange Valley. This bone flower could be used against enemies. During battles, it could be used as a hidden weapon and thrown towards the enemy. Once it was thrown, the bone flower would transform into sword chi and assault the opponent. Not only that, this bone flower could also be used to gain insights on sword intent. It was exactly because of this that the sword chi bone flower was very popular. It could only form in one place, that was the entrance of Sword Prison. On both sides of Sword Prison, there would be some slight holes and gaps. The sword chi bone flower grows out from such gaps. After some time, this place came to be called Sword Exchange Valley. It was the place of exchange and transaction for sword chi bone flowers. The time it takes a sword chi bone flower to form wasn't fixed, it could range from a year to even centuries. The longer the sword chi bone flower, the more powerful it becomes, and the sword intent concealed within would also become more profound. Thus, the value of a sword chi bone flower was also based on its forming time. In the Great Sword Path's Sword Exchange Valley, there was an extremely harsh rule. No matter who you are, you couldn't get within 30 meters of where the sword chi bone flower was grown. As long as you were within those 30 meters, it didn't matter what your intent was, you would be thrown straight into Sword Prison. Almost all cultivators that came to Sword Exchange Valley knew of this rule. Cultivators that came here would consciously transact for the sword chi bone flower, then they would leave speedily. It was 7 days later when Mo Wuji arrived outside Great Sword Path. Rage continued to run rampant in his heart, but his mind also became increasingly calm. Over these few days, he had already made sufficient preparations. It was exactly as Yen Yuarong said, this was his best opportunity to go to the Great Sword Path. The Great Sword Path's immortal emperors, quasi-emperors, and even their peak immortal reverence have gone to the broken world. To Mo Wuji, this was the safest time he could come. On the other hand, Xiao Xiaoyu believed that even if Yiminghu wasn't around, he wouldn't his focus and guard towards Mo Wuji. On reality, her guess was wrong. Yiminghu didn't even believe that Mo Wuji would be able to recover in such a short period of time. He didn't think that Mon Wuji would actually try to make a rescue within these 100 years. Moreover, this was a cautious estimate. In fact, it might take 10,000 years and Mo Wuji might not even have recovered. After all, Mo Wuji had suffered such heavy injuries. Even if Mo Wuji was an immortal emperor and had the best healing treasures, he wouldn't be able to recover in such a short period of time. Yiminghu wouldn't have expected that Mo Wuji's cultivation might not make it, but Mo Wuji's physique was actually comparable to an immortal emperor's. It was even further out of his imagination that Mo Wuji would have the vitality channel and the breath of Hongmeng. Thus, Mo Wuji didn't take 100 years, in fact, he didn't even need 2 years to return. For others, entering the Great Sword Path's sword prison would be akin to throwing oneself towards death. Mo Wuji, however, did not have such thoughts. Before he came to Great Sword Path, he had already made his plans. Besides the information that he had already gotten from Xiao Xiaoyu, he was going to conduct another round of investigation. Sword Prison was indeed, as Xiao Xiaoyu had said, it was filled with boundless sword chi which tore at one's flesh and soul. However, Mo Wuji had a god physique. How many people in the entire immortal world had a god physique? Moreover, he had a peak physique tempering technique. Sword chi tearing against his flesh would only cause some minor pain, he didn't really care about it. Mo Wuji paid even less heed to the ripping of the soul. The soul was condensed from the primordial spirit, ripping the soul began from one's primordial spirit. His god physique was based on a mortal body. He didn't cultivate a primordial spirit, and only had a boundless, violet sea of consciousness. This ripping of his soul wouldn't affect him at all. As long as he could enter the sword prison, his first step would have succeeded. Everyone that entered the sword prison would be placed with a sword talisman. Not only would this sword talisman protect your final breath of life, it could actually increase the intensity of the sword chi on your soul and body. That means that it would worsen the torture, but made it such that you wouldn't die. Mo Wuji had a god physique and he didn't have a primordial spirit, but that didn't mean that he wanted a peak-grade sword talisman on himself and suffer from the corrosion of the sword chi. Thus, the second step was to earn the contempt of the people in charge of sword prison. That way, they would only use the lowest grade sword talisman on him. The third step was to search for Hanxingru. This step would have to depend on the conditions within sword prison. The fourth step was to leave sword prison after finding Hanxingru. According to the sword prison's recorded history, no prisoner that entered sword prison had left alive. However, Mo Wuji didn't fully believe this. Since his journey on the Tao, he became cognizant of one fact: no matter what happened, there would always be a threat of life. In this vast universe, there was no place of absolute death. The reason why you would think that there wasn't hope was either because you didn't search for it, or your luck simply wasn't enough. Mo Wuji created his immortal mortal Tao and forged the path of cultivation for mortals. Because of this, his insights towards the heavenly Taos increased day by day. He believed that either the Great Sword Path should have hidden the truth of people surviving the sword prison, or the cultivators that entered sword prison had yet to find that thread of life. No matter what, that thread of life was definitely present. Based on the heavenly Tao, there was no place of absolute death. Once one reaches the limits, a thread of life would appear. This was Mo Wuji's understanding towards the heavenly Tao. It was exactly due to this understanding that he could forge the mortal Tao. Otherwise, how could mortals, who were absolutely devoid of spiritual roots, be able to cultivate and become immortals? It was true that mortals could pursue the martial Tao, but martial arts wasn't the same as the immortal Tao. It was very much different from cultivating to become an immortal. At the same time, Mo Wuji had the resolute belief that opportunities would come on those who prepare themselves. Even though his cultivation wasn't sufficient, he would still need to prepare for all situations before entering sword prison. 7 days. In these 7 days, Mo Wuji had prepared a pile of transfer array discs. Ever since he reached the periphery of Great Sword Path, he started to secretly install the transfer array discs. Whether these transfer arrays turned out to be of use or not, he was still going to install them. As he reached the periphery of, Mo Wuji looked up and saw the Great Sword Mountain which towered into the clouds. He firmed his conviction: as long as he had the opportunity, he would definitely destroy this Great Sword Mountain. According to the information that Mo Wuji obtained, the simplest method to enter sword prison was to barge into the place where sword chi bone flowers were grown. To make things convenient for cultivators to trade for sword chi bone flower, Sword Exchange Valley was situated at the fringe of Great Sword Path. Sword Exchange Valley wasn't guarded. After all, this was a site of transaction and there was a relatively steady stream of people. Mo Wuji followed the crowd and easily walked into Valley. The entire was like a small-scale city square. There were rest houses, stalls, hotels. Of course, the biggest establishment was the Sword Exchange House. Anyone that wished to trade for sword chi bone flower only needed to enter Sword Exchange House. If one didn't have enough immortal crystals, he could browse around the stalls outside. Because the sword chi bone flower was very valuable, many cultivators who wanted sword chi bone flower that had a longer forming time would stay in the rest houses or hotels here. Sword Exchange House was considered the building that was the furthest within. If one continued to head inwards, there would be a red line. Behind the red line was where the sword chi bone flowers grew. The Great Sword Path did not allow anyone to trespass into that area. At this instant, Mo Wuji was disguised as a wandering nomad. His cultivation was only at the late golden immortal stage, and he had a grade 3 immortal longsword on his back. The sword sheath looked slightly dull. On the surface, it looked like this sword had followed its owner for some time. His hair was slightly disheveled, but his appearance still looked heroic and handsome. His linen clothes made him look like a devout sword immortal. "I want sword chi bone flower." As Mo Wuji walked into Sword Exchange House, he headed to the closest transaction window. He spoke in a simple and concise manner, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. When the attendant in the stall saw Mo Wuji's anxiousness, he smiled and said, "Dao friend, there's no need to be anxious in Sword Exchange Valley. No one would dare lay hands on you hand. If you want a 1-year sword chi bone flower, the price is 3." The attendant suddenly stopped talking. His eyes were glittering slightly as he stared at the jade box in Mo Wuji's hand. Mo Wuji had already opened the jade box. Inside lay a light green immortal fruit. As an attendant of, his cultivation was not very high, but his knowledge was not low. He only needed a single glance to recognize this as 100 Chanel's leafless fruit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Entering Sword Prison. Chapter 686, Entering Sword Prison. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The 100 Channel's leafless fruit was a Tier 8 immortal fruit. One could only dream of a treasure like this. The 100 Channel's leafless fruit's greatest use was in the concoction of the Immortal Channel Nirvana pill. What kind of thing was the Immortal Channel Nirvana pill? It was a treasure that could heal the spirit channels of immortal kings, and even immortal reverence. Today, he had actually seen 100 Channel's leafless fruit today. This fruit can be exchanged for a sword chi bone flower of what forming time? Mo Wuji's voice was urgent, he was clearly uncertain. After asking that, he immediately closed the jade box and held it tightly in his hands. This immortal friend, wait for a moment. The moment this attendant finished speaking, he immediately sent a message. In just a short amount of time, a grandee immortal wearing a low crown and brown robes hastily ran over. Before that grandee immortal could say anything, that attendant pointed at Mo Wuji and signaled. This grandee immortal then clasped his fists to Mo Wuji and said, "You intend to exchange your immortal herb for what kind of sword chi bone flower?" "I intend to exchange it for 100-year sword chi bone flower." Mo Wuji hesitated before he said with uncertainty. When he finished speaking, he opened his jade box once more, allowing this grandee immortal to take a look. Mo Wuji had a long sword on his back, he was ostensibly a sword immortal. It was a very common occurrence for a sword immortal to come here with intentions to exchange for 100-year sword chi bone flower. In terms of value, the 100 Channel's leafless fruit in Mo Wuji's hand was far more valuable than 100-year sword chi bone flower. But the Great Sword Path typically only transacts sword chi bone flowers of 50 years and below. Those that had a forming time that exceeded 50 years were usually reserved for the use of Great Sword Path's disciples. "I'm truly sorry. Immortal friend, your fruit can only be exchanged for a 50-year sword chi bone flower at the very most." "Oh, then forget about it." A hint of disappointment fleeted across Mo Wuji's eyes, and he promptly turned to leave. "Wait." This grandee immortal called out to Mo Wuji, "Can you lend me see your immortal fruit?" "What do you want to do?" Mo Wuji stared warily at this grandee immortal. At the same time, he anxiously retreated out of Sword Exchange House. That grandee immortal hurriedly said, "There's no need for you to worry. I just want to take a look and verify the authenticity of the immortal fruit in your hands." An expression of complete disbelief hung on Mo Wuji's face. He stared straight at this grandee immortal as he hastily retreated. When this grandee immortal saw that Mo Wuji was retreating in the direction where the sword chi bone flower were growing, his mouth went agape. However, he seemed to recall something and he hurriedly said, "Stand still, you can't move randomly, run away here." Mo Wuji continued to have an expression of aghast on his face as he sped up his retreat. "Stop. You have already entered within 30 meters of the sword chi bone flower growing zone. You are simply courting death." That grandee immortal scolded harshly. Mo Wuji instantly revealed an expression of fear. He hurriedly stopped as he turned to look at the sword chi bone flowers growing not far behind him. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter whether it was intentional, you have trespassed into the Great Sword Path's prohibited area." A cold voice resounded. Thereafter, a hand of immortal elemental energy grabbed over. Mo Wuji stared blankly as this hand enveloped him. He seemed to completely unable to move. This immortal elemental hand instantly sealed Mo Wuji. Thereafter, this grand immortal hurried over. He grabbed Mo Wuji's jade box, as well as Mo Wuji's storage ring, then he said, "Senior brother, this person has been captured and his items confiscated." Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will had already formed an imprint on this grand immortal. Even though the things in his storage ring did not even have a value of 100 immortal crystals, anyone that dared to steal his items must pay. A late-stage Grand Luo immortal walked out. He glanced at Mo Wuji indifferently and said, "A mere golden immortal actually dares to trespass in our sword chi bone flowers growing zone. I'm not gonna waste my sword talisman on you. Get in there." As this Grand Luo immortal was speaking, he slashed downwards with a jade talisman. In the middle of where the sword chi bone flowers were growing, a black murky spatial fracture appeared. That Grand Luo immortal couldn't even be bothered to place a sword talisman on Mo Wuji as he directly threw Mo Wuji into that fracture. At almost the same instant, Mo Wuji threw out a concealed transfer array disc. Mo Wuji landed on hard ground. However, he wasn't able to see anything clearly, even with his spiritual will. Before he could leave a spiritual will imprint on this spot, a sword chi shot over. Even though Mo Wuji had a god physique, this sword chi still managed to slice a small trail of blood on his skin. Besides that, he felt no other discomfort. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He felt some invisible sword chi piercing straight into his sea of consciousness. It was just that he didn't even have a primordial spirit, and these sword chi were directly swallowed within his sea of consciousness. Indeed, the sword chi here was helpless against him. From the looks of it, a god physique was his prerequisite for surviving the rampant sword chi. PFF. Another few beams of sword chi flew over, another additional lines of blood formed on Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji stopped in shock. He lowered his head and noticed that these sword chi actually didn't cause a single tear on clothes. It merely caused some cuts on his skin. Mo Wuji directly closed his eyes and allowed the sword chi to come at him. Mo Wuji had come in without a sword talisman. Without a control, each beam of sword chi seemed to be aiming to take his life. Half an incense's time later, Mo Wuji finally understood what was going on. These sword chi were indeed evil, they seemed to be able to distinguish and discern life force. His clothes and magic treasure didn't have any life force. On the other hand, his fleshly body and his sea of consciousness was brimming with life force. This was why these sword chi would directly stab through his sea of consciousness and his body, but his clothes were left completely undamaged. In other words, even if one had a supreme defensive treasure, it still wouldn't protect him from these sword chi. This was unless you possessed a pocket dimension that was at a higher grade than this world. If you entered that world, these sword chi would be unable to detect your existence. This was how you could avoid the sword chi. Some fear lingered in Mo Wuji's heart. Fortunately, he didn't have a primordial spirit. No matter how much sword chi came at him, it would directly be swallowed by his violet sea of consciousness. If he did have a primordial spirit, he would probably be wishing for death right now. An incense's time later, Mo Wuji had gradually become accustomed to the sword chi here. He could feel that the intensity of the sword chi in this space wasn't constantly the same. Sometimes, there would be sword chi that was more than a fold stronger than average sword chi. The moment Mo Wuji became used to the sword chi here, even the stronger sword chi could only serve to temper his physique. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji's physique was already tempered to an unbelievable degree. In the immortal world, it was truly difficult to find a place that could train a god physique any further. No longer influenced by the sword chi, Mo Wuji slowly extended his spiritual will outwards. His spiritual will wasn't able to extend very far, a radius of 5 kilometers was his limit. Mo Wuji also discovered a strange phenomenon. The visibility within this place seemed to fluctuate vastly. At some places, he couldn't even see his fingers. At others, it was a gray and hazy blur. There were also places that were as bright as day with great visibility. He even encountered a red blurry space. There, it seemed like the entire area had been covered in a red veil, turning the entire space red. The surrounding terrain was also very weird. It wasn't a flat plain, nor was it elevated hills. Mo Wuji placed Han Qingru's communication bead on his wrist. He had gotten this back when he was in the corner of Yong'ing, so its sensitivity was rather low. Even though Mo Wuji was already a Grand Luo immortal, his sensitivity radius didn't exceed 50 kilometers. Even though he had managed to enter Sword Prison, Mo Wuji wasn't the least but happy. He could feel that the domain within Sword Prison was vast and boundless. Moreover, his spiritual will had been severely limited. He might not be able to find Han Qingru even after hundreds of years. At this instant, Mo Wuji could only hope that Han Qingru was also wearing her communication bead in her hand. That way, he would have an additional strand of hope. Just when Mo Wuji was still deciding on what direction he should go, a figure flashed by. This was a person? Mo Wuji soon determined that this was indeed a cultivator. In just a few breaths' time, this cultivator reached Mo Wuji. Even though Mo Wuji had seen many scary sh*t, he still subconsciously retreated. The thing that charged towards him shouldn't be considered a person, but a moving corpse. There did not seem to be any whole piece of flesh on his face, and even his bones seemed to have scars formed from sword qi. His clothes had already been drenched purple, and it looked like a thick piece of tree bark. Not only that, it seemed like a knife was constantly digging at his internal organs as his entire, broken eyes looked like they were completely filled with pain and agony. Mo Wuji was very clear, however, that the pain this person was suffering definitely exceeded that of a knife digging at his organs. This was because this person was experiencing the constant pain of his primordial spirit being torn. Looking at this person's aggrieved appearance, Mo Wuji's inner fire began to burn with greater intensity. He needed to find Han Qingru as soon as possible. This person was intending to charge past Mo Wuji. But when he saw that Mo Wuji appeared completely fine, he immediately stopped and stared at Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Vine Mountain of Safety and Sword Qi River. Chapter 687, Vine Mountain of Safety and Sword Qi River. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Why are you fine? This man suddenly asked. His voice was slightly airy and his words weren't pronounced clearly. Mo Wuji retreated by a few steps and looked warily at the corpse that's left of that man and asked, "Who are you? Roughly where are the people that are being imprisoned here?" The reason why he was on guard was because this man in front of him had a powerful cultivation. Mo Wuji guessed that the other party was an immortal reverend. He. This man uttered a ear-splitting laughter. Immediately, he extended his spotty and withered hand towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to slash out with his half-moon-weighted halberd. His halberd conjured a half-moon halberd light which slammed towards that bony arm. Boom! Immortal elemental energy exploded, and Mo Wuji was directly sent flying. At almost the same instant as when Mo Wuji attacked, a sword qi from within the sword prison shot straight towards Mo Wuji's bones. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's fleshly body was strong to an unimaginable degree, and this sword qi was only able to cause him some slight pain. This spotted and scar-filled corpse man stared at Mo Wuji in shock. At the very next instant, his bone went kacha, as one of his finger bones broke. It wasn't that he was worse than Mo Wuji. It was because he had been corroded by sword qi for countless of years. Even now, he was continuously being ripped apart by the sword prison's sword qi. This ripping didn't affect his body alone, it also tore his soul apart. Every time he activated his immortal elemental energy, the power of this ripping sword chi would increase by multiple fold. However, Mo Wuji was different. Not only didn't he have any sword talisman on him, he wasn't even affected by the sword chi here. It could be said that he was equivalent to an immortal reverent here. More accurately, he possessed even greater power and freedom than an immortal reverent. Even when he was attacking, which caused the power of the sword chi to concentrate, it didn't affect him much. Mo Wuji landed tens of meters away. In his heart, he now knew that this immortal reverent's power wasn't of any threat to him. "Senior, please help me. I'm willing to follow Senior and be at your beck and call." This bony corpse suddenly kneeled on the ground and uttered words which even left Mo Wuji stupefied. In his eyes, since Mo Wuji was able to attain the upper hand in a straight-on exchange, that meant that Mo Wuji was a senior. It wasn't in his considerations that he only had a fraction of his full power left. An esteemed immortal reverend actually kneeled in front of an unassuming Grand Luo immortal like him. There was no need to talk about his Grand Luo immortal cultivation. Even if he was a quasi-emperor, or even an immortal emperor, it was simply impossible to get an immortal reverend to kneel willingly. Any immortal reverend had his own pride. They would rather die than to have their knees touch the ground. Mo Wuji wielded his half-moon weighted halberd in front of him as he approached this immortal reverend. After sizing this immortal reverend up, he finally asked a string of questions. "Stand up and talk. What's your name? Why are you here? How long have you been here? And why do you want me to help you?" This immortal reverend stood up and said respectfully, "I am called Fei Ling. I have been imprisoned in Sword Prison for 4,000 years. I have always been staying in Vine Mountain of Safety. Because I offended Pang Hong, he actually got me to go down to Sword Chi River to collect water for 4 consecutive times. I could only escape." "Wait." Mo Wuji stopped Fei Ling. "What's Vine Mountain of Safety? What's Sword Chi River? And why must you collect water?" Fei Ling explained, "Senior doesn't have a sword talisman on you, so it doesn't feel as unbearable." When he said the word unbearable, the corner of Fei Ling's eyes twitched unconsciously. Clearly, his primordial spirit was still suffering from the sword chi. Being in here and suffering from the sword chi, one could only continuously search for a place where the sword chi is weaker. Vine Mountain of Safety is such a place. That place is filled with thick roots as well as vines that extended up and out. At the same time, the sword chi there is very weak. There are even 4 hours in a day when there won't be sword chi invading and corroding our souls. Anyone that entered Sword Prison would eventually find their way to Vine Mountain of Safety. Great Sword Path doesn't know that there's this Vine Mountain of Safety in Sword Prison? Mo Wuji asked. Fei Ling shook his head. They definitely don't know about it. Entering Sword Prison is equivalent to death. There's no means of communication with the outside world. Moreover, it hadn't been long since Vine Mountain of Safety was discovered. The Great Sword Path definitely doesn't know of Vine Mountain of Safety. They might not even know of Sword Chi River. Continue speaking. Mo Wuji nodded. It was not far off from his expectations. The Great Sword Path only threw people into this sword prison. They only knew that Sword Prison was filled with sword chi that corroded one's flesh and soul. However, they didn't know the exact situation within Sword Prison itself. Feeling that Mo Wuji was very likely to help him, Fei Ling's spirits uplifted. Sword Chi River is a river that's near Vine Mountain of Safety. The river water in this river is extremely valuable. The river could offset the effects that the sword chi does to your flesh and soul. Not only that, if you drink enough of it, it could even heal your damaged primordial spirit. Unfortunately, the amount of water we can obtain from the river is extremely little, so every single drop was precious. Why? Is there very little water in the river? Mo Wuji was slightly confused. Fei Ling shook his head. It's not that. It's because the river water is very hard to procure. That entire river is filled with water, but it's hard to approach the river. As you get closer to the river, the corrosive power of the sword chi increases. Every step you take, the ripping pain would increase by multiple fold. The reason why I have such a wretched appearance is because I went to Sword Chi River to collect water. Not only is the journey to Sword Chi River extremely terrifying. If you touch the water, the power of the sword chi would increase once more. The more water you collected, the more terrifying and painful it gets. With my cultivation at the intermediate immortal reverent stage, I could only obtain approximately half a caddy of water during each trip. I don't know how I managed to offend that Pang Hong. Usually, people would only be tasked to collect water from Sword Chi River once every few years. I was actually asked to do it 4 times in the same year. I didn't go for this 4th time because I know that if I were to go, I would undoubtedly die. I could only escape. In sword prison, one must continuously fly and flee. If you stop like I am now, you would suffer even greater agony. As he said this, an expression of extreme pain emerged in the corner of Fei Ling's eyes. Even though Mo Wuji could defend against this constant onslaught of sword chi, he had no means of helping Fei Ling. Even if he could help Fei Ling, he wouldn't do so. Helping an immortal reverent expert to ameliorate the ripping of the sword chi was equivalent to courting his own death. It was exactly because Fei Ling was constantly being agonized by the sword chi that Fei Ling wasn't of threat to him. If he helped Fei Ling to defend against the sword chi, then the other party could kill him at any given moment. Even though the possibility of that happening was very low, and even if it was any lower, Mo Wuji wasn't going to take that risk. You say that the Vine Mountain of Safety is near Sword Chi River. Logically, the sword chi at the Vine Mountain of Safety should be especially strong. Why do you say that the sword chi at the Vine Mountain of Safety is incredibly weak? And why would there even be 4 hours without sword chi? Mo Wuji sounded off his doubts. Fei Ling shook his head. Senior might not know this, but it's very possible that all the sword chi in sword prison originates from Sword Chi River. According to logical deduction, Vine Mountain of Safety, which is very close to Sword Chi River, should experience stronger and more intense sword chi. However, what happens in sword prison cannot be defined by logic. From the way I look at it, Sword Chi River is a light, and the Vine Mountain of Safety is the shadow beneath the light. Mo Wuji nodded. This analogy was acceptable. By now, he already had a rough understanding of the Vine Mountain of Safety. According to what Fei Ling said, any cultivator with a sword talisman would subconsciously find their way to the place with the weakest sword chi, that was the Vine Mountain of Safety. Han Qingru had already been locked in here for over a year. It was very likely that she had already found her way to the Vine Mountain of Safety. Is it true that those with higher cultivation would experience greater ripping effects from the sword chi? Mo Wuji guessed that the immortals here would be different. It was very possible the effects of sword chi would be greater corresponding to one's higher cultivation. Yes, it's like that. The sword chi here has its own spirituality. Not only does it rip a cultivator's flesh and soul with different intensity according to cultivation level, it also seeks out and devours life force. As long as you have a cultivation and life force, you would only be food for the sword chi. One day, you will be devoured till there's nothing left of you, Fei Ling nodded and said. Mo Wuji's heart suddenly started to race. He thought of a critical problem. The sword chi he was feeling wasn't really intense. Could it be because he didn't have any spiritual roots? Did the sword chi judge him as a weak mortal? If that's the case, then the sword chi here was truly too terrifying. If a mortal like him was already experiencing such powerful sword chi, then what would it be like for immortals? The more Mo Wuji lingered on these thoughts, the more anxious he was to find Han Qingru. Han Qingru was a true golden immortal with true spiritual roots. After you entered sword prison, how long did it take for you to find the Vine Mountain of Safety? Mo Wuji's tone got slightly urgent. I used a little over a month to find Vine Mountain of Safety. If we head over now, it would only take half a day, Fei Ling said with a slight fawning tone. In his perspective, the sword chi here didn't have any effects on Mo Wuji, and Mo Wuji's combat power was much stronger than his. If Mo Wuji went to the Vine Mountain of Safety, he would definitely attain a seat of power. As long as he followed behind Mo Wuji, he would be able to find some safety. Tell me about that Pang Hong who forced you away? Is the entire Vine Mountain of Safety under his control? Mo Wuji wanted to go to the Vine Mountain of Safety, and that meant that he would have to meet with the experts there. Before he made his way there, he definitely needed to understand the situation properly. Fei Ling shook his head. He doesn't have that capability. There are 3 primary powers in the Vine Mountain of Safety. One of them is indeed Pang Hong's Devil Hand. He occupies a quarter of the territory. The second power is Wei Zidao. He started an alliance called Immortal Hunters, and he also controls a quarter of the Vine Mountain of Safety. The last one is Bai Shan Hagao. He established the alliance called Righteousness Muten, and similarly, he occupies 1/4 of the land. The remaining 1/4 of the Vine Mountain of Safety is the worst part in the entire Vine Mountain. The people who stayed there are those that didn't join these 3 powers. Or more accurately, they were the people unwanted by these 3 powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Kiss Me. Chapter 688, Kiss Me. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If you bring me over now, will I clash with the 3 primary powers? Mo Wuji spoke with a prudent tone, as it was true that he was desperate to find Han Qingru, but he didn't wish to become Fei Ling's weapon to fight. You won't, because as long as you display your own strength, they wouldn't dare to act against you. Attacking someone here comes with a huge price to pay. Even before Fei Ling could finish his sentence, his eyes couldn't stop twitching. Mo Wuji understood this sentence because when he condensed his immortal energy to swing his halberd at Fei Ling, the extent of laceration by the sword chi on his body did increase by at least 1-fold. As Mo Wuji noticed Fei Ling's twitching eyelids, Mo Wuji knew that this fella couldn't hold on for any longer, so he said, "Lead the way and I will follow behind you." Yes, senior. Fei Ling didn't see Mo Wuji as a junior because in this place, he would treat those stronger as senior, and Mo Wuji was definitely one of them. The instant they started flying, the anguish in Fei Ling's eyes became much fainter, as it seemed that he managed to distract himself from the pain he was feeling earlier on. Fei Ling wasn't lying, because after just half a day, a boundless vine appeared in front of Mo Wuji, and there could be a lot of tree roots within it. The entire vine was gray in color without any leaves vitality. The gray vine extended outwards limitlessly. All the vines or roots were twisted and shaped differently as it enveloped the entire area completely. From far, this place did look like a mountain of vines. Mo Wuji dashed right into the mountain of vines the moment he spotted it, as he instantly expanded his spiritual will from his spirit storage channel fearlessly. Previously, Mo Wuji refused to use the spiritual will from his spirit storage channel because he was worried that he might encounter unexpected situations. Now that Han Qingru could be at the Vine Mountain of Safety, why would he exercise restraint on his methods? An average person's sea of consciousness could only extend to a limit of 10 miles in the sword prison, while Mo Wuji's spiritual will from his spirit storage ring could extend over 100 miles. The Vine Mountain of Safety was never big to begin with, so 100 miles would have covered the entire mountain. Just like how Fei Ling explained, the people of the Vine Mountain of Safety were divided into 4, and there seemed to be a transaction place in the middle. A river without ripples was flowing outside of the Vine Mountain of Safety, and no one stood close to the river. Mo Wuji's guess was that this should be the Sword Chi River. At this moment, Mo Wuji had no intention to bother about the Sword Chi River, as his spiritual will continued charging towards the Vine Mountain of Safety. Very soon, a few experts noticed Mo Wuji's spiritual will, but nobody came up to find trouble with Mo Wuji. In the Vine Mountain of Safety, as long as you don't find trouble with people or violate anything, nobody would care much about what you do here. To be able to extend one's spiritual will to that far and even offended people, this act alone could cause restraining fear. For the experts trapped in the sword prison, most of their edges had already been smoothened out. However, a few top experts suddenly stood up as they sensed Mo Wuji's spiritual will. Before they could continue to track and follow Mo Wuji, he had already withdrawn his spiritual will. After just tens of breath, Mo Wuji was stunned as his spiritual will landed on a massive rock at the periphery of the Vine Mountain of Safety. Beside that rock was a skinny cultivator with hair draping over the shoulders, as Mo Wuji had no idea whether the cultivator was dead or alive. Mo Wuji saw the cultivator and knew that it was Han Qingru. There were no messages on the communication bead on his hand, so this showed that Han Qingru had nothing on her now. "The one with the surname Fei, you must be courting death to dare to come back," an abrupt voice exclaimed. Fei Ling, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, started trembling as he subconsciously stood closer to Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered about Fei Ling at this instance as he charged frantically towards the other side of the Vine Mountain of Safety. "Who are you? How dare you break into the territory of my righteousness mountain?" While someone was still reprimanding Mo Wuji had already broke through that area. Fei Ling noticed that Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with him, and Fei Ling was also reluctant to talk to that cultivator who was scolding them, so he simply followed closely behind Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was his backer now, and he would need to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety if he were to break contact with Mo Wuji. Even if he managed to escape the Vine Mountain of Safety without Pang Hong chasing after him, he would definitely not last long. The extent of laceration of the sword chi at the Vine Mountain of Safety now was simply heaven-like to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took a few steps forward and landed right next to Han Qingru before holding her in his arms. Han Qingru was as light as an empty shell, and Mo Wuji's heart turned cold and sore instantly. The moment he carried Han Qingru in his arms, Mo Wuji could feel the few sword chi permeating through, and he immediately absorbed these sword chi into his body without any hesitation. Han Qingru suddenly jerked up before saying in a coarse and faint voice, "If you dare to touch me, I will kill myself at this instance." She had totally forgotten that she was restrained by the sword talisman, and it would be tough even for her to kill herself. "Senior Qingru, it's me. I am Mo Wuji." Mo Wuji couldn't even complete his sentence as his heart was filled with anger and torment. Mo Wuji's spiritual will could sense that Han Qingru's entire body was basically filled with bruises and her clothing was drenched in blood. Her vitality was so weak that only her breath remained, while no immortal energy was left within her. The extent of sword chi a cultivator could feel here was indeed directly proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the sword chi felt. How could one help if Han Qingru's level of cultivation was simply too low, a golden immortal and even one at the elementary stage? There was nothing a cultivator at this level could do other than to endure the torment of the sword chi. Even with such weak sword chi that she was experiencing, she was finding it so tough to survive. Yet a few more sword chi surged over and was also absorbed into Mo Wuji's body. By hugging Han Qingru, he could draw away the sword chi directed at her, and this would make his heart feel a little more at ease. A few pills were brought out by Mo Wuji and sent straight into Han Qingru's mouth. Han Qingru's body was too weak, so even Mo Wuji didn't dare to feed Han Qingru with every healing pill he had with him. Wuji. Han Qingru opened her eyes, and when she saw Mo Wuji in front of her, her face displayed an expression of absolute despair. She was well aware of the place she was in, so if Mo Wuji was also here, it would signify that Mo Wuji would be like her and suffer the devastating lacerations of the sword chi. A few moments later, her face of despair turned into thirst and hope for a chance to survive. Since she was unable to escape, why should she be so pessimistic? Senior Sister Qingru. Mo Wuji saw Han Qingru's bright like jade face and was a little emotional. Even though Han Qingru's entire body was full of bruises and bloody marks, her face was completely unharmed. Han Qingru slowly lifted her hand as her hand was covered in blood scars, while the bones of her fingers could be seen clearly. There were even huge and deep scars on her neck. A large piece of her white bone was exposed and most part of it had already turned into dark gray color. Her hand finally managed to come in contact with Mo Wuji's face while Mo Wuji was still absorbing the sword chi away from her. His heart was bleeding because he had only been here for a while and had already blocked over 10 sword chi for her. This was in fact a place with weaker sword chi, so imagine how much pain Han Qingru would suffer if she was in a place like the prison? One could imagine how a golden immortal like Han Qingru was struggling to survive for the past year. If he were to arrive half a year or even 2 or 3 months later, he might not get to see Han Qingru ever again. "Don't call me senior sister, just call me Qingru." As she felt the warmth of Mo Wuji's face, Han Qingru revealed a slight smile. "Qingru, I will definitely obliterate the Great Sword Path and avenge you." Mo Wuji clenched his fist tightly as he said angrily. Han Qingru coughed as she struggled to say, "I am already feeling blessed to be able to see you here. Even if the sword chi were to rip my body apart, I would want to leave my face unharmed in fear that you wouldn't recognize me when I'm dead." "Qingru." Mo Wuji looked astonishingly at Han Qingru because even though he was close to Han Qingru, it wasn't the type of relationship a man would have with a woman. His heart was only occupied by Tsin Shuyin and he had never thought of getting close to any woman in that way. Mo Wuji didn't lack EQ, so he would definitely sense if Han Qingru had any feelings for him previously. The truth was that even after knowing Han Qingru for such a long period of time, Mo Wuji never sensed even the slightest love from Han Qingru. However, why did Han Qingru's words made him feel slightly odd? "I am only close to 2 people in this world, and while my father was one of them, you are the other one." Han Qingru didn't look like she could feel the effects of the healing pills given by Mo Wuji as she continued to immerse in her emotions. "Back at the 100 Flowers Manor, you were unwilling to leave on your own and was insistent to bring me along. After that, I have a shadow of you in my heart and even I didn't realize it. However, deep in my heart, I am aware that I am not good enough for you." Mo Wuji's mouth was wide open because did he just hear Han Qingru say that she was not good enough for him? He was merely a mortal, and even though he wasn't considered ugly, he wasn't extremely handsome because there were so many more handsome men in the immortal world. As if she could sense that Mo Wuji was going to speak, Han Qingru shook her head and continued, "I am a person who was married once, and even though it was fake, I never intended to look for another Dao companion. My biggest regret would be rejecting you when you placed both arms on my shoulders." Mo Wuji looked at Han Qingru doubtfully because did such a thing happen? When did he grab Han Qingru's shoulders? Oh yes, he suddenly recalled the incident where he heard from Han Qingru that there was a possibility to rescue Tsin Shuyin. He was so excited that he couldn't help grabbing Han Qingru's shoulders. "If I had one more chance, I wouldn't reject you." Han Qingru stared at Mo Wuji before continuing, "Do you know how tough it was for me to survive over the years in the immortal world alone? I always think about your act of giving me so many immortal crystals to condense my immortal lattice and you grabbing me as we escaped. I was always thinking that if we were still together in the immortal world, even if we were to lose our lives easily, at least I was able to stay with someone I like." The scene of Han Qingru condensing her immortal lattice and her fairy-like smile appeared in Mo Wuji's mind. At that instant, Han Qingru was indeed leaving a scar in his heart. "I am only certain of my feelings today, which was why I dare to say all these. If we could die together here, I would finally not be lonely. You should kiss me now." Han Qingru slowly shut her eyes. She really thought that she was going to perish here, which was why she poured her heart and feelings out to Mo Wuji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, The Number 1 School in the Immortal World. Chapter 689, The Number 1 School in the Immortal World. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Newbie, how arrogant can you get? How dare you touch the person I want? An abrupt voice interrupted Han Qingru's words and woke Mo Wuji from his daze. In a glance, Mo Wuji could tell that the red-robed man standing a distance away from him was an immortal king. However, there was evidently some problems with the immortal energy in his body because he seemed much weaker than other immortal kings outside this place. What made Mo Wuji even more suspicious other than this red-robed man's unstable energy was how he didn't appear hurt at all. It seemed like the red-robed man was just like him, as they were both not affected by the sword chi. Han Qingru opened her eyes and she finally noticed something was amiss. "Wuji, why do I feel much better now?" Without waiting for Mo Wuji to answer, Han Qingru confirmed that she had indeed gotten better. In fact, it wasn't considered slightly better because she could clearly sense the replenishing of her lost blood as well as her constantly increasing vitality. Even her damaged soul was slowly recovering. "You don't have to worry about your own injuries," Mo Wuji casually comforted her. He thought to himself that if he wanted to gain a foothold here at the sword prison, he would need to have a safe turf of his own. Regarding the injuries caused by the sword chi which Han Qingru was suffering from, it was truly not notable in front of a Tier 8 pill emperor like himself. In fact, Mo Wuji even had the Ji nature pill used to recover primordial spirit and the soul. Hearing that she would be fully recovered in no time, Han Qingru started feeling uneasy. Facing death, she could say what she said earlier, but when she confirmed the fact that she wouldn't die and would have to face Mo Wuji again, she was at complete loss. She had no idea if she should tuck her head into Mo Wuji's embrace and act like an ostrich. If she knew that Mo Wuji could save her life, she would definitely not have said what she said. Let her go and then scram. The red-robed man didn't attack but warned Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't bother about him as he simply looked down at Han Qingru, who was in his arms, and asked, "Who is this person? What does he want?" "Nothing, let's get out of here." "As long as we are not in this place, he wouldn't do anything to us," Han Qingru said softly. Fei Ling, who was standing behind Mo Wuji, hurried to say, "Senior, this person is Devil Hand, Pang Hong's henchman. He is merely an immortal king who I can finish off in one punch." Mo Wuji took out 2 pills and handed it to Fei Ling. "Consume this 2 pills and answer my question later." After arriving here and having a sensing of how the powers were distributed here, Mo Wuji knew that he should start nurturing his own men. "Many thanks, Senior." Fei Ling swallowed the pills excitedly because he was already full of hope when he saw Mo Wuji taking out the pills to feed Han Qingru. After swallowing the 2 pills, it turned into a refreshing solution as this solution seeped into Fei Ling's bones and sea of consciousness. Seconds later, his bones started to heal while his immortal energy started to condense again. Fei Ling's eyes were wide open with a gaping mouth as he looked unbelievably at Mo Wuji. The healing pill recovered his fleshly body and even the damages to his bones. Fei Ling didn't think that this was a coincidence, but the thing that really shocked him was how his soul as well as primordial spirit were recovering too. Could this be the Ji nature pill? Fei Ling couldn't believe it because he was aware that the Ji nature pill was a Tier 7 immortal pill, but it wasn't something a Tier 7 immortal emperor could concoct. In actual fact, only a few Tier 8 pill emperor would be able to concoct the Ji nature pill. Moreover, only Tier 9 pill emperors would be able to concoct the pills which Mo Wuji just handed him. He forcefully swallowed half the sentence back as he looked at Mo Wuji with a newfound respect. What kind of person was Mo Wuji? To be able to casually give away a Ji nature pill for him to use? Other than the Ji nature pill, Mo Wuji also gave Fei Ling an immortal copious pill. He needed to rope in a few people, so he should naturally not be stingy or too generous. These 2 pills would be able to recover a portion of Fei Ling's elemental energy but not a complete recovery. "What pill did you consume?" That immortal king stared shockingly at Fei Ling because he only barely managed to maintain his complete body because of his level of cultivation as well as a portion of the Sword Chi River's water. As for his primordial spirit, he didn't even have 1/10 of what he used to have in his prime. "Qingru, we would be dead if we were to leave this place. We have to stay here, so you must tell me everything that happened here." Why would Mo Wuji bother himself with an immortal king as his thoughts was only occupied with thinking of ways to stay alive in the Vine Mountain of safety? Han Qingru naturally understood the logic behind this as she slowly became more comfortable than before. "This person is from the Devil Hand and he wanted me to join the Devil Hand before healing me." following which, I would have to serve a person with the surname Pang. If I am unwilling to do so, they wouldn't allow me into their territory. To be fair, they didn't force me to do anything against my will. Senior, this place is indeed the territory of Pang Hong, and he would definitely come and deal with us by staying here. Fei Ling spoke with great energy as he felt his strength coming back to him and most of his injuries healed. Mo Wuji nodded, as it seemed like Pang Hong still maintained some dignity of an immortal emperor by not forcing a mere golden immortal like Han Qingru to do something against her will. Fei Ling, bring me to meet Wei Zidao now. Yes, Fei Ling was after all an immortal reverend and had lived for countless of years, so the moment Mo Wuji said this, he understood his intention instantly. Mo Wuji was looking for an alliance. This made him even more satisfied because Mo Wuji's cultivation level was higher than his and was also much stronger than him. If he could find Wei Zidao to be his alliance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to gain a foothold in the Vine Mountain of Safety. As he watched Mo Wuji leaving with Fei Ling while carrying Han Qingru, the Red Robe Immortal King really wanted to act but eventually didn't have the guts to do so. He was already helpless against a mere Fei Ling, and from the calmed and composed look of the unknown youth, the Red Robe Immortal King knew that he shouldn't be trifling with him. Fei Ling, why didn't that Pang Hong come over to deal with you? Fei Ling was originally forced out by Pang Hong, and since Fei Ling had returned for such a long period of time, Pang Hong should have already started his pursuit of Fei Ling. Fei Ling chuckled bitterly, because this was Pang Hong's time to retrieve the water. Otherwise, why would I dare to come back? Retrieve water? Back when he used his spiritual will to scan the area, he didn't actually sense that. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji extend his spiritual will outwards yet again, and this time round, he did find something peculiar. At the periphery of the Sword Qi River, there was a faint and concealed array, and Mo Wuji couldn't believe that Pang Hong would actually install a concealment array just to retrieve water. Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual will as he didn't charge towards the concealment array. Fei Ling took the initiative to explain, everyone here would install a concealment array when retrieving water so as to prevent people from finding out how much water they retrieved. Mo Wuji nodded, indeed. Senior, you can see the Sword Qi River? Fei Ling's heart turned cold, because even if Pang Hong was standing at their position, even he might not be able to use his spiritual will to reach the Sword Qi River. Mo Wuji simply answered, yes. Fei Ling didn't dare to continue probing, as he had already treated Mo Wuji as an immortal emperor. If he wasn't an immortal emperor, how could he take out a Ji nature pill so casually, and how would he be able to sense the Sword Qi River from where they were standing at? Senior, we have reached the territory to hunt for pigs. Actually, I feel that Righteousness Mountain's Shanghagao would be easier to befriend, as Wei Zidao was always acting proud and aloof. Anyone who he dislikes can forget about meeting him. Even if you get to meet him, you wouldn't be able to work with him. Fei Ling did a short introduction softly. I get it now. After meeting Wei Zidao, we will go find Shanghagao. Oh yes, my name is Mo Wuji, so you can address me as Sect Head Mo instead of Senior in the future. The reason why Mo Wuji didn't find Shanghagao immediately was because he didn't really like the Righteousness Mountain's name. According to his past interactions with people, those who claimed to be righteous were usually the most unrighteous people. On the contrary, those who don't often talk about righteousness were usually the most righteous people. Yes, Sect Head Mo, Fei Ling answered respectfully, as his heart was in a perilous situation. It was no wonder this youth had so much information and was this strong. It was because he was also a sect head. Sect Head Mo was imposing and vehement because all he did was to did some errands, and he received 2 peak-grade immortal pills. He had to follow Mo Wuji tightly and become a member of his sect. Sect Head Mo, I will go inform Wei Zidao and say that we. Fei Ling paused and looked excitedly at Mo Wuji, as he still had no idea what the name of the sect was. Our name is Ping Fan, the number 1 in the immortal world, Mo Wuji said unbridledly. Number 1 in the immortal world? Fei Ling's heart was going wild, because he had been in the sword prison for all these years, and since when was there actually a number 1 sect in the immortal world? Since Mo Wuji was the head of the number 1 sect, why would he be sent to the sword prison by the Great Sword Path? He didn't dare ask any of these questions, so he answered with respect, "Roger that, sect head. I will go inform him now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 690, Scaring Wei Zidao. Chapter 690, Scaring Wei Zidao. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Number 1 sect in the immortal world? A man stared sharply at Fei Ling while speaking in a stern tone. In the early days, God's immortal sect of the God's immortal domain could barely be considered as the number 1 sect in the immortal world. After the fall of the God's immortal domain, the immortal world no longer had a number 1 sect and nobody dared to claim that title. He recognized Fei Ling, but he didn't expect Fei Ling's guts to be this huge for him to dare address this young man as the sect head of the number 1 sect of the immortal world on the turf of his immortal hunter. He, Wei Zidao, would love to see what kind of man would self-proclaim himself as the sect head of the number 1 sect of the immortal world. If anyone were to spout rubbish in front of him, Wei Zidao, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Even though Wei Zidao knew that he would need to pay a hefty price to attack, he would still kill this arrogant fella. That's right, the skinny man seated in front of Fei Ling was indeed Wei Zidao, founder of the Immortal Hunter. Among the immortal emperors who were held captive in the sword prison, Wei Zidao was the only advanced immortal emperor. However, after they arrived at the sword prison, whether or not you're an advanced immortal emperor or an intermediate immortal emperor, the strength that remained was no longer significant. Even if Wei Zidao was that strong, he wouldn't attack casually in the Vine Mountain of Safety. By attacking in the sword prison, there would be several extremely pricey repercussions to suffer even if one was no longer within the sword prison anymore. Even though Wei Zidao looked exactly like an ordinary immortal, the truth was that presently, he had insufficient amount of blood, scattered primordial spirit, and even his elemental energy was at the stage when it could collapse anytime. Just because of this reason, he would need to pay a hefty price if he chose to attack. Of course, other than Wei Zidao, Devil Hands Pang Hong would also need to pay a hefty price if he made his decision to attack. Even if he needed to pay a hefty price, he wouldn't be able to swallow the fact that someone dared to claim to be the sect head of the number 1 sect of the immortal world in front of him. A mighty spiritual will was released by him as it charged fearlessly towards Mo Wuji. As he waited outside while holding on to Han Qingru, Mo Wuji could feel an extremely valiant spiritual will surging towards him. On any other day, Mo Wuji would not have much of a reaction as he would need to conceal his own secret. However, Mo Wuji was well aware of his own predicament today and that he needed to show Wei Zidao his true strength in hope of a chance to work together with him. Just as that spiritual will came in contact with Mo Wuji's domain, Mo Wuji's normal spiritual will as well as his spiritual will from the spirit storage channel stomped out without holding back. Before Mo Wuji cultivated the Starseed sacred technique, his spiritual will was already ridiculously strong and was even stronger than most immortal kings. Besides this, he was also able to expand his spiritual whirlpool. His domain-smashing fist brought along the spiritual whirlpool which was capable of turning the tide of a battle in his favor easily. Presently, Mo Wuji's spiritual will was not affected in the sword prison while he had no idea if Wei Zidao even had 0.1% of his actual spiritual will left in him. Even if he had that much, Wei Zidao wouldn't be able to fully utilize it because the instant he tried to activate his spiritual will forcefully, his sea of consciousness would possibly collapse. Once his sea of consciousness collapsed, his primordial spirit would follow suit and he wouldn't be too far away from death. As the two spiritual will clashed against each other, Wei Zidao felt a massive hammer smashing into his sea of consciousness as it almost broke his entire sea of consciousness apart. Mo Wuji's spiritual will from his spirit storage channel was much more effective on the offensive than the spiritual will from the sea of consciousness, so how Wei Zidao supposed to go against Mo Wuji? AI. Wei Zidao spat out an arrow of blood as he could almost feel his immortal energy dispersing in the next moment. Wei Zidao naturally didn't dare to continue using his spiritual will to seek revenge from Mo Wuji as he withdrew it before draining the cup of water beside him in one gulp. It seems like immortal friend Zidao don't really welcome me here? After experiencing Wei Zidao's impoliteness and teaching him a lesson, Mo Wuji carried Han Qingru into the immortal hunter's simple and crude hall. Sect head Mo. Wei Zidao stood up with a pale face before clasping his fists towards Mo Wuji. It was a misunderstanding earlier on, and I hope Sect head Mo would not put that to heart. Sect head Mo should know that we have been trapped within the sword prison and had been suffering every second, which explains some of our inappropriate actions. In Wei Zidao's eyes, Mo Wuji's spiritual will was so impressive, so he must be so much stronger than himself too. He wanted to teach Mo Wuji a lesson only because Mo Wuji loved to sprout nonsense such as his claim that he was the sect head of the number one sect of the immortal world. Additionally, he knew that Mo Wuji was only very young, so how could he stand the words of someone as ignorant as Mo Wuji? Having experienced Mo Wuji's mighty spiritual will attack, he didn't dare to go against Mo Wuji regardless of whether Mo Wuji was truly the sect head of the number one sect in the immortal world. It was never easy to survive here in the sword prison, and while he finally gained a foothold in the Vine Mountain of safety, he really didn't wish to casually throw this position away. I will take it that it was a misunderstanding then. Mo Wuji would naturally not want to get into a conflict with Wei Zidao. Mo Wuji's spiritual will might be able to restrain Wei Zidao casually, but if he were to get into a real fight with an immortal emperor like Wei Zidao, Mo Wuji might not be able to win. After all, a weakened camel would still be stronger than a horse. Sect head Mo, please take a seat. Wei Zidao saw that Mo Wuji was no longer harping over it, so he heaved a huge sigh of relief before pointing out a seat for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded and sat without feeling restrained. Wei Zidao took out a cup before pouring Mo Wuji some water. Sect head Mo, please enjoy the water. Could this be the water of the Sword Chi River? Mo Wuji questioned. Wei Zidao said proudly, yes, this is the water of the Sword Chi River, and it is getting increasingly rare. Yes, sect head. This cup of water requires an immortal reverend to spend a few days to acquire it, Fei Ling whispered to Mo Wuji after Wei Zidao finished his sentence. Mo Wuji nodded before taking a sip of the water. It was clearly water, but after it entered Mo Wuji's mouth, it turned into an odd kind of energy. This energy quickly spread into the other parts of Mo Wuji's body, and a faint sword intent was felt by Mo Wuji. There were almost no sword chi within Wei Zidao's hall, and because the sword chi outside this place would not affect Mo Wuji only felt a faint sword intent and nothing else after drinking this cup of water. As for its ability to counter the sword chi, Mo Wuji wasn't even affected by the sword chi outside, so what was the water supposed to counter against? How was it? Wei Zidao looked excitedly at Mo Wuji because after witnessing Mo Wuji's strength, he decided to be on the good side of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded yet again. It is pretty decent, as there was even a faint sword intent within it. I am not used to this kind of water, so Fei Ling, why don't you drink it? If not for the fact that it would appear rude, Mo Wuji was intending to return this cup of water back to Wei Zidao. Wei Zidao was momentarily shocked because why would there still be a person like Mo Wuji? Does he have any idea how precious the Sword Chi River's water was? He offered it to someone else? Yes, many thanks sect head. Fei Ling couldn't wait as he grabbed the cup and gulped the water down impatiently. After swallowing the water, he even shut his eyes to ponder upon the feeling of the water in his mouth. All the cultivators in the hall looked enviously at Fei Ling because everyone knew what a rare opportunity it was to drink a cup of this water. After Fei Ling finished the cup of water, Wei Zidao sighed. Sect head Mo is indeed not ordinary, and I have yet to ask for the name of sect head Mo. Previously, Fei Ling only mentioned that he was sect head Mo of the number one sect in the immortal world, so Wei Zidao still had no idea what was Mo Wuji's name. My name is Mo Wuji, and I am here today to befriend immortal friend Wei, Mo Wuji replied faintly. In a place like this, he came over with the same status as Wei Zidao, so Mo Wuji knew that he mustn't disrespect Wei Zidao's position and status. Sect head Mo, I hear from immortal friend Fei Ling that you're the sect head of the number one sect in the immortal world, Pingfan sect? Wei Zidao spoke cautiously. Mo Wuji said convincingly, other than some small details, Fei Ling is right. Pingfan is not exactly Pingfan sect, but the number one school in the immortal world. Within the Pingfan school, there would be various branch sections. Pingfan is in existence far more superior than a sect, which is why it is the number one in the immortal world.
Wouldn't that be an immortal domain? Wei Zidao was even more shocked.
The 7 great domains in the immortal world had already been divided well, and the 8th domain would be an underworld domain, extremely unattractive to immortals. If anyone dared to disrupt the balance of the 7 immortal domains here by setting up an individual domain, it would definitely bring about the combined attacks of many experts in the existing immortal domains.
What abilities did Mo Wuji have? To think he dare call his own sect an immortal domain?
Mo Wuji chuckled. Immortal friend Wei misunderstood me, because even though my Pingfan is the number one school in the immortal world, it is not an immortal domain. Any sects can join Pingfan, and once they join Pingfan, they would have to follow the rules of Pingfan in terms of how they run their sect. In other words, Pingfan's domain would practice a set of rules and might would not necessarily make right.
I understand now. Wei Zidao took in a deep breath of cold air, because the words of this sect head Mo was simply too shocking. I was wondering how sect head Mo entered the sword prison?
Wei Zidao had this query in his heart, because if Mo Wuji was as strong as what he said he was, why would he be thrown into the sword prison? But Mo Wuji replied calmly, I was surrounded by great sword paths Yiminghu, lightning sects Lei Guyun, vast ocean immortal schools Jin Yuxing and Guangxing of the great Kuan Buddhist sect. As expected, I was not a match for them, so I escaped with severe injuries. Who knew that the great sword path would be so despicable to capture my senior sister before throwing her here?
I am only here in the sword prison to rescue my senior sister.
Wei Zidao was instantly dumbfounded, because others couldn't even avoid the sword prison no matter how hard they tried, but this man actually took the initiative to enter it.
This wasn't the main point, because the main point was that Wei Zidao recognized all 4 people Mo Wuji mentioned.
Back in his days in the immortal world, he would need to bow and make way at the sight of any one of the 4 experts mentioned. Other than great Kuan Buddhist sects Guangxing, the other 3 were all grand emperors, and any one of them would be able to finish Wei Zidao off in seconds. This was especially so for the great sword paths Yiminghu, because this man was not only extremely strong, he was even more crafty.
Wei Zidao was injured because of Yiminghu and eventually thrown into the sword prison. This sect head Mo actually managed to escape alive after being surrounded by the 4 of them. How could this not be shocking? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, Unrest in the Vine Mountain of Safety. Chapter 691, Unrest in the Vine Mountain of Safety. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As he looked at the disbelieving Wei Zidao, Mo Wuji simply said, Immortal friend Wei, we can discuss about these later on. My purpose here is to form an alliance with Immortal friend Wei, because I wouldn't be able to leave this place anytime soon. My time in the sword prison.
Before Mo Wuji could complete what he wanted to say, Wei Zidao interrupted Mo Wuji's words with his trembling voice. Sect head Mo, are you saying that you can leave the sword prison in the future? Mo Wuji still had no clues as to whether he could leave this place, but he had plenty of methods to surprise Wei Zidao. I have yet to form a plan to leave this place, but I am not worried at all. I believe that as long as I am willing, I would make it out of this sword prison eventually, because I entered using a method unknown to others. However, Immortal friend Wei's soul primordial spirit has been severely wounded, and if nothing was done to remedy it, I'm afraid that it might be unable to recover forever.
Sect head Mo, are you saying that you can even recover the primordial spirit wounded by the sword chi here?
Even an immortal emperor like Wei Zidao was no longer able to conceal his own emotions. Presently, he was restrained by the sword talisman, and his soul primordial spirit had been suffering and accumulating wounds from the sword chi. It could be said that his current strength was not even 0.001% of his strength during his prime. To think that such a mightily powerful immortal emperor would end up as pathetic as he was right now. He could even forget about this, but now that his life was in danger, even his attacks were restrained, and if it was any other person, they would feel just as unreconciled to their fate. The words of Mo Wuji that said he could recover the spirit soul and primordial spirit simply touched the depths of Wei Zidao's soul.
Mo Wuji didn't continue answering Wei Zidao's question because he said what he needed to say, show off what he could show, and had even boast about himself without batting an eyelid.
Indeed, everything he said was real, but there were indeed some parts where he exaggerated to make it seem more impressive.
Why was he able to escape the combined attacks of 4 Grand Emperors?
It was only because of Di Huang, who was also an immortal emperor himself. De Huang exchanged its life for his safety before he made use of the power of the 4 Grand Emperors to tear open a gap in space as he made his escape from there. If it wasn't for all these methods and luck, even his bones would have turned into ashes.
How could Wei Zidao not know Mo Wuji's intentions?
Mo Wuji wanted him to make a decision by stating all these conditions. He could choose to work with Mo Wuji, join Mo Wuji's Ping Fan, or even rent out a piece for land for Mo Wuji. The first decision he had to make would signify the relationship between himself and Mo Wuji. Wei Zidao bowed respectfully before saying, "Immortal friend Mo, I am an unconstrained person, so I am temporarily unable to join your Ping Fan. However, I am willing to collaborate with immortal friend Mo by forming an alliance together." At this instance, Wei Zidao managed to calm himself down because Mo Wuji's words didn't mean that he would give Wei Zidao an immortal pill to recover his soul and primordial spirit, but to see Wei Zidao's decision before making his own decision. He longed for Mo Wuji to give him the immortal pill, but the pity was that he was able to join Mo Wuji's school unconditionally. Mo Wuji was slightly disappointed because he was indeed trying to get Wei Zidao to join his Ping Fan. As long as Wei Zidao joined his Ping Fan, Mo Wuji was confident of turning him into a Grand Emperor in the shortest possible time once they escaped from the sword prison. After they leave this place, Mo Wuji would find Zhuo Pingdan and he would have 2 Grand Emperors in his school. Once Ping Fan had these 2 Grand Emperors, he would definitely be able to match up with the Great Sword Path. He would finish off Yiminghu before the Lightning Sect and Vast Ocean Immortal School could react. No matter how vicious the Great Sword Path was, the moment Yiminghu was killed, it would merely be an immortal school that practiced Sword Dao. Since Wei Zidao made his decision, Mo Wuji could only stand up before saying, "Immortal friend Zidao, I hope to find a quiet place in the Immortal Hunters so that I could help heal my senior sister. Once my senior sister recovered, I would head over to see immortal friend Shang Hagao." But Mo Wuji was desperate to heal Han Qingru, and besides healing her, there was an even more important matter regarding Han Qingru's immortal lattice condensed from immortal lattice stones. For an ordinary immortal, this would indeed be the best kind of immortal lattice. The immortal lattice stones, which contain all sorts of peak-grade Grand Dao spirituality, were formed by the sea of consciousness of ancient experts who had fallen. However, Mo Wuji wasn't intrigued by it, and moreover, using the immortal lattice stones to condense immortal lattice would make one vulnerable to being possessed. Mo Wuji intended to heal Han Qingru first before completely removing the hidden danger within Han Qingru's immortal lattice. Others might find it troublesome to resolve this, but Mo Wuji didn't feel the same because of his undying world as well as breath of Hongmeng. If all these didn't work out, he would get Han Qingru to try cultivating using meridians. Since he was going to heal Han Qingru, he needed a safe and quiet place. Wei Zidao was the single chief of the Vine Mountain of Safety, so forming an alliance with Wei Zidao and then finding a safe place here to reside in temporarily would be the best case scenario. This is not a problem because within 200 meters radius of my place, the sword chi are much lesser than any other place. I will bring you over to search for a place for you to stay. As Mo Wuji didn't mention anything about helping him recover his soul and primordial spirit, Wei Zidao was slightly disappointed. Even if he felt disappointed, Wei Zidao still treated Mo Wuji enthusiastically. Mo Wuji took out a pill before handing it to Wei Zidao. "Immortal friend Zidao, try this pill and see if it's effective." A G-nature pill to Wei Zidao's soul and primordial spirit would be like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, an utterly inadequate measure. However, Mo Wuji made his intentions clear by offering him this pill. As long as Wei Zidao grew interest in his G-nature pill, he would have a chance to bring this immortal emperor, who could only await his death meaninglessly, over to his camp. Many thanks, Sect Head Mo.
a trace of excitement flashed across Wei Zidao's eyes as he grabbed the pill given by Mo Wuji and swallowed it without even inspecting it. He was excited not because of the pill but because he really wanted to know if his soul and primordial spirit could truly be recovered. Deep in his heart, he still had doubts over the words of Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji was aware that even though Wei Zidao swallowed the pill very quickly, his spiritual will had already scanned the pill for at least a few times in the instant he swallowed it. Mo Wuji wasn't bothered by this act because if he was Wei Zidao, he might even inspect the pill for a while before swallowing it. The moment the pill entered his mouth, Wei Zidao could hear a faint humming sound coming from his sea of consciousness. Following which, his exploding soul started to calm itself down and the pain he had been feeling instantly disappeared. In fact, even his dissipating primordial spirit stabilized itself at the same moment. The excitement in Wei Zidao's eyes could no longer be concealed because if he still had his doubts for Mo Wuji's words previously, he now trusted every word said by Mo Wuji after swallowing the G Nature pill. Mo Wuji gave him a unique grade G Nature pill, and how many people in this immortal world could obtain such an immortal pill? Without mentioning that he was in the sword prison now, even if he was in the immortal world, he wouldn't be able to obtain such an immortal pill. This pill made Wei Zidao started to seriously reconsider if he should join Ping Fan. He knew that Mo Wuji would definitely not casually bring out such precious immortal pills just from his words that he would join Ping Fan. There would definitely be all sorts of terms and conditions. Wei Zidao, my devil hand wouldn't violate or offend your immortal hunters normally, but it didn't mean that I, Pang Hong, would be fearful of you. At this instance, a cold and sharp voice could be heard as a strong spiritual will was sent right across the hall. Wei Zidao's face turned ugly because he knew why Pang Hong would dare to barge in so arrogantly. Fei Ling was wanted by Pang Hong, so now that Fei Ling was here, Pang Hong would evidently think that he violated the Vine Mountain of Safety's agreement and accepted Devil Hand's traitor. Additionally, the gorgeous woman that Mo Wuji was carrying in his arms was someone that Pang Hong wanted. The reason why Pang Hong didn't force her to stay was not because he didn't care but because he knew that after a while more, this woman would come looking for him again. Now that this woman was rescued by Mo Wuji and with Fei Ling following behind Mo Wuji too, it would be odd if Pang Hong, who just returned from the Sword Chi River, didn't act out violently. Sect Head Mo, please hold on while I go check it out, Wei Zidao grunted before walking out of the door. Mo Wuji knew that Pang Hong was here for Han Qingru and Fei Ling, so he would naturally not wait here. Immortal friend Zidao, since we are working together, let's face the problem together. How can I let immortal friend Zidao handle this alone? Alright, Sect Head Mo truly didn't disappoint. Let's go out together then, Wei Zidao chuckled. Mo Wuji walked out of the Hall of the Immortal Hunters and he instantly saw 6 people at the entrance. It could be perhaps of the long period of exposure to sword chi because the aura of these 6 people didn't seem strong. Even so, Mo Wuji could tell that there were at least 5 immortal emperors while the last one was a quasi-emperor. His heart was shocked because initially, he already found it impressive that the founders of the 3 powers were immortal emperors. Who would have expected that right now? There was a total of 6 immortal emperors, including Wei Zidao, standing in front of him? Very soon, Mo Wuji noticed that these 6 people were split into 2 forces. The leader on the left should be an expert in the intermediate immortal emperor stage. He had long hair, looked elegant, and his eyes brought along a trace of evil within it. Mo Wuji guessed that this person could be Devil Hand's Pang Hong. Among the 6 people, there were at least 2 immortal emperors and 1 quasi-emperor standing behind this man. On the other side, there was only 2 people and the one in front was a fair-skinned middle-aged man. He was also in the intermediate immortal emperor stage while the person with him was in the elementary immortal emperor stage. Wei Zidao looked slightly fearful at the sight of these 6 people. In terms of individual strength, he might be slightly stronger than Pang Hong. In terms of collective strength, he would need to fight alongside the Righteousness Mountain to be able to go against the Devil Hand. Pang Hong's Devil Hand had a total of 3 immortal emperors, 2 quasi-immortals and even more immortal reverence. The Righteousness Mountain had 2 immortal emperors. One of them was founder of Righteousness Mountain, Shanghai Gao, while the other was Nie Chang'an,
elementary immortal emperor. Even though Wei Zidao was an advanced immortal emperor, he had no immortal emperors or even immortal reverence with him. All this while, he had been in an alliance with the Righteousness Mountain Shanghagao and had barely managed to be a match for Pang Hong's devil hand. Today, Shanghagao was standing beside Pang Hong against him, so what on earth was happening? If the Righteousness Mountain were to combine forces with the devil hand, his immortal hunters wouldn't exist for much longer. What is the meaning of these? Wei Zidao's tone was slightly cold as he looked intently at Pang Hong and Shanghagao. Pang Hong sneered, "Wei Zidao, I didn't bother you previously because we had already talked things over. Today, you took the initiative to provoke my devil hand by taking away my traitor as well as the woman I wanted, tisk." Following Pang Hong's cold grunt, killing intent seemed to seep through from outside of the Vine Mountain of Safety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, Leaving So Easily? Chapter 692, Leaving So Easily? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wei Zidao's eyes fell on Shanghagao because at this moment, Shanghagao's attitude was the most important. If Shanghagao chose to ignore Pang Hong, he would attack instantly. A scum like Pang Hong should be punched in the face for being men over to the entrance of his immortal hunters. Shanghagao used his peripheral vision to glance at Mo Wuji hugging Han Qingru before saying faintly, "Brother Zidao, the Vine Mountain of Safety is only able to become our safe haven because we respected each other and maintained the balance. Today, Brother Zidao violated the rules by bringing someone from the outside in and even kept the traitor of the devil hand. Therefore, I would have to stand with Brother Pang on this matter." Wei Zidao laughed faintly. "Shanghagao, seems like you found yourself a good backing. Since this is the case, there is nothing much for us to rattle on about, so let's fight if that's what you want." Wei Zidao, fear no one, so come at me." Shanghagao's voice turned cold. "Brother Zidao, please don't misunderstand. No matter how strong you are only one person strong. I have 5 immortal emperors here, so do you really want to fight this battle alone?" Mo Wuji raised his hand and threw a jade vase to Wei Zidao. "Immortal friend Zidao, finish these pills before anything else." Wei Zidao took over the jade vase pleasingly because the instant he opened the vase, his spiritual will detected 3 G nature pills inside. Currently, why would Wei Zidao care about Shanghagao's words as he instantly threw all 3 G nature pills into his mouth? An indescribable energy eased into his sea of consciousness and his primordial spirit rapidly recovered, while even though his broken soul had yet to completely stabilize, he could still attack freely now. "Many thanks, sect head Mo." Wei Zidao clasped his fist towards Mo Wuji before taking a step out towards Pang Hong. "Attack!" Pang Hong saw Wei Zidao's action and shouted furiously as he threw a punch out too. In the Vine Mountain of Safety, nobody used their magic treasures, or at least not till the very end. Only an extremely rare number of people would be like Mo Wuji as he started the attack by drawing out his weapon. By drawing any magic treasure here, as long as the weapon contained immortal energy, it would provide a state for sword chi to penetrate. In other words, using magic treasure would increase the burden on oneself. Everyone knew they came here for a fight, so the moment Wei Zidao attacked, Pang Hong and the 2 immortal emperors beside him started attacking too. Only the quasi-immortal was slightly slower in his movement. Once Shanghagao saw the stance of Wei Zidao, he wanted to join in the attack against Wei Zidao, but he only took 1 step forward before stopping himself forcefully. Pang Hong and Wei Zidao's domains clashed against each other and his heart sank. Even though he had always thought highly of Wei Zidao, only today did he realize that he wasn't even half as strong as Wei Zidao. Wei Zidao was like the vast ocean with a constant flow of immortal energy, while the gaps in his spiritual will had almost been completely patched up. Shanghagao started to suspect and wonder if Wei Zidao's primordial spirit was even affected in the first place. Boom, boom, boom. Immortal energies clashed as it covered the entire sky above them. Pang Hong appeared like he was struck in the heart as his entire body seemed to be almost falling apart. He was already numb to pain, but the lacerations of his fleshly body made him spat out arrows of blood while flying backwards. As he was flown away, he understood something. When Wei Zidao attacked, he definitely had a method to restrain the sword chi from attacking his soul and primordial spirit. Otherwise, the difference in strength between them would certainly not be that huge. One must know that the real reason why Shang Hegao was standing on his side was not because Wei Zidao broke the rules, but because he, Pang Hong, had found a method to obtain large amount of sword chi river's water. Evidently, Shang Hegao chose to follow him because he wanted some of these water. Once he had large amount of water from the sword chi river and his primordial spirit recovered, he would no longer need to be restrained whenever he attacked. This was the only reason he would go against Wei Zidao in this manner. Evidently, Wei Zidao had found a similar method to recover his soul and primordial spirit. Wei Zidao's main focus was Pang Hong, but as he faced the other immortal emperors going against him, his immortal energy brought along the same kind of force. Mo Wuji's Ji nature pill gave him sufficient confidence and strength. What Wei Zidao desperately wanted to see now was Pang Hong's shocked expression after he threw out another punch once his soul stabilized. Wei Zidao was attacking, so Mo Wuji would naturally not stand idle. He directly drew out his half-moon weighted halberd, and once he extended his domain, he swung his halberd. A spatial tearing halberd radiance winding river descended from above as it hacked against the elementary immortal emperor stage expert beside Pang Hong. The difference between Mo Wuji and the rest was that he exerted his full force without holding back. Halberd radiance winding river pierced through space towards the immortal emperor, who was completely enveloped by Mo Wuji's domain. Mo Wuji's cultivation level was weak as he was only at the Grand Luo immortal stage. However, his strength at the Grand Luo immortal stage was already able to match against experts in the Great Circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage and even some weaker immortal kings. After entering the sword prison, his strength didn't decrease at all. The few immortal emperors behind Pang Hong had their soul and primordial spirit torn apart by the sword chi for a long period of time and were already like an arrow at the end of its flight. Moreover, Wei Zidao's immortal energy was still restraining that immortal emperor, and now that Mo Wuji's winding river was charging down at him, his domain could barely block against Mo Wuji's first halberd radiance. The second attack instantly destroyed his domain, and coupled with Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain, this immortal emperor could no longer be bothered about the penetration of the sword chi as he drew out a saber. Dang! The saber continued clashing with the winding river. The saber radiance wielded by this particular immortal emperor was directly ulcerated by Mo Wuji's halberd radiance, and he was swallowed by the winding river afterwards. Gotcha! The already weak bones of the immortal emperor continued to break apart under Mo Wuji's all-out attack. At the sight of this winding river almost crushing him to death, a long whip swept across and brought this immortal emperor away. The winding river crashed against the ground as it created a 100 feet deep moat. The entire place fell silent at the deathly sight. Mo Wuji grabbed his half-moon weighted halberd tightly while staring coldly at Shang Hegao and Pang Hong as he stopped attacking. The immortal emperor who was supposed to die at his hands was rescued by Shang Hegao's long whip. Mo Wuji was clear that the reason why he was almost able to kill an immortal emperor who had less than 0.001% of his actual strength was not because of Mo Wuji's own strength but also because of Wei Zidao's restriction. Now that Wei Zidao wasn't attacking, he would naturally not take the initiative to attack. After Shang Hegao rescued Pang Hong's man, he didn't do anything except to look at Mo Wuji intently before clasping his fist and asked, "May I know how do I address this immortal friend here?" Not only was Shang Hegao's tone serious, his attitude was respectful too. At this moment, even Pang Hong didn't continue rattling on. In fact, even Wei Zidao, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, looked fearfully at Mo Wuji. Without mentioning Mo Wuji's cultivation for the time being, everyone couldn't believe how Mo Wuji was actually able to exert all his strength in using his magic treasure to attack. His weapon was even a halberd, which was known for absorbing sword chi. He was currently in the Vine Mountain of Safety, and if he were to be outside of the Vine Mountain of Safety and still be able to display such strength fearlessly, he would be in an invincible position. To make things more impressive, Mo Wuji was still carrying a person when he attacked.
Even though Shan Hagao saved the immortal emperor he was about to kill, Shan Hagao wasn't Mo Wuji's main enemy as it was Pang Hong.
Therefore, when Shan Hagao asked for his name, Mo Wuji replied faintly, "Ping Fan's Mo Wuji."
Ping Fan's Mo Wuji?
While Shan Hagao was still in confusion, Fei Ling had already stepped out and shouted, "Senior Mo is the sect head of the immortal world's #1, Ping Fan."
Shan Hagao's expression changed instantly and even Pang Hong's expression changed too.
Their primordial spirit had been severely injured. Even though the water from the Sword Chi River could recover the primordial spirit in fleshly body, the recovery rate was extremely slow and large amount of water would be needed. He had only obtained so little water previously, so after the clash against Wei Zidao, he finally started to feel the effects. Now that he heard that Mo Wuji was the sect head of the #1 sect in the immortal world, his expression turned even uglier. Whether this was true or false, ain't this title a little too frightening? Mo Wuji continued speaking, "Immortal friend Shan, we don't know each other, had yet to form any feud, and I had no intentions to form any kind of hatred between us. In fact, I just told immortal friend Wei that I had the intention to pay you a visit. But if you think that it is right for someone to bully and abuse my senior sister, come right at me." I, Mo Wuji, had faced the combined attack of Yiminghu, Lei Guyun and Jin Yuxing, so why would I be concerned over one more Shan Hagao? Now that Mo Wuji had said this, both Shan Hagao and Pang Hong's heart started shivering in fear like how Wei Zidao did previously. The combined attacks of Yiminghu, Lei Guyun and Jin Yuxing? Who in this world would be able to escape from the combined attacks of these three people? This Mo Wuji in front of them was actually capable of doing so? This man could very well be the sect head of the #1 sect of the immortal world. Through the many years in the sword prison, there had been countless of change in the immortal world, so nothing was impossible. Brother Shan, let me just tell you the truth. My sect head wasn't captured and thrown into the sword prison as he came involuntarily to rescue someone. Fei Ling instantly promoted himself to be a member of Ping Fan. As for how he addressed Shan Hagao, he couldn't be bothered anymore. If he was outside without Mo Wuji, why would he dare to address an immortal emperor as a brother? He would only bow his head and address him as senior. Shan Hagao took in a deep breath before clasping his fist towards Mo Wuji. "Sect head Mo's words are too serious. My righteousness mountain would only stand on a neutral position and is not here to go against sect head Mo. Naturally, my righteousness mountain would not help sect head Mo if he chose to deal with anyone else. My righteousness mountain shall remain neutral here in the Vine Mountain of Safety." After saying this, Shan Hagao took a few steps backwards and the few immortal emperors with him followed suit. His current action made it appear like whatever he said when he first arrived and how he rescued an immortal emperor of the Devil Hand no longer had anything to do with him. Mo Wuji laughed coldly because he despised people like Shan Hagao the most. He had just arrived at the Vine Mountain of Safety and was considered an outsider, so he would naturally not take the initiative to form a feud with Shan Hagao now. "Let's go." Pang Hong stared coldly at Mo Wuji before turning in his attempt to leave. "Pang Hong, are you leaving so easily?" Mo Wuji's cold voice could be heard because to Mo Wuji, Shan Hagao might be considered as a passerby, but the fact that Pang Hong actually dared to think of violating Han Qingru made his blood boil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Vine Mountain of Safety. Chapter 693, Vine Mountain of Safety. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What do you want to do? Show me whatever you've got. I, Pang Hong, am not afraid. After Pang Hong heard that Mo Wuji wanted to force him to stay, his aura instantly exploded outwards. As he cooled down a moment later, he suspected whether Mo Wuji was really the sect head of the #1 sect. Somehow Mo Wuji's cultivation level didn't seem to surpass Immortal King stage. How could a mere ant, that wasn't even an Immortal King, try to make him stay behind?
At this point his strength had declined significantly, hence Mo Wuji's battle prowess was not something to look down on regardless of his actual cultivation level. Add Wei Zidao's strength into the picture, and Pang Hong would not dare to carry on.
What infuriated him the most was that he didn't choose to fight his way out of this because Mo Wuji had kept him here. Although he, Pang Hong, was like a dragon trapped in sand, he hasn't dropped to the level that could be threatened by an ant. With a wave of his hand, Pang Hong shot out a warning signal. At the Vine Mountain of Safety, everyone avoided using spiritual will as far as possible. Short tens of breaths later, many figures speedily arrived, surrounding the territory of the immortal hunters. However, Wei Zidao's expression did not change. He was different from Mo Wuji in the sense that he clearly knew that numbers meant nothing at the Vine Mountain of Safety. After a battle began, no one would risk their lives. The only people that had any effect were the experts at Immortal Reverent or above, while the rest were insignificant. Although his Immortal Hunters had fewer members than Devil Hand, they had a similar number of experts at Immortal Reverend stage or stronger.
Despite Wei Zidao not firing off any signal, the members of Immortal Hunters had arrived too. Sect Head Mo, if we can avoid it, I would recommend not fighting.
Even though Pang Hong had just taken a hit, in reality, he had many tricks up his sleeves. We might be able to finish him off in the end, but we'll have to pay a hefty price too. Of course, if Sect Head Mo really wants to attack, I, Wei Zidao, will be on your side. Wei Zidao sent this message secretly to Mo Wuji. Yet, Mo Wuji remains silent. Wei Zidao's words send a clear message across: don't expect too much from the strength that isn't yours. Wei Zidao had spoken nicely, but if a battle really broke out, he would definitely hold back. If Pang Hong really put his life on the line, while Wei Zidao fought with self-preservation as a priority, which would make Mo Wuji lose out. Immediately, Shan Hagao could feel the tense atmosphere, and stepped forward to speak. Brother Pang, Sect Head Mo, let me be the middleman. Previously Brother Pang did not know that woman is Sect Head Mo's senior sister, and he only spoke to her, but he did not attack her in any way. Since everyone did not lose anything, and Sect Head Mo just arrived at this location, why don't the both of you give each other some leeway? Brother Pang will give a piece of land on the Vine Mountain of Safety to Sect Head Mo, so that you may have a place to set up camp, and Sect Head Mo can forget about the things that happened in the past. Everyone will not bear any grudges against each other this way. In the future, we'll live according to the peaceful rules of the mountain. How about that? After listening to Wei Zidao's words, Mo Wuji had already eliminated the option of fighting. Since Wei Zidao was not willing to go all out, he would definitely not be able to triumph over Pang Hong. The moment Shang Hagao finished speaking, Pang Hong coldly added on, my Devil Hand has a lot of land, but my men live on most of it. If I do give any up, I can only offer the piece that forms a 5 kilometers radius around the Sword Chi whirlpool, and not a single inch other than that. Pang Hong's tone did not reflect any hint of weakness, but his statement made it clear that he did not want to fight with Mo Wuji, and wanted to take a step back. All eyes were on Mo Wuji, waiting for his response. Whether a fight would occur depended on what choice he made. Now, Mo Wuji's gaze fell onto Fei Ling. Fei Ling could arrogantly face Shan Hagao, yet did not dare to look Pang Hong in the eyes. The shadow of being abused by Pang Hong hadn't disappeared from his heart. It didn't matter how afraid of Pang Hong he was, Mo Wuji still looked towards him for advice. However, he did not dare to remain quiet. Mo Wuji was his new master, so who would want a minion like him that did not dare to speak from the start? Sect Head, that Sword Chi whirlpool is very dangerous. At the Vine Mountain of Safety, that Sword Chi whirlpool is also called the Whirlpool of Death. Only death awaits those who go close to the Sword Chi whirlpool, because it will pull people in, and the terrifying Sword Chi inside will tear a person to shreds. No matter how strong you are, it's no use. Fei Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji frowned. Staying close to such a location didn't seem to be a safe choice. However, Fei Ling hesitated before he carried on, as long as you don't go close to the whirlpool, nothing will happen to you.
How long has the whirlpool existed? Mo Wuji probed.
It's rumored that the Sword Chi whirlpool was there since the Vine Mountain of Safety was discovered. It has been at least tens of thousands of years.
This time, Fei Ling replied quickly. Mo Wuji nodded his head.
Since tens of thousands of years had passed, the Sword Chi whirlpool probably didn't pose a great threat.
Moreover, he wasn't planning on staying at the Vine Mountain of Safety for long. Immortal friend Fei Ling is right.
The Vine Mountain of Safety was discovered because Immortal Emperor Ding He used his own strength to destroy the restriction sword talisman of Great Sword Path, which opened up the restriction binding the mountain. Before this, not a single soul survived after entering Sword Prison.
Wei Zidao spoke approvingly. Immortal Emperor Ding He?
Mo Wuji never heard of this guy since he came.
If he was that prominent, this shouldn't be the case.
It was unsure whether Shang Hegao was trying to mend his relationship with Mo Wuji, but he still took the initiative to respond. Immortal Emperor Ding He perished from exhaustion after opening the concealment restriction over the Vine Mountain of Safety.
We can benefit today thanks to his efforts. Okay, I want this 5 kilometers radius of land.
Mo Wuji directly said after understanding the situation. Staying on the territory of the immortal hunters would make him a guest, while he could only establish himself with land to call his own.
Hearing that Mo Wuji had accepted Pang Han's land, Wei Zidao and Shang Hegao heaved a sigh of relief.
Regardless which of them it was, neither one wanted to fight a large-scale battle here. After all, the Vine Mountain of Safety was where they set up camp, and battling here would destroy all of the crisscrossing vines. Who knew whether the mountain would still be able to protect them from the Sword Chi like before when the vines were gone?
Pang Hong's face went sullen.
Mo Wuji only said that he accepted the land offered to him, but made no mention of the grudge between them. It seemed like this grudge would not disappear just because of the small plot of land. If Pang Hong knew this in advance, he wouldn't have given it away. However, he could not take back his words now. Actually, Wei Zidao also wanted to cozy up with Mo Wuji too, hence after Mo Wuji accepted the land offered by Pang Hong, he quickly added on, since it's like that, my 5 kilometers radius of land near to the Sword Chi whirlpool is also sect head Mo's. This action stunned Shang Hegao.
Since Pang Hong and Wei Zidao had given up their land, how could he not follow suit? Even if he didn't offend Mo Wuji previously, it seemed that not giving up his land now would do so. When he thought of this, Shang Hegao chuckled, since both of them gave up land of 5 kilometers radius each, Shang Hegao, naturally can't fall behind. I'll give up another 5 kilometers of land next to the Sword Chi whirlpool for sect head Mo. If that's the case, I'll have to thank all of you. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully as he thanked everyone. Pang Hong didn't want to fight a battle, so he gave up 5 kilometers of land. Wei Zidao wanted the Genature pill, so he gave up 5 kilometers of land too. Lastly, Shang Hegao couldn't act as though he didn't know anything, hence he could only give up 5 kilometers of land too. This way, Mo Wuji's land totaled 15 kilometers in radius. To someone that just arrived at the Vine Mountain of Safety, this was an extremely ridiculous thing. However, Mo Wuji did not let this get to his head. These 3 guys gave up their land with a goal in each of their minds. His land was also surrounded by theirs too, which meant that he could only escape to the Sword Chi whirlpool if they decided to join forces against him. It was absurd to think that Wei Zidao, Pang Hong, and Shang Hegao didn't reach this conclusion too. Thankfully, his strength still had some significance here, as the inhabitants of the Vine Mountain of Safety probably saw him as an outsider. Everyone, I'm a little tired from my journey, and still have to settle my new land, so I won't stay much longer. Mo Wuji did not fear the hidden intentions of those 3, because he was a grade 6 immortal array master, on top of being able to ignore Sword Chi. He had advanced to grade 6 immortal array master after entering the sword prison too. While there were some defensive arrays in Devil Hands, Righteousness Mountains, and Immortal Hunters territories, they could not hold a candle to grade 6 immortal arrays. If Sect Head Mo needs any help, please feel free to ask. We, Immortal Hunters, might not be able to bring out our Immortal Emperor,
but there are still some capable hands on our side.
Wei Zidao didn't forget to spite Devil Hands Pang Hong with his words.
This was simply because the chance to regain his strength was right in front of him, hence he did not want to create a ruckus at the Vine Mountain of safety.
Thank you, immortal friend Zidao, but I won't need any help for the moment. Mo Wuji turned around and left after finishing his sentence.
In his heart, he laughed coldly to himself. What Wei Zidao meant was very clear, and to that, he only had one response: you're thinking too much. If Wei Zidao went all out against Pang Hong previously, he might have really given a Ji nature pill to Wei Zidao.
But now, Wei Zidao could only continue dreaming.
The Ji nature pills belonged to him, Mo Wuji, and not Wei Zidao. As for Wei Zidao's 5 kilometers of land, his 4 Ji nature pills should have been sufficient compensation.
Pang Hong's land was considered as payment for the threats made towards Han Qingru.
Finally, for Shang Hegao, Mo Wuji didn't care about such a two-faced guy. His 5 kilometers of land was taken as atonement for his sins. To Mo Wuji, his top priority now was to set up shop and a defensive array in his land soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 694, I want to speak up for Mo Wuji too. Chapter 694, I want to speak up for Mo Wuji too. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The most exciting location in the 7 immortal domains was definitely Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. When Mo Wuji headed to the Sword Prison, the geniuses and experts from all immortal domains headed towards Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. This was because 2 very significant events were about to happen there. The first was arrival of the envoy from the very high heavens, who planned to force open the 4th level of Broken World. Sharphorn Immortal Ruins' 1st and 2nd levels contained many types of precious immortal herbs, immortal equipment of tier 5 and above, as well as manuals for cultivation. That was why the opening of Sharphorn Immortal Ruins' 3rd level was not attractive to many experts. The immortal herbs and materials presented little value to them. Experts flocked to the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins upon hearing the emergence of the Book of Luo, Tao Fruit of the Draining Immortal King, Metal Element Bead, and even the Red Karmic Fire Lotus from the 3rd level of the Sharphorn Immortal Ruin. The emergence of these treasures prompted experts from the very high heavens to attempt to breach the 4th level. All experts from the immortal domain, let alone ones from the very high heavens, felt that the 4th level would contain even better treasures. The opportunity to go to the very high heavens was another reason why many cultivators flocked to the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. It was the place cultivators from the Immortal Emperor cultivation level to a low-level cultivator yearned to go. It was rumored that the very high heavens had a complete set of rules for the heavens and earth and crystal-clear traces of Tao. It was said that training in the very high heavens would allow one to train much more efficiently. It was a pity that the envoy from the very high heavens only recruited small numbers of disciples each time, with strict requirements. The interval between each recruitment was dreadfully long as well. The delightful news was that the very high heavens lowered their requirements from recruitment this time round. 4-star geniuses could be recruited, even those who have yet to attain 4-star genius but have shown talent had the opportunity to go to the very high heavens. This news was almost too good to be true. Past recruitments into the very high heavens required potential disciples to be at least of 9-star genius level. Even 8-star geniuses stood little chance of going to the very high heavens. This shocking news was the reason why countless geniuses flocked to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. There wasn't anyone who did not want to enter the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins 4th level, nor was there anyone who did not want to go to the very high heavens. Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden was the most luxurious and beautiful place in Sharphorn Immortal Ruin. Almost all opening of the Broken World or major activities in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins happened in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Gardens. The opening of the 4th level of the Broken World, in addition to the massive recruitment by the very high heavens in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruin, had caused the gardens to be packed to the brim every day. Countless geniuses and top disciples from many great immortal sects gathered in the garden. Yen Yuarong and Xiao Xiaoyu too gathered amongst the many geniuses and experts in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Gardens.
Yen Yuerong's great-grandfather Yen Tian was an honored immortal expert in the Yonging immortal domain.
Yen Yuerong was also held in high regard in the domain, even the owner of High Immortal City would give her his regards. Yen Yuerong was however a nobody in the Sharphorn immortal run. Any passerby was likely to have a much higher status than she did. Evidently, Yen Yuerong and Xiao Xiaoyu knew of this. The two were merely drinking some immortal spiritual tea in the corners of the garden, wanting to get to know a genius or two. Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden was also the place immortals from all over the world competed. Genius from various immortal sects gathered to boast about their own sex status. Immortals from various immortals domains couldn't care less about the behavior of the geniuses. It was the immortals of low cultivation level and rouge disciples who dared not speak loudly. They only cared to look for opportunities to meet experts from all over the world. The hot topics often included the recruitment by the very high heavens, the emergence of which new treasures in the broken world's third level, and also what treasures might be discovered in the fourth level. I heard that the red karnic fire lotus was not discovered. Many entered the third level but not could find it. No one would have told you even if the red karnic fire lotus was discovered and taken away. The emergence of the red karnic fire lotus in a place like Sharphorn Immortal Ruin would bound to be publicized. Everyone knew about Mo Wuji obtaining the metal elemental bead and the draining immortal King Dao fruit tree. Everyone also knew about Morong Xiangyu obtaining the Book of Luo. Rightly said, but who knows where Morong Xiangyu or Mo Wuji is now, Wasn't it said that Mo Wuji was murdered? He committed many atrocities and would obtain treasures unscrupulously. Jing Xing and master and disciple were both murdered by him. Even so, Mo Wuji managed to obtain many treasures. Notwithstanding the metal elemental bead and the draining immortal King Dao fruit, he also obtained the great Koan Buddhist lamp, treasures of the dragon race as well as treasures from the pagodas of various immortals, enough for him to reach many new levels. My dragon race was slaughtered by this man. Iao Yulu swear to take revenge or I am not a member of the dragon race. A towering voice broke the chattering amongst the crowd. Everyone was merely gossiping about the recent events, but this voice was different, it was filled with emotions. I feel that we should not jump to hasty conclusions. Did any one of you actually see Mo Wuji kill the Jing Xian and master and disciple or the dragon race? It might just be a false rumor after all. Someone said gently. And who might you be? How dare you say that Mo Wuji had nothing to do with the death of my dragon race? Ao Yulu suddenly turned and shouted at her. I recognize her, she is the daughter of the owner of the Watering Immortal City, Wen Lianxi. Watering Immortal City could not have become a high-grade immortal city without the help of Mo Wuji. It was said that Kuei Fengyun of the Yonging Immortal Domain suffered financial losses due to Mo Wuji as well. It was curious that they did not punish Watering Immortal City. It is no wonder she stood up for Mo Wuji. He. An eccentric voice added. It was indeed Wen Lianxi that stood up for Mo Wuji. She, like many others, came here in hopes to go to the very high heavens. Mo Wuji robbing Kuei Fengyun of his immortal emperor treasure was a well-known event. Wen Lianxi's family knew of it as well. Wen Lianxi's father even reconciled with the fact that his family might be killed. Unexpectedly, Kuei Fengyun went into a state of closure after the alchemy competition, never to be heard from again. Miraculously, Watering Immortal City and Wen Lianxi's family could live peacefully again. Wen Lianxi still constantly felt danger lurking everywhere in the city, but the family dared not move out of the city. Wen Lianxi wanted to take advantage of the recruitment by very high heavens to go to the very high heavens. Her Wen family could finally not have to live in fear should she manage to go to the very high heavens. As a disciple of An Small Immortal Domain's Immortal City's owner, Wen Lianxi dared not to speak loudly in public. But she could not stand hearing others slandering Mo Wuji as her family was in Mo Wuji's debt, so she stood out and defended Mo Wuji. That is right, I am Wen Lianxi. I know Mo Wuji, he is not the person you all made him out to be. I once misunderstood him as well, but he was in fact a man with a big heart. Shut up Wen Lianxi,
do you not think that I Ao Yulu dared to kill you?
You and the murderer Mo Wuji are jackals of the same tribe. I will lay waste of you even if it means doing it in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden.
Ao Yulu interrupted Wen Lianxi as he charged towards her. Although it was said that crimes cannot be committed in the garden, participants of this event couldn't care less.
Each one of them was filled with energy and couldn't wait for something to happen.
No one would stop Ao Yulu should he choose to murder Wen Lianxi here.
Color flushed from Wen Lianxi's face. She was merely a Xian immortal and could do nothing but await death against a Grand Luo immortal like Ao Yulu. She calmly said, I will speak up for Mo Wuji even if you were to kill me.
I dare you to lay a finger on her.
Another voice boomed. This was the voice of a young person. Ao Yulu stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at the people walking towards. She could not believe her eyes and stammered, Aosia, Sang Zi, you guys. You were looking forward to our deaths, weren't you?
Aosia said coldly. Are you guys really fine? Ao Yulu was genuinely happy, disregarding Aosia's icy tone. Sensing that Aosia still wanted to continue ridiculing Ao Yulu, Ao Sangzi blocked Aosia. She said, Greetings my fellow immortals, I am Ao Sangzi and this is my cousin Aosia. We are here with the intent to go to the very high heavens, but we also have to publicly announce something, or we will be remorseful our entire lives. The crowd quietened. Many knew that Ao Sangzi and Aosia were geniuses of the dragon race which disappeared after the massacre of the dragon race. Everyone thought that the pair had been murdered. Unexpectedly they were still alive. Ao Sangzi's statement meant that the secrets behind the massacre of the dragon race was soon to be revealed. Who would not want to know about such secrets?
Ao Sangzi still refused to look at Ao Yulu, and said, A few years ago, a man donning yellow and a man donning gold came to the dragon race of the Westmost Ocean and massacred the dragon race of the Westmost Ocean. We too would have been killed if we had not met Mo Wuji. He risked his life to save us, he risked it again to send out safely away. It was only then that we managed to find experts of the dragon race and survive. Throughout the ordeal, Mo Wuji never once demanded anything from us. We initially wanted to cultivate enclosure, but we could no longer stand hearing about our own race slandering Mo Wuji. I could stand it no more but to tell the truth. You siblings are still young. Ao Sangzi raised her arm and interrupted Ao Yulu. She took out a crystal ball and said, This was the crystal ball from then. Everyone will know who is young and immature once you see this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 695, Establishing a Footing. Chapter 695, Establishing a Footing. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
A man donning a yellow robe was muttering furiously to himself near a pool of blood. Anyone could tell he was the one who massacred the dragon race of the Westmost Ocean.
Who is this unfamiliar face? Someone asked. How could an expert of such caliber be unknown in the immortal realm? He must have been disfigured. Another answered. Oh, Yulu's face flushed red with embarrassment. Over the years, she spreaded hatred of Mo Wuji wherever she went. Reality hit her hard. The person she had been shaming all these years turned out to be the sole benefactor of her race. At this moment, she felt like someone was who bite the hand that fed her. Oh Yulu, our race pride ourselves with repaying kindness with gratitude. You didn't even bother finding out the truth, but instead chose repay Mo Wuji's kindness towards us by ruining his reputation. Oh Sangzi said coldly. Even if that was so, why did he not bother explaining to me? Oh Yulu broke off halfway through her speech. She realized she had refused to listen despite Mo Wuji's attempt at explaining. Back then, she refused to listen to Mo Wuji when he explained that it was not him who committed the crime and that things were not what they looked like. The crowd understood what was going on from the look on Oh Yulu's face. Oh Sangzi said indifferently, I believe that you refused to give Brother Wuji a chance to explain, did you?
Mo Wuji was of a low cultivation level when he rescued us. He could never have stood a chance against a Grand Luo immortal like you. Our race would forever hang our head in shame should he have died in your hands.
I am so sorry that I've wronged him. Oh, Yulu walked up to Wen Lianqi and bowed his apology.
She understood what had happened then. There was no doubt why Mo Wuji was covered in blood in such a situation. She was honorable to have apologized upon knowing her mistakes. Wen Lianqi calmly said, "There is no need for your apologies. I do not have the seniority to accept your it, nor will we become friends in the future. I just believe that Brother Wuji would not commit such atrocities and did not wish for him to be wronged."
Wen Lianqi would not forgive Oyulu no matter how many times she apologized.
In her eyes, the Oyulu was the reason why so many people were incited to kill Brother Wuji.
Didn't I say Pill Refiner Mo would never do such things? What about the time he murdered Jingxing in Master and Disciple and the time he stole the Great Koan Buddhist lamp? How could you be sure Mo Wuji stole the Great Koan Buddhist lamp when you had not seen it with your own eyes? Didn't Oyulu accuse Mo Wuji of massacring the dragon race?
We all know what happened in the end.
People who originally planned to crusade against Mo Wuji all had a change of heart upon hearing Osangzi's explanation.
The arrival of the envoy from the very high heavens. A voice towered over the chattering crowd, silencing it at once.
The dense crowd parted, forming a pathway.
There was order again amongst the many immortals in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden. A man of great youth and stunning looks walked through the crowd.
His minimalistic black robe exemplified his superior aura.
The immortals in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden stood in shock. It was common for them to have even seen the highest of all cultivation, the Immortal Emperor. The young man who donned a black robe had an aura no weaker than any immortal emperor. It was very possible that a man of such young age was one himself.
A man and women stood beside the young man who donned a black robe.
The man was tall, lanky, and had wide palms. His gaze could be felt even though his eyes looked to be closed.
There was nothing ordinary about this ordinary-looking man.
His body seemingly contained an explosive force that struck fear into the hearts of others. The woman had exceptional beauty. She was like a goddess in the morning fog, gentle and fleeting. She looked dignified yet frivolous.
I am Jinyu, the envoy representing the very high heavens for the recruitment of disciples.
The gentle and welcoming tone of the man diffused the heightened tension within the crowd. There is no need for worry, the very high heavens aims to have a massive recruitment this time round. Even cultivators who are 4-star genius but possessed potential would have a chance to enter the very high heavens.
Many let out a sigh of relief upon hearing what Jinyu said. Most present were above 4-star geniuses.
Moreover, the envoy said that even those who were not 4-star geniuses had a chance of entering the very high heavens.
Additionally, your sect and duration of cultivation would play no role in the selection process.
As long as you can prove your worth to me here and now, you will be able to enter the very high heavens. Standing beside me are two great examples. We have Lei Hongjie from the Lightning Sect and Jiyu from the Yongying Immortal Realm. All eyes fell on the pair that stood next to Jinyu. They were envious of the pair for being selected even before the official selection process started. Jinyu smiled and said, Lei Hongjie had managed to reach the peak of the intermediate stage of the Grand Luo Immortal with less than 100 years of cultivation. This was why he was selected. Jiyu was a Rouge disciple. She did not have stable resources nor the support of her family. Nonetheless, she was able to reach the stage of the Grand Immortal as a mere 4-star genius. This was why she too was selected to enter the very high heavens. Jinyu's words changed the crowd's opinions of the pair. Lei Hongjie must have possessed immense aptitude for cultivation to be able to reach the intermediate stage of the Grand Luo Immortal in less than 100 years. Even the 9-star geniuses that was selected from the previous recruitment could not hold a candle against Lei Hongjie. Although Jiyu was not as good as Lei Hongjie, it was remarkable that she was able to advance to the level of Grand Immortal in such a short time as only a 4-star genius. Jinyu sensed the admiration the crowd had for the pair, and continued, there is no need for anyone to envy Lei Hongjie or Jiyu. The opening of the fourth level of the broken world presents new opportunities for everyone. One can obtain new resources in the fourth level to aid in their qualification for the very high heavens, but the geniuses in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden all hardened their resolve to obtain enough resources in the fourth level of the broken world to fight for a place in the very high heavens.
I've heard about the abilities of a newbie called Mo Wuji. Does anyone know his whereabouts?
He scanned through the crowd and he spoke, looking for a response. The crowd grew solemn as no dared speak.
Mo Wuji had only focused on defending his territory with arrays in the 9 days since he obtained it.
He had also set up death trap arrays and monitoring arrays on top of his defensive arrays, to alert him of any intruders.
Fei Ling was the only help Mo Wuji had.
Fei Ling had set up a network of immortal caves as instructed in the days that Mo Wuji took to set up the various arrays. Mo Wuji resided in the central immortal cave with Han Qingru while Fei Ling had set up his immortal cave to the right of Mo Wuji's. Han Qingru has managed to make a full physical recovery in mere 9 days with the help of Mo Wuji's healing pills and the undying holy bamboo. It only a matter of time before her primordial spirit and soul made a full recovery.
Even Fei Ling's body was almost fully recovered by consuming many types of immortal pills Mo Wuji possessed as an 8th grade pill emperor.
I will be imparting to you techniques of physical tampering. My techniques are effective in both resisting sword chi as well as tampering your physical body. Mo Wuji had always planned to impart Han Qingru techniques of physical tampering once the defensive arrays for the immortal cave was completed.
He also planned to change Han Qingru's techniques.
Mo Wuji did not have plans to go to the undying world. What type of people lay await in the undying world, he thought. He had managed to frighten a few experts in his time here, allowing him to stay here undisturbed. However, those immortals emperors would tear him to shreds when they find out that he was a mere Grand Luo immortal and that he owned the undying world.
The interaction between Mo Wuji over the past few days was very awkward for Han Qingru.
She was slightly disappointed that Mo Wuji had not made any advances on her despite her confession to him. It was impossible for her to confess a second time. She managed to pick up the courage to confess to Mo Wuji when she was on the verge of death. There were still an onslaught of sword chi in the surroundings despite them being in the Vine Mountain of Safety. She had to resist the sword chi by herself in the days that Mo Wuji was setting by the arrays. Luckily for her, the presence of an immense amount of immortal pills meant that the sword chi was not very damaging to her. Han Qingru was captivated by Mo Wuji's techniques of physical tampering as she realized that the techniques Mo Wuji imparted her allowed her to easily neutralize the sword chi. She could then use the sword chi to strengthen her physical body. She wanted to try the new technique out of Vine Mountain of Safety where the sword chi was stronger, but was dissuaded by Mo Wuji who urged her to keep the technique a secret. Mo Wuji not only imparted Han Qingru with his personal physical tempering techniques, but also imparted Han Qingru the Starseed Scared technique. He was unable to change Han Qingru's technique as she was not suitable for his style of techniques. He could only search for another technique suitable for Han Qingru, albeit not as good as his own technique, was still many times better than Han Qingru's current techniques. As Mo Wuji was explaining the technique to Han Qingru, Fei Ling voice echoed, "Sect head, revered Lord Wei from the Immortal Hunters wishes to see you."
"I got it. I will be there shortly. Please make him feel at home." Mo Wuji was impressed with Wei Zidao. Mo Wuji had expected Wei Zidao to visit him after 5 days. Unexpectedly, Wei Zidao had waited for nearly half a month before visiting him. Such patience is commendable.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 696, Something's Up with the Vine Mountain of Safety. Chapter 696, Something's Up with the Vine Mountain of Safety. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sect Head Mo. Once Mo Wuji came out, Wei Zidao immediately stood up and bowed respectfully while greeting him.
With one look, Mo Wuji knew that Wei Zidao had regained a large portion of his strength after consuming the 4G nature pills. At least there was a sliver of an immortal emperor's aura coming from his body.
I've been busy with my own territory, so forgive me for neglecting Brother Zidao. Please take a seat. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully too, gesturing for Wei Zidao to sit.
If Wei Zidao wanted to ask for more G nature pills from him, no matter what price he offered, Mo Wuji would definitely not take any more out. In reality, those 4G nature pills had broken the balance on power in the Vine Mountain of Safety, making him the strongest on the mountain. If Mo Wuji continued to give Wei Zidao any more, he would be in danger. After roaming the immortal world for so many years, if he didn't understand this simple fact, he wouldn't have lived till this day. Wei Zidao was aware of this fact too. But precisely because of this, he did not intend to go all out when Mo Wuji was about to fight Pang Hong. However, he did not regret his actions. It was a fair trade to give up 5 kilometers of land and help defuse a tense situation for 4G nature pills. Even if he did use all of his strength to deal with Pang Hong, sect head Mo probably wouldn't be willing to give him more G nature pills either. Just like Pang Hong, he could sense that Mo Wuji probably wasn't that strong, which meant that Mo Wuji wouldn't allow anyone to regain enough strength to completely control the Vine Mountain of Safety.
Who knew if Wei Zidao would still have came over if he knew that Mo Wuji wouldn't give him any pills? It's okay, Brother Mo.
Those 4G nature pills were extremely useful to me.
I came today especially to thank you. Wei Zidao spoke while smiling.
Mo Wuji replied with a smile of his own, Brother Zidao, we don't have to be so formal with each other.
On the Vine Mountain of Safety, if we join forces, what can Pang Hong do to us? If we don't, it would just be disadvantageous for both of us.
Indeed. Wei Zidao agreed, although I find it hard to ask this, but I'll still try my luck.
Brother Mo, do you have any more of that G nature pill?
If you do, I can accommodate any request you make. If Mo Wuji said that another 5 kilometers of land could be traded for 4G nature pills, he would immediately give up 10 kilometers. Even if Mo Wuji wanted him to give up all of Immortal Hunter's territory, there would be room for negotiation as long as G nature pills were concerned. Apologetically, Mo Wuji responded, I don't have that many G nature pills either, and I'll still need some as leverage on the Vine Mountain of Safety.
So there's none available at the moment. If I do make more in the future, I'll approach you to make a deal first.
Although this was the conclusion he expected, and he knew that Mo Wuji had other means to protect himself, Wei Zidao still felt rather disappointed. Thankfully Mo Wuji agreed to give him some leeway for G nature pills in the future, but it seemed like a deal would not happen unless Mo Wuji was backed in a corner.
Since that's the case, then I won't force you to give me any. I'm not sure if sect head Mo would like to make a trip to the Sword Chi River.
Recently, Pang Hong and Shang Hagao have joined forces, and they have some means to obtain large amounts of river water. If they are able to get enough of it and regain their strength, it wouldn't be good news for either of us.
As an expert in advanced Immortal Emperor stage, Wei Zidao was still rather open-minded.
Mo Wuji had already intended to take a look at the Sword Chi River, but he just didn't have the time as he was building up his territory.
Now that Wei Zidao had invited him, he replied without hesitation, Sure, how about we head over now?
Sure.
Wei Zidao stood up happily. He really admired how direct Mo Wuji was.
If one had to choose the most terrifying place in the sword prison, it would be the Sword Chi River. The sword chi within the river was very frightening.
An accidental touch would cause one to perish.
Just going close to the river was extremely difficult, so no one even knew about entering it. But if one had to choose one's favorite place in the sword prison, it would still be the Sword Chi River. Precisely because of its presence, there was peace in the Vine Mountain of Safety. At the same time, the water from the river could not only repair flesh torn by sword chi, but also heal one's primordial spirit. Thus, regardless whether a person liked the Sword Chi River or not, many still sneakily went there to collect whatever river water they could. Only Devil Hands Pang Hong, Immortal Hunters Wei Zidao, and Righteousness Mountain Shang Hadao openly went to the Swordchi River. These three men had underlings who would take turns going to and fro from the riverside to collect water. This was why Fei Bing betrayed Devil Hand. If he didn't run away, he would eventually die from continuously going near the river. The Vine Mountain of Safety was completely covered in crisscrossing vines. No matter where you went on the mountain, there would be various vines overlapping one another. These vines seemed to be built like a completely irregular tent, and no one knew where these vines originated from or where they led to. All they knew was that the vines grew out from underground and were about the same as trees. After exiting the Vine Mountain of Safety, it'll be just a few kilometers ahead, Wei Zidao explained as they wove in and out of the vines. A short moment later, both of them had exited the mountain. Once they took the first step outside, the density of sword chi increased tremendously. Wei Zidao also shot up. Although he was strong enough to withstand this level of sword chi, but withstanding it was all he could do, hence it wasn't a good time to lose focus by talking. Remaining silent would help him conserve spiritual will and immortal elemental energy. Suddenly, Mo Wuji paused, as he stared at the Vine Mountain of Safety behind him while frowning. "What's the matter, sect head Mo?" Seeing Mo Wuji's actions, Wei Zidao asked out of curiosity despite not intending to speak. "Brother Zidao, wait for a moment." After finishing his sentence, Mo Wuji entered the Vine Mountain of Safety, and came out once again. A look of confusion appeared on Mo Wuji's face, and Wei Zidao stopped when he saw that. "It's nothing, let's continue heading towards Sword Chi River." Mo Wuji waved it off as he smiled. He didn't know whether it was just paranoia, but the instant he left the mountain, it felt like a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This feeling was a little too unusual. The Vine Mountain of Safety was supposed to be the safe area, while anywhere outside it was where dangerous sword chi resided. So how could he have felt more relaxed after coming out of the mountain? Due to this weird sensation, Mo Wuji went into the mountain again. But the feeling of relief disappeared when he exited for the second time. Did sect head Mo discover anything? Wei Zidao did not completely believe what Mo Wuji had just said. With a chuckle, Mo Wuji replied, "I must be too high-strung. After all, I was being hunted down by a few guys not long ago. So I probably developed a habit of being on guard, which made me a little paranoid." At this moment, Mo Wuji paused again. Could his instincts really have been wrong? Back when he entered Heavenly Chasm City after exiting God's Tower, he had sensed danger in a manner not too different from what he just experienced. He didn't care about it then, and almost got killed by a few old fogies at De Immortal City. In the end, he also lost De Huan while escaping, while Han Qingru was thrown into the sword prison and almost died. This meant the feeling he just got was an indication that the Vine Mountain of Safety was a dangerous area. Taking in a deep breath, Mo Wuji told himself that he would not fall like this a second time. No matter what, he would have to look for some way to leave the mountain after returning from the river. There was definitely something weird about this place. He probably couldn't sense it the second time as he had gotten used to it. Naturally, Wei Zidao could sense that something was on Mo Wuji's mind. But since Mo Wuji didn't say anything, he didn't probe either. Everyone had their own secrets, and that was a fact. Just as expected, every 2 steps they took, the stronger the sword chi became. As Wei Zidao was a resident of Sword Prison for many years, and also at Advanced Immortal Emperor stage, he had his own means to defend himself from the sword chi. While he did so, he continued to observe Mo Wuji from the side. All this while, he had questioned what Mo Wuji's actual level of strength was. Based on the spirituality Mo Wuji had, it seemed like Mo Wuji had a very low cultivation level, possibly even below Heavenly Immortal stage. It wouldn't even be absurd to call him immortal. But when Mo Wuji attacked, he felt that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was rather high, possibly at a level up to Immortal King stage. Moreover, the sacred art of Mo Wuji greatly exceeded what an ordinary Immortal King could unleash. With that many things unusual about Mo Wuji, it made him feel that this guy was very mysterious.
What was an expert like him most afraid of?
Mysterious men or things.
Sect head Mo, could you be a physique tempering expert? A few kilometers later, Wei Zidao finally thought of what made Mo Wuji different. When the dense sword chi landed on Mo Wuji's body, they looked like they slid away.
Even the sword chi that made it into his body didn't seem to cause much damage. Laughing, Mo Wuji did not reply Wei Zidao's question, instead pointing at a location nearby. Brother Zidao, it looks like Pang Hong and Shang Haigao have indeed found some method to obtain large amounts of the Sword Chi River's water. Only then did Wei Zidao notice Pang Hong and Shang Haigao in the distance. Both of them were carrying a wooden bucket together. That bucket was rather large, and a large volume of Sword Chi River water would fit in a mere 1/3 of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 697, Collecting Water from the Sword Chi River. Chapter 697, Collecting Water from the Sword Chi River. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Are you really going to use a wooden bucket? Mo Wuji chuckled at Wei Zidao.
Wei Zidao replied, a wooden bucket is the only way you can collect water from the Sword Chi River. Any items smelted from magical treasures would be corroded by the Sword Chi severely. His hypothesis was correct. Pang Hong and Shang Haigao had spent hours trying to fetch water from the Sword Chi River and finally found out the trick was to use a wooden bucket. Wei Zidao subconsciously increased his pace as the strengthened Sword Chi increased the rate of corrosion. The Sword Chi present was no threat to Mo Wuji, although it was many times stronger than usual. It had not affected his sea of consciousness, but merely injured him physically. His soul would remain unharmed as long as his sea of consciousness was not affected. Physical injuries caused by the Sword Chi were inconsequential to him as he was a practitioner of physical tampering. Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao was near Shang Haigao and Pang Hong when, PFFF, an arrow of blood shot out of both Shang Haigao and Pang Hong simultaneously. The pair left the river quickly after. The injury was no mere surface wound, the cut extended deep into the flesh, exposing bare bones. Mo Wuji could estimate the severity of the injury to their primordial spirit and soul even though he could not see them. Pang Hong and Shang Haigao's injuries were of no surprise to Wei Zidao. He understood the high risks involved with fetching water from the Sword Chi River. A large bucket of water from the Sword Chi River was well worth the risk in his mind. It is impressive that you're able to relax in such an environment, Mo sect head.
Pang Hong said to Mo Wuji coldly. Pang Hong paid no attention to Shang Haigao as he was sure Wei Zidao would not harm him here.
Mo Wuji was the most relaxed and at ease, although he was covered in blood just the like rest. Pang Hong could not feel Mo Wuji's fatigue was even though they were already at the edge of the Sword Chi River. This caused Pang Hong to suspect that Mo Wuji might also be an immortal emperor. Water from the Sword Chi River was extremely difficult to obtain. The level of Sword Chi felt was different for everyone. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the Sword Chi was. Even though that was the case, only a select few cultivators under the level of Immortal Emperor could manage to fetch water from the river. Even a high-level Grand Luo Immortal could only manage to fetch a tiny cup of water each time. Mo Wuji's ability to move near the Sword Chi River with relative ease reignited Wei Zidao's suspicion that Mo Wuji was an expert at physical tampering, but he could never get to the bottom of things as Mo Wuji would always change the topic when he inquired. Mo Wuji smiled and replied, I was used to physical pain growing up in a poor family, it trained up my pain tolerance from young. It must be difficult for you have to fetch so much water at one go, Immortal Pang. Pang Hong and Shang Haigao managed to fetch almost a bucket full of water. Mo sect head should not worry about our pains.
Pang Hong coldly replied. He was not fooled by the poorly crafted story from Mo Wuji.
It was still unlikely that Mo Wuji would attempt anything devious here despite his lack of fear of the Sword Chi. Mo Wuji thought that Wei Zidao would have spoken a few words, but he remained eerily silent throughout the conversation. Mo Wuji felt uneasy about the current situation as he suspected that Wei Zidao plotted to join Pang Hong and Shang Hagao. It would be even more dangerous for him to stay in the Vine Mountain of safety should Wei Zidao choose to leave him. But he could not give Wei Zidao the Ji nature pill to entice him to stay either. In his moment of panic, Wei Zidao chuckled and said, "Let me try fetching myself a bucket of water too." With that said, Wei Zidao walked towards the Swordchi River. The Swordchi River was enveloped by a thick layer of fog, much like a typical lake would be on a cool winter's morning. Mo Wuji chose to wait and observe how Wei Zidao was going to fetch the water from the Swordchi River. Pang Hong and Shang Hagao stayed to watch too. He did not wish for Wei Zidao to discover the method to fetching large amounts of water. The corrosion was tolerable for the pair as long as they stayed out of the Swordchi River. Wei Zidao's footsteps slowed as he approached the river. Waves of Swordchi cut deep into his body, streams of blood cascaded down his body, leaving bloody footprints with every step he took. However, Mo Wuji knew that the damage Wei Zidao sustained to his primordial spirit and soul was far more severe than any physical injuries he sustained. Wei Zidao's footsteps grew slow and heavy, his body trembling ever so slightly as they approached the river. Mo Wuji was unsure of what to make of the situation. Shang Hagao and Pang Hong on the other hand knew exactly what was going on. They knew that Wei Zidao must be stronger than they were as he was moving much faster than they did. Their bodies would not have been able to withstand the corrosion should they have moved at that speed. The pair slowly backed away from the river as they watched Wei Zidao. The corrosion of the sword chi weakened as they moved away from the river. Mo Wuji stood motionless watching Wei Zidao as he circulated his physical tampering techniques. Wei Zidao was enveloped in Mo Wuji's spiritual will projected from his spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji could even feel the vehemence of the sword chi through his spirit storage channel. Wei Zidao took the time of half a joss stick to finally reach the edge of the river. He bent down and took out a relatively small bucket. A fountain of blood shot out of Wei Zidao's mouth the moment his bucket touched the water surface. His body was covered in a fine mist of blood as he attempted to fetch the water. Wei Zidao could take it no more. He took the bucket out of the water the moment it touched the surface. Mo Wuji saw that the bucket was nearly a quarter way full. This was bad news. It meant that it was likely for Wei Zidao to join Pang Hong and Shang Hagao to find out their secret to fetching water from the Swordchi River. Wei Zidao retreated rapidly and did not bother to attempt fetching more water. He retreated out of the river's edge and said, "I am heading back to tend to my injuries now. I am too heavily injured." Mo sect head. Wei Zidao left without waiting for Mo Wuji's response. His injuries were far more severe than that of Pang Hong or Shang Hagao. Mo Wuji was worried. He was invited by Wei Zidao to attempt to fetch water together, but Wei Zidao went ahead and did it himself. Mo Wuji understood the reasons behind Wei Zidao's actions. Wei Zidao wanted to show Shang Hagao and Pang Hong that he did not have an exceptional relationship with Mo Wuji. He also wanted to test if it was easier to fetch water from the spot Shang Hagao and Pang Hong used. Wei Zidao realized that Shang Hagao and Pang Hong mastered the technique of fetching water from the river of Qi as he found out that the sword Qi was just as vicious there. With those conclusions drawn, he decided to form an alliance with them, ditching Mo Wuji instead. He thought to himself, forming an alliance with Pang Hong and Shang Hagao would guarantee him a large amount of water from the Swordchi River. An alliance with Mo Wuji on the other hand would not even guarantee him another Ji nature pill. This decision was a no-brainer for him. Pang Hong and Shang Hagao were no slouch. They picked up Wei Zidao's intentions to form an alliance with them. It would only be a matter of time before they could chase Mo Wuji away should the alliance be formed. Pang Hong and Shang Hagao too left hastily when they saw Wei Zidao leaving. At this moment, Mo Wuji understood that he must produce the Ji nature pill should he want Wei Zidao to form an alliance with him. He was unwilling to do so as he understood that it would only keep Wei Zidao in an alliance with him temporarily. Mo Wuji took out a jade bucket and walked towards the river as the three left. He wanted to test for himself just how difficult it was to fetch water from the river. Sword Chi thickened as he approached the river. it ripped his flesh to shreds, exposing the white bone underneath. Mo Wuji could not withstand the sword chi here even with his god physic and his physical tampering techniques. In reality, the years Pang Hong, Wei Zidao and Shang Haigao spent in the sword prison has strengthened their bodies significantly even without in physical tampering. Mo Wuji's god physic only gave him a small advantage over the other three. His sole advantage was his lack of primordial spirit and inhibition by the sword talisman. These had allowed him to roam more freely in the sword prison. Additionally, the presence of the Violet Lake helped him to contain the sword chi. These gave him the confidence staying in the sword prison. Mo Wuji made it to the river's edge after half a joss stick time. He attempted to use his spiritual will from his sea of consciousness and his spiritual will from his spirit storage channels to move the bucket, but to no avail. He could only bend down and send the bucket into the water like everyone else did. Mo Wuji felt never-ending waves of sword chi swell up into his body from the river as his bucket touched the surface. In this moment, Mo Wuji felt that even this furious rotation of this physical tampering techniques could not ease the pain of his body getting torn to shreds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, I will not give you any face. Chapter 698, I will not give you any face. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. He felt his body being torn to shreds, blood spurted out of him at such volume that he was soon surrounded by a fine mist of his own blood. He was dyed red with blood from head to toe. He quickly retrieved the jade bucket and took a few steps back. There was no doubt that a slip into the sword chi river could very well have ended his life. His cultivation level was far too weak as compared to his strengthened immortal body. With that body of his, he would have been able to fetch a bucket of water with ease should he have been an immortal reverent. Mo Wuji quickened his steps back to his newly established immortal cave. What had happened to you, sect head? Fei Ling was frightened by the horrid state Mo Wuji was in. His concern was not out of genuine loyalty, but a fear that his good days would end should Mo Wuji be dead. Wuji, what happened? Han Xingru was alarmed by the state Mo Wuji was in. She ran out of the cave upon hearing about Mo Wuji's return. She have had a bad feeling about Mo Wuji departing alone with Wei Zidao. Han Xingru, unlike Fei Ling, was genuinely concerned about Mo Wuji. She knew that any injuries sustained in the sword prison was even harder to recover from. She couldn't care less about anything else and rushed to Mo Wuji's side. There is no need to worry, I am fine. Mo Wuji knew he was going to be alright despite his alarming look. Mo Wuji was able to get as many healing pills as he wanted as an 8th grade pill emperor. In fact, his condition had been improving tremendously since entering the Vine Mountain of Safety. Han Xingru became more at ease when she recalled that Mo Wuji had the abilities to heal even her injuries. Fei Ling had far bigger concerns. He knew someone or something must have gone terribly wrong for Mo Wuji to have sustained such injuries. Fei Ling hypothesized that Mo Wuji must have gotten injured in a fight, as there was no reason for he would attempt to fetch water from the Swordchi River seeing the amount of healing pills he had. He was afraid that Wei Zidao was the one who injured Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not notice that Fei Ling was deep in thought. He said, "Follow me." Mo Wuji produced an inhibition ray when the trio entered the cave. He solemnly said, "Fei Ling, do you know of any other place besides the Vine Mountain of Safety that might be safe?" "Did something happen, sect head?" Fei Ling was worry-stricken. Just a few days back, he was celebrating the fact that he had met a man who could forcefully obtain a safe haven from the many experts residing in the Vine Mountain of Safety. His happiness, however, seemed to be short-lived. Mo Wuji asked again, "Reply me if there was one." Mo Wuji was determined to leave even if there wasn't a place as safe as the Vine Mountain of Safety. If Fei Ling was loyal, he would impart Fei Ling techniques of physical tampering and attempt to remove his sword talisman. If Fei Ling was only trying to take advantage of him, he would leave with only Han Xingru. Mo Wuji always had an inkling feeling that the Vine Mountain of Safety was a bad place to stay despite the weakened sword chi. It was important that they leave before Wei Zidao formed an alliance with Pang Hong and Shang Haigao. Fei Ling sighed. He could tell that Mo Wuji seemed to have trouble on his hands and they have to leave this place no matter what.
There is another place, but it is much lousier than the Vine Mountain of Safety,
Fei Ling said after much hesitation.
What place is it? Mo Wuji asked.
It was the whirlpool of sword chi I mentioned earlier,
Fei Ling replied. Mo Wuji frowned. Wasn't the whirlpool you mentioned a death trap? Fei Ling nodded. That is correct.
But it was said the desert opposite the whirlpool had much a weaker sword chi, as most of the sword chi had been swept up by the whirlpool. That being said, it was still nowhere as optimal as the Vine Mountain of Safety.
Just how big is it?
It had a perimeter of around 1722 meters. People from the Vine Mountain of Safety once went to the desert, but had mysteriously disappeared since. It was said that they were swept away by the whirlpool. No one dared venture into the desert ever since.
Fei Ling replied. 1722 meters was an area big enough for Mo Wuji. He said, Fei Ling, would you be interested in leaving here for the desert?
But we have just finished setting up the arrays here. Moreover, Gobi Desert has a much stronger sword chi. It is also near the whirlpool,
Fei Ling said with much uneasiness. Mo Wuji had an ominous feeling when he combed his surrounding area with his spiritual will. If that is so, I will leave for the Gobi Desert with Han Xingru. You can stay here alone if you wish. Mo Wuji stood up. Han Xingru too stood up without any hesitation. She was willing to follow Mo Wuji wherever he went. I am willing to follow you, sect head.
Fei Ling felt that he had no choice but to follow Mo Wuji. He was nothing but a sitting duck were he to stay without him. Mo Wuji stared at Fei Ling intently and said, I am the sect head of Pingfan. Albeit it is still not well established, but I have no doubt that it one day will become the top immortal sect.
I have to ask you this. Are you willing to make an oath and join the sect? If you're not, I will have to leave you here with some pills.
Fei Ling was speechless.
None of it mattered to Fei Ling in this point of time.
Even the strongest of immortals from the very high heavens could not break out of the sword prison. What Mo Wuji promised to achieve outside of the sword prison in the immortal world had no significance to him. Fei Ling recovered from his initial shock and made a decision. He bowed and said to Mo Wuji, Fei Ling is willing to become a disciple in the Pingfan sect. Fei Ling would be shot by lightning and consumed by his inner demons, never to achieve the cultivation level of an immortal emperor should he do anything to let the sect head down. Mo Wuji nodded and handed 2 jade bottles to Fei Ling. These bottles contain 2 Ji nature pill and 6 immortal copious pills respectively. Use it to treat your injuries. Mo Wuji was sure that Fei Ling made his oath sincerely and truthfully, else he would have left him. Mo Wuji was sure that there had to be a way to escape the sword prison. He was unsure, however, if he could ever find it. Each and every pill would become very precious to Mo Wuji should he fail to find a way out. Mo Wuji felt that there was no need to be stingy with Fei Ling as he felt his resolve to join Pingfan. Thank you, sect head. In retrospect, Fei Ling thought that he should have joined the Pingfan sect earlier should he have known that it would get him these powerful pills from Mo Wuji.
Let's leave here now, Mo Wuji said as Fei Ling kept the pills.
A voice bellowed from outside the caves as Fei Ling was about to ask Mo Wuji what to do with the arrays.
Where is Mo's sect head?
It must be Shang Haigao.
Fei Ling recognized the voice.
Mo Wuji brought Fei Ling and Han Xingru out of the caves as he lifted the defensive arrays. 8 men stood waiting outside his defensive arrays.
There were 6 immortal emperors, including Wei Zidao, as well as 2 more quasi-emperors.
Although Wei Zidao looked to have recovered from all his physical injuries, his breath was still short and unstable. He had not fully recovered from his ordeal at the Sword Chi River.
And what brings you here? Mo Wuji asked humbly.
Shang Haigao said, I heard that Brother Zidao exchanged 5 kilometers of land for some Ji nature pill with you. I too wish to obtain some G-nature pills from you.
Mo Wuji kept a calm outlook and looked at Wei Zidao. Wei Zidao, however, dared not meet his gaze.
How could Mo Wuji not understand Shang Hegao's intentions? Shang Hegao wanted Mo Wuji to give him G-nature pills in exchange for the land that Mo Wuji had already owned.
So you have came to demand for some G-nature pills? Mo Wuji said calmly.
Mo Wuji was not afraid that Shang Hegao and company would attempt to murder him here.
He had many death trap arrays set up and was confident on taking them on.
Additionally, he knew that they would never murder him here on the Vine Mountain of Safety, as no one would risk damaging the only safe haven in Sword Prison.
That is correct.
I am demanding 4 G-nature pills for this land you're standing on. I will not hesitate to reclaim it should you refuse.
Pang Hong was blunt. Mo Wuji's gaze fell on Wei Zidao. Did you come to ask for G-nature pills too?
Wei Zidao knew he could avoid it no more. He said apologetically, I would never dare ask for more G-nature pills from you, Mo sect head. I am willing to buy 4 more pills from you if you're willing to sell them. Please understand that I have no choice but to return this land to Shang Hegao and Pang Hong, as I have owed them a huge favor.
Wei Zidao continued, there is no need to worry about accommodations, Mo sect head. My immortal hunters have far better accommodations for you. Please do me the honor of providing you with one. Mo Wuji said coldly, I will not.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 699, We want to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety. Chapter 699, We want to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Wei Zidao was furious that Mo Wuji had openly embarrassed him in front of Pang Hong and Shang Hegao. He was nevertheless still an immortal emperor of the advanced stage. He contemplated if he should take on Mo Wuji, but he had yet to recover from his ordeal at the River of Sword Qi. Just as Wei Zidao was about to attack, Shang Hegao said, we shall take back this land and remodel it, since Mo sect head is unwilling to hand the pills over.
Mo Wuji was disappointed.
He had planned to trigger an attack from Pang Hong and company by inciting an attack from Wei Zidao.
The death trap arrays that he painstakingly in-placed would then have allowed him to decimate the experts easily.
It was a pity that Shang Hegao resolved the tension during Wei Zidao's moment of hesitation, ruining any chances of a fight breaking out.
Let's go. Mo Wuji left the place without hesitation with Han Qingru and Fei Ling, not bothering to provoke Wei Zidao any further.
None of Pang Hong and company pursued the trio as they disappeared into the distance. They knew they could take Mo Wuji's life whenever they pleased, as they have found the secret to obtaining large amounts of water from the River of Sword Qi. The priority now was to recover from their injuries and face Mo Wuji with their full strength in the future. Mo Wuji was bound to have something up his sleeves. It was fortunate that you had not attacked Wei Zidao.
Shang Hegao cautioned Wei Zidao after Mo Wuji left.
Wei Zidao nodded in agreement. Wei Zidao replied, indeed. It is amazing that Mo Wuji could actually manage to set up a 6th-grade death trap array in the sword prison.
Pang Hong said, Mo Wuji is a very cunning man. He was trying to lure us into the death trap array the entire time by inciting Wei Zidao to attack.
They would have had little trouble destroying a mere 6th-grade death trap array should it have been constructed outside of the sword prison. But the sword prison had left them with only a fraction of their original powers. I could not find out anything about him during our interactions either. Let the 3 of us investigate this death trap array that he have left behind. Wei Zidao agreed with what the pair had said.
All right.
Both Pang Hong and Shang Hegao agreed to Wei Zidao's suggestion.
The remaining 6 waited outside the array while the trio entered it. An immortal emperor of the elementary level that was behind Pang Hong turned around and walked away as the trio entered the array.
No immortal emperor of any organization could challenge the authority of Pang Hong, Shang Hegao, and Wei Zidao in the Vine Mountain of Safety. As such, no one dared to question the immortal emperor who had the audacity to leave the place without waiting for the trio.
Jin, my immortal friend, why don't you wait for me? Where are you headed? Another voice said as Jian the Immortal was leaving the Vine Mountain of Safety. Jian the Immortal stopped and stared at him. "Nie Chang'an, let's not interfere with each other's business. Besides, I have no reason to answer to a person from the Righteousness Mountain." But he was aware that Nie Chang'an was one of the two powerful immortal emperors from the Righteousness Mountains, the other being Shanghagao. "Ha, there is every reason for you to do so, my friend. If my guess was correct, you're planning to leave the Devil Hand to seek Mo Wuji? You should know how severely Devil Hand punishes betrayers." Nie Chang'an challenged Jian the Immortal. Jian the Immortal replied, "Firstly, I have every right to leave the Devil Hand as and when I pleased. There was no betrayal involved, as Pang Hong and I were merely partners. Secondly, I Jian Mingcheng have no reason to fear you even though you're of considerable strength." Nie Chang'an did not mind what Jian Mingcheng said. He calming replied, "You're mistaken, my friend. I have come to join, not challenge you." "Could it be that you?" Jian Mingcheng was shocked beyond words. Xia Chang'an nodded silently. Han Qingru's physical tampering techniques had allowed her to barely resist the surrounding sword qi. Fei Ling's potential and his frequent trip to the river of sword qi also meant that he had a much easier time resisting the sword qi compared to Han Qingru, even though he did not have physical tampering techniques. Mo Wuji did not help Han Qingru to resist the sword qi, even though it had already resulting in a mist of blood surrounding her. He knew that Han Qingru had to go through this to master the physical tampering technique. Besides, it was better for Han Qingru adapt to the sword qi, as he knew he could not be around to aid her all the time. "Please stop, Mo sect head." Mo Wuji and company were nowhere near the whirlpool when a voice came from behind him. He stopped and saw two men. One man was of average build but slightly fat with extremely sharp eyes. He recognized this man. He was the immortal emperor of the elementary stage that was following Shan Hedao. He had recalled Wei Zidao mentioning that this was a powerful man was called Nie Chang'an. The other man had a smaller build, jet back hair, and intriguingly was only born with 9 fingers. This was an immortal emperor of the elementary stages. Mo Wuji only knew that he followed Pang Hong, but not of his name. There were 2 immortal emperors that followed Pang Hong around. One was nearly killed by him but was saved in the nick of time by Shan Hedao. This was the other immortal emperor that followed Pang Hong. Mo Wuji was worried. He would have had no problems handing them had they attacked back in the Vine Mountain of Safety where he placed his death trap array. He knew that it was unlikely now that he could defeat the pair without his death trap array nor help from Wei Zidao. These are 2 powerful men, are Jian Mingcheng from Devil Hands and Nie Chang'an from the Righteousness Mountain. Fei Ling took up a fighting stance beside Mo Wuji and took out his magical treasures, cautiously preparing for battle. He was now a member of the Pingfan sect and was willing to give his life defending it. He kept his half-moon weighted halberd. He understood that it was going to be hard to kill or injure them outside of the Vine Mountain of Safety. "What could have brought the 2 of you out of the Vine Mountain of Safety to me?" Mo Wuji asked respectfully. Mo Wuji was battle-hardened and fought even great immortal emperors. He was not to be intimidated by 2 mere immortal emperors. Jian Mingcheng greets Mo sect head. Nie Chang'an greets Mo sect head. The pair bowed respectfully to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji found it against the norm that the pair did not mention that they were from the Devil Hands or the Righteousness Mountain. Mo Wuji kept silent and awaited the pair to explain themselves. Jian Mingcheng was a few words and merely shot Nie Chang'an a look. Nie Chang'an said, "We wish to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety and follow Mo sect head." Fei Ling stared at the pair blankly. He could not understand why the pair wanted to follow Mo sect head and leave a great place like the Vine Mountain of Safety. Mo Wuji too was suspicious and asked, "Why would the 2 of you want to follow me? You do know that we do not have a place to stay after we leave the Vine Mountain of Safety." Nie Chang'an explained, "I believe that Mo sect head is heading towards the Gobi Desert behind the whirlpool of sword qi. It is a more secure spot compared to the Vine Mountain of Safety, albeit less comfortable." Mo Wuji said, I would not have left would I have been able to stay in the Vine Mountain of Safety. He implied that he did not believe what Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingqing said. Jian Mingqing explained quickly, even though he was usually a man of few words, if my estimates were correct, Mo sect head had planned to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety. It was pure coincidence that you have bumped into us on your way out. You could have very well been on your way out of the Vine Mountain of Safety should we have arrived later. Mo Wuji declined to comment. It was possible that Wei Zidao and company have inferred it, as he had made no attempts to reclaim the land after leaving. Seeing that Mo Wuji was still unconvinced, Nie Chang'an added, Jian Mingyan and I suspected that something was amiss in the Vine Mountain of Safety and did not want to stay there for any longer. What Nie Chang'an said had convinced Mo Wuji. He said, let's go to the Gobi Desert and have a more detailed discussion if that was the case. Yes, Mo sect head. The pair was elated as they knew that Mo Wuji had allowed them to stay temporarily. Miles later, they saw a huge whirlpool hanging in mid-air. The sword chi from the whirlpool torn any nearby spiritual will to shreds. The whirlpool made people feel as though they were getting swept into it when their spiritual will landed close to its edge. This is the whirlpool of sword chi. We have to stay further away or risk getting swept into its roaring currents. Nie Chang'an pointed to the sky and warned the others. Mo Wuji circled away from the whirlpool instinctively. He was unable to tell its depth as it sucked in even his spirit storage channel and sea of consciousness. Mo Wuji would have used his spiritual eye to find out what was at the bottom of the whirlpool should he not have wanted to hide it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Integration of the Water Elemental Bead. Chapter 700, Integration of the Water Elemental Bead. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The sword chi whirlpool was simply too terrifying, and even if Mo Wuji really wanted to find out more, he wouldn't do it now. The five of them bypassed the sword chi whirlpool cautiously, and after another 10 miles, a dark gray-colored desert appeared right in front of their eyes. As they stood on this piece of desert, Mo Wuji could clearly feel that the sword chi in the surrounding was much weaker than before. Even though it was still not as safe as the peaceful Vine Mountain, this place could be considered a heaven when compared to the other places in the sword prison. This piece of desert had a perimeter of about 3 miles, just like how Fei Ling described it previously. Out of all the known places in the sword prison, with the exception of the peaceful Vine Mountain, this place contained the least amount of sword chi. This place was slightly unusual because I've heard that a few people have been dragged into the sword chi whirlpool unknowingly after arriving here, Nie Chang'an added as he noticed how Mo Wuji was observing the place. Mo Wuji didn't start installing the grand defensive array immediately as he stopped to observe the desert. Following which, he looked towards Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingqing before saying, since the two of you are able to cultivate to become an immortal emperor, you must not be ordinary at all, so I shall speak my mind in front of the two of you. This desert does not belong to me alone, so if the two of you wish to stay here, we can simply split this place evenly. Even before Mo Wuji could finish what he wanted to say, both Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingqing bowed at the same time. Sect head Mo, the reason why we left the peaceful Vine Mountain was so that we could join Pingfan, and we do wish Sect head Mo would accept us. In the immortal world outside of the sword prison, if any immortal emperor wishes to join a sect, the entire sect would desperately lift a chair to carry the immortal emperor into their sect. As much as Mo Wuji needed to strengthen Pingfan, he wouldn't want to have time bombs beside him. Then I shall be honest with the two of you. Pingfan had yet to be established, and it would only become number 1 in the future. Mo Wuji realized that up till this point, both Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingqing's expressions remained calm as they didn't reveal any signs of surprise or shock. Evidently, it didn't matter much to them whether or not Mo Wuji's Pingfan was the number 1 sector school. Perhaps, they would have already guessed that it wasn't the case. Secondly, if you want to join Pingfan Immortal School, you have to swear upon a deadly oath, and it has to be from the bottom of your heart. Otherwise, may I invite the 2 immortal emperors to return wherever you came from?
Mo Wuji said this and noticed that Jin Mingcheng wanted to speak, so he raised his hand to stop him. The swearing can wait. Thirdly, the two of you have to tell me the truth as to why you want to leave the peaceful Vine Mountain and follow a newbie like me, who just entered the sword prison. Of course, there's no need to tell me why if you are unwilling to swear upon the deadly oath. Jian Mingcheng and Nia Chang'an exchanged a single glance and Jian Mingcheng spoke. Let me start. The first time I entered the peaceful Vine Mountain and left, my entire body felt relaxed mysteriously. At that point in time, I found it odd, but what made me even more doubtful was that the second time I entered and left the peaceful Vine Mountain, that feeling disappeared without a trace, as if I am used to the peaceful Vine Mountain already. From then on, I've always wanted to leave the peaceful Vine Mountain. However, I didn't know where to go, and even though the peaceful Vine Mountain made me feel uncomfortable, at least I could still survive there. Everyone living at the peaceful Vine Mountain were well aware that the amount of sword chi around the peaceful Vine Mountain was getting lesser by the year. Mo Wuji nodded because he finally confirmed that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Since this was the case, why didn't you come here earlier? Mo Wuji asked calmly. Jian Mingcheng shook his head. I dare not come over because there was an immortal emperor who came over before. This immortal emperor was even in the intermediate immortal emperor stage, and after arriving here, he was mysteriously swept into the sword chi whirlpool. The reason why I chose to follow Sect Head Mo was because Sect Head Mo was even an immortal array grandmaster. As long as Sect Head Mo is able to install a grade 6 protective array here, I would be protected from being swept unknowingly into the sword chi whirlpool. Nia Chang'an followed suit. Other than feeling uncomfortable at the peaceful Vine Mountain, there was one more reason. The method Pang Hong found out to fetch the Sword Chi River's water would hurt lesser for those with higher cultivation level. Those below the Immortal Emperor stage would basically not be able to fetch water from the river. Beside immortal friend Shang, I am the only immortal emperor in the Righteousness Mountain. I believe that if I didn't leave, I would end up like how immortal friend Fei Ling ended up very soon. As soon as I am incapable of fetching more water, that would be my doomsday. There was one more thing that Nia Chang'an didn't mention, and that was how he was second in terms of status in the Righteousness Mountain behind Shang Hagao. This meant that the amount of Sword Chi River's water he received would only be 1/5 of what Shang Hagao received. For him to risk in life in exchange for a minority share of the Sword Chi River's water, Nia Chang'an really didn't want to continue doing so. You know Pang Hong's method of fetching water? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Nia Chang'an shook his head. I don't know, but I am able to guess so. If I knew, I wouldn't be able to leave the Righteousness Mountain. Alright, I trust the both of you. I have already told you about my Ping fan, so if the both of you are still willing to join me, please swear upon the deadly oath, Mo Wuji said. If he was an immortal emperor, he wouldn't need Nia Chang'an and Jian Mingcheng to swear, but because he was only a Grand Luo immortal, this vows would be absolutely necessary and treated seriously. The mentally prepared Jian Mingcheng and Nia Chang'an swore without any shreds of hesitation because nothing was more important than staying alive in the sword prison. Therefore, when both of them vowed upon their life, it was from the bottom of their heart without any intention to cheat Mo Wuji. When these two immortal emperors swore, even if they were within the sword prison, echoes of thunders could be heard. Very high heavens, venerable envoy Jin, you had already left the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden quite some time ago. The enthusiasm among the geniuses in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Garden didn't die down because of his departure. On the contrary, everyone was more enthusiastic than ever as they started discussing about the opening of the 4th level of the Broken World as well as the genius selection to enter the very high heavens. Sister Xiaoyu, I feel that there's a major loophole in this method. For example, isn't it unfair if everyone who entered the 4th level of the Broken World had to pass what they obtained to a single person? After Jin Yu left, Yen Yuarong whispered beside Xiao Xiaoyu's ear. Xiao Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Little miss, do you think others didn't think of this? I believe that at that point in time, the very high heavens would have a better way to differentiate this. Moreover, if you really obtain a treasure like the Book of Luo, would you exchange it for a slot to enter the very high heavens? I would definitely do so. Even though I am already a disciple of the very high heavens, I am still extremely earnest and sincere towards the very high heavens. As long as it's something the very high heavens need, I would hand it over willingly. From the way you two speak, it seems like you are not very respectful towards the very high heavens, a crisp and clear voice could be heard.
Xiao Xiaoyu and Yen Yuerong greets Fairy Jiyu.
We were simply talking nonsense earlier on, so we would seek Fairy Jiyu's forgiveness. Xiao Xiaoyu saw the woman who walked over, so she hurried to grab Yen Yuerong before bowing respectfully. This woman was indeed the most scheming person Xiao Xiaoyu had ever seen. Not too long ago, she acknowledged S. Castellan, Dong Shanglia, as her master before using his status to publicly announce that she was looking for a Tao companion. In a blink of an eye, she became the disciple of the very high heavens. Xiao Xiaoyu was an experienced person, so unless she had no choice, she wouldn't want to have any sort of interaction with Jiyu. Jiyu walked over chuckling. I recall seeing a man called De Huang walking with you previously. Where did he go to?
Ah.
Yen Yuerong was shocked because De Huang was only a mortal, so she wouldn't expect that a person like Jiyu would be looking for him. Very soon, she reacted and replied, De Huang said he wants to walk on his own and didn't wish to follow us anymore.
Where is he staying at?
A small village near the extreme Glade Sea called the Divergent Immortal Village.
We also met him incidentally at the city.
Many thanks, young sister. Jiyu smiled at Yen Yuerong before leaving. Mo Wuji spent yet another 5 days as he finished surrounding this entire desert with several massive arrays. Han Qingru had already started cultivating and tempering her physique in her residence, while Fei Ling started recovering his own primordial spirit and fleshly body after building up the other immortal caves. It was the 2 new members of Ping Fan, Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingcheng, who were the happiest.
They just received 2 Ji Nature pills and 3 Immortal Copious pills each from Mo Wuji.
As compared to the Sword Chi River's water, the Ji Nature pill was much more effective in healing the primordial spirit as well as soul. After Mo Wuji took out the Ji Nature pill, both Jian Mingcheng and Nie Chang'an were rejoicing in their hearts at the correct decision they made to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety. In the first few days, Mo Wuji was still worried that Pang Hong and Shang Hagao might find trouble with him. After his defensive arrays had been set up and Pang Hong and company were still not here, Mo Wuji knew that Pang Hong and company shouldn't be coming anymore. Those 3 people should be desperately trying to collect the Sword Chi River's water. After setting up multiple seals on his own immortal cave, Mo Wuji entered his undying world. Ever since he obtained the water elemental bead, Mo Wuji had not been into his undying world. Previously, it was because he didn't have enough time, but after he reached the Vine Mountain of Safety, he constantly unsafe, so he didn't dare to enter. After leaving the Vine Mountain of Safety, the first thing Mo Wuji thought about was to integrate the water elemental bead into his undying world. Shuaiguo knew that he was simply too weak, so it had been constantly cultivating madly in the undying world. Presently, it had reached the Great Circle of Class 9. Shuaiguo had already chosen the immortal crystals it wanted to consume in the immortal world. He started consuming these immortal crystals without even looking at them, so how could the progress of a demonic beast without immortal lattice be slow if it constantly swallowed large amount of immortal crystals to cultivate? Mo Wuji took out that water elemental bead in his undying world and it instantly turned into a vast and boundless water attribute energy. This energy slowly expanded outwards while the vitality in his body was being extracted vigorously. The entire undying world was transforming and the originally dry world started becoming clear and fresh. Shuaiguo noticed something was amiss, so he immediately flew out and stared shockingly at the ever-changing undying world. Not only was the undying world expanding limitlessly, it was constantly filled with water energy everywhere. Mo Wuji fell seated on the ground because he had already been used to how the 5 elemental beads would extract his vitality while integrating it with the undying world.
As long as he could hold on, this whole process wouldn't last very long.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 8. Chapter 701, Change. Chapter 701, Change. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Indeed, after a few hours, the undying world stopped its transformation. Even Mo Wuji was able to sense the great changes in the undying world. Mo Wuji swallowed pill after pill, and after swallowing a large amount of high-quality pills, Mo Wuji's body started to recover rapidly.
A day had passed, and once Mo Wuji recovered completely, he extended his spiritual will outwards.
Han Xingru's energy was on the rise, and with the help of the Ji Nature pill, her primordial spirit and soul were almost completely healed too. Presently, Han Xingru was cultivating madly with large amount of immortal crystals, and it seemed like it wouldn't take long for her to advance into the intermediate golden immortal stage. The trio Fei Ling, Nie Chang'an and Jin Mingcheng were all still recovering, and despite the numerous days that had passed, they were still trying to fully utilize every bit of the medicinal value of the Ji Nature pill. To them, unique grade Ji Nature pill was not something they could obtain even if they were not trapped in the sword prison. Mo Wuji was extremely satisfied because with the powers he had with him, he wouldn't lose out in a fight against Pang Hong and company. Mo Wuji made his decision to check out the Sword Chi whirlpool once more because he still found this whirlpool extremely odd.
Sect head, you're heading out?
The moment Mo Wuji walked out of his immortal cave, Nie Chang'an noticed him and hurried to approach Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji praised Nie Chang'an in his heart at how he was still an immortal emperor even if he hadn't regained his full strength.
If it were Fei Ling, he might not even detect that Mo Wuji was leaving.
Yes indeed, I am preparing to walk around outside.
Oh yes, I have a technique to temper your physique here, so do try it with Jian Mingcheng and then go through it with Fei Ling too, Mo Wuji said while handing a jade letter to Nie Chang'an.
Many thanks sect head for your care. Nie Chang'an used two hands to receive the jade letter given by Mo Wuji excitedly. As an immortal emperor who was trapped in the sword prison for such a long period of time, Mo Wuji guessed that Nie Chang'an and Jin Mingcheng would not have tempered their body, and their fleshly body should only be in the advanced immortal physique stage.
There were very few immortals who would bother about tempering their physique.
Firstly, they felt that physique tempering was embarrassing because it would only be practiced by barbarians.
Immortals exude immortal energy, so who would bother about physique tempering?
Secondly, as long as their cultivation level increased, their fleshly body would become stronger too, so what they focused on would be the cultivation of sacred art and immortal energy. However, things were different now that they were trapped in the sword prison because a physique tempering technique here was much more valuable than anything else. Not only could physique tempering strengthen the fleshly body, it could also effectively resist the corrosion of sword chi in this place. This was precisely the reason why Nie Chang'an was so excited to receive the physique tempering technique, because with this, his chances of survival had increased by yet another fold.
Mo Wuji nodded. I am going to go out for a walk now and I'll be back soon.
After I return, I will try removing the Great Sword Path's sword chi restriction on the few of you before finding a way out.
Sect head can find a way out?
Nie Chang'an was shuddering as he spoke. Mo Wuji shook his head. I'm not certain, but the Heavens Tao would eventually have more than one way, and the only reason why we hadn't found a way out was not because there wasn't any, but because we hadn't found one. I will try and look for a way on my trip out now, and if I still couldn't find it, we will brainstorm for more ideas. Nie Chang'an's heart was trembling because how could the sect head think of such a simple logic, yet this had never crossed his mind. Sect head, I want to follow you out. At this moment, Nie Chang'an really do believe that Mo Wuji could find a way out. Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, no need, the few of you just focus on cultivating here.
I will go alone and I will be back very soon.
Roger that, sect head. Nie Chang'an was starting to have much more respect and admiration for Mo Wuji. This sect head must be really not simple, because not only was he an immortal array master, he was also able to casually take out a few Ji Nature pills and even possessed a physique tempering technique which immortal emperors could use.
It seemed like even if he wasn't in the sword prison, joining Ping Fan wouldn't be a bad thing.
Just like when he first arrived, the sword chi whirlpool was still rocketing towards the sky as it swept an overwhelming amount of sword chi with it. Even before Mo Wuji could approach closer, that terrifying sword chi was already trying to sweep Mo Wuji into the whirlpool.
Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye, and when his sight fell on that black hole-like sword chi whirlpool which was rocketing towards the sky, he could see clearly everything within the black hole which his spiritual will couldn't. Ordinary spiritual will would not be able to get hold of the sword chi within the sword prison. Only when the sword chi was tearing the body apart or when it was hurting the primordial spirit or soul could one feel the sword chi. Now that Mo Wuji had condensed his spiritual eye, he could clearly see the faint sword chi moving freely around the black hole before being swept down rapidly. Mo Wuji's spiritual eye followed the path of the sword chi being swept down, and after just 1 kilometer, he was shocked. He could actually see a man with an emotionless face sitting on a protruding rock, and the endless amount of sword chi seemed to ease past him without bringing much harm to him. How was this possible? Mo Wuji's first thought was that this was too ridiculous to be true because this man was still alive and he still had some dried out skin on him. In fact, Mo Wuji could sense a faint vitality energy exuding from this man. If it was any other person, Mo Wuji wouldn't be surprised if they could last an incense worth of time after being swept into the sword chi whirlpool, let alone sitting within the whirlpool. After tens of breaths, Mo Wuji could tell that this man was actually tempering his physique. Every time the faint sword chi skimmed past the man's body, it would evoke a faint fluctuation of immortal energy. Mo Wuji was confident that his spiritual eye wasn't wrong. Mo Wuji took multiple steps forward and his spiritual eye went beyond this man as it looked further down the sword chi whirlpool. The pity was that Mo Wuji soon realized that even his spiritual eye was unable to see what's further beyond and deeper down the whirlpool. This sword chi whirlpool was almost similar to the sword chi river in a sense that the closer you approached it, the more terrifying the sword chi felt. However, there were also some differences between the sword chi whirlpool and sword chi river. One difference would be that the disparity of sword chi from the sword chi river was simply too huge. Standing by the side of the sword chi river, Mo Wuji was still able to withstand the sword chi, but once he came into contact with the water from the sword chi river, he wouldn't even last a few breaths. To Mo Wuji, this was indeed the most suitable place to temper his physique. Mo Wuji continued walking towards the position where even he couldn't resist for a long period of time, and he started executing his physique tempering technique. Very soon, he realized that the more he absorbed sword chi to temper his physique, the rate of absorbing immortal energy became much faster too. In no time, Mo Wuji was completely indulged in tempering his physique. In the past, Mo Wuji had been through all sorts of torture to his fleshly body while trying to temper his body. This sword chi might be terrifying, but because he didn't have primordial spirit and even have a violet lake within his sea of consciousness, this was actually extremely suitable for him to temper his physique. If Mo Wuji didn't have this sword chi whirlpool within the sword prison, Mo Wuji guessed that it would still be a long time before he could even think about advancing into the God Physique stage level 2. Cultivation would take time, and so would physique tempering. For a determined physique expert like Mo Wuji, the pain from the lacerations of the sword chi was definitely something that he could handle. Half a year flew by, and not only did Mo Wuji stabilize his God Physique level 1, he even advanced right to the God Physique level 3. In the immortal world, it would be extremely shocking to hear that someone managed to temper his physique to God Physique level 3. A Grand Emperor would not usually have a God Physique, let alone a mere Grand Luo immortal like Mo Wuji. Back when Mo Wuji first entered the God Physique stage, his cultivation level was too low. Even though he was doing fine in the sword prison, he would still need to bear the pain of the lacerations of the sword chi on his fleshly body once in a while. Presently, Mo Wuji was in the God Physique stage level 3, and even if he were to walk around the sword prison casually, his fleshly body would no longer be hurt by the sword chi. Even the stronger sword chi would only scratch out a small bloody scar on his body. Once Mo Wuji reached the God Physique level 3, he threw everything out his mind as he tried to charge into God Physique level 4. As a physique tempering expert, Mo Wuji was more aware than anyone else how different the God Physique level 3 and 4 were. Once he managed to reach God Physique level 4, it would even be easy for him to retrieve water from the sword chi river. Mo Wuji was too desperate to advance into God Physique level 4 that he had forgotten to be cautious.
Before he started his physique tempering here, he constantly reminded himself to not go too close to the sword chi whirlpool. At this moment, Mo Wuji had already tossed his own warning out of his mind. The sword chi around the periphery of the sword chi whirlpool could no longer be beneficial for him to advance to the next level, and if he truly wanted to improve, he would need to go even closer to the sword chi whirlpool.
Concurrently at the Vine Mountain of Safety, the trio Pang Hong, Wei Zidao and Shang Haigao were sitting in the immortal residence of Wei Zidao's immortal hunter's territory.
The trio had a serious expression on their faces because even though their injuries were much better than half a year ago, their rate of recovery was still far from what they estimated. Immortal friend Zidao, please speak first. After a long period of silence, Shang Haigao was the one who started the conversation.
Wei Zidao's face remained solemn as he said, "Did the two of you notice that the more water we used from the Sword Chi River, the less effective it was for our recovery?
Also, it is getting increasingly hard for us to retrieve water from the Sword Chi River even with Brother Pang's method." Previously, immortal reverence and quasi-immortals were still able to collect the water, but now, other than the three of us, no one else seemed to be able to collect water from the Sword Chi River.
Unless we have been collecting too much water recently that it disrupted the balance within the Sword Chi River?
Shang Haigao replied, "Brother Zidao is right, and besides this, did Brother Zidao and Brother Pang notice that the sword chi within the Vine Mountain of Safety is getting lesser? There were even about 4 hours where there ain't any sword chi in most places. Now, in a day of 24 hours, there were almost 16 hours where there was completely no sword chi, and even the sword chi in the remaining 8 hours were extremely weak, but..." As he said this, Shang Haigao took in a deep breath. Logically speaking, we should be happy when the sword chi around the Vine Mountain of Safety became weaker. However, I have this odd feeling in that the weaker the sword chi in the area, the more I feel disturbed.
I wonder if the two of you were like me.
Hearing Shang Haigao's words, Pang Hong and Wei Zidao exchanged glances before nodding silently. They had also felt an increased uneasiness as they collected more water and the sword chi around the Vine Mountain of Safety decreased. I think I am starting to understand why Nye Chang'an and Zhen Ningchang would leave the Vine Mountain of Safety to find Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji possession of the Ji Nature Pill and the distribution of Sword Chi River's water for them were only the secondary reasons, and the main reason should be. Wei Zidao stopped and none of them continued to speak, as all of them were well aware of the common answer in their mind, and that was the fact that there was something wrong with the Vine Mountain of Safety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 702, finally here. Chapter 702, finally here. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Do the two of you know how the sword prison came about?
After a long while, Shang Haigao suddenly asked.
Pang Hong and Wei Zidao looked towards Shang Haigao, even though Wei Zidao had the highest cultivation level while Pang Hong was the strongest here.
In actual fact, the most experienced person was Shang Haigao, and he was also extremely shrewd. If it wasn't for luck, the Great Sword Path might really not be able to force Shang Haigao into the sword prison. Shang Haigao used his finger to point upwards before saying in a deep voice, "During the War of Gods, the sword prison was an inheritance left behind after the war. Rumors were that a peak-grade sword Dao expert had fallen here, and after the sword Dao expert perished, the sword prison was formed." Shang Haigao paused at this moment before lowering his voice till only the three of them could hear. This was just like the God's Tower, Yang Ying's immortal domain's lifeless river, and even the broken world, a treasure left behind by the ancient experts. The lifeless river had the breath of Hongmang, while there are endless sword chi here.
Everyone, try imagining if.
Shang Haigao spoke till this point, and he seemed to have understood something as his expression changed drastically.
Together with Shang Haigao, Pang Hong and Wei Zidao's expression changed too.
Clearly, they have thought of whatever Shang Haigao just thought of. The three, all of them, stood up at almost the same instant, and before anyone could speak, an immortal reverend was standing outside the entrance as he reported, "Revered Lord, we have noticed that for the past 24 hours, there were no sword chi for a full 22 hours. For the last 2 hours, there were only some scattered sword chi around.
Let's go."
Hearing the news of this immortal reverend, Shang Hagao shouted as he darted out without any hesitation. At almost the same instance at which Shang Hagao darted out, Pang Hong and Wei Zidao rushed out too. Seeing the three revered lords dashing out without any hesitation, the immortal reverend hurried to follow them out. With this motion, the entire Vine Mountain of Safety seemed to be woken up as many cultivators, who had no idea what was happening, rushed outside too. Concurrently, a group of 4 came to a halt on the periphery of the desert which Mo Wuji circled out. The uniqueness of these 4 people were that all of them were carrying a long sword on their back, and the person walking in front was a skinny middle-aged man. Behind him was a young woman who wasn't considered to be delicate looking, but she did look soldierly. The person at the back was an extremely boorish looking man. Senior Grand Uncle, this place looked like there is a grand array. The one speaking was a skinny young man with yellow face, as he was actually carrying a bamboo sword. The middle-aged man who was leading the way nodded his head before praising. Fan Hua has been improving quite a lot recently to be able to notice a grand array here. Indeed, there is definitely a grand array installed here. If I didn't guess wrongly, this grand array should have been installed by Senior Mo. This sect head Mo is truly impressive because so many people wanted to come to this desert in the past but didn't manage to stay long. Sect head Mo arrived and immediately decided to stay here, that soldierly woman commented. Indeed, the middle-aged man replied, there are many experts in the sword prison, but how many can install grade 6 immortal array like Senior Mo? The truth was that we have been half a year late in deciding to rely help from Senior Mo. I blame it on my lack for foresight, which was never as good as Senior Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingcheng. After saying this, the middle-aged man sighed as his tone was slightly melancholy. The woman shook her head. Senior Grand Uncle is not worse than others, but because you knew that the 4 of us were the remaining few members of the Tianji sect. If we were to perish here, the Tianji sect could be forever gone, so Senior Grand Uncle's every move was extremely cautious. Jin Kuei, no more mentioning about the Tianji sect in the future, only sword school, the middle-aged man said sternly. Yes, the woman hurried to answer. The middle-aged man sighed once more as he didn't continue on the matter before saying with a clear voice, sword school Suzian requests to meet sect head Mo. A moment later, the grand array opened up in front of them and a clear plaza appeared in front of everyone as a man skinnier than Suzian walked out. Suzian greets immortal friend Fei. Even though Fei Ling's cultivation level was slightly lower than Suzian still bowed respectfully to greet him. He started to regret because he should have came over to seek protection from sect head Mo earlier. Suzian had seen how devastated Fei Ling was, and even though Suzian didn't seek help from any of the 3 primary forces in the Vine Mountain of Safety, he had watched everything that happened between the 3 forces. Fei Ling offended Pang Hong and had escaped the Vine Mountain of Safety with devastating injuries on him. It could even be said that he was merely a skeleton on the run, but after just this period of time, other than his eyes, Fei Ling looked just like any other healthy cultivator. One must know that they were in the sword prison, because even if they were outside the sword prison, his recovery shouldn't have been this rapid. Fei Ling also knew who Su Zian was and that he was in the advanced immortal reverence stage. He heard rumors that he cultivated the sword Dao and had enlightened several sword Dao sacred arts here in the sword prison. Without mentioning him, even Nie Chang'an might find it difficult to finish Su Zian off in the sword prison. However, Su Zian wasn't in anyone's favor, nor did he offend anyone, as he chose not to join any of the 3 primary forces. In the sword prison, he had always been in one corner. Because Su Zian was slightly more low profile, had never clashed with any of the 3 primary forces, coupled with his own strength, he managed to gain a small foothold in the Vine Mountain of Safety. I wonder what is the reason for immortal friend Su's visit today. Fei Ling was also very curious, because if Su Zian wanted to join a force, he would have joined the Devil Hand, Righteousness Mountain, or even the Immortal Hunters already. If Su Zian didn't want to join a force, what was he doing here? This place was no better than the Vine Mountain of Safety. Su Zian clasped his fist once more. I've heard that sect head Mo is magnanimous and was exceptionally strong, which is why I, Su Zian, am here to seek protection. You want to seek protection from our Ping fan? Fei Ling was getting more suspicious, because why did this Su Zian suddenly change his mind? Yes, all four of us are interested in seeking help from Pingfan. Su Zian started to reveal a slight agony because he was the elder of the Tianji sect, yet he was bringing his Tianji sect disciples here to seek help from another sect. Fei Ling clasped his fist back and said, "Immortal friend Su, I am really unable to make this decision on my own. My sect head had left about 6 months ago and had yet to return. If immortal friend Su is willing, you are invited to wait inside. If you are not willing to wait, feel free to leave." Immortal friend Fei? Are you saying that sect head Mo had been out for 6 months? Su Zian was momentarily shocked. He was naturally well aware of how terrifying the sword prison was, and given Mo Wuji's strength, leaving for a few days might not be a problem. However, by staying in here, not only was the sword chi lesser, one could recover their elemental energy too. The moment he left this place for long period of time and allow the sword chi within the sword prison to attack, his elemental energy would have taken a great hit when he returned. Yes, would immortal friend Su still be interested in waiting for him? Fei Ling understood Mo Wuji more than Su Zian and was not in the least worried about sect head Mo Wuji leaving this array. Since sect head Mo had that impressive physique tempering technique, he must have left to temper his physique, just like how Jian Mingcheng also left the desert to temper his physique after obtaining the physique tempering technique from sect head Mo. The only difference was that Jian Mingcheng would return after a while, but sect head Mo had yet to return once. Yes, we shall wait inside then. Su Zian regained his composure very quickly before answering with conviction. Since this was the case, the four of you please enter. You can wait on the plaza itself, but even I have no idea how long you'll be waiting for, Fei Ling explained casually. Many thanks immortal friend Fei. Su Zian didn't stand on ceremony, because even though he could still hang on for a period of time after leaving the Vine Mountain of Safety, the few people behind him could no longer hold on for much longer. The youngest and weakest Fan's entire body was already filled with scars. The four of them entered the plaza and could instantly feel the weakening of sword chi in the surrounding, and it felt much better than where they stayed in the Vine Mountain of Safety. No worries, I will be entering now, so please take care of yourself, Fei Ling said and walked straight out of the plaza. This sect head Mo was really a god. He actually knew that someone would visit. After Fei Ling left, Su Zian exclaimed, "Senior grand uncle, how did you know?" Fan Hua questioned. "Look at this plaza and you should be able to tell that it was between two arrays. The purpose of the plaza would be to hold those who came and was willing to join Pingfan," Su Zian explained. Currently, Su Zian had calmed himself down significantly, because since sect head Mo had predicted that people would come over, it would mean that their chances of joining Pingfan was high. Boom boom boom. Explosions could be heard from the Vine Mountain of Safety, and all the cultivators who had rushed out of the Vine Mountain of Safety were starting to panic. The boundless vine suddenly started to shrink, and every cultivator who touched the vine was instantly sucked of his blood. Shan Hagao retrieved a talisman as he was desperately trying to break the talisman before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, why would he bother about reserving his strength and elemental energy? Because after guessing what the Vine Mountain of Safety was, he was extremely desperate to leave this place. The pity was that no matter what methods he used, his strength was never the same as before. A vine swept towards him casually as blood and soul from his entire body was instantly absorbed into the vine. Just as he fell to the ground, he was only left with a piece of clothing and nothing else. Bang! The Madare Panghong was brushed down by the vine, and just as he landed on the ground, a stolen pierced right through body. In the instance his blood and soul were being absorbed, he started to murmur to himself, "I understand now." He really did understand. He understood how they were responsible for the changes in the Vine Mountain of Safety and eventually their own death. If they hadn't been so obsessed in chopping off the wooden vine to forge a cask to collect the Sword Chi River's water, so obsessed in trying to recover their soul and primordial spirit, this Vine Mountain of Safety would definitely not be awoken so soon. Perhaps not in another 1 or 2,000 years, but they were simply too careless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, The Unsafe Vine Mountain of Safety.
Chapter 703, The Unsafe Vine Mountain of Safety. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Countless of people from all corners of the Vine Mountain of Safety started evacuating, and other than those who were originally near the edge of the mountain, out of 10 who tried to evacuate the Vine Mountain of Safety, not even one managed to do so. Wei Zidao had almost burnt his entire lifespan away and was one of the fastest one to escape. At the instant he left the territory of the immortal hunters, he had already reached the periphery of the Vine Mountain of Safety. Even so, a vine still managed to creep up and bind his calf. Wei Zidao had always been a rogue cultivator, and even though his knowledge might not be as great as Shang Hagao and he might not be as resourceful as Pang Hong, he had something the both of them didn't possess. That was decisiveness. The second the vine managed to bind up Wei Zidao's calf, immortal energy was released and his entire calf was instantly detached from his body. In the very next moment, the calfless Wei Zidao was already escaping frantically. At this moment, the sword chi was nothing to him, as what he wanted the most was to evacuate as far as he could. Behind Wei Zidao was those massive kyoho-like vines starting to gather like a compressed cage for crickets. Any cultivator trapped within this cage would no longer be able to make it out alive. Not a single drop of blood splattered out, because every cultivator who was touched by the vine was absorbed of his or her blood, soul, and even fleshly body in the shortest possible time. Only a rare few like Wei Zidao managed to escape out alive. AI. Wei Zidao spat out a mouthful of blood before coming to a halt as he swallowed a healing pill. Behind him, the originally towering and mighty Vine Mountain of Safety had completely disappeared without a trace. The Vine Mountain of Safety had seemingly been compressed down to the ground, and everyone who had existed in the Vine Mountain of Safety had vanished with it. The few cultivators who made it out alive saw Wei Zidao and hurried over to gather around him while helping him up. In the sword prison, the more company the better. Revered Lord Wei, what has happened to the Vine Mountain of Safety? A pale face and blood-stained immortal reverend asked, as his heart still had lingering fears. A Grand Emperor had no capabilities to resist or fight back against the Vine Mountain of Safety, so how truly terrifying was this vine? If he wasn't already near the periphery of the Vine Mountain of Safety, he wouldn't have succeeded with his narrow escape. The remaining weaker survivors were also listening attentively, because they too had no idea what was going on with the Vine Mountain of Safety. Wei Zidao finally calmed himself down before saying in a low voice, "It should be a heart left behind by ancient experts. If my guess is right, those vines that you saw were the veins of the heart." We have been living in a heart? Someone asked shockingly. Nobody answered his question, because everyone believed that Wei Zidao wasn't speaking mindlessly. This was because the Vine Mountain of Safety was actually shaped like a heart. Wei Zidao was also trembling within, because he had personally witnessed how Shang Hagao and Pang Hong was sucked dry of their blood and fleshly body before dying within the mountain. Besides how he was stronger than Pang Hong and Shang Hagao, the reason why he was still alive was because of his decisiveness. However, this was still not the main reason why he managed to escape, because the main reason was the 4G nature pills given by Mo Wuji. The 4G nature pills made his primordial spirit and soul much more complete than Pang Hong and Shang Hagao, and in terms of rate of recovery, his was also the fastest. Because of his almost recovered primordial spirit, he was able to burn his life force to escape from the Vine Mountain of Safety and ended up losing only one leg. It seemed like their guess was right, and the reason why Mo Wuji left the Vine Mountain of Safety in advance was probably not just because they wanted to take back their territory, but because Mo Wuji had already detected the danger within the Vine Mountain of Safety. He recalled the time he went to the Sword Chi River with Mo Wuji, and how Mo Wuji was deep in thoughts while furrowing his brows after he left the Vine Mountain of Safety. Afterwards, he even walked back into the Vine Mountain of Safety to walk out again. He finally came to an understanding that Mo Wuji had already suspected something from that moment on. Previously, when Mo Wuji retreated and left so straightforwardly, Wei Zidao thought that it was because Mo Wuji no longer had an alliance and that he had already formed an alliance Pang Hong and Shang Hagao. Come to think of it, it was nothing like that, because he believed that even if they hadn't formed the alliance, Mo Wuji would have still choose to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety.
When they visited Mo Wuji's place, he was already preparing to leave, so how could things be so coincidental, thought. Given Mo Wuji's level of knowledge in array Dao, if he wasn't willing to leave, the combined effort of the three of them might not even be able to break Mo Wuji's array.
Revered Lord Wei, where do we go now?
Everyone was silent and a cultivator suddenly asked.
Wei Zidao sighed and said, the immortal hunters is no longer around, so everyone can just address me by my name.
What revered lord?
Such a joke.
This incident made him understand that no matter how much power they gathered in the sword prison, any alliance would be to no avail in the face of a much more powerful catastrophe like this. All of you should go and find sect head Mo for protection, Wei Zidao added, as he knew that other than relying on Mo Wuji, these few people had nowhere else to go.
Senior Wei, aren't you going with us?
The cultivator who was speaking earlier asked. The truth was that even though he asked Wei Zidao where should they go, he was well aware that finding sect head Mo Wuji was the only option left for them.
Wei Zidao shook his hand and said, you guys go ahead, I won't be joining you.
After he said that, Wei Zidao instantly walked away and disappeared into the depths of the boundless sword prison. He was, after all, an advanced immortal emperor stage expert who just destroyed his alliance with Mo Wuji not too long ago before chasing him out of the Vine Mountain of Safety.
He wasn't that shameless to seek protection from Mo Wuji now. One must know that Mo Wuji exchanged the territory he wanted with G-nature pills, but in the end, Wei Zidao took it back without further notice.
Whether or not Mo Wuji already had intentions to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety or not, his action was wrong and disgraceful.
Moreover, if an immortal emperor like him requests for protection from Mo Wuji, who would be listening to who? After Wei Zidao left, the strongest person left behind was that immortal reverend.
As the immortal reverend watched Wei Zidao's back view disappear, he sighed once more, let's go, we shall go and look for sect head Mo. As an immortal reverend and also a member of the Devil Hand, he was well aware of the conflict between Mo Wuji and the three primary forces of the Vine Mountain of Safety. Therefore, he could still understand why Wei Zidao was unwilling to seek help from Mo Wuji.
Kakaka.
Mo Wuji suddenly felt the intensity of sword chi increasing by multiple folds as his bones started to produce splitting sounds.
The excruciating pain experienced by Mo Wuji caused him to open his eyes as he was completely awoken. He looked terrifyingly at his feet as it was currently at the very edge of the whirlpool.
However, the whirlpool didn't actually sweep him inwards. The endless amount of sword chi was absorbed using his physique tempering technique as it entered his body. Besides the endless amount of sword chi here, there was also an endless amount of immortal energy too. Mo Wuji instantly understood that those terrifying sword chi from the whirlpool was completely absorbed by him, and the whirlpool had momentarily disappeared, which was why he stopped. Presently, he had to focus because he shouldn't let his bones disintegrate. The moment his bones started to shatter again, he might never be able to enter God Physique level 4 anymore and might even be swept right into the sword chi whirlpool afterwards. Mo Wuji forcefully removed his distracting thoughts as well as the danger under his feet as he started circulating both his physique tempering and immortal mortal technique using all his strength. All 108 smaller circulation formed up to become a big one, and then this big circulation combined with Mo Wuji's physique tempering technique managed to absorb all the dense immortal energy from within the sword chi whirlpool.
Boom!
Mo Wuji's fleshly body had reached a limit and a valiant aura started surging out from his body, and the initially splitting bones and skin started to recover in the next moment. Sword chi which were originally being absorbed into Mo Wuji's body were now completely blocked off by Mo Wuji. The immortal elemental energy within his body were rising intensely, which led to the explosion of a shackle as Mo Wuji instantaneously charged into the intermediate Grand Luo immortal stage. The berserk whirlpool's power to engulf could be felt once again as Mo Wuji subconsciously took many steps back, and those sword chi which could sweep him away was absorbed into his body again. During his time at the periphery of the sword chi whirlpool, Mo Wuji's fleshly body was in the God Physique level 4 while his cultivation level had reached the intermediate Grand Luo immortal stage. He knew that given his current cultivation level, death would be the only outcome if he were to be swept into the whirlpool. Having retreated from the periphery of the sword chi whirlpool, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye to look at the sword chi whirlpool, and under the whirlpool, the man had actually disappeared. Mo Wuji's back started having cold sweat as he quickly sped out of this place. Before he advanced to become an immortal king, he dared not enter the sword chi whirlpool to check it out. If he didn't possess any exceptional cultivation resources, he would not be able to advance to become an immortal king in a short period of time. It seemed like he should go check for any reaction from the transfer array disk he threw outside the sword prison. Mo Wuji guessed that the transfer array disk would not be much of a help, but since it was still a possible way out, he had to try his luck.
May I know if sect head Mo is here?
The immortal reverend brought about 5 survivors from the Vine Mountain of Safety to the encampment which Mo Wuji had set up. Fei Ling walked out once more, and the waiting Su Zian and company all stood up.
Your brother Cha?
Fei Ling exclaimed surprisingly at the sight of the immortal reverend. Fei Ling knew this immortal reverend called Cha Rui because Fei Ling used to be from the Devil Hand too.
Now why would Cha Rui be here?
Fei Ling noticed the severely wounded cultivators behind Cha Rui and became even more curious than before. Immortal friend Fei Ling, long time no see. Cha Rui's voice was slightly hoarse as Cha Rui's status in the Devil Hand used to be much higher than Fei Ling. At this moment, he was rejoicing at the fact that he didn't offend Fei Ling before.
Brother Cha, what are you doing here?
Did you decide to leave the Devil Hand too?
Aren't you afraid of Pang Hong?
Aren't you afraid that you wouldn't be able to return to the Vine Mountain of Safety anymore? Even till today, Fei Ling still had lingering fears whenever he mentioned about Pang Hong. Cha Rui sighed, there is no more Vine Mountain of Safety and no more Devil Hand.
What do you mean?
Fei Ling thought of the words of Nie Chang'an and Jian Mingchang, and his expression changed drastically. If the Vine Mountain of Safety was truly dangerous, this place wasn't actually very far away from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 704, Someone Snatching the Turf. Chapter 704, Someone Snatching the Turf. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Ha 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 ha. A loud laughter could be heard as everyone looked towards the entrance of the defensive array which Fei Ling just opened. A man in grey robe landed on the plaza like a demon while grabbing another man in his hands.
Revered Lord Wei?
Su Zian instantly recognized immortal hunters Wei Zidao as the man being grabbed hold of by the grey robe man.
An expert in the advanced immortal emperor stage was actually carried by hand just like that? How strong must this fella be?
One must know that back in the Vine Mountain of Safety, Wei Zidao was one of the most powerful immortals, so how could he be treated like a mere ant today? Su Zian was one of the latest to arrive at the Vine Mountain of Safety, so he wasn't very sure as to who the grey robe man carrying Wei Zidao was. Just because Su Zian didn't know who this man was, Fei Ling and Cha Rui recognized him, and they immediately exclaimed at the sight of the grey robe man, "Bai Yi? Ha, I didn't expect that after all these years, there would still be people who recognized me. This place is decent, so I shall be staying here in the future. I shall give everyone a chance, so bow in front of me and you shall be under me." Bai Yi, the grey robe man laughed out loud as he said pleasingly. Even Nie Chang'an could hear such a loud laughter, so he instantly rushed out. When he saw the grey robe man, he also had the same shocked expression as he said, "Bai Yi at it." Very few people who were thrown into the sword prison late would recognize Bai Yi. However, the first few in the sword prison, and especially those who shifted to the Vine Mountain of Safety, there were actually only a few who didn't know Bai Yi. Bai Yi, an expert in the peak of the intermediate Immortal Emperor stage, was only one step away from entering the advanced Immortal Emperor stage. After discovering the Vine Mountain of Safety, Bai Yi was just like Wei Zidao, Pang Hong and Shang Haigao, as he owned a piece of territory too. Because Bai Yi had the wildest ambitions and was also the most guarded man, he owned the biggest territory in the Vine Mountain of Safety. Pang Hong was unhappy with that, so he started a fight with Bai Yi. Eventually, it goes without saying that Pang Hong was never a match for Bai Yi. Besides this, after injuring Pang Hong, Bai Yi went on to kill 7 immortal reverends and 2 quasi-immortals under Pang Hong. He was said to be viciously ruthless when dealing with such matters. Just when Bai Yi was about to finish Pang Hong off, Wei Zidao and Xiang Hegao stood out together to stop Bai Yi, and naturally, Bai Yi managed to calm himself down. It was also after the fight that people concluded that Bai Yi could even contend against Wei Zidao. What surprised everyone was that while others were managing their own territories, Bai Yi suddenly gave up on his large piece of territory and disappeared without a trace. Pang Hong had enmity with Bai Yi, so the moment Bai Yi left, Pang Hong took over Bai Yi's territory, which explained why Pang Hong's power was the greatest in the Vine Mountain of Safety afterwards. Previously, nobody knew why Bai Yi would suddenly leave the Vine Mountain of Safety, but now, whether it was Fei Ling, Nie Chang'an, or even Wei Zidao, who was just thrown on the ground, were clear of the reason why he chose to leave. It had to be because Bai Yi had already suspected that something was amiss at the Vine Mountain of Safety, which was why he didn't stay. Ha, immortal friend Nya, not bad at all. After so many years in the sword prison, you are still able to maintain the stability of your primordial spirit. So this place is under your control? Not bad, you have quite pretty decent foresight, Bai Yi continued, laughing to his heart's content. Nie Chang'an was an immortal emperor and one of the first batch of people to enter the Vine Mountain of Safety, so Bai Yi naturally knew who he was. Congratulations, immortal friend, on the further advancement of your Dao. Nie Chang'an clasped his fist. Bai Yi nodded as he stopped smiling. Nie Chang'an, back then, I had already reckoned that something is wrong with the Vine Mountain of Safety, which was why I choose to leave. I have also suspected this particular desert, but I wasn't very sure back then. After the catastrophe over at the Vine Mountain of Safety, I've reconsidered this place, and I reckon that this place is one of the few safe places left in the sword prison. My intention for coming back here would be to occupy this place, and since this place is under immortal friend Nia's control, I wonder if immortal friend is willing to join my sect and gain a foothold here in the sword prison? Bai Yi was proficient in the Tao of prophecy, and simply because he predicted that the Vine Mountain of Safety was unsafe, he made the decision to leave. Now that the Vine Mountain of Safety had disappeared, the danger within it was gone with it. His latest prediction would be that this desert was the safest place in the sword prison. After hiding around the sword prison for so many years, he was worn out even if he had a physique tempering technique of his own. After sensing that the desert was the safest, he rushed back immediately, and he definitely wasn't expecting to see a severely wounded Wei Zidao. If Wei Zidao was not wounded, even if wouldn't lose to Wei Zidao, Bai Yi knew that there was no chance of him winning Wei Zidao. Wei Zidao had been burning his blood and lifespan while exhausting the last bit of his energy left in him. After meeting Bai Yi, he was captured alive without even struggling. The only reason why he chose not to kill Wei Zidao was because he wanted Wei Zidao to fetch water from the Sword Chi River for him. He was speaking politely to Nie Chang'an only because Nie Chang'an was also an immortal emperor like him. Nie Chang'an was different from Wei Zidao because Nie Chang'an's immortal energy looked denser, and even his primordial spirit was not badly injured. He suspected that Nie Chang'an had a peak-grade physique tempering technique with him, otherwise, how could he be living so comfortably in this place? Another reason was also because Nie Chang'an was actually able to install a grade 6 death trap array here. He, Bai Yi, might not be afraid of this magic array, but he really didn't wish to get hurt in the sword prison. He could very well get hurt if he chose to go head-to-head with an intermediate immortal emperor stage expert and a grade 6 death trap array. Big brother Nya, big brother Fei, what's happening? Bai Yi's arrival even startled Han Xingru as she walked out. At the sight of Han Xingru, Bai Yi's eyes lit up because he noticed that Han Xingru had just advanced into the advanced golden immortal stage. Even if sword chi was the thinnest here, it was simply unbelievable that someone could cultivate and even advance here. If it was possible to advance, he, Bai Yi, would have already stepped into the advanced immortal emperor stage during all these free time he had over the years. Evidently, Han Xingru must have some secrets on her. What made him even more elated was that Han Xingru was extremely gorgeous and was very feminine too. He was obsessed with women ever since he was born, and before he was thrown into the sword prison, he had over hundreds of imperial concubines. After being thrown here, he was too occupied with survival, so he didn't think much about women. Now that a strikingly attractive woman had appeared in front of him, his entire life would have been in vain if he let her go. He completely neglected the fact that Han Qingru could be Nie Chang'an's woman. It was true that he needed Nie Chang'an's support here, but what he was lacking now was not Nie Chang'an's support but a beauty like Han Qingru. As he thought about the future which he had to spend in this desert, how could he let Han Qingru slip out of his grasp? Immortal friend Bai, our sect head is not in currently. If immortal friend Bai wishes to stay here, you would need to wait for our sect head to return to approve. Nie Chang'an clasped his fist and replied politely. Bai Ye's face turned solemn before sneering. Nie Chang'an, I am telling you that I'm going to stay here, not asking for your opinion. I'm giving you 10 breaths time to release this array completely, otherwise, don't blame me, Bai Yi, for turning nasty. When Nie Chang'an said that, Bai Yi was certain that Nie Chang'an was lying to him. Given Nie Chang'an's immortal emperor's strength, it was possible that he could join a force, but it was impossible for him to join a sect. Moreover, Nie Chang'an's primordial spirit was stable, which meant that he was recovering well. Given his level of recovery, how could he achieve this while being a disciple of a sect? Han Qingru had been wandering on her hand throughout the years, so she was no longer the gentle and naive woman she used to be. From Bai Ye's eyes, she could tell that he was interested in her as well as this entire place that they were in. Presently, Bai Yi was threatening Nie Chang'an, and because she was worried that Nie Chang'an might give in, she hurried to step out and said, "This is the territory of Pingfan. Disciples of Pingfan and cultivators who wish to join Pingfan, please step over to my side." Before Mo Wuji left, he handed all the array flags which could ignite the few death trap arrays here to her. Now that someone was trying to snatch Pingfan's turf, how could she let it be? Fei Ling was the first person who walked over to Han Qingru's side. Nie Chang'an was already standing beside Han Qingru, so he didn't budge and even drew out his own magic treasure. Ever since he made his decision to Pingfan, he never intended to turn his back on Pingfan, which was why he would be willing to swear upon the deadly oath. Other than sect head Mo, who else would be able to hand him a G-nature pill in the sword prison? Moreover, he didn't believe that sect head Mo would not return when Han Qingru ignite the death trap arrays. What surprised Fei Ling was that even Su Zian and the 4 men behind him walked over to Han Qingru. He knew clearly that Su Zian was one who would do anything to protect himself, and even though Bai Yi was only one person here, he was the strongest one around. After Su Zian and company walked over in a hurry, Cha Rui hesitated for a moment before scurrying over too. Following Cha Rui's choice, 2 more cultivators hurried over too. Only 3 cultivators who were with Cha Rui initially chose to stay put, as they seemed to think highly of Bai Yi. As for Wei Zidao, he was evidently unable to move his body. Bai Yi was slightly shocked because a lot of people knew his origins and how strong he was. It could be said that if they were to get into a fight, he was 90% confident of winning. He knew that as long as he killed Nie Chang'an, the fight would be in his favor, because every other cultivators below the Immortal Emperor stage were basically like ants to him. Something is wrong. The person who was taking charge was not Nie Chang'an but that puny golden immortal girl. Bai Yi looked doubtfully at Han Qingru, because even on his deathbed, he would never believe that Han Qingru was the leader here. "Who are you?" Bai Yi didn't act immediately because he wasn't anxious. They were in the sword prison, so there shouldn't be any reinforcements against his side. "Why does it concern you?" While Bai Yi was confident no one else would appear, someone arrived behind him and even answered his question. Bai Yi turned behind and he saw 2 people walking towards him. The man walking in front was a youth who looked extremely ordinary. However, his black hair and bright eyes were extremely eye-catching and his body was perfectly shaped. He was certain that this youth was an physique tempering expert and a pretty decent one. However, the person walking beside Mo Wuji was even more ordinary, with an average height and had only 9 fingers. He noticed that Mo Wuji was nearly in the Immortal King stage, but this skinny man with 9 fingers was already in the elementary Immortal Emperor stage. Bai Ye's face turned serious, because even though he wouldn't be afraid of 2 elementary Immortal Emperor stage experts, the tide of the fight would be beyond his control. Zhen Mingcheng was one of the later one to enter the Vine Mountain of Safety, so Bai Yi would naturally not recognize him.
The two people who returned were indeed Mo Wuji and Jin Mingchang. Mo Wuji had already stepped into the God Physique level 4, and on his way back, he met Jin Mingchang and decided to come back together. Just when they arrived at the entrance, they met Bai Yi, who was trying to take over his turf. "I'm Immortal Emperor Bai Yi." Bai Yi's voice was slightly soft as he was calculating the odds of him getting rid of the two immortal emperors by surprising them with a sudden execution of a grand sacred art. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 705, I Know the Way Out. Chapter 705, I Know the Way Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sect Head Mo. Bai Yi was like the few of us who first arrived at the Vine Mountain of Safety to form the forces. After predicting that there was something wrong with the Vine Mountain of Safety, he suddenly left the Vine Mountain of Safety. Now that he has returned, he should have found out that the Vine Mountain of Safety was no longer around and that this place was the safest. Wei Zidao forced himself to sit up as he took the initiative to explain these to Mo Wuji. If one had the chance to live, who would be willing to die? Bai Yi was indeed very strong and even had a physique tempering technique which allowed him to survive well in the sword prison. However, in Wei Zidao's eyes, Bai Yi was really not worthy to be Mo Wuji's match. Back then, Peng Hong, Shang Haigao and himself brought 3 other immortal emperors and some other immortal reverend, but they still didn't dare to touch Mo Wuji's residence in the Vine Mountain of Safety. Just because Bai Yi thought that he was slightly adept in array Dao, he actually dared to cause such commotion on Mo Wuji's turf. He was certain that the instant Bai Yi attacked, Bai Yi could forget about leaving this piece of desert anymore. If Mo Wuji was unable to finish Bai Yi off, he would definitely not have the capabilities to leave the Vine Mountain of Safety easily back then. Something really happened to the Vine Mountain of Safety? Mo Wuji questioned, and just like Wei Zidao's guess, Mo Wuji really didn't see Bai Yi as an opponent to worry about. Without mentioning that he had 2 immortal emperors with him, even if he was alone in the sword prison, he wouldn't fear Bai Yi. Yes, just a while ago the vine at the Vine Mountain of Safety suddenly started absorbing everyone's blood and soul. Other than a few cultivators who managed to make it out, everything within and including the Vine Mountain of Safety completely disappeared. Peng Hong and Shang Haigao didn't make it out while I lost a leg and barely escaped. My guess was that it was a massive heart, Wei Zidao explained. To survive in the sword prison, Wei Zidao used the remaining blood within his body to grow out another leg, but the pity was that before he could recover his elemental energy, he met Bai Yi. Previously, Charue didn't complete his explanation, so it was only now that Su Zian and company understood what truly happened at the Vine Mountain of Safety. The 4 of them exchanged glances and started rejoicing in their heart, because if they made their decision to leave slightly later, they might not even be alive anymore. Mo Wuji maintained silent and was also glad that he made the decision to leave. If he were to trust his luck and stayed like how he did when he first left the Heavenly Chasm City, he would have perished together with the Vine Mountain of Safety. Given Wei Zidao's speed, he was almost swallowed by the Vine Mountain of Safety, and even if Mo Wuji's speed was faster than Wei Zidao, it might be difficult even for him to leave. This was because he would definitely want to rescue Han Qingru first, and if he did that, he wouldn't have any hope of leaving alive. Sect Head Mo, this is your turf? Bai Yi noticed Wei Zidao's attitude towards Mo Wuji and knew that he had left out a crucial person. Regardless, this sect head Mo in front of him was not simple at all. That's right, Mo Wuji really didn't like Bai Yi and felt that even the dead Peng Hong was slightly more pleasing to the eye than this Bai Yi. Split your turf into 2 then, I only want a small portion. Bai Yi spoke halfway and his body flashed towards Han Qingru. While he said that he only wanted a small portion of the turf, Bai Yi really didn't intend to stay here. He only wanted to bring Han Qingru away so that 1, he would be able to force Han Qingru to share her cultivation secret, and 2, because he wanted to find someone to wait upon him. The reason why Bai Yi said what he said was so that he could agitate Mo Wuji and allow himself that split second to bring Han Qingru away. No matter how not simple Mo Wuji was, he would be helpless against him, Bai Yi, in the other areas of the sword prison.
The pity was that this defensive array was installed by Mo Wuji. The second he entered this defensive array, he had already ignited the death trap array. Other people would need the array flags to ignite the death trap array, but Mo Wuji only needed his spirit storage channel to do so. The instant Bai Yi charged towards Han Xingru, his entire surrounding changed and a massive halberd radiance appeared in the space around Bai Yi. How was this possible? When Bai Yi sensed that he was trapped within the death trap array, his heart turned cold in disbelief. He was certain that no matter how quick Mo Wuji was, he shouldn't be able to stop him from grabbing and leaving with the girl. However, the truth was the exact opposite of his prediction. The moment he moved, the grand array was ignited. Previously, Mo Wuji was only intending to teach Bai Yi a lesson for trying to snatch his turf, but now that he wanted to grab Han Xingru, the killing intent in Mo Wuji's heart was surging. Once the death trap array trapped Bai Yi, Mo Wuji's half-moon-weighted halberd was struck across. Bai Yi extended his arm as he drew out a 8 trigrams disc, and 8 multicolored light radiants were shot out to form a thin circle. Mo Wuji's halberd radiance within his death trap array clashed against this thin and wide multicolored circle as it instantly flowed towards a position. Within a breath time, light radiance shone extensively at the position, and under the bright light, an array gate appeared within Mo Wuji's death trap array. Bai Yi sneered as his 8 trigrams disc smashed towards the array gate. Mo Wuji was shocked because he didn't expect someone to be able to find his array gate so easily. The array gate of his death trap array was indeed where the lights of Bai Yi's 8 trigrams disc were shining towards, so as long as the 8 trigrams successfully smashed on the array gate, his death trap array would instantly be destroyed. Once the death trap array was destroyed, Mo Wuji was certain that he wouldn't be able to contain or hold Bai Yi back. At almost the same instant Bai Yi's 8 trigrams disc was charging out, Mo Wuji threw out multiple array flags. He didn't bother about that slashing halberd radiance as he simply threw out a punch. Boom! An explosive tremble could be felt, and everyone outside the death trap array even thought that this place was going to be flipped upside down. Even so, everyone outside the death trap array could only see a blurry place and not Mo Wuji or Bai Yi. They could only feel that within those blurs, the entire place was in havoc and filled with explosions of immortal energy and killing intent. When he realized that his 8 trigrams had smashed against Mo Wuji's death trap array, Bai Yi revealed a slight sneer. He couldn't believe that Mo Wuji thought a mere grade 6 death trap array was able to hold him back. Bai Yi's smile instantly disappeared because when his 8 trigrams disc smashed against Mo Wuji's death trap array's gate, it actually didn't release this array, and in fact, his immortal energy rebounded and almost made him spat out a mouthful of blood. All these happened in an instant, and at the same time, Mo Wuji's halberd winding river had already landed. How could Bai Yi still bother about anything else, because if he failed to defend against this winding river sacred art, this date next year would be his death anniversary. Even if Bai Yi suspected that the array gate of the death trap array was right beside the position which he just smashed, he could only retract his 8 trigrams disc as it attempted to defend against Mo Wuji's winding river. Gotcha! The halberd radiance clashed against the 8 trigrams disc, and the multicolors of the 8 trigrams disc started to disperse as if Mo Wuji had just destroyed a rainbow. The rainbow dispersed and the halberd radiance within the death trap array formed up once more as it went full force on Bai Yi. Bai Yi's years of physique tempering might have been successful, but he was only slightly beyond the great circle of immortal physique and half a step into the god physique stage. It wasn't because he couldn't advance beyond the god physique, but because he had insufficient preparations. Before being thrown into the sword prison, he didn't prepare any treasures like the undying holy bamboo or void nirvana root. Moreover, he only started tempering his body after being thrown into the sword prison. Before that, even though he had a physique tempering technique, he didn't bother cultivating it. The halberd radiance crashed onto Bai Yi's body endlessly as it formed a fog of blood. As for Bai Yi's clothing, it was swept away by the halberd radiance. With the sudden resistance from Bai Yi, Mo Wuji's winding river sacred art was only able to cause superficial injuries on Bai Yi's body. Stop! Bai Yi only managed to utter these 2 words and Mo Wuji's domain smashing fist was already on its way. Bai Ye's domain had originally been restrained by Mo Wuji's death trap array as well as whirlpool domain, and now that it had to suffer the force of the domain smashing fist, Bai Ye's domain was instantly scattered and disintegrated. In the sword prison, Bai Ye's strength was only equivalent to his strength in the Immortal King stage outside. Now that he was trapped by an unwounded Mo Wuji, a person who had yet to reach the Immortal King stage, how could Bai Ye feel good? In the instance Bai Ye's domain was disintegrated, Mo Wuji's fist landed directly on his heart. AI. Bai Ye spat out blood and felt as though his heart was struck by 10,000 steel hammers. Throughout his many years of physique tempering, Bai Ye had felt all sorts of pain before. However, a heart-crushing pain caused by steel hammers was something he would never forget in his life. Presently, he realized that if this sect head Mo didn't stop, it would be really hard for him to leave this place alive. His 8 trigrams disc was indeed able to locate the array gate of the death trap array in the shortest possible time, but the most terrifying thing was that his opponent could casually alter the position of the array gate. If he tried to destroy this death trap array forcefully, Mo Wuji could have killed him over 1,000 times. I admit defeat. After being crushed by Mo Wuji's fist within his own domain, Bai Ye knew that he had no other choice except to admit defeat. In a simple exchange of blows, Bai Ye estimated that Mo Wuji was at most an immortal king or might be even lower than that. If Mo Wuji was an immortal emperor like him, Bai Ye would have died under such circumstances. He was extremely reluctant to admit defeat because the reason for his defeat was not because he was not strong enough but because his opponent made use of the sword chi within the sword prison coupled with the halberd radiance within his death trap array, which made him completely helpless. Great! Mo Wuji answered simply. Bai Ye heaved a sigh of relief and he swore to get back at what happened today in the future. He didn't need to leave the sword prison to do so because he was confident that as long as he was outside this small death trap array, he would be able to kill this man with the surname Mo easily. Just as Bai Ye heaved a sigh of relief, a long extended halberd radiance was flying towards him. The space within the defensive array suddenly condensed and his movement became significantly slower. This was the first time Bai Ye felt an impending death aura looming around him as he sought his pitch-black future. This sacred art was definitely much more terrifying than the previous winding river. Because of the condensation of space around him, he was unable to avoid it. Bai Ye shouted furiously, "Man with the surname Mo, how could you go back on your word?" He sensed Mo Wuji's resolute to kill him, and even though he knew that he would be killed regardless if he admitted defeat, his heart was still full of anger. I can only say that you've been thinking too much. I only said that it's great that you admit defeat. Since when did I say I would let you go? After hearing that, a blood fog exploded in the space, and with the aid of the death trap array, Mo Wuji's halberd managed to split Bai Ye into two. Mo Wuji's heart finally heaved a sigh of relief because ever since Bai Ye set his eyes on Hanqingru, Mo Wuji never intended to let him leave alive. I know the way out. Even though Bai Ye was split into two, his primordial spirit was actually in one piece. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Sword Prison's Exit. Chapter 706, Sword Prison's Exit. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's hand stopped and his halberd light instantly retracted. This was his territory. He had no need to be afraid that Bai Ye would escape. At the same moment that the halberd light disappeared, Bai Ye's cleaved body instantly joined back together. Bai Ye, whose pale face was as white as a piece of paper, now stood in front of Mo Wuji. He knew that Mo Wuji didn't even need to use a trap array to kill him. Say it then, where's the exit? Mo Wuji asked coldly. If Bai Ye dared to utter a single lie, then he would not hesitate to turn Bai Ye into dust. Promise not to kill me, and I will immediately tell you how to leave sword prison. Bai Ye's voice was slightly weak. On the surface, his body seemed to have recovered. But in reality, he was still far from total recovery. Mo Wuji said indifferently, if you tell me how to leave sword prison, then I wouldn't kill you. If you are still unwilling, or if you don't believe me, then there's no need for any further words. The moment Bai Yi heard Mo Wuji's words, he knew that he didn't have any other choice. Ever since he started cultivating, he had experienced countless of dangers.
How could he not know what he should do now?
He could only bet on Mo Wuji's character. The exit to Sword Prison is Sword Chi River. I feel that the Sword Chi Whirlpool should also be an exit to this place. But to enter the Sword Chi Whirlpool, you would need to be at the God Physique late stage at the very least, and that still wouldn't be enough to guarantee your safety. That's why I believe that the only option to leaving Sword Prison is Sword Chi River. Bai Yi seemed to say all these in a single breath.
Mo Wuji said coldly, "Are you lying to me? Even Wei Zidao can't enter into Sword Chi River."
If that's the case, who would be able to leave Sword Prison?
And how did you get to know about this?
Bai Yi's tone was especially sincere as he said, "I am adroit in the Tao of prophecy. Those years ago, I prophesied that the Vine Mountain of Safety would meet with a disaster, which was why I left. Thereafter, I prophesied that Sword Chi River was the exit to Sword Prison. This is why I am furiously training my physical body, also that I could attain God Physique late stage and enter Sword Chi River."
Entering Sword Chi River also requires a late stage God Physique? Mo Wuji frowned and asked.
He originally suspected Bai Yi's words. He had gone to Sword Chi River before. He only managed to get half a bucket of water before he almost got mangled by the Sword Chi. If they must enter Sword Chi River, then wouldn't they die without question? Bai Yi answered, "I'm not too sure of this, but I believe that you only need God Physique level 4 to enter Sword Chi River. I only said God Physique late stage to be safe." The moment Bai Yi finished speaking, he looked at the calm Mo Wuji. He had said his piece, but it was equivalent to not saying anything at all.
In Sword Prison, who was able to cultivate to God Physique intermediate stage, or even God Physique late stage? He could only hope that Mo Wuji would leave him with a threat of life.
"Go then."
"I believe your words," Mo Wuji said calmly.
When he finished that sentence, Mo Wuji didn't even move, and the surrounding array disappeared without a trace.
Bai Yi reappeared on the plaza. The 10 over people at the sides of plaza looked at them with shock and uncertainty. Bai Yi's heart jolted. What terrifying control of arrays!
The strongest array he had seen would require at least array flags or spiritual will to control arrays.
However, he was sure that Mo Wuji didn't even use any spiritual will, but that array was soundlessly released.
If he, Bai Yi, also knew of such methods. Sect head Mo's sacred arts are vast and great. I, Bai Yi, am willing to join your school and receive your orders. Not only didn't Bai Yi escape, he bowed and spoke to Mo Wuji in an especially respectful tone. Mo Wuji had such methods to control arrays, and he even had methods which allowed that girl to advance in a place like this. He, Bai Yi, wasn't going to miss out on this. Moreover, he believed that Mo Wuji was easy to control. If he was the one in Mo Wuji's position, he definitely wouldn't have showed mercy. After the other party revealed the truth about the exit, he would not hesitate to kill. However, this sect head Mo didn't do anything to him. This meant that this sect head Mo's Tao heart was not resolute. As long as he followed beside a person like this sect head Mo, he would eventually be able to find a way to off him.
F***ck off.
If you don't leave in 3 breaths' time, then there's no need for you to ever leave, Mo Wuji said coldly. Bai Yi froze. He rarely made wrong judgments. He believed that Mo Wuji was a fella whose bark was worse than his bite. He didn't believe that Mo Wuji would actually do anything to him. Soon, he realized that if he didn't leave, then really wouldn't be able to leave. How could Bai Yi still want to analyze and prophesize on the situation now? He hurriedly retreated and charged into the sword prison's blur and boundless sword chi. Even though it was as he predicted, Wei Zidao's heart sunk when he saw this sect head Mo easily take care of Bai Yi. He originally wanted to join Ping Fan. But Mo Wuji didn't even accept Bai Yi, so why would Mo Wuji accept him? Moreover, he had been very nasty to Mo Wuji previously.
he decided that he would immediately leave after he recovered some ability. If he were to be like Bai Yi, and get asked to F***ck off, then he would lose all his pride. Su Zian greets sect head Mo. Cha Rui greets sect head Mo. The moment Cha Rui left, the other cultivators left on the plaza all came to pay respects to Mo Wuji. You are here to join my ping fan? Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the group. Yes. I plead sect head Mo to take us, Su Zian said with greater respect. Sect head, just now when Bai Yi came, junior sister Qingru asked those that wished to join Ping Fan to go to her side. 3 people didn't go over. They should have believed that Bai Yi was going to win. Unfortunately for them, sect head was the one who emerged victorious, Fei Ling said when he saw that everyone seemed to want to join Ping Fan. Mo Wuji rushed over to Sword Prison just to save Han Qingru. He, Fei Ling, naturally knew Han Qingru's position in Ping Fan. If not because of the fact that his cultivation and his power was vastly superior to Han Qingru, he would have even addressed Han Qingru as senior sister. But doing so would make his bootlicking a little too obvious. The reason why he said these words was because he was worried that Han Qingru was overly kind and wouldn't be willing to reveal that matter. However, he did not know that Han Qingru would have mentioned it, even if he didn't. Perhaps the Han Qingru back in the corner of Yongning wouldn't have said it. But after experiencing so many things, Han Qingru was very clear what should be said, and what shouldn't. Yes, Wuji, there were indeed 3 people that weren't willing to join Ping Fan just now. Han Qingru also walked over. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the group and he said indifferently, the 3 people that weren't willing to join Ping Fan, please take your leave. We don't need the few of you here. 3 cultivators that were covered in injuries walked out with their heads lowered. They didn't say anything, they only clasped their fists towards Mo Wuji, then turned and left swiftly. The 3 of them knew that they managed to get out of the Vine Mountain of safety after much difficulty, but they were probably going to perish within the Swordchi of Sword Prison. Mo Wuji didn't show any sympathy. Why would he want disciples that only came when the sect was doing well, and not when the sect needed them the most? Did they treat the sect as their own thing? Many thanks to sect head Mo for your help. Wei Zidao had already recovered some of his power. He stood up, clasped his fists, and prepared to walk out of the defensive array. Mo Wuji suddenly uttered, Brother Zidao, if you are willing to join my Ping Fan, you can stay. Of course, if you join my Ping Fan, then you must swear not to do anything detrimental to Ping Fan. In reality, among Pang Hong, Wei Zidao, and Shang Hagao, Wei Zidao was the person that Mo Wuji was most willing to befriend. People are inherently selfish. There was nothing wrong with Wei Zidao's actions if you looked at it from his perspective. According to Wei Zidao's belief, if he didn't take back the 5 kilometers of land, then Pang Hong and Shang Hagao wouldn't cooperate with him. On the other hand, if he took back the 5 kilometers of land, he would be able to obtain large amounts of Swordchi river water, large enough to point of recovery. Thus, it wasn't a hard decision to choose to offend someone he just got to know. Sect head Mo. Wei Zidao looked at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Mo Wuji didn't say a word, he only waited for Wei Zidao to make his decision. There were several reasons why he wanted to take in Wei Zidao. For one, Wei Zidao's character was not bad. Secondly, Wei Zidao was a late-stage immortal emperor, just one more step and he would be a grand emperor. If they managed to leave, his Ping Fan would need grand emperors, and multiple grand emperors at that. Wei Zidao was willing to join Ping Fan. From today onwards, Wei Zidao swears to not do anything which may be harmful to Ping Fan, nor to treat sect head Mo as an enemy. If I violate these oaths, then inner demons would enter my body, and I would be struck to death by lightning. Wei Zidao immediately reacted and he did not hesitate to swear an oath. After being trapped in sword prison for so many years, how could not know what to choose at this point? If they couldn't escape, then what's the difference if he swore or not? But if swearing was able to get him out, then he wouldn't mind even if he had to swear to worse terms.
Moreover, he had never intended to go against his words. This sort of oath was of no influence to him at all. Mo Wuji said contentedly, "From today onwards, Brother Zidao will be the revered right protector of my Pingfan. If we manage to get out of here, I will definitely find some ways to help Brother Zidao to advance and become a Grand Emperor." It was extremely meaningful to Mo Wuji that Wei Zidao joined Pingfan. Wei Zidao was already so powerful within a place like Sword Prison. If he were to leave Sword Prison, then an average late-stage immortal emperor definitely wouldn't be able to contest against him.
Moreover, Wei Zidao was very sincere with his oath. He also swore that he wouldn't treat Mo Wuji as an enemy.
Yes, sect head. Wei Zidao had already weighed the costs and benefits and he had firmed his decision. Since he entered Pingfan, he was going to be a man of Pingfan. Before entering Sword Prison, he was a rogue cultivator. Previously, he didn't join a sect because he was afraid of the constraints and restrictions of a sect. Fortunately, he was the revered right protector. Above him, there was only the sect head. He would still be able to maintain a high degree of freedom. Even if there was a left protector, that left protector would only be on the same level as him. Mo Wuji's eyes then turned to the other people. My Pingfan still isn't established. But the moment we leave Sword Prison, Pingfan will be the number school in the entire immortal world. Those that are willing to join Pingfan, express your intentions. If you are unwilling, you can still stay here in this plaza. Even though it cannot be compared to the Vine Mountain of Safety, it's still 1,000 better than the rest of Sword Prison. Joining Pingfan was the only good option. Excluding Su Zian, the remaining 6 people all didn't show any dissent. All 6 of them swore to never betray Pingfan. Mo Wuji nodded. These people had been staying in Sword Prison for a long time. By now, they already know how terrifying Sword Prison was. If he was the one tortured in Sword Prison for millennia, he would have the same thoughts. Sect head, 4 of us are actually from Tianji sect. It's just that Tianji sect has been exterminated, and we were thrown into Sword Prison. This was also why we didn't dare to reveal our origins. But now that sect head is our leader, Su Zian would no longer continue hiding this truth. After Su Zian brought the other 3 people to join Pingfan, he directly revealed the truth about his origins. You all are from Tianji sect? Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Opening of the Broken World's 4th Level. Chapter 707, Opening of the Broken World's 4th Level. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Su Zian bowed once more, answering the sect head. The 4 of us are indeed from Tianji sect. My name is Su Zian, and I was originally an elder at Tianji sect. Thereafter, Su Zian pointed at the wild-looking man beside him and said, "This is Lu Ming, he was the deacon for the enforcement hall." The 2 people behind Lu Ming are 2 Tianji sect disciples, Haijinkui and Fanhua. Mo Wuji was elated. Even though he abandoned the idea of establishing Tianji sect by himself, he was still the Tianji sect head back in the cultivation world. He had always had feelings and emotions towards Tianji sect. There was no need to talk about how Su Zian was already a late-stage immortal reverend, even that Lu Ming was also an intermediate-stage immortal king. And even though Haijinkui was a girl, her talent should be rather impressive. She was actually in the late Grand Luo immortal stage. Moreover, there was no difference between a late-stage Grand Luo immortal and an immortal king. After all, he had the draining immortal king pill. As for the youngest Fanhua, he was in the late Shin immortal stage. This Fanhua looked thin and ill. On his back, there was a bamboo sword. Mo Wuji actually felt that this Fanhua was the one with the greatest potential. In a place like Sword Prison, he was actually able to emit slight sword intent. Clearly, he was different from the others here. Others only managed to protect their lives, while he actually managed to gain insights towards the sword chi here.
Mo Wuji's gaze then landed on Cha Rui. Cha Rui was a quasi-emperor and he had a handsome and heroic appearance. Similarly, he was also very thin. In a place like Sword Prison, it was already impressive that they were able to survive. Thinness seemed to be the common characteristic that everyone here shared. Sect head is above all. Disciple's name is Cha Rui. Because I accidentally killed a genius disciple of Great Sword Path, I was captured by an immortal emperor from Great Sword Path and thrown into Sword Prison with a sword talisman. When Cha Rui noticed that Mo Wuji's gaze had landed on himself, he hurriedly did a self-introduction. Together with Cha Rui, there was a late-stage immortal king and an intermediate-stage immortal reverend. The intermediate-stage immortal reverend was a middle-aged woman called Yu Saijun. She did not seem to be a person of many words. Finally, that immortal king was called Dong Sha. His injuries seemed the heaviest, half of his forehead was gone, and his entire face was spotted with bloodstains. From now on, we are all from the same place. That place is Pingfan. Pingfan's motto is that everyone is equal. Even mortals and immortals are equal. This might sound like a joke, but this is the target that we are working towards. Mo Wuji did not want to tell Su Zian that he was the sect head of Tianji sect. He did not want Su Zian and company to be different from the others here. Now, there was no longer a Tianji sect, everyone was a person of Pingfan. Mo Wuji's words came down upon them like a huge rock. Even though this was Sword Prison and everyone knew that the hopes of leaving were sparse, everyone was still unable to understand Mo Wuji's words. Only Han Qingru was able to slightly understand Mo Wuji's meaning. Even back in Hundred Flowers Manor, Mo Wuji did not view immortals above ordinary mortals. Treating immortals equally. Even though this might sound absurd, at least it could still be said out loud. However, to treat immortals and mortals as equals was simply a dream. Mo Wuji said calmly, I know everyone might find my words unimaginable. But within Pingfan, everyone is equal. Actually, I am not the first one to talk about equality. The Buddhist sects of the immortal world also have an ideology of equality. Theirs is even more absurd than mine, they are saying that all life is equal. Of course, many of these sects only express this in their words. They wouldn't even consider putting it in their actions. However, my Pingfan is different. Since we talked about treating every person as equals, then there will be no demarcation between mortals and immortals. Wuji, I believe that absolute equality is hard to achieve. Han Qingru, who was by the side, said worriedly. Mo Wuji nodded, senior sister Qingru is right. Whether it was among mortals or among immortals, it is impossible to attain absolute equality. Take our Pingfan, for example, we have the sect head and we have the elders. In terms of status, it is already unequal. Then let's take the example of a criminal, he would no longer have the rights to be treated as equals with others. And if we compare the power and mind state between immortals and mortals, they are also not equal. As he said this, Mo Wuji's eyes slowly swept across the group. The equality that I am talking about is referring equality in the measure of Tao and moral ideologies. From today onwards, immortals of Pingfan cannot slaughter mortals without reason. And when immortals trade with mortals, they must trade on equal standings. Being able to stand here, which one of them had not undergone countless of situations and dangers? Everyone naturally understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words. Even though none of them saw Mo Wuji's idea favorably, no one stepped out to disagree with it. They did not know that Mo Wuji himself was a mortal without spiritual roots. Thus, they found it very hard to understand why Mo Wuji would suggest treating mortals and immortals as equals. This is Great Sword Path's sword prison. The Great Sword Path is the first immortal sect that I will destroy after I establish Pingfan. So, there's one thing that we must do immediately, to leave Sword Prison. This place is also the first foothold for out Pingfan. At this point, Mo Wuji suddenly called out, Wei Zidao. Wei Zidao is here. Wei Zidao was very clear that Mo Wuji needed to establish absolute control over Pingfan now. Otherwise, Mo Wuji's unrealistic goals would simply die young. You are the revered right protector. You will take charge when I am not around. Mo Wuji fetched 2 jade vases. These are immortal copious pills and G-nature pills. Recover your powers as soon as possible. Get ready to leave sword prison at any moment. Yes, sect head. Wei Zidao's voice was filled with such emotion that it was trembling slightly. He was very clear how useful G-nature pills were to him. He could also understand why Mo Wuji didn't give him these G-nature pills previously. It was because he hadn't sworn an oath to join Pingfan yet. If it was him, he also wouldn't have given the pills. Jian Mingchang. You are Pingfan's revered Lord of Legacy. You are in charge of recruitment of Pingfan disciples when we get out. Nia Chang'an. You are Pingfan's revered Lord of Internal Affairs. You are in charge of the building of Pingfan when we get out. Xiaorui will be Pingfan's first elder, Su Zian will be Pingfan's second elder, Fei Ling will be Pingfan's third elder, and Yu Saijun will be Pingfan's fourth elder. The exact allocation of duties will be done when we get out. Dong Sha, Lu Ming. Even though they haven't left sword prison, Mo Wuji had already started delegating roles for Pingfan. To him, it was a great fortune to find so many experts that were willing to join Pingfan. He, alone, wasn't enough to establish Pingfan, he needed a group of like-minded people. He, himself, was only in the intermediate Grand Luo stage. Even though his physique was already at God Physique level 4, to establish an insert order into Pingfan by himself would require more than 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Even his food would turn cold during that time. He wasn't going to wait for that long. In merely half an incense's time, Mo Wuji delegated everyone's roles. At the same time, he gave out a total of 20 vases of immortal copious pills and 10 vases of G-nature pills for everyone to recover. Even before they established the sect, they had already obtained healing pills. This was the first time they were filled with hope and spirit ever since they entered sword prison. Wei Zidao, especially, was filled with shock. It was within reason that Mo Wuji could take out 1 to 2 vases of G-nature pills. However, to take out 10 vases of G-nature pills at a single go, and unique grade ones at that, was simply like a fantasy. There was only one explanation: Mo Wuji, himself, was a pill emperor that could concoct unique grade G-nature pills. Since Wei Zidao was able to deduce it, Nia Chang'an, Jian Mingchang, and company could also faintly guess that Mo Wuji was a pill emperor. After guessing that Mo Wuji was a pill emperor, these few immortal emperors were especially enlivened. In the immortal world, the people that were most revered weren't immortal emperors, but pill emperors and Dao emperors. Besides these two, there were also supreme array masters. Mo Wuji called Shuaigui out. After introducing Shuaigui to everyone, he threw Shuaigui into his array, allowing Shuaigui to cultivate and temper his physique. This environment was great, so he was naturally going to let Shuaigui temper itself here. The reason why he took out so many G-nature pills and immortal copious pills was to hasten everyone's recovery. The moment they left, it was very likely that there would be a huge battle. He did not want his disciples of Pingfan to be entirely annihilated even before Pingfan was established. After waiting for everyone to enter his defensive array to begin their recovery, Mo Wuji left this stretch of desert. There was no longer any meaning in staying here to cultivate. Now that he had reached God Physique level 4, there were few places in sword prison, besides that sword chi whirlpool, that could harm him. While Mo Wuji wanted to search for a way out, he also wanted to continue tempering himself and his abilities. There were also 2 places that he wanted to go. The first was the spot that he landed on when he was first transferred here. He had left a spiritual will imprint there, and he wanted to check whether he could resonate with his transfer array discs that he left outside of that spot. If he still couldn't feel his way out, then he would have to go to Sword Chi River. Actually, he shared similar thoughts with Bai Yi,
he also believed that it was very likely that Sword Chi River was the way out. The fringes of Broken World's third level. There were at least hundreds of thousands of immortals squeezed here. Their cultivations ranged from the Heavenly Immortal stage to the Grand Luo Immortal stage. Originally, only Grandi Immortals and below could enter the Broken World's fourth level when it first opened. This time, the experts from the very high heavens used magic treasures which exceeded immortal equipments to forcefully open the fourth level, destroying some of the rules that govern that level. As a result, even Grand Luo Immortals were able to enter. A young man had already opened the entrance to Broken World's fourth level. Even though there were countless of people squeezed crowded outside the entrance and all that stood in their way was this young man, none of them dared to charge in. Anyone that could come here knew clearly who this young man was. He was very high heavens Jinyu, a Grand Emperor expert. Jinyu's gaze swept across the crowd and he said slowly, "This Broken World's fourth level was opened at the expense of a treasure from the very high heavens. Thus, everyone that enters the Broken World must offer half of everything you find to the very high heavens. We will also use the rewards you obtain from the very high heavens to select the genius disciples to enter the very high heavens." No one expressed any disagreement, everyone already knew of this. Jinyu nodded slightly and continued, "In the Broken World's third level, there was a treasure called the Red Karmic Fire Lotus. However, it disappeared soon after it appeared. We guess that this treasure is likely to reappear in the fourth level. Anyone who obtains the Red Karmic Fire Lotus will have handed over to the very high heavens. Of course, he would receive greater remunerations, and would be the core of our nurturing in the very high heavens. Senior Sister Sue. At one corner of the crowd, a thin man was just about to speak when he was instantly glared at by the girl beside him. Thereafter, that girl transmitted, "Junior brother Hualong, if you have anything to say, say it inside. Don't continue to utter any nonsense here." These two were exactly Su Roer and Do Hualong who escaped from Mo Wuji's Tianji Pill Court. They had always been hiding in Yongying Immortal Domain. However, after knowing that Mo Wuji was likely to have perished after being encircled by several immortal emperors, they took the risk to come to the Broken World with the hope of raising their cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, The Red Lotus Appears. Chapter 708, The Red Lotus Appears. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Why do I find you familiar? A man in dark red robes suddenly looked at Su Roer with a frown. Su Roer's heart started to palpitate in fear. Even if this man in front of her had turned to ash, she would still recognize him. This fellow was the manager of the Empty Mirror Immortal Dao Merchant House at Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, Fujinsong. Back then, her senior brother Bien and her were captured by this exact person. If Elan didn't manage to obtain the help of sect head Mo, then she would have lost her life a long time ago. She had been careful this entire time, she never expected that she would be recognized by this Fujinsong. Naturally, Do Hualong also recognized Fujinsong. His back was already drenched in sweat as he started to regret opening his mouth just now. Even though he knew that it was entirely out of coincidence that Fujinsong appeared here, he could not help but curse his luck. I remember now. You're that survivor from Tianji sect. I caught you back then, I didn't think that I would see you again today, ha 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 ha. Fujinsong chuckled. Just at this instant, the crowd started to stir. Grand Emperor Jin Yu's speech had come to an end, and the fourth level was officially opened. At the very first instant, Su Roer grabbed Do Hualong and charged straight into the Broken World's fourth level. Su Roer had been in hiding for all these years. When compared to Fujinsong, she was much better at grasping the right moment. With so many people flooding into the fourth level, even if Fujinsong's guts were multiplied by 1,000,000, he also wouldn't dare to take out his magic treasure and do anything here. Seeing Su Roer and Do Hualong enter the Broken World, Fujinsong was infuriated and he sprinted in after them. Senior sister, what should we do? The moment they entered the fourth level, Do Hualong asked anxiously.
Follow me. Su Roer's figure flashed as she found a direction to speed towards.
The entrance of the fourth level was filled with fog, and spiritual will was also dampened within that space. After Fu Jinsong rushed in, he found that his spiritual will had already lost track of Su Roer's and Do Hualong's trail. This left his heart pounding in anger. He definitely wasn't going to let these two people escape.
Senior sister, the direction that we are moving seems to be in the direction where spiritual energy is weakest.
Big Brother said this before. Usually when a secret domain opens, places brimming with immortal spiritual energy would be the places where there are treasures. After moving for some time, Do Hualong could not help but say.
He felt that the direction Su Roer was traveling towards was gradually diminishing in spiritual energy.
The surrounding immortal herbs looked to be bleached and of low quality, even he wasn't interested in taking them.
Su Roer said seriously, Junior brother Hualong, we're currently being pursued by that Fu Jinsong. He is a grand immortal.
Even if the two of us join forces, we wouldn't be a match for him. The fourth level has just opened. Everyone would be heading towards the places where spiritual energy is rich.
If we go in the same direction, we would easily be noticed. Hence, we should move towards the direction where spiritual energy is weakest. There would definitely be few people who would come in this direction. Senior sister is right.
I am too inexperienced, Do Hualong said in admiration.
As the two continued moving, the immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings grew weaker and weaker.
A few days later, the two of them couldn't even find low-tiered immortal herbs. That's when Su Roer slowed down. For this short period of time, there shouldn't be anyone here.
We will hide around here for a period of them. Thereafter, we will slowly move towards the places rich in immortal spiritual energy.
Our abilities are limited, so we could only try to find what others have missed out.
Su Roer also sighed.
There were so many people that entered the broken world's fourth level, but now they were aiming to pick up the treasures that others have left behind. That was simply too difficult. Do Hualong clenched his fists and said hatefully, no matter what, I must take revenge for Big Brother. Those shameless ****stards from Great Sword Path and Lightning Sect, they actually sent multiple Grand Emperors to attack Big Brother. When Do Hualong got here, he suddenly paused. Immediately, he pointed in front of him and exclaimed in shock, Senior sister, what's that? Not far away, there was a dried-up lake in front. Right at the center of the lake, there was a floating red lotus.
The lotus only had 11 petals and it was especially dazzling. Red karmic fire lotus.
Su Roer's voice quivered. She was sure that this was a red karmic fire lotus. Hurry, let's hurry and collect that red karmic fire lotus.
If this thing ever gets revealed, the two of us wouldn't even be left with our bones. Su Roer's voice was trembling heavily.
She never expected that she would actually encounter the red karmic fire lotus at a place where there wasn't spiritual energy at all.
I know.
It should be because the red karmic fire lotus has sucked away all the immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings.
This is why the spiritual energy here is especially sparse. Do Hualong was also incomparably excited.
Mo Wuji stood on a spacious beach of shredded rocks. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He had left his spiritual will imprint here, but no matter how he tried to activate his transfer array talisman, he wasn't able to connect with the transfer array discs that he left outside. From the looks of it, it was only a pipe dream to use the transfer array discs to leave this place. If he wanted to leave Sword Prison, he could only go to Sword Chi River. Multiple days later, Mo Wuji came back to the edge of Sword Chi River. Ever since the Vine Mountain of Safety disappeared, there didn't seem to be a single person that came to collect water. At this instant, the surroundings of Sword Chi River was pitch silent. A light fog floated above the surface of Sword Chi River. It looked just like an ordinary dewy lake in the morning. Concentrated sword chi sailed past Mo Wuji. Even though some landed on Mo Wuji, they did not even form a scratch on Mo Wuji's body. Even though Mo Wuji was only at the intermediate Grand Luo immortal stage, his physique had already reached God physique intermediate stage. The sword chi here was indeed very strong, but it was still unable to do anything to his fleshly body. Mo Wuji sat by the bank of Sword Chi River. He didn't go to collect water. Instead, he sat there silently and felt the sword chi around him. His spiritual will was still unable to penetrate into Sword Chi River. It wasn't even able to feel the surging and raging sword chi within the river. Mo Wuji waited for himself to grow accustomed with the sword chi at the river bank. Then, he condensed his spiritual eye and looked at Sword Chi River. Under his spiritual eye, the dense and terrifying sword chi was no longer invisible. That boundless and concentrated sword chi condensed from the surface of Sword Chi River, then transformed into countless of sword chi beams that shot out at great speeds. In merely half an instance's time, Mo Wuji felt his spiritual eye experiencing bouts of pain. He hurriedly closed his spiritual eye and swallowed some pills. Even though the sword chi wouldn't directly strike his spiritual eye, observing the sword chi for a long time was still too much for his spiritual eye to bear. If he wasn't in a hurry to get out, Mo Wuji would wait till he was in the Immortal King stage before he came back. Unfortunately, who knows how long he would take to reach the Immortal King stage while in sword prison. After another 2 hours, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye again and observed Sword Chi River. He didn't go down into the river. The sword chi in the river would harm his spiritual eye. This caused Mo Wuji to suspect that he, himself, might not be able to endure it if he entered Sword Chi River. This time, Mo Wuji didn't observe the process of sword chi forming from the surface of Sword Chi River. Instead, his spiritual eye penetrated through the surface and looked straight into the river. 10 breaths later, Mo Wuji discovered, in astonishment, that there was a long sword stabbed into the riverbed. The long sword looked very ordinary, but Mo Wuji could see clearly that the boundless sword chi was emanated from this long sword. Mo Wuji inhaled a deep breath of cold air. Sword Chi River was indeed the source of the sword chi in sword prison. One long sword was actually able to fill the entire sword prison with sword chi. It could even tear a person's primordial spirit. How terrifying was the owner of this long sword? His spiritual eye started to experience waves of pain once more. Mo Wuji immediately closed his spiritual eye. After another 2 hours, Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye again. At the same time, he carefully extended an arm into the river water. An icy cold sensation assaulted him. Before Mo Wuji could feel this coldness, boundless sword chi enveloped his entire body. Mo Wuji's spiritual eye could see it clearly. The boundless sword chi had started to ravage his fleshly body. At the same time, more sword chi had charged into his violet sea of consciousness. PFF. An arrow of blood shot out. Mo Wuji's entire body looked like it was being slashed by countless of radiant blades. In an instant, he had become a blood man. Sword chi furiously tore at Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness and violently ripped Mo Wuji's flesh and skin. At this instant, every drop of Mo Wuji's blood, and every inch of his skin was being greedily devoured by these hungry sword chi. Even though his body was being ravaged beyond the point of recognition, Mo Wuji still calmly opened his spiritual eye and observed the devastation of the Sword Chi River's sword chi. If Mo Wuji came here to extract water, he could have already extracted more water than he would have wanted. One must know that when Pang Hong and company came to extract water, they would immediately retreat with their buckets the moment they touched the water. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, was already in the Sword Chi River for more than 10 breaths of time. The sword chi concentrated on him got heavier and heavier. Mo Wuji could even hear his bones emitting chi. Chi, sounds due to the sword chi. The skin on his face seemed to be non-existent. Mo Wuji remained calm as he allowed the raging sword chi to ravage his flesh and sea of consciousness. At this instant, not only were his 108 meridians joined in a major circulation path, he even circulated his physique tempering technique and his cultivation technique. Not only that, he was even circulating the Star Sea Sacred technique. Only when one spent a prolonged period of time in Sword Chi River would one know how intense the immortal spiritual energy within Sword Chi River was. It was because the immortal spiritual energy was so intense that Mo Wuji decided to cultivate. After circulating his immortal mortal technique, his physique tempering technique would also resonate more strongly with the immortal spiritual energy, speeding up the tempering of his physique. The Starcy Sacred technique, on the other hand, helped to resolve any danger from the sword chi towards the large violet lake within his sea of consciousness. Circulating his Starcy Sacred technique was actually more than 100 folds than under ordinary circumstances. Only when there's pressure, then there's motion. For his physique temperon, the Sword Chi River's boundless sword chi was the pressure. For his Starcy Sacred technique, the sword chi continuously stabbing into Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness was also a pressure. Feeling his sea of consciousness getting increasingly sturdy, his violet lake of energy seemed to be experiencing a qualitative change. Mo Wuji even wanted to thank Tai Shishao. If not for Tai Shishao, he wouldn't have the Starcy Sacred technique. Moreover, as Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness continued to be ravaged by the boundless sword chi, he started to understand some of the principles of Starcy Sacred technique that he didn't understand before. At the beginning, Mo Wuji's fleshly body was continuously wrecked as the boundless sword chi continuously wrecked him. Towards the back, Mo Wuji's physique tempering started to consume the sword chi, and his sea of consciousness training also started to form a balance with the surging sword chi. Mo Wuji completely forgot about the pain that he was feeling as he immersed himself within these constantly ravaging sword chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, My Tolerance is Low. Chapter 709, My Tolerance is Low. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As he immersed himself in the double pain from his body and his sea of consciousness, Mo Wuji unconsciously advanced from God Physique level 4 to level 5. When he reached God Physique level 5, Mo Wuji didn't even need to use any healing pills for his surface injuries to gradually recover. The moment his injuries gradually disappeared, Mo Wuji's cultivation started to soar speedily. Ultimately, cultivating the Tao was about great perfection. There cannot be any leaks or flaws. An injured body was a flawed body. It didn't matter how much immortal spiritual energy you observed, there would still be limits to your improvement. The immortal spiritual energy within Sword Chi River was so dense, it seemed rather exaggerated. Moreover, all 108 of Mo Wuji's meridians were simultaneously circulating, and they had even formed a major circulation path. His current pace of absorption was borderline terrifying. Even so, his rate of improvement was still extremely slow. It could be said to have halted. This was because his fleshly body was injured, which meant that it was a flawed body. Mo Wuji's reverse cultivation technique might have been a modification of the immortal mortal technique, however, it was still based on the Tao laws of the heaven and earth. If he didn't exceed these laws, then he would still be helpless and unable to allow a flawed body to advance. Moreover, he was different from most other cultivators. A majority of cultivators still had their primordial spirit even if their fleshly body was injured. Mo Wuji, however, was in existence without a primordial spirit. When Mo Wuji's physique entered God Physique level 5 and as his body started to recover, there was a marked increase in his cultivation speed. At this instant, the rich immortal spiritual energy could truly be converted into his personal immortal elemental energy. Half a year passed. When Mo Wuji stepped into God Physique level 6, his cultivation also advanced into the late Grand Luo immortal stage. Not far from where Mo Wuji was sitting in concentration, a thin man was staring at Mo Wuji with a devious expression on his face. This man was the one that was heavily injured by Mo Wuji, Bai Yi. During this entire time, Bai Yi only barely managed to recover half his power. He was still far from his previous condition. However, he believed that if he wanted to get rid of Mo Wuji, his current ability should suffice. He did not dare to go to that desert of Mo Wuji's. Mo Wuji's killing array had left an indelible impression in him.
He wanted to kill Mo Wuji, but he did not dare to do it within Mo Wuji's territory. However, he had confidence that he would be able to off Mo Wuji if they were anywhere else in Sword Prison. But at this instant, he was stunned still. He saw that both of Mo Wuji's feet were actually immersed within Sword Chi River, and it had been in there the whole time. Bai Yi was astutely aware of how terrifying Sword Chi River was. There was no need to talk about placing both his feet into Sword Chi River for a prolonged period of time like Mo Wuji. With his abilities, even if he touched Sword Chi River and immediately backed up, he would still suffering heavy injuries. Could it be? Bai Yi inhaled a breath of cold air. He immediately understood one thing. Mo Wuji definitely had a god physique. As for the exact level, he wasn't all too sure. Thereafter, Bai Yi immediately rejoiced. Mo Wuji's physique tempering technique was definitely much stronger than his. According to ancient records, the strongest physique tempering technique belonged to the witch race. Mo Wuji's cultivation shouldn't be too high, but he was actually able to attain the god physique in such a short period of time. He must definitely be cultivating the witch race's physique tempering technique. If he managed to get this technique from Mo Wuji, then how great would it be? He would also be able to obtain the god physique in a short amount of time. As for a nirvanic evolution treasure that could allow him to advance and attain the god physique, what was better than Mo Wuji's body? A god physique body was simply a gift from heaven. The moment he advanced to the god physique, he was confident that he could go and investigate that Sword Chi whirlpool or Sword Chi river. Mo Wuji's cultivation was weak, but he, on the other hand, was at the pinnacle of the intermediate immortal emperor stage. If he was able to find a way out, would there be anyone left in the immortal world that he, Bai Yi, would need to fear? As he thought of this, Bai Yi almost laughed out hysterically. Mo Wuji was currently deeply immersed in his cultivation, he only needed to be stealthy and he could eliminate Mo Wuji. Bai Yi forcefully calmed down his racing and agitated heart, and he slowly took out his magic treasure. He needed to kill his opponent in a single blow, he definitely couldn't give Mo Wuji a single chance to retaliate. With every step he took, Bai Yi was calculating his distance from Mo Wuji, as well as the probability of success with a single sneak attack. In his eyes, every step he took forward would increase his chances of success by a whole fold. Just when Bai Yi was calculating how many more steps he should take, he suddenly paused. He even forgot to place his feet, which he had just lifted, back down. He stared at Mo Wuji blankly, his heart was entirely filled with fear. Mo Wuji, who was previously sitting by the river bank, was actually slowly entering Sword Chi River. He was sure that Mo Wuji didn't walk in because Mo Wuji spotted him and tried to retreat on fear. It was because Mo Wuji's physique had advanced, which was why he could step deeper into Sword Chi River. Sh. After a long time, Bai Yi uttered a long moan as he turned and left speedily. He knew that he no longer had the chance to eliminate Mo Wuji. Even if Mo Wuji was out of Sword Chi River, he still wouldn't have the qualifications to kill Mo Wuji. A cultivator that could enter Sword Chi River. How terrifying was that? How long had he, Bai Yi, been trapped in Sword Prison? How many times had he collected water from Sword Chi River? He was clearer than anyone else about how terrifying Mo Wuji was at this instant. Mo Wuji didn't even fear the Sword Chi from Sword Chi River. Would Mo Wuji fear his simple attack? PFF. A Sword Chi, which was almost able to tear Mo Wuji's heart out of his chest, landed on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji coughed out an entire mouthful of vital essence as his entire body fell forward. Mo Wuji, who was immersed in his physique tempering and cultivation, completely awakened. Mo Wuji was just about to condense his spiritual eye when he discovered, in delight, that his spiritual will was already able to extend outwards. He was currently at the riverbed of Sword Chi River, and he was completely surrounded by river water. He wasn't completely unaware that he had gradually walked into Sword Chi River. It was just that he was completely immersed in his rapid growth. PFF.
Another powerful beam of sword chi slammed against Mo Wuji's chest. He was sent flipping once again.
This time, Mo Wuji instantly stabilized his body.
He had finally seen what had happened. He was only 10 steps away from the long sword embedded in the riverbed. That long sword was the source of the sword chi and sword chi river. He got too close to it, which was why he was maimed by the sword chi. Even though he was already at God Physique level 6, he was still an ant-like existence in front of this sword. Mo Wuji tried using his spiritual will to probe that sword, but just as his spiritual will approached it, his spiritual will was sliced cleanly by the sword chi. As a portion of his spiritual will got sliced off, Mo Wuji forcefully endured the intense pain as he retreated backwards. He only managed to stabilize himself when he was 30 meters away from that long sword.
On the spot, Mo Wuji adjusted his attitude.
This long sword was definitely not something that he could obtain with his current abilities. Fortunately, he wasn't a sword cultivator, so it didn't really matter to him that he wouldn't get this sword. After Mo Wuji continued to retreat another 30 meters, he sat down and started his cultivation. It was unknown where this sword chi river originated from. Mo Wuji felt that the immortal spiritual energy here was even richer than his immortal spiritual vein back in Extreme Blade Sea. Even the quality of the immortal spiritual energy here was slightly higher.
Since he had already come here, how could he not make use of the immortal spiritual energy here?
He was now in the late Grand Luo immortal stage. He wanted to cultivate to the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage, then advance to the immortal king stage. Only then would he consider leaving. After distancing himself from that long sword, Mo Wuji's cultivation started to rise rapidly. The rich immortal spiritual energy was sufficient for his cultivation, but Mo Wuji still used large amounts of tier 6 pills to assist him. As a pill emperor, Mo Wuji knew that using so many immortal pills now would cause many repercussions in his cultivation in the future. However, he no longer cared about anything else. Raising his cultivation was his main priority. Fortunately, he was an expert with a God Physique level 6 body. As long as his cultivation reached the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage, he could spend some time to temper his physique and get rid of some of the residual effects of the pills.
Another 3 months passed. Mo Wuji opened his eyes and punched forward.
With this single punch, the river water around him directly blasted away. Even the sword chi was turned into dregs with this punch.
At the same time, Mo Wuji's Grand Luo immortal domain extended outwards.
His whirlpool domain directly clashed with the sword chi river's sword chi. With his domain out, there was no longer any sword chi within a 10-meter radius around him.
Mo Wuji turned to look at that long sword not far away.
If he just had a little bit more time, perhaps just 5 to 6 years, he had confidence that he would be able to advance to God Physique level 7.
Unfortunately, he couldn't wait that long.
He needed to find a way out as soon as possible. Sword Chi River's riverbed wasn't muddy or sludgy, it was made out of sturdy rock. Thus, Mo Wuji didn't face any difficulty as he sprinted on the riverbed. He did not retract his Grand Luo immortal domain, he constantly extended it. He could only extend his domain if his spiritual will could be extended. After continuous training under Sword Chi River, Mo Wuji's spiritual will could already extend up to 30 meters. His domain could, thus, extend outwards for up to 10 meters, sweeping away any sword chi within this area. If he could really find a way out in Sword Chi River, then he would definitely bring away everyone from Pingfan. Besides him, the others would need the protection of his domain to enter Sword Chi River. One day later, Mo Wuji stopped running. He felt that such aimless running wasn't going to help. Sword Chi River was like lifeless river, it was boundless and there was no end in sight.
Moreover, his spiritual will was constrained here.
If he continued to run aimlessly, he still might not be able to find a way out even after many years. At this moment, Mo Wuji thought about Bai Yi. If he wanted to find a way out within Sword Chi River, then he would need Bai Yi to help.
That fellow was adroit in the deduction of heavenly fate.
In Mo Wuji's eyes, Bai Yi was more suitable to be a cultivator of Tianji sect.
1. Mo Wuji was a man of action.
He did not hesitate as he charged out of Sword Chi River. He was going to catch Bai Yi and get Bai Yi to deduce where was the exit in Sword Chi River. Within a small stone forest in Sword Prison, Bai Yi was hiding under a sturdy rock. The expression in his eyes looked serious. It was unknown what he was thinking of.
He didn't temper his physique, nor did he cultivate.
Over these few months, the scene of Mo Wuji entering Sword Chi River had been continuously flashing in his mind. It had left him feeling both fear and jealousy.
Bai Yi, you're really quite a finder.
You actually managed to find such a good place.
A voice suddenly pulled Bai Yi out of his thoughts.
He stood up and stared in shock as he saw Mo Wuji slowly walking over.
Sect head Mo, you said that you were going to let go of me. Are you going to go back on your words?
If he hadn't seen Mo Wuji enter Sword Chi River, Bai Yi would have been delighted right now. But now, his heart was filled with shock and fear. He did not understand how Mo Wuji was able to find him.
Mo Wuji said calmly, I had been intending to let you off.
However, a few months ago, you tried to plot against me back at Sword Chi River.
Don't forget that my tolerance is very low.
Bai Yi's head started to buzz.
Mo Wuji was clearly deep in his cultivation. How did Mo Wuji know of this? 1. Tianji means heavenly fate.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 710, There's a shadow in Bai Yi's heart. Chapter 710, There's a shadow in Bai Yi's heart. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. How did you manage to find me?
Bai Yi suddenly felt his hairs stand.
Trying to find a person in this vast sword prison was akin to finding a needle in a haystack.
This difficult task was actually done by the sect head Mo in front of him. He subconsciously started to shiver. At this instant, he started to feel a sense of self-contempt. He had always been thinking that he wasn't going to let go of Mo Wuji. He even thought that he could Mo Wuji as long as they weren't in that killing array. But now, Mo Wuji was right in front of him, but he, Bai Yi, actually didn't dare to do anything.
This was the second time that he had such fear towards Mo Wuji.
The first time was when he personally witnessed Mo Wuji enter Sword Chi River. That scene had thoroughly and deeply shocked him. Ever since then, and even now, that scene was fleeting in his mind. What was scariest was the unknown. He didn't know exactly how powerful Mo Wuji was, he didn't know why Mo Wuji was able to enter Sword Chi River, and he didn't know how Mo Wuji was able to find him so easily.
That's not for you to know.
Previously, you tried to plot against me, so I need you to offer some compensation, Mo Wuji said indifferently. Back when Bai Yi left his killing array, Mo Wuji had used his spirit storage channel to leave behind an imprint on Bai Yi. He was sure that Bai Yi definitely wouldn't be able to discover that spiritual will imprint. If this was outside Sword Prison, it would simply be a joke if Mo Wuji tried to place a spiritual will imprint on an immortal emperor like Bai Yi. However, this was Sword Prison. Back then, Bai Yi's entire body had been cleaved apart by Mo Wuji. He would have to spend all his effort and energy just to hold himself together and recover. How could Bai Yi have spare energy to check whether there was any spiritual will imprint on him? Even if he did, his primordial spirit had already been badly damaged because of Sword Prison, so it might not necessarily be able to locate the imprint. It was exactly because of this that Mo Wuji knew that Bai Yi was approaching him when he was on the river banks of Sword Chi River. Bai Yi's killing intent came and left like the wind.
Back then, Mo Wuji was at a critical point in his physique tempering and he didn't bother to chase after Bai Yi.
If not because he needed Bai Yi's help, he would have been too lazy to even look for Bai Yi.
What do you want? I've been trapped in Sword Prison for many years. I don't have anything of value.
Bai Yi stood up and looked at Mo Wuji in fear. His most valuable object was his 8 trigrams disc, but this 8 trigrams disc was his core treasure. He definitely wasn't going to give it to Mo Wuji.
Those things on you don't even catch my eye. I only need you to help me with something. After I entered Sword Chi River, I was unable to find the way out. You are capable in the Tao of prophecy.
Help me deduce where's the strand of hope in Sword Chi River.
Mo Wuji said calmly. Bai Yi went blank.
If he hadn't personally seen Mo Wuji enter Sword Chi River, he would definitely have thought that Mo Wuji was trying to scam him to enter Sword Chi River.
With my current capability, I'm unable to enter Sword Chi River. When Bai Yi heard Mo Wuji's request, he lamented.
With his power, he would simply be courting death if he entered Sword Chi River. If Mo Wuji still wanted to force him to enter Sword Chi River, then he could only burn all his boats and have an all-out battle with Mo Wuji.
What do you think is the possibility of the exit being in Sword Chi River? Mo Wuji asked another question.
After exchanging these few words, Bai Ye's fear towards Mo Wuji gradually toned down. There's a 90% possibility that the exit to Sword Prison is in Sword Chi River. My divination wouldn't be wrong. Thereafter, I also performed a divination at the Sword Chi Whirlpool. This one, however, was slightly hazy. There seemed to be a path of life, but within that path of life, there also seemed to be a path of death. Moreover, this path of death wasn't largely related to Sword Chi. There's also one thing that I am confused about. I seem to feel that there was another life within the Sword Chi Whirlpool. When Mo Wuji heard this last sentence of Bai Ye's, he became more sure of Bai Ye's divination. There was indeed someone within the Sword Chi Whirlpool, he had seen it himself. Bai Yi, I need you to follow me to Sword Chi River. I will use my domain to protect you. Besides you, everyone else from my sect will be following us to Sword Chi River. Of course, you would be the one to find us the way out. Mo Wuji stared at Bai Yi and said. Bai Yi jolted. He was going to use his divination to find a way out? Since this sect head Mo wasn't bringing him alone, then it meant that he wasn't lying. Did that mean that he could get out too? As he thought of this, Bai Ye's heart immediately started beating with fervor. He clasped his fists to Mo Wuji and said, Sect head Mo, there's no problem with me finding you a way out. But, I need to follow the rest of you out. And after we get out, you must not act against me. Mo Wuji nodded. Sure, I can promise you that. After we leave, all our favors and enmities would be struck off. Of course, if you dare to offend me once more, then don't blame me for not being courteous. Alright, I will take your word for it. After we leave, we will no longer go against one another, Bai Yi did not hesitate to say. Offend Mo Wuji once more? He, Bai Yi, was no idiot. Since he was going to escape, why would he want to offend and create such a terrifying enemy? Sect head found a way out? Back in Mo Wuji's protective array, Fei Ling and company were looking towards Mo Wuji in disbelief. Mo Wuji had left for an entire year, and the moment he returned, he claimed that he found a way out. Why did this sound so unrealistic? One must know that many immortal emperors, including Wei Zidao, did not manage to find an exit even after countless of years. Mo Wuji could see that during this time he had been gone, everyone's primordial spirits had largely stabilized, and no injuries could be seen on their bodies anymore. He was rather contented. From the looks of it, his G-Nature pill had been effective. Such an immortal pill was a treasure anywhere in the world. Moreover, he gave out 10 vases of it at a single go. That's right, I have indeed found a way out. It wasn't that you guys are unable to find it, but it was because you guys don't have the ability to enter Sword Chi River. Mo Wuji answered. Sect head, the exit is in Sword Chi River? Wei Zidao was slightly shocked. In reality, many of them had already guessed that the exit was either in Sword Chi River or the Sword Chi Whirlpool. However, neither of these places were places they could approach. There was no need to talk about finding an exit, just approaching these places could cause them to lose their lives. Mo Wuji explained, I'm also not too sure about the exact location. We can enter the river first. The exact location would be provided with Bai Ye's divination. I believe that Bai Yi would be able to achieve that. Also, everyone doesn't need to worry about the sword chi from Sword Chi River.
My domain would act as a safety zone.
After we enter the river, everyone just needs to keep within 10 meters from me, then there wouldn't be a problem.
Hearing that Bai Yi would be providing a divination, even Wei Zidao believed that it wouldn't be wrong.
Everyone knew of Bai Yi's ability. Back then, Bai Yi had prophesied that there would be danger to the Vine Mountain of Safety, which was why he wasn't willing to stay there.
Sect head, should we find the exit first before we enter?
Jian Mingqing suggested. He was worried that Bai Yi's divination might take too long, and Mo Wuji's domain might not be able to take it.
There's no need, Mo Wuji said promptly, we'll enter Sword Chi River now.
As for the sword talismans on all of you, we would have to wait till we exit Sword Prison before we deal with them. I believe that with everyone's capabilities, you all could easily remove the sword talismans that Great Sword Path placed on you once we leave this sword prison. Mo Wuji didn't have the ability of divination, but he could faintly feel that this desert wasn't a place that they could stay for long. It wasn't that there was a problem with the desert, it was just that he didn't trust Sword Prison. A calamity had even befell the Vine Mountain of Safety, that would always be a prick in Mo Wuji's heart. If the Vine Mountain of Safety was really a heart, then that fella concealed in Sword Prison was truly too scary. If that fella recovers, then none of them could escape. Except for incident with Vine Mountain of Safety, that corpse within the Sword Chi Whirlpool was also a threat.
Mo Wuji wasn't able to deal with any of these things.
Previously, he didn't have any means of leaving, which was why he brought his disciples of Pingfan to hide in this desert. Now that he had the ability, he was going to use his fastest speed possible to leave Sword Prison.
Sect head, rest assured.
As long as we leave Sword Prison, Great Sword Path's sword talisman would merely be an itch, Fei Ling said with great confidence.
He wasn't bragging.
After spending so much time in Sword Prison, all of them already knew clearly how the sword talisman works. The reason why they didn't remove them was because they truly didn't have the capability to do so here in Sword Prison. The sword chi here was too impressive, it could damage their primordial spirits and their souls.
If that's the case, then how could they remove the seals from the sword talismans?
While that Mo Wuji had given them so many G-nature pills, and they had spent so much time recuperating on this desert, they would soon be able to remove the sword talisman even if they didn't leave Sword Prison. Mo Wuji brought his Pingfan out, Bai Yi was already waiting for them outside. He clasped his hands awkwardly towards Wei Zidao, immortal friend Zidao, I seek your forgiveness over the previously.
Wei Zidao said indifferently, it's nothing.
After all, I was placed in a disadvantageous situation. Bai Yi raged in his heart, so what if this Wei Zidao was a late-stage immortal emperor? If not for Mo Wuji, even if he, Bai Yi, wasn't able to injure Wei Zidao, he still wouldn't have any need to fear him.
This fella was actually scolding him now? However, now that Mo Wuji was here, he didn't say anything.
As long as he could leave Sword Prison, he would have plenty more opportunities to discipline Wei Zidao. He did not dare to go against Mo Wuji, but that didn't mean that he, Bai Yi, was afraid of Wei Zidao.
Mo Wuji didn't say anything.
Wei Zidao was a late-stage immortal emperor, but he was still bullied by Bai Yi. It would be weird if he accepted it willingly. After these two leave, they would definitely have another battle, but he, Mo Wuji, wasn't going to care about such matters. The line of people soon came to the edge of Sword Chi River. As they felt the boundless and sharp sword chi, everyone felt uncertain even though they knew that they would have the protection of Mo Wuji's domain.
Which one of them didn't know how terrifying Sword Chi River was?
There was no need to talk about entering Sword Chi River, just dipping a finger into Sword Chi River could kill them.
Enter the river. Mo Wuji did not hesitate.
The moment they reached the edge of the river, he immediately entered. When they saw Mo Wuji enter the river, everyone, excluding Bai Yi, was filled with incomparably shock.
This was the same for Wei Zidao.
Ever since he came to Sword Prison, he had never thought that a person could actually enter Sword Chi River. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 711, Leaving Sword Prison. Chapter 711, Leaving Sword Prison. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Han Xingru's had the lowest cultivation level, so she closely followed by Mo Wuji's side. The others also didn't want to lag behind.
The sect head had said it before, his domain only extended up 10 meters. If they were out of those 10 meters, then they would definitely be shredded into pieces by the sword chi here. The line of people entered Sword Chi River with palpitating hearts. When their entire body had entered the river, they actually found that they did not feel a single beam of sword chi. They were incomparably elated and their heavy hearts lightened significantly. Sword Chi River wasn't very deep.
After everyone entered the river, Mo Wuji swept out his immortal elemental energy, instantly blasting all the surrounding water away.
At this moment, everyone landed on the firm and sturdy river bed.
What a good sword!
By this time, everyone already discovered the long sword that was stabbed into the river bed. When everyone saw this sword, they finally became clear of the reason why sword prison existed. It was due to this long sword. One could only imagine how powerful this sword was. If they could obtain this sword, then it would definitely be the #1 magic treasure in the entire immortal world.
Everyone, stop looking. Even I'm unable to obtain that sword, so there's no need to overthink it.
Bai Yi, hurry and use your divination to find our way out. Our time in Sword Chi River is limited.
Mo Wuji directly interrupted everyone's greedy thoughts.
Yes. Bai Yi also hurriedly retracted his gaze and he quickly retrieved his 8 trigrams disc. Everyone thought that Mo Wuji was referring to his domain when he said that their time was limited. They did not know that Mo Wuji said that because he felt that it wasn't safe to continue staying within sword prison. As for the time that his domain could be used for, with his current sea of consciousness, his domain could be extended for several months.
Moreover, he still had his spirit storage channel.
Bai Yi sat beside the 8 trigrams disc as he continuously flashed out various hand seals. At the same time, he started to chant some unknown words.
After half an incense's time, that silent 8 trigrams disc suddenly glowed with a faint light.
This faint light started to get brighter and brighter, and thereafter, it gradually began to condense in a particular direction.
Mo Wuji's eyes went bright.
He could see that this 8 trigrams disc of Bai Yi's was really an impressive auxiliary treasure. Indeed, after 2 hours, all those spots of light condensed to form an arrow. That arrow pointed towards a particular direction. Bai Yi stood up and kept the 8 trigrams disc and said, "Sect head Mo, we just need to follow according to this direction."
Mo Wuji nodded, "Everyone, carefully follow behind me."
The sword chi in Sword Chi River is very strong. It doesn't matter whether you are an immortal emperor, if you get more than 10 meters away from me, then you would very likely be torn to pieces by the sword chi. Mo Wuji suspected that Bai Yi didn't use any sort of divination art just now. It was his 8 trigrams disc which had the ability to search for a way out. Back when Bai Yi was trapped in his killing array, Bai Yi was also able to find a way to break the array in a short time. If he didn't react quickly and change the position of the array gate, his array could have been easily broken apart by Bai Yi. The reason why Bai Yi was so afraid of him was exactly because of his quick trick. If Bai Yi knew that he could easily break the array, then Bai Yi probably wouldn't have behaved so well in front of him. Over these years, Bai Yi's willpower had undoubtedly been tampered. Bai Yi would definitely regain his confidence quickly the moment that he exits the sword prison.
Mo Wuji moved really quickly, the others didn't dare to lag behind.
Almost all of them stayed within 3 meters of Mo Wuji. Even though Mo Wuji had said that a radius of 10 meters was a safety zone, everyone felt that it was safer to be as close as possible to Mo Wuji. Outside the defensive array back at the desert, 2 sneaky-looking cultivators were continuously looking around. After some time, one of them said, "Quan Yi, this doesn't seem right. Back when we came to investigate, we found that the immortal spiritual energy in the area was being absorbed. There should be people cultivating inside.
But why does it seem so silent now? Could they all have gone?
The cultivator beside him was also staring at the array with wide eyes. After some time, he finally said, "What you said might be right.
They might really have left.
Should we attack this array and take a look?
If those people haven't left and you attack the array, aren't you courting death? Let's just return and tell Master that these people might have really left."
As the two spoke, they had already started to hastily retreat. Those were the two that left the Vine Mountain of Safety. Because of their self-preservation, they were chased away by Mo Wuji. At this moment, they were charging straight to the Sword Chi whirlpool.
If Mo Wuji was here, he would definitely have doubted his eyes. These two cultivators that had never tempered their physiques before, were actually going straight to the Sword Chi whirlpool without hesitation? Were they courting death?
The two weren't courting death, nor did they end up being grinded by the Sword Chi whirlpool. Instead, they went to the center of the whirlpool and they were sucked away by some force. At the next instant, the two appeared in a cave. In that cave, there was a man that looked no different from a skeleton. By this man's side, there was another cultivator kneeling.
"Master, that Mo Wuji has brought those people and left. There does not seem to be anyone left in that array."
Before that cultivator named Quan Yi could finish his words, that skeleton's figure disappeared without a trace. In merely 10 breaths of time, that skeleton man appeared outside of Mo Wuji's array and slammed down on it with his palm.
Boom!
Mo Wuji's array was shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace.
However, how could they still be people left inside? What a cunning kid! These mere prey dared to escape in front of me? Stop dreaming!
That skeleton man waved his hand, and all the sword chi in the area, which could cause even immortal emperors to quiver in fear, started to form an invisible sword chi circle within this man's palm. At the next instant, that skeleton stared at Sword Chi River in shock.
He muttered to himself in disbelief, to think that someone could enter the river? And to bring too many people in with him? That's an amazing physique tempering technique.
That skeleton man hastily sped to the side of Sword Chi River, and without hesitation, he jumped right in. This Sword Chi River, which could tear one's flesh and soul, did not seem to be able to do anything to this skeleton man. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji and company would not be able to leave from Sword Chi River, his heart was still filled with rage. The Vine Mountain of Safety was that old monster's, so he did not dare to touch it. But now, the ants that he had been rearing in that desert had actually escaped.
If this went on, when would he be able to leave?
Because he knew how vast Sword Chi River was, he knew that he would not be able to find Mo Wuji. If he knew that it would end up like this, he would not have allowed them to slowly grow, but directly grabbed them into his Sword Chi whirlpool.
6 hours later, Mo Wuji stopped.
The directional light from Bai Ye's 8 trigrams disc had disappeared.
"Bai Yi, what's going on?" Mo Wuji frowned and said.
This place clearly wasn't the exit because it was no different from the other parts of Sword Chi River. They were still standing on hard and firm rock, and they were still being surrounded by river water. Bai Yi was also dumbfounded. When he heard Mo Wuji's question, he hurriedly said, "Sect head Mo, let me try again."
Bai Yi sat down and activated his 8 trigrams disc once more. After 2 more hours, his 8 trigrams disc still was not able to condense another arrow. No matter how many dots of light came out from the disc, they would quickly vanish. Everyone turned to look at Bai Yi with suspicious gazes. Bai Yi acted as though he did not notice the gazes as he extended one of his hand and placed it on the 8 trigrams disc while his other hand continuously formed hand seals. Mo Wuji stared closely at Bai Yi's hand seals. He was sure that Bai Yi was no longer borrowing the power of the 8 trigrams disc to determine the direction. Instead, Bai Yi was truly performing his divination. Bai Yi's hand seals were profound and enigmatic. Even Mo Wuji, this progenitor of the meridian cultivation technique, was unable to see through the meaning behind Bai Yi's hand seals. He could only feel that each hand seal of Bai Yi contained the great Tao of the heaven and earth,
and each movement of each tremor contained some indescribable Dao aura.
Another 4 hours passed.
By this time, Bai's face was already as pale as a piece of white paper. He finally stopped his hand seals and he opened his eyes and said, "Sect Head Mo, this is really the exit.
Everyone, stand behind me. I will go in and take a look." Mo Wuji could tell that Bai wasn't lying. After the group all came close to him, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye. A faint void transfer rune appeared in front of Mo Wuji. This transfer rune was enigmatic and complex. It seemed to encompass a boundless Dao aura of the Array Dao. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with glee. So it was true. There was no need to talk about how this was the exit. Just the Dao aura contained within this transfer rune was enough for him to make a huge improvement in his Array Dao.
Mo Wuji's Dao revelation channel started to circulate furiously as it continuously tried to gain insights from this enigmatic transfer rune. Seeing Mo Wuji's figure shifting continuously, and feeling the Dao aura in the surroundings forming powerful ripples, no one dared to do anything.
Even Bai didn't dare to make a single move. Multiple days passed, Mo Wuji finally released a long groan. Thereafter, he started to draw runes in mid-air. This was the first time Mo Wuji used rune drawing to form a transfer array. He was sure that this method would be pivotal and meaningful towards his future in the Array Dao. Multiple days passed and Mo Wuji finally drew the final rune. A faint exit appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was so emotional that their eyes started to turn red. After being trapped in sword prison for so long, they had finally found the exit. Even the immortal emperors found their hearts racing. They had already gotten used to the torture and suffering here in sword prison. They had already gotten used to the fact that there might not be a chance to leave. But now that the chance had presented itself in front of them, how could they not be emotional? However, no one dared to move, because Mo Wuji still hadn't said a word. Mo Wuji's eyes were still tightly closed, and he didn't utter a single word. After drawing the runes to this void transfer array, he felt that his understanding towards the Array Dao had made a huge improvement. This was his first step in officially joining the ranks of Grade 7 Formation Masters. At this instant, he was organizing his understandings and insights towards the void array runes. After half an incense's time, Mo Wuji finally opened his eyes. He turned and spoke to the group. "This should be the transfer array out. Wei Zidao will leave first. Then, it will be Nia Chang'an, Charui, Suzian, Fei Ling, Yu Junsai, Dongsha, Lu Ming, Haijinkui, Fanhua, Bai, Jian Mingchen, Han Qingru, then I will be last." When he heard that he could also leave, Bai's heart was filled with emotions. He knew that Mo Wuji definitely had a meaning behind this arrangement. However, he didn't intend to look for trouble, so he would just leave the moment they exited. He had really grown to fear Mo Wuji. If not for this mysterious sect head Mo, there was no need to talk about entering Sword Chi River. Even if he managed to find this place, he wouldn't be able to open this transfer array gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Finally know where the Red Lotus is. Chapter 712, Finally know where the Red Lotus is. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was the last to leave Sword Chi River. The transfer runes that he drew were basically learnt and drawn on the spot, so it was extremely weak. Not long after Mo Wuji left, that transfer rune disappeared without a trace, together with that transfer array gate. The moment Mo Wuji's feet touched the ground, he felt that something was amiss. His heart sunk. Could he have transferred back to Sword Prison? He could still feel Sword Chi in the surroundings. No, this Sword Chi wasn't as terrifying as the Sword Chi back in Sword Chi Prison. The sword intent within this Sword Chi was also more distinct. Sect Head. The moment Mo Wuji emerged, everyone from Pingfan came to him. "We seem to still be in Sword Prison. We are still surrounded by Sword Chi," Nia Chong'an said solemnly. "Why haven't you left?" Mo Wuji did not respond to Nie Chongnan's words. Instead, his gaze landed on Bai Yi. Bai Yi clasped his fists. Sect head Mo, I'm afraid this is still sword prison.
It's just that the sword chi here is relatively weaker, its damage is even lower than back at the Vine Mountain of Peace.
Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already swept outwards. There were still limits to his spiritual will here.
However, it was different from sword prison, the restrictions on the spiritual will here were relatively weak.
Sect head, I believe that we are no longer in sword prison.
Just at this moment, Wei Zidao suddenly said, if we are in sword prison, I would still be unable to remove the sword talisman. But in reality, the moment I came here, I was able to get rid of the sword talisman.
Me too.
Jian Mingchang said hurriedly.
Nie Changnan said embarrassedly, I just got rid of it.
Bai Ye's face changed. Back then, he had been injured too heavily by Mo Wuji, his primordial spirit had not recovered to the same degree as Wei Zidao and company. Until now, he was actually still unable to remove his sword talisman.
But upon hearing that Wei Zidao and company
were able to remove their sword talismans, he hurriedly clasped his fists and said, many thanks Sect Head Mo for your help.
I will take my leave first. With that, Bai Ye's figure flashed and he swiftly disappeared. Mo Wuji didn't chase after Bai Yi.
After all, he didn't have any huge enmity with Bai Yi. They were merely acting on mutual benefits. Since things had ended, they would naturally disband after the task was done.
Right, Protector Wei is right.
This indeed isn't sword prison. If I'm not wrong, this should be a training facility of Great Sword Path.
Everyone, follow me, Mo Wuji said.
The reason why he was so sure was because he could feel the transfer array discs that he had installed around Great Sword Path.
We're in Great Sword Path?
Wei Zidao suddenly burst forth with killing intent. He had been caught and tortured in sword prison because of Great Sword Path. If not for Mo Wuji, he would have died within sword prison itself.
How could he not take hold back on this enmity? It wasn't just Wei Zidao.
Everyone else was also releasing sharp killing intent. Clearly, they had the same intentions as Wei Zidao. As long as the sect head allows it, they would immediately charge out from this place and kill for themselves a river of blood. When Mo Wuji felt the intense killing intent, he knew what everyone was feeling. In reality, he too had a deep hatred towards Great Sword Path. However, he also knew that this wasn't the time to take revenge. He waved his hands and said, revenge will definitely come.
But now is not the time.
Everyone had tempered yourselves within sword prison for so long. I am sure that as long as we find a place rich in immortal spiritual energy, you would all be able to advance quickly. After everyone's abilities reach a certain level, and when our ping fan is established, we can come back and take our revenge. He was very clear that with their current level of abilities, they might be able to cause a huge damage to Great Sword Path, but they would definitely be unable to thoroughly destroy Great Sword Path. Moreover, if news of him were to be revealed, then the Lightning Sect, Vast Ocean Immortal School, and even that unfettered Emperor Palace would join forces to end them. He had gone through great difficulties to gather this ensemble of power. Naturally, he wasn't going to casually waste it. With his speed, he didn't know how many more years he would take to actually advance to become a Grand Emperor. But now, he had 3 immortal emperors and a quasi-emperor by his side. This power was going to be the foundation for Ping Fan. Moreover, the revenge that Mo Wuji wanted wasn't to simply kill the experts of Great Sword Path. He wanted to end Great Sword Path and its legacy thoroughly. Since he was going to take revenge, he was going to be vicious. They would face the pressure from other immortal sections. If they weren't strong enough. According to the ideas of Wei Zidao and company, they wanted to kill to their heart's content, then flee. However, Mo Wuji wasn't willing to act now. We will go along with what the sect head says. Even though Wei Zidao was a Grand Emperor and his power was the strongest here, he was not arrogant.
Since that's the case, everyone follow me. Mo Wuji's guess was not wrong.
This was indeed a training facility in Great Sword Path. Many disciples would come here to gain insights on sword chi. However, the sword chi here wasn't as innocuous and harmless as Mo Wuji and company thought. In reality, even an immortal king might die here if he wasn't careful. However, Mo Wuji and company had been in the terrifying sword prison for so long, which one hadn't experienced the rampaging sword chi there. Thus, when they came to a place like this, they naturally felt that the sword chi here wasn't dangerous at all. After an hour, Mo Wuji brought his group and left the training facility openly. They easily killed the 2 disciples guarding the facility, then they took out an ordinary-looking flying ship and easily left the Great Sword Path. Outside Broken World's 4th level, including the very high heavens Jinyu, there were many grand emperors here. There were also many merchant houses waiting outside the entrance. Because the broken world had been forcefully opened, immortal kings and above still weren't able to enter even though a year had already passed. It was what everyone had expected. Over this past year, there were many treasures found in the 4th level. Not only did they discover a page of the Book of Luo, they found a true fill world, and it was even rumored that someone obtained a fire elemental bead. Hearing such news, Jinyu could not help but be elated. However, he still had a frown on his face. According to the deduction by the experts from the very high heavens, the treasures in the Golden House back in the 3rd level's broken ruins were all real. Thereafter, many experts had gone to the broken ruins, but that Golden House had disappeared. Those treasures should have been transported to the 4th level, and the Red Karmic Fire Lotus was among them. The Red Karmic Fire Lotus was an absolute and supreme treasure. As long as it appeared in the 4th level, it should have been immediately discovered. But why hadn't it been discovered yet? What kind of natural phenomena would occur the moment the Red Karmic Fire Lotus appeared? And where such treasures appear, there would definitely be immortal spiritual energy. I understand now. Jinyu suddenly thought of something. If the Red Karmic Fire Lotus appeared, it would definitely furiously absorb the immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings. When that happens, the immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings would naturally be very weak. Even some of the energy within the high-tiered immortal herbs might be sucked out by the Red Karmic Fire Lotus, causing the herbs to wither. The moment the 4th level opened, everyone would definitely have the same thought, to head towards where immortal spiritual energy was richest. Whoever goes towards the place with the weakest immortal spiritual energy would be the one to find the Red Karmic Fire Lotus. Jinyu took in a deep breath and cried out, "Call a person who came out from the 4th level to come over. I have to speak with him." Jinyu was a grand emperor from the very high heavens. Moreover, he was the one in charge of opening the 4th level, and he was even the envoy that was selecting the disciples accepted by the very high heavens. The moment he uttered that sentence, a healthy-looking man was quickly brought in front of him. This was a Grand Ji immortal that had just came out from the broken world's 4th level. Because he obtained a relatively amazing immortal fruit, he wanted to charge to the Grand Luo immortal stage. This was why he, reluctantly, left the 4th level. "What's your name and what sect do you come from?" The moment this Grand Ji immortal arrived, Jinyu immediately asked these questions. Who didn't know who Jinyu was? The moment this Grand Ji immortal heard this envoy's questions, he lowered his head and answered respectfully, "Junior is Tong Wei, I am a disciple from Yongying Immortal Domain's Blade Scar Mountain." Jinyu nodded, "Very good. When you entered the 4th level, did you feel that there was a direction where the spiritual energy is particularly weak?" Tong Wei jolted, "Who would know that?" After he entered, he would naturally choose the direction where immortal spiritual energy was richest. Who would bother checking the direction where the spiritual energy was weak? The moment Jinyu saw Tong Hui's expression, he knew that Tong Wei definitely didn't know. At this moment, he really wanted to step and crush this useless fool. As an immortal, one shouldn't immediately rush to snatch for treasures once he enters a secret domain. Instead, one should first observe the surroundings. To not even be able to do that, this fella definitely didn't have a bright future. Then did you notice the direction the least people went to?
Jean, you could only ask another question. I know this. It's the left side.
Practically no one went in that direction, Tong Hui hurriedly said. As he finished speaking, his thoughts seemed to organize themselves. That's right.
It's the left side.
The spiritual energy there is relatively weaker.
Good. Jean, you patted Tong Hui's shoulder.
You will now go to the left side where the immortal spiritual energy is relatively weak and help me find a particular thing.
As long as you find it, I will bring you to the very high heavens. Ah!
When Tong Hui heard that promise, he almost went blank. Thereafter, he was filled with mad glee. The very high heavens, that was the place that he could only dream of going. When he first came to the broken world's 4th level, he was entirely here to try his luck. After all, when it was in terms of talent or anything else, he definitely wouldn't be chosen to enter the very high heavens. But now, the envoy from the very high heavens, Elder Jinyu, directly told him that he could be chosen to enter the very high heavens. He would be an idiot to let this opportunity go.
Senior, what's that thing?
Tong Hui asked urgently.
Jinyu waved his hand. There's no need to ask.
As long as you enter the broken world's 4th level and go towards where immortal spiritual energy is weak, you will naturally know.
Yes, Junior will enter straight away.
Tong Hui anxiously bowed, then he turned and hastily charged back into the broken world's 4th level. He did not know that Jinyu had already left a spiritual will imprint on him. The moment he seized the red karmic fire lotus, Jinyu would know of it. Seeing Tong Hui disappear into the 4th level, Jinyu sighed. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited and he couldn't place an imprint on everyone that entered the 4th level.
If he could, why would he need to go through so much trouble?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 713, Establishing Ping Fan. Chapter 713, Establishing Ping Fan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sect Head, is this where our Ping Fan's immortal school will be situated at? Standing by the periphery of the extreme Blade Sea, Wei Zidao asked with a slightly unpleasant expression. Not only Wei Zidao, because the expression of Nia Chang'an and Jian Mingcheng were also the same. Even the few immortal reverence and immortal kings were also looking doubtfully at Mo Wuji. Whether or not this place belonged to the Yongning immortal domain, everyone wasn't too bothered by it. Given Ping Fan's current strength, even if Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun of the Yongning immortal domain came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. What they were concerned about was that the immortal energy here was so thin that it was almost negligible. How were they supposed to establish Ping Fan in a place like this? What Mo Wuji didn't mention was that this place had the densest immortal energy across all the immortal domains. Based solely on the holy land of immortal veins underneath the extreme Blade Sea, Ping Fan would only grow to be more exuberant in the future. The bottom of the extreme Blade Sea could very well be a land where the immortal energies of both the heaven and earth's grand das gathered. Once Ping Fan was established here, there would be an unending stream of immortal energy flowing in from between the heaven and earth. The immortal energies of the heaven and earth would be reproduced again, and when this formed a cycle, this place would be a treasured land which would never be short of immortal energy. This would be, of course, unless the entire immortal world enters the Dharma ending age. That's right, this is where I choose to establish Ping Fan. Even though everyone had already swore a deadly oath in the sword prison, if there is anyone who didn't wish to stay, you are free to go as long as you don't do anything to harm Ping Fan in the future. I, Mo Wuji, would not force anyone here to stay, Mo Wuji said calmly. This place was the greatest holy land of immortal energy in the entire immortal world, so if there was still anyone who had doubts about joining Ping Fan, Mo Wuji really didn't wish to break a sweat to convince anyone to stay. By letting one leave on the promise that one would not do anything to harm Ping Fan, it would only be good for Ping Fan. Presently, everyone might think that joining Ping Fan now would be to help him and to honor the oath that they swore. Once Ping Fan had been officially established, everyone would realize how fortunate they were to be able to join Ping Fan.
This wasn't a case of helping Mo Wuji but helping themselves instead. Wei Zidao calmed himself down because he was only a step away from becoming a grand immortal emperor. After all the years of accumulations in the sword prison, he would be able to advance to become a grand immortal emperor anywhere he was. Since sect head Mo had already chosen this place, he wouldn't be against it. Nobody chose to leave Pingfan because firstly, everyone made a vow. As a cultivator, it was still very important that one honor one's vow. Secondly, it was Mo Wuji's true strength. Even up till now, all them still find their sect head slightly mysterious as to how strong he truly was. Besides being strong, he was capable too. Other than their sect head, who else would dare to enter the sword prison on their own accord? Within the sword prison, who else would be able to take out so many Ji nature pills? Who would be able to enter the sword Qi river? Who helped them to escape after being trapped for so many years in the sword prison? The answer to everything was sect head Mo. Great, since everyone was willing to stay in Pingfan, let me go through the plan for Pingfan, Mo Wuji continued with a clear voice. Even though our ultimate aim would be to become the number one existence in the immortal world, our first plan for Pingfan wouldn't be too huge. I've decided that the node of our Pingfan would be right here and it would extend 4,000 kilometers inland and 1,000 kilometers towards the extreme Blade Sea. For now, anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of us would be the domain that we're in, and this would be where we would establish our encampment. Concurrently, we would integrate everyone within 25,000 kilometers of Pingfan's encampment into our school. Honestly speaking, a school with a perimeter of 5,000 kilometers would only be considered a small sect in the immortal world. Even if Mo Wuji were to integrate everything within 25,000 kilometers into Pingfan's territory, it would still not be comparable to a big immortal sect. In a true big immortal sect, the distance between two large immortal summits would already be 5,000 kilometers already, and within the same sect, it would be formed up by numerous summits. Mo Wuji circled out 25,000 kilometers because he was helpless and he knew that if he were to extend even further, he would basically be fighting for land with the Wind Plains Immortal City. His intention was to establish Pingfan first before taking the initiative to discuss with the Castellan of the Wind Plains Immortal City. Pingfan of the future must cover way more than a mere few thousand kilometers. Sect head, isn't our territory slightly too small? Fei Ling was now Mo Wuji's loyal servant, so the basis of everything he said and did would be in consideration of Pingfan and his sect head. As for everyone else, they stared doubtfully and blankly at Mo Wuji because their sect head's ultimate plan was to turn Pingfan into the number one school in the immortal world. Moreover, considering the number of immortal emperors and immortal reverence Pingfan had now, Pingfan would definitely be able to enter the ranks of peak-grade immortal sections. However, with a territory of merely a few thousand kilometers, how was he going to turn his dream into a reality? It was simply a joke. Mo Wuji nodded his head. It is indeed slightly small now, but our territory would have some mortals living on it too. Other than this, we would need to convert thousands of miles of the extreme Blade Sea to the encampment of our school, which would prove to be slightly tougher. I shall be in charge of installing the school's encampment and trap arrays, while Fei Ling and Nie Chanan shall go out to purchase materials to fix up the school, which would include some materials for arrays. Revered Right Protector Wei shall take Cha Rue and Yusai Jun to set up the Pingfan Trade Union. Once the trade union starts to operate, Yusai Jun shall take charge while you and Cha Rue return to help me. Mo Wuji took out a storage ring for Wei Zidao. These are the immortal pills to be used for the initial auction. Once news of these immortal pills were made known, Pingfan Trade Union would definitely become one of the greatest trade union in the immortal world. Alright, Wei Zidao took over the storage ring and was momentarily stunned as he casually used his spiritual will to scan through it. He had never seen this many peak-grade immortal pills, and even the draining immortal king pills came in vases. Once these rare peak-grade immortal pills were out, he would simply be taken capable if he couldn't turn Pingfan Trade Union into a peak-grade trade union in the immortal world. Su Zian, bring this jade letter to hand it over to Zhuo Pingon of the Cape of Peace. If he didn't leave any message, you can come back immediately. Mo Wuji took out a jade letter and handed it to Su Zian. Wei Zidao would become a Grand Emperor very soon, but it wasn't enough for Ping Fan to simply rely on just one Grand Emperor Wei Zidao. If Shui Pingan was willing to join Ping Fan, it would of course be great. But if Shui Pingan didn't wish to do so, there was no point even if Mo Wuji made a trip down himself. Lu Ming, you shall be in charge of recruiting people to help establish Ping Fan. If we were the only few people working on it, it would simply take too long before Ping Fan could be established officially.
We must be stingy to any cultivator who are willing to join the establishment of Ping Fan.
Remember, the construction of the surrounding must be according to my intentions. Mo Wuji knew how tough it could be for low-level cultivators of the Yongying immortal domain to survive in a place with such sparse immortal energy and resources. It would be easy to perish in nasty environment in search for cultivation resources, but without nasty environment, it would be tough to improve.
Mo Wuji was certain that many cultivators would be willing to accept jobs like helping to build a school.
After instructing Lu Ming, Mo Wuji handed him a jade letter containing the outline of the construction of Ping Fan. Jian Mingchang, Han Xingru and Hai Jinkui shall be responsible for accepting disciples. It doesn't matter whether Ping Fan recruits immortals or mortals, but the precondition to become Ping Fan's disciple would be to devote wholly to Ping Fan and must definitely not be evil, vicious, or deceitful. Dong Sha, you shall bring Fan Hua to watch after this place and prevent any mortals from entering the sea. Get them to help with the constructions of the periphery of the mortal cities and double their remunerations. After all these tasks had been issued by Mo Wuji and accepted by the various individuals, Mo Wuji took out 2 vases of dry wimple pill before saying, "Everyone take 1 dry wimple pill each." Everyone standing here would have some sort of enmity with the Great Sword Path. The instant the Great Sword Path found out that the people in the sword prison managed to escape, it wouldn't do them any good.
To Mo Wuji, what he lacked most was time.
Once he managed to establish Ping Fan and finish up with the Grand Arrays, who would dare to find trouble with disciples of Ping Fan?
After everyone left to complete their task, Mo Wuji entered the Extreme Blade Sea swiftly.
He had left for 2 years, and even though he left behind enough Anidia pills, he was still worried about Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhan. After all, the 2 of them were merely ordinary mortals when he left them. Very quickly, Mo Wuji entered the concealed array which he installed, and the extremely dense immortal energy surged towards him. In front of him were still the closely packed immortal veins and immortal essence crystals. Mo Wuji's heart turned much lighter because both Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhan were still in the midst of their cultivation.
Fu Jingfeng had already opened up 93 meridians and was already in the transcending mortality stage level 9.
It gives Mo Wuji the greatest satisfaction to see someone being able to cultivate successfully with the technique he created. Fu Jingfeng was still slightly lacking when compared to Mo Wuji back in the days, but given his current cultivation speed, Mo Wuji suspected that even a 9-star genius might not be able to match it. Mo Wuji was well aware that Fu Jingfeng could cultivate so quickly not just because of his pointers but also because he was in the immortal world. This was not just the immortal world but a holy land where immortal energy was the densest. Under such circumstances, if Fu Jingfeng was still unable to cultivate quickly, he wouldn't achieve much on his path of cultivation Dao.
Mo Wuji didn't interrupt Fu Jingfeng's cultivation as his spiritual will landed on Lian Yingzhan instead.
What made Mo Wuji extremely surprised was that Lian Yingzhan had already opened 102 meridians and was even in the elementary Grand Luo immortal stage. Lian Yingzhan's technique Dao spirituality was slightly odd because it contained both his immortal mortal technique Dao spirituality and an unknown technique Dao spirituality.
Mo Wuji was certain that the technique Lian Yingzhan was cultivating was incredibly impressive.
This time, Lian Yingzhan was legitimately in the elementary Grand Luo immortal stage, and the mighty energy of the crystal point within her mind palace was already starting to overflow slowly. Mo Wuji knew that no matter how great his immortal mortal technique was, how terrifyingly dense the immortal energy here was, or even how talented Lian Yingzhan was, Lian Yingzhan shouldn't be able to advance to the Grand Luo immortal stage in a mere 2 years. She was only able to do so because the cultivation which was in her mind palace had started to be awakened. This cultivation was exceptionally frightening to be able to combine with his immortal mortal technique to increase Lian Yingzhan's cultivation rapidly. It could be said that Lian Yingzhan's strength was a combination of accumulated immortal energy from cultivating and the releasing of immortal energy from her mind palace. With such a combination, it would be tough even if she didn't wish to improve that swiftly. After understanding this logic, Mo Wuji started feeling shadowy because he didn't know if this method would be beneficial or detrimental to Lian Yingzhan. The instance the immortal energy from cultivating his immortal mortal technique was unable to strike a balance with the immortal energy released by her mind palace, she wouldn't survive even if she had 100 lives. Mo Wuji sighed because he was truly incapable of solving such problems. It wasn't just him because he believed that no one in the entire immortal world could have a solution to this. Mo Wuji touched the star locket on his chest and he decided to hang this star locket around Lian Yingzhan's neck once she is done with her cultivation. This star locket was immensely extraordinary and it could very likely save Lian Yingzhan's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, The Fight Over the Red Lotus. Chapter 714, The Fight Over the Red Lotus. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Senior Sister Sue, I can barely pick up this red lotus, but I am definitely unable to leave this place unnoticed with this on me. Within a cave where the immortal energy was extremely sparse, Do Hualong's hand had left the red lotus in front of him with his face being extremely pale. Evidently, he had spent quite a lot of energy just to keep this red lotus. It's okay because we won't be going out for the time being. Every level in the broken world is extremely vast, so as long as we are careful, nobody would be able to catch us. Keep the red lotus first, we will change location soon because we have stayed here for too long, Su Roer nodded. Do Hualong said apologetically, Senior Sister Sue, this red lotus should be yours but you. He was indeed very apologetic because their purpose of coming in was to search for cultivation resources to advance, yet Su Roer had accompanied him to hide in this shit place for over a year without any reward for herself. Senior Sister Su Roer was definitely much stronger and of a higher cultivation level than he was, yet she didn't want a treasure like the red karmic fire lotus. Nobody would believe him if this were to spread out. Without mentioning that he and Su Roer were not blood-related siblings, Do Hualong would never have met her if it wasn't for Big Brother Mo. Even so, Senior Sister Su Roer made use of her experience to save Do Hualong countless of times during their escape. This time round, she even rejected the red karmic fire lotus and offered it to him. Su Roer smiled, Junior Brother Hualong, if I was the one who spotted it, I would have kept it for myself already. The red karmic fire lotus was spotted by you, so it would naturally belong to you. A treasure like this is very particular about fate, and if one had no fate with it, keeping it by force would not do one any good. Su Roer had seen more of the world than Do Hualong, so she would naturally be aware that a treasure like the red karmic fire lotus would only belong to one who had fate with it. Keeping it forcefully would harm others and themselves. She was indeed capable of keeping this red karmic fire lotus, but if Sect Head Mo were to find out that the red karmic fire lotus was spotted first by Do Hualong and she was the one who kept it, he would definitely view her differently. She knew clearly that Do Hualong was extremely loyal to Mo Wuji. In fact, even she was full of respect and admiration for Sect Head Mo. And, I am planning to give this red lotus to Big Brother in the future. I am 2 weeks, so possessing this treasured red karmic fire lotus would only be ruining it. Since he had already kept the red karmic fire lotus, Do Hualong didn't continue insisting that Su Roer keep it. Su Roer smiled once more, let's hurry then. She was certain that Sect Head Mo would not accept Do Hualong's red karmic fire lotus, and she believed that her judgment would not be wrong. Sect Head Mo was a person who just ascended to the immortal world yet managed to advance to become an honored grade tier 8 pill emperor and even go up against a few immortal emperors. Such imposing attitude cannot be exchanged for even 100 of the red karmic fire lotus. Simply because she knew Mo Wuji, which was why she would believe that Mo Wuji would be able to set up an impressive sect and not accept Do Hualong's treasure. Alright, let's go. Do Hualong had yet to finish his sentence, but he saw Su Roer's expression changed before executing several hand signs for ignite tens of seals.
Senior Sister Su.
Someone is here. Su Roer stopped Do Hualong from speaking as she transmitted a message to Do Hualong. She had countless of experience escaping death, so she instantly noticed when someone arrived here at this cave. The person who arrived was the Blade Scar Mountain's Tong Hui, and despite being at the peak of the Grand Ji Immortal stage, he wasn't exactly very talented. The truth was he had spent 99% of his life behind closed doors to achieve what he had achieved today.
Occasionally, he would even ask his sister for cultivation resources.
His sister, Tong Yuan, was the wife of the Blade Scar Mountain's Summit Lord, Go Liang. Otherwise, with Tong Hui's talent, no matter how hard he cultivate behind closed doors, he would never make it to become a Grand Ji Immortal. Even though Su Roer was much younger and not as strong as Tong Hui was really unable to match her experience when it came to hiding and escaping. Therefore, when the Grand Ji Immortal Tong Hui was spotted by Su Roer, he was still casually strolling along a cave depression which was not very far away from them. Su Roer was still extremely anxious because she knew that if Tong Hui was slightly more experienced, or slightly more meticulous, he would be able to notice the small cave which they occupied. The array that she installed had an obvious scar which resulted in them having a poor concealment. At this moment, Tong Hui, who initially going to enter the cave depression, stopped abruptly as he lifted his fist to smash against a massive rock beside him. Once the massive rock broke, a small stone about the size of a fist appeared in his hand and there was a faint outline of a 7-flower flame.
This is the 7-flower fire heartstone?
Tong Hui's heart was racing at the sight of this because he had never expected himself to find the 7-flower fire heartstone. During his first year in the 4th level of the Broken World, the combined value of the items he found was not even as great as the 7-flower fire heartstone alone.
Could it be that Senior from the very high heavens was looking for this fire heartstone? No, it can't be.
This was because if he didn't use his spiritual will to scan the massive rock, he would never be able to find this fire heartstone. Regardless, him finding it first was all that mattered. Just as Tong Hui picked up and kept the 7-flower fire heartstone, he saw a figure approaching him.
In an instant, he turned and fled.
The figure seemed to have spotted Tong Hui as it chased after Tong Hui almost the instant he started to flee. After Tong Hui sensed that the fella chasing after him was also in the advanced Grand Ji Immortal stage, he came to a halt instead. He was in the great circle of Grand Ji Immortal stage, so why would he fear another Grand Ji Immortal? His current location was a dried-up lake. Initially, Tong Hui wanted to inspect the surroundings so that during the fight later, he would be able to make use of the terrain in his favor. When his spiritual will landed on the lake, he was completely shocked as he instantly charged down. At this instance, he had completely neglected the incoming Grand Ji Immortal. He sensed a mysterious ancient Xiantian Grand Dao energy within the lake as if there was a Xiantian treasure here. The treasure was already taken away and there was even an extremely pure fire attribute energy looming around. Despite not having a fire-attributed spirit roots, he really wanted to pry into the mysterious Grand Dao within it. This was definitely not something that his 7 Flowers Fire Heartstone could compare to. Red Karmic Fire Lotus, this had to be the Red Karmic Fire Lotus. Tong Hui's eyes had turned red because even an idiot had heard of the rumors about the Red Karmic Fire Lotus appearing in the 4th level of the Broken World. Just because he hadn't seen one before didn't mean he didn't know about it. He was after all a Grand Ji Immortal, so how could he not know about such an ancient Xiantian treasure? Hand the item over, an icy cold voice which made Tong Hui quiver could be heard. Standing not too far away from him was a long-haired man, the Grand Ji Immortal who was chasing after him.
What item? Tong Hui's heart sunk before calming himself down.
At this moment, he had full understanding of what the Grand Immortal of the very high heavens was looking for in the 4th level. It had to be the Red Karmic Fire Lotus, which meant that even if he obtained the Red Karmic Fire Lotus, it wouldn't belong to him. The long-haired man sneered, "You are pretty decent to actually have an idea that a Red Karmic Fire Lotus might appear here where the immortal energy was so sparse. If I hadn't thought hard about this possibility, I'm afraid nobody would fight with you for it even for the next few months." The immortal energy here was already much denser than the time Su Roer and Do Hualong were here. Now that the long-hair man thought about it, after a few more months, more immortal energy would start flooding this place, and this place wouldn't be very different from any other place in the broken world.
Tong Hui's excitement had completely died down and was in fact, slightly terrified now.
It would still be alright if he really did obtain the red karmic fire lotus, since it would be handed to the Grand Emperor of the very high heavens anyway. He had a firm belief that if he were to keep the red karmic fire lotus secretly, he would die a horrible death.
Keep the red karmic fire lotus secretly?
This wasn't impossible, because if he did obtain it, he could hide in the fourth level of the broken world to cultivate and only leave when he became much stronger.
With the red karmic fire lotus, why would he worry that he wouldn't be able to advance to become a Grand Emperor too? Why should he hand over a treasure like this to the very high heavens? Are you going to hand it over or not?
The long-hair man's domain started forming up, as it had already surrounded Tong Hui. Concurrently, he had already drawn out his magic treasure, and if it wasn't for the fact that Tong Hui was slightly stronger than him, he would have attacked first.
Tong Hui quivered at his own thoughts.
He didn't even have the red karmic fire lotus on him.
But will the opponent believe him? Killing intent suddenly started welling up in his heart, because he would only be free only by killing his opponent.
Otherwise, even if he managed to escape out, it would be disastrous for him once news spread that he obtained the red karmic fire lotus.
At that point in time, nobody would bother listening to his explanation.
Attack! Tong Hui thought through things, and the glassy lamp on his hand had already turned into a green light as it charged out. Simultaneously, his domain extended with all his force, because he felt the need to end this as soon as he could. I knew you wouldn't give in easily, this long-hair man laughed nastily as he wielded his own magic treasure too. Pingfan had already started its construction, as Mo Wuji had also been working on refining the various magic arrays around Pingfan. Despite not being able to forge out grade 7 immortal equipments, his method of refining array flags was already considered to be very decent. Coupled with the array rune technique which he had just enlightened, he was certain that with sufficient amount of time, he would be able to forge out a grade 7 defensive array around Pingfan. Mo Wuji was in charge of the installment of arrays at the Extreme Blade Sea. The installation of such arrays on land was handed completely to Lu Ming. Wei Zidao, who had finished the initial steps of setting up the trade union, had been following Mo Wuji to help him out as he handed the remaining tasks of the trade union to Cha Rui and Yusai Jun.
Mo Wuji's array Dao standard might be decent, but his cultivation was still too low.
If he wished to turn the Extreme Blade Sea into the encampment of Pingfan, he would need the assistance of an immortal emperor. The good thing was that because the Pingfan trade union managed to bring out large amount of rare immortal herbs which Mo Wuji provided, it was able to gather massive piles of immortal materials which were quickly sent back to the temporary encampment on the periphery of the Extreme Blade Sea for Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao to use. To an ordinary mortal, it might be a fantasy story to turn 1,000 kilometers wide sea domain into the encampment of a sect. However, in Mo Wuji and in Wei Zidao's eyes, this wasn't a complicated matter if they collected abundant amount of resources. Large summits were formed up by Wei Zidao, while Mo Wuji's array Dao techniques combined all the land within thousands of kilometers in the periphery of the Extreme Blade Sea into one. The embryonic form of the magnificent and imposing school was starting to become clearer as days passed by. In just a couple of months, Wei Zidao was started to grow fonder of this place. Sect head Mo's outline for the school was simply too precise and beautiful, which made him certain that once Pingfan is officially done, it would be the most beautiful school in the entire immortal world. The only pity was that the immortal energy here was still sparse. On one fine day, while Mo Wuji and Wei Zidao were putting one of the immortal summit in order, Dong Sha, who was guarding the periphery, started hurrying over anxiously. Sect head, there's trouble. Su Zian, who went out to the Cape of Peace, is escaping back with severe injuries. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 715, The Mighty Elementary Immortal Reverent. Chapter 715, The Mighty Elementary Immortal Reverent. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji grabbed a few pills before sending it into Su Ziyan's mouth with an unpleasant expression. To be more specific, Su Ziyan wasn't escaping back on his own but was sent back. It was one of the Immortal King under Zhuo Pingan. After sending Su Ziyan back, the Immortal King left immediately. Presently, Su Ziyan suffered grave injuries because not only was his sea of consciousness hurt, even his primordial spirit was damaged. It could be said that if not for Mo Wuji's Ji nature pills, injuries like this could cause Su Ziyan's cultivation to be wasted. The mighty effectiveness of the Ji nature pill was seen very quickly as Su Ziyan's primordial spirit started to condense. He opened his eyes and heaved a huge sigh of relief at the sight of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji instantly used his hand to indicate that he should heal first before anything else. 4 hours later, the pale-faced Su Ziyan walked out of the room. "How are your injuries?" Mo Wuji didn't use his spiritual will to scan through Su Ziyan. "Many thanks, sect head, for exhausting your precious immortal pills on me. I believe that I just need to cultivate for a period of time and my injuries would disappear completely." Su Ziyan's tone was still immensely respectful. He knew his own injuries the best, and he was well aware that if he hadn't joined Ping Fan and be under sect head Mo, he would find it extremely difficult to recover from injuries like this. Even if he found a peak-grade treasure, his injuries would not heal within 1 or 2 days. It could take tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. Even though he was in the advanced immortal reverend stage, it didn't mean that he wouldn't die of old age. Perhaps his time would be up even before his injuries were completely healed. Mo Wuji nodded. "I have burdened you greatly with this trip. You are an advanced immortal reverend, so how did you get hurt so badly? Who did this to you?" Mo Wuji was certain that it wasn't Zhuo Pingan because he had a pretty decent relationship with Zhuo Pingan previously. In fact, Zhuo Pingan owed him a favor. Even if Zhuo Pingan was unwilling to leave the Cape of Peace, he wouldn't attack Su Ziyan. Moreover, if Zhuo Pingan was the one who acted against Su Ziyan wouldn't have come back with injuries. He would certainly be dead. Additionally, Mo Wuji would never believe that Su Ziyan would speak rudely to offend Zhuo Pingan. Among all the experts under him, Su Ziyan was the most mature and earnest, so he would definitely not do anything to anger a Grand Emperor like Zhuo Pingan. The Cape of Peace had been eradicated by someone and it is merely a piece of wasteland now. Just as I was intending to enter so that I can have a look at the state of the Cape of Peace, I met an elementary immortal reverend expert. "Hold on." Mo Wuji used his hand to stop Su Ziyan's words. "Don't tell me that you were wounded by this elementary immortal reverend stage fella?" Su Ziyan revealed an ashamed expression before nodding his head. "I was indeed injured by him, who I was sure had only just stepped into the elementary immortal reverend stage. Even though I was only considered average in the immortal world, I had came across and know some of the stronger immortal reverends. However, I had never seen one like him, but..." Mo Wuji had a stern look on his face because despite not knowing Su Ziyan's actual strength, he knew that Su Ziyan was in the advanced immortal reverend stage and had been through so much tough times in the countless of years in the sword prison. How could a person of his caliber not be able to match an elementary immortal reverend? To be completely honest, Su Ziyan almost perished in the hands of this elementary immortal reverend, so how terrifying was this person? "Describe the appearance of that person to me and you have to be detailed," Mo Wuji said with a serious tone. "Yes." Su Ziyan pondered for a while before using his finger to draw out an image of a person in space. This seemed to be a man who didn't look very old, with an average build, yellow face and sharp eyes. He was wearing sesame-colored shoes and robe while carrying a sword without a sheath on his back. "So it's him." Mo Wuji suddenly had a desperate urge to charge into the Immortal King stage. The pity was that despite being in the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage and had countless of immortal pills or even a self-created legacy, his foundations were simply too weak for him to even go close to the Immortal King stage. Otherwise, he would have advanced to become an Immortal King even before establishing Ping Fan. "Sect head recognized this person?" Su Ziyan asked hurriedly. Mo Wuji was surprised at how quickly Huang Sha grew because for a person who had just ascended, he only took such a short period of time to become an immortal reverend. Mo Wuji nodded his head. It is normal even if the few of you don't know him.
His name is Huang Sha of the Great Sword Path and had only been in the immortal world for a short period of time.
Not only was he extremely bloodthirsty, he was pretty strong too.
Yet another Great Sword Path's member.
I shall finish him off. Wei Zidao's eyes turned cold and killing intent surged to the maximum.
Mo Wuji replied, the destruction of the Cape of Peace could be highly related to the Great Sword Path. Huang Sha was an incredibly crafty person, so even if Right Defender Wei were to go over, you might not see him and he wouldn't fight against you. When he reappears in front of you, it would mean that Right Defender Wei would have been surrounded by immortal emperors of the Great Sword Path.
We will seek this revenge, but not now.
Sect head saw this person before?
Wei Zidao asked.
Mo Wuji was way too familiar with Huang Sha because Huang Sha tried to kill him in the God's Tower only to be stopped by Ling Lunan. Speaking of which, he still owed Ling Lunan a favor for his saving grace back then. The pity was that Ling Lunan was trapped in the God's Tower wishing he was dead instead. Yes, I killed both his master, Sa Jian, and junior brother, Niju. This was why this person was constantly on the lookout for the opportunity to kill me, Mo Wuji answered.
Ah.
Su Zian was momentarily shocked before bowing respectfully to Mo Wuji. Many thanks sect head Mo for avenging the Tianji sect. Su Zian naturally knew who was the one who destroyed Tianji sect, and if it wasn't because of Sa Jian, who requested the assistance of a quasi-emperor of the Great Sword Path, how would he be thrown into the sword prison? Mo Wuji shook his hand. Elder Su need not be so polite with me.
Back in the cultivation world, I was the sect head of the Tianji sect.
After arriving in the immortal world, I've decided to establish Pingfan, which would include Tianji sect naturally.
Su Zian was shocked yet again before bowing pleasingly towards Mo Wuji. Zian greets the sect head and asked that sect head would seek justice for Tianji sect.
Initially, Su Zian dared not talk too much about the matters of Tianji sect, but now that he knew Mo Wuji was the sect head of the Tianji sect, he would naturally not have any more considerations. In his heart, he was the most desperate to rebuild Tianji sect and not a Tianji sect within Pingfan.
Mo Wuji sighed. Elder Zian, I understand your intention.
Initially, I really wanted to rebuild the Tianji sect in the immortal world. However, after stepping into a new realm, there were changes to my thoughts as I wanted to build something even greater than sects. Sect head, you can rebuild Tianji sect to become greater than any other sect too, Su Zian hurried to comment. Mo Wuji shook his hand to indicate to Su Zian to stop commenting first as he continued. Previously, I didn't want to rebuild Tianji sect because of my urgent desire to establish a school which contained my legacy from the start till the end. At that point in time, I wasn't completely enlightened, but you must know that once I decide on something, I would never waver. The only exception was with the establishment of this school. Previously, I believed that I was the cause of why I wavered, but after that nirvanic evolution which I've been through, I am finally starting to understand the meaning within.
What is it? Su Zian asked subconsciously.
After I was severely injured, almost died, and then came back to perfect my own Tao, I started to understand why Tianji sect is not suitable to become an immortal sect. Because we had yet to surpass the heaven and earth, we would still gain insights the rules of Tao within the heaven and earth here. All these could also be considered to be a type of heavenly fate. 1. It would simply be a joke if someone mentioned about re-establishing the Tianji sect. This meant that as long as we had yet to surpass this heaven and earth, and still gaining insights of the rules within it, the Tianji sect would be destined to fail. Mo Wuji's tone became solemn as he too was starting to understand this logic. Initially, he really wanted to rebuild the Tianji sect, but after his Tao was starting to perfect, he was against the rebuilding of Tianji sect and had even found countless of reasons to support it. Up till now, when he was about to enter the Immortal King stage, he was beginning to understand the hidden grand Tao meaning within it. Why did the Tianji sect of the cultivation world get poorer and poorer each year and was eventually obliterated? After reaching the immortal world, the Tianji sect here was also getting worse by the day and eventually exterminated too. In the unseen world of spirits, there seemed to a tint of Tao spirituality which was constantly against the survival of the Tianji sect. But, the first sect head, Senior Yuan found the Tianji token. Even without waiting for Su Zian to finish speaking, Mo Wuji said, perhaps the token was not meant for sect head Yuan to rebuild the sect as it might contain other meanings within it. Su Zian fell silent because he knew how true the words of sect head Mo were. Ever since the Tianji sect was established, it was directed towards its fall. In the end, even sect head Yuan was unable to crack the secret of the Tianji sect. After Pingfan had been established, Tianji sect would occupy a mountain in Pingfan and it will be named as Heavenly Summit, Mo Wuji said as he could sense Su Zian's disappointment. Without wasting any more time trying to convince Su Zian, Mo Wuji said, I shall complete the installations of the defensive arrays outside of Pingfan as soon as possible before heading out. Right Defender Wei would be left in charge or whatever is left undone here. Once Elder Zian recovered fully, he shall assist Right Defender Wei in Luming to establish Pingfan. Since sect head is intending to head out, why don't you let Jian Mingqing follow you? Wei Zidao guessed that Mo Wuji would be heading out so as to find treasures to advance to become an immortal king. He wanted Jian Mingqing to follow Mo Wuji so that he could act as a protector in his place. Mo Wuji shook his hand, I will be looking for opportunities to advance into the immortal king stage. Mingqing is too busy so he mustn't delay projects solely because of me. Mo Wuji had a faint sensing that establishing Pingfan here was extremely meaningful for him. As to the specific meaning and purpose, even he wouldn't be able to say it out. Sect head, since you're trying to advance to become an immortal king, I have something for you. Su Zian hurried to take out a jade letter to draw on it. Half an incense later, Su Zian handed Mo Wuji a jade letter. Sect head, you are right and that Tianji sect should be gone with the past. There is only one Pingfan now. Mo Wuji nodded as he received the jade letter while looking pleasingly at Su Zian. His spiritual will scanned through the jade letter and was instantly stunned as he stared shockingly at Su Zian. How did you know? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully because Su Zian actually drew out a map. This map depicted the area which was on the sect head's blurry white token. Refer to chapter 540 if you forgot about this. This was left behind by our ancestors back then and only a few people in the Tianji sect knew about it. It was passed down every generation and would usually be kept among only 3 people in one generation, Su Zian explained. Mo Wuji finally understood how Su Zian's strength in the Tianji sect was one of the top few, so it would be normal for a personnel like him to obtain such news. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, All Men Are Equal. Chapter 716, All Men Are Equal. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. With all these experts working together for a common purpose coupled with Mo Wuji's skills as a peak-grade array master, the construction of Pingfan was successfully completed within a year. This was actually because a portion of Pingfan was built on the sea domain which would require slightly more effort than usual. Otherwise, they would have completed it within 5 months. Presently, Pingfan occupied an area with a radius of 5,000 kilometers and anywhere within 25,000 kilometers of Pingfan was also circled out. Even though the Wind Plains Immortal City was unhappy about this sudden emergence of Pingfan claiming territory right to its backyard, they didn't dare to do anything. Firstly, it was because their castellan was still in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins and had yet to return, and secondly, almost every person who walked out of Pingfan was at least in the Immortal Reverend stage. These 2 reasons would be why the Wind Plains Immortal City chose to keep their dissatisfaction to themselves for the time being while waiting for their castellan, Dong Shanglia, to return. Mo Wuji had actually installed a Grade 7 Immortal Array around the periphery of Pingfan called the Grand 7 Transformations Pingfan Array. Mo Wuji was the one who came up with the name because this grand array was the combination of his understandings towards the different types of arrays coupled with the insights he gained of the spatial array runes from the bottom of the Swordchi River. This grand array was a combination of trap array, killing array, defensive array, illusionary array, concealment array, and restriction array.
The only missing one was the energy gathering array.
Underneath Ping Fan was a grand energy gathering array which had gathered the Das of heaven and earth, so Mo Wuji didn't need to install any energy gathering array. All he needed to do would be to guide the natural immortal energy over, and this grand 7 transformations Ping Fan array would be set. On the outside of Ping Fan was a wide bluestone path which was about 5,000 kilometers long. 2 rows of peak-grade immortal camphor wood was already growing on both sides of the path. The immortal camphor wood was a peak-grade immortal wood grown by many sects of the immortal world. Not only was the body of this immortal wood perfectly straight, it had a wide treetop and even released clear energy which could gladden the heart. Besides the bluestone path and immortal camphor wood, there was also a wide sect-protecting river. This river was not meant to ensure the safety of the sect but to set off the scenery of the sect. On the periphery of this river was the large fertile land for agriculture established by Ping Fan. This fertile land was meant for mortals living within Ping Fan to grow crops because fishermen of the extreme Blade Sea had been moved into the territory of Ping Fan. Within Ping Fan itself, there were a few huge districts, namely the Mortal District, Immortal District, Mortal Transaction District, Immortal Transaction District, and Immortal Mortal Transaction District. There were no restrictions to these districts and anyone would be able to visit any of the district.
For example, mortals can enter the Immortals District and vice versa.
Everyone who wished to enter Ping Fan could only enter from the main entrance, and other possible ways of entering near the extreme Blade Sea had already been sealed off by arrays. Even though Ping Fan had only covered 25,000 kilometers of land, Ping Fan had actually circled out an area of 500,000 kilometers radius nearer to the extreme Blade Sea. In fact, the extreme Blade Sea had been renamed as the Ping Fan Extreme Blade Sea, which would be limited to the personal use of Ping Fan. As long as one was in the extreme Blade Sea, one would be in the turf of Ping Fan. At the entrance of Ping Fan was a massive stone tablet which was inscribed with the words, "One's Tao can differ, but all men are equal."
Suspending above it were 2 huge words, Ping Fan. In the temporary main mountain, Wei Zidao, Nye Chang'an, Jin Mingchang, Xiaorui, Su Zian, Fei Ling and company were standing on the humongous plaza. Behind them was a majestic Ping Fan hall, and in front of them was the vast and boundless sea which would please the heart at the sight of it. Having built this gorgeous-looking school from scratch all by themselves, everyone was exceptionally satisfied with it. Previously, this place was filled with either the sea or desert, and now it is filled with huge mountains, greenlands, rivers, and etc. As huge mountains were slowly erected, they were now the holy land of each immortal clans here. Even though immortal beasts were not released here yet, everyone could imagine the gorgeous scenery here in the future. Sect Head is indeed incredible to actually think of turning the extreme Blade Sea into a portion of our sect and then building up such a magnificently beautiful school. In the future, when we shift even more beautiful looking immortal mountains in, Ping Fan would only look increasingly alluring, Xiaorui said pleasingly. He was one who truly admired Mo Wuji as the sect head from the bottom of his heart, because in his eyes, the sect head was nothing but incredibly capable. Nye Chang'an's side, there is only one bad point, moreover.
Hearing Nye Chang'an's words, everyone fell silent because everyone knew what Nye Chang'an was talking about. The immortal energy here was simply too sparse, so no matter how beautiful this school looked, it would simply be a tourist attraction without immortal energy here. The density of immortal energy was the true key to whether a sect would be able to gain a foothold in the immortal world. Wei Zidao sighed once more because all the places in the immortal world with good immortal veins producing immortal energy had long been taken by the other sections.
Why would there be any good spare spot left for Ping Fan to establish?
The sect head's choice to establish Ping Fan here was also because he had no other choice. Mo Wuji's heart was desperate because Ping Fan looked complete on the surface, but he knew that he was only one more step away from completing it. That was guiding the immortal energy into Ping Fan itself. The instant he could guide the immortal energy into the defensive arrays in various sects within Ping Fan, he would have completed the construction of Ping Fan. Only at the point in time would he be able to leave Ping Fan. When Mo Wuji entered the extreme Blade Sea, he found out with huge surprise that Fu Jingfeng was already in the spirit building stage level 4 while Lin Yingzhen's speed seemed to have slowed down. Even so, Lin Yingzhen was already in the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage. Mo Wuji was still satisfied at their progress and estimated that these two should be ending their closed-doors cultivation very soon because the Anidia pills he gave Fu Jingfeng was almost completely exhausted. Since this was the case, he decided to wait for these two to finish their cultivation before finding the opportunity to advance into the Immortal King stage. After setting up the defensive array for Ping Fan, Mo Wuji's array Dao had advanced to yet another level. Despite not entering the ranks of a Grade 8 array master, his understanding of Void Runes became even more thorough than before. Void Runes was a brand new concept, and even in the immortal world, most immortal array masters required array flags to install arrays. Mo Wuji's Void Runes had replaced the traditional array flags in drawing of array foundation. Nobody in the immortal world had actually understood such a concept yet. It could be said that there wouldn't be many immortal array masters who could break open the Grand 7 Transformations Ping Fan array which he installed. This was, of course, unless it was destroyed forcefully. However, it was simply a joke if someone could forcefully destroy the Grand 7 Transformations Ping Fan array. There was sufficient immortal energy beneath the Extreme Blade C, and Ping Fan had many immortal reverends and even immortal emperors. Under the protections offered by these experts of Ping Fan, Mo Wuji would simply be too useless if someone could still forcefully destroy his array. This was unless there were more than 10 immortal emperors attacking his Grand 7 Transformations Ping Fan array at one time. However, Mo Wuji guessed that even the combined number of the immortal emperors from the Great Sword Path, Lightning Sect, and Vast Ocean Immortal School wouldn't even add up to 10. Moreover, he would obliterate one of these sects even before all of them could realize what was going on. Back at the main mountain, Wei Zidao, who was about to comfort the rest of them, started experiencing a tremble as he looked shockingly at the surrounding. It wasn't just Wei Zidao, because everyone else started looking astonishingly at the surrounding too. At this moment, dense immortal energy started flowing in, and everyone was certain that even the peak-grade immortal sects wouldn't have such dense immortal energy flowing in their surrounding. Furthermore, the area covered by this immortal energy was continually expanding, and soon, the entire Ping Fan Immortal School was shrouded by dense immortal energy. I understand now. Wei Zidao finally woke up to his senses. He was right that how could a figure like Mo Wuji choose such an ordinary piece of land to establish Ping Fan, but it seemed like that most pleasing point about Ping Fan was not its gorgeous scenery or architecture but the great density of immortal energy here. He had no idea how Sect Head Mo did it, but he wouldn't want to know too. All he knew was that he was the revered right protector of Ping Fan now. Ah, this is indeed the number one school. Even the usually quiet Jin Mingchen laughed out loud as he commented. He would naturally not go back on what he promised, but at the thought of having the need to cultivate outside his Ping Fan while being a member of Ping Fan still felt like it wasn't the most appropriate. Now that his sect head had brought in such dense immortal energy coupled with the great number of experts here in Ping Fan, it would definitely be a matter of time before Ping Fan truly became the number one school in the immortal world. I am sensing a great Dao opportunity, so I shall make my move first, Nie Chanan said excitedly as he charged out instantly. He had charged straight to his own temporary mountain because he wanted to enter the intermediate immortal emperor stage there. At almost the same moment Nie Chanan left, Wei Zidao and company started parting ways too. It wasn't just Nie Chanan who felt the opportunity, because even Wei Zidao felt the urgent need to go behind closed doors. Jian Mingcheng sensed the calling of the intermediate immortal emperor stage, while Fei Ling was also desperate to charge into the advanced immortal reverend stage. The truth was that after coming out of the sword prison, many of them had already accumulated enough experience to break through to the next level. The only reason why they didn't do so was because of the lack of immortal energy here. Now that Mo Wuji had brought in such dense immortal energy, breakthrough would come naturally. Mo Wuji had just guided the immortal energy out, and before he could seal the immortal vein here, a clear and thorough enlightenment surged up to his mind. He saw a grand Tao which was broader than heaven and earth, sensed a vast and boundless energy of the heaven and earth, and started to enlighten a path of grand Tao which belonged solely to him.
Mo Wuji's body shivered and he could almost let out a loud cry into the air.
All along, whether he used the immortal energy to cultivate or use his Tao revelation channel, he wasn't never able to sense the immortal king's barrier. Today, after completing the installations of Ping Fan and guiding of the immortal energy, he was finally able to sense the barrier of the immortal king realm.
What he was lacking now would be the necessary tribulation.
With the cultivation level Mo Wuji had achieved thus far together with his god physique level SAXS body, going through tribulation would be as easy as breathing to him. So this is how it is. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath as he finally understood why he was previously unable to sense the immortal king realm. This was because his Tao words had yet to be completed. Ever since he started cultivating as a mortal without spiritual roots, this was his own path of legacy. During this period of time, he had also sensed that he should pass down his legacy.
A formless promise like this had already become his Tao node.
The legacy of a grand Tao can never be completed by one person because no matter how strong or incredible Mo Wuji was, he wouldn't be able to single-handedly maintain his legacy forever. Only after he established Ping Fan and created a true legacy which belonged to him, he would then be able to further undergo nirvanic evolution. Today, he did it and also understood that true Tao was one that could be passed down to the next generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 717, Entering the Fight for the Red Lotus. Chapter 717, Entering the Fight for the Red Lotus. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Senior brother, you are back.
Lian Yingzhen's voice woke Mo Wuji from his deep thoughts as he saw a surprised Lian Yingzhen walking over to him. As compared to the first time he saw her, Lian Yingzhen had an additional indescribable elegance aura exuding from her.
Junior sister Lianxian, congratulations on your cultivation success. How was it? Did you recall anything of the past? Mo Wuji answered pleasingly.
Fortunately, he didn't accept Lian Yingzhen as his disciple previously because if he did, it would definitely be super awkward for him in the future.
Lian Yingzhen's origins was definitely not simple.
Lian Yingzhen shook her head. After I've opened up past the 99 meridians, my cultivation started rising at an insane rate.
There were instances where I advanced to the next level once every few days, but more recently, my speed seemed to be slowing down.
Mo Wuji nodded as he predicted that Lian Yingzhen should be similar to him when he was close to becoming an immortal king, in a sense that she would need some fate for the right opportunity to come by too. Go and call Jingfeng out because I am about to seal this place up, as the two of you wouldn't need to cultivate here in the future anymore, Mo Wuji said. Other than himself, no one else would be allowed to enter this place because this would become the source of immortal energy for Ping Fan, aka the most important place in Ping Fan. Alright, Lian Yingzhen hurried to call out for Fu Jingfeng without questioning further. Despite being at the Grand Luo immortal stage, there wasn't any exceptional thoughts within her subconscious mind because to her, she still felt like she was a fisher folk living by the seaside.
Master, you're back.
Fu Jingfeng's happiness could be seen from his tone at the sight of Mo Wuji. During his cultivation, he had came out a few times before, but every time he came out, Mo Wuji wasn't around, and since Lian Yingzhen was always behind closed doors, he had no choice but to continue cultivating.
Mo Wuji chuckled, not bad, your progress is still decent.
Let's go then, Ping Fan is completed, so you and Yingzhen wouldn't need to stay here to cultivate anymore. Fu Jingfeng and Lian Yingzhen never had any concept of how Ping Fan was going to be built or when it will be completed, but they were in complete daze when they stood on the main mountain of Ping Fan. The vast, majestic and boundless energy of Ping Fan coupled with the gorgeous-looking scenery in front of them made them understood what Mo Wuji meant when he said that Ping Fan was completed.
Sect head.
When Su Zian and Cha Rui spotted Mo Wuji, they hurried over to greet him with an agitated voice. Even till now, they were still in shock from when they witnessed the immensely dense immortal energy around them. The first was the first time they realized how different Ping Fan was compared to the other schools or sections. In some other sects, their immortal energy might be just as strong, but those were probably where the sect elders or experts go behind closed doors or lived. In Pingfan, the density of immortal energy throughout the school was homogeneous. Mo Wuji was also very satisfied because establishing Pingfan was considered fulfilling one of his wishes to pass down his Dao legacy. When we obliterate the Great Sword Path and shift all of their immortal mountains over to Pingfan, all of you can start choosing your own immortal mountains to live in. Mo Wuji still felt that there were 2 little peak-grade immortal mountains in Pingfan to display their actual strength and power. His spiritual will had detected that Wei Zidao and company were all preparing to charge into the next realm. Su Zian and Xia Rui needed to advance to become immortal emperors, but because they still had yet to sense that opportunity, they chose to stay put and admire everything around them. Sect Head, when will we be going to obliterate the Great Sword Path? Su Zian asked anxiously because the greatest enemy of everyone at Pingfan was the Great Sword Path. Su Zian had great enmity with the Great Sword Path because the Tianji sect of the immortal world was exterminated by the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji murmured, when I advance to the Immortal King stage, I will go out to find Immortal Emperor Pingon. Regardless of whether I found him, the instance I returned would be the time to obliterate the Great Sword Path. Mo Wuji was already intending to find the location of that blurry map on the Tianji sect's head token, as his main purpose would be to find Immortal King Qi Ji. Now that he had completed establishing Pingfan and had touched the rim of the Immortal King stage, there was no rush for him, so he decided to advance into the Immortal King before anything else. The reasons why he wanted to find Immortal Emperor Pingon was firstly because he needed a Grand Emperor like Zhuo Pingon. Secondly, he was worried about Zhuo Pingon's safety. Hearing that his sect head wished to advance to become an Immortal King, Xia Rui hurried to reply, Sect Head, I've just obtained news from Junior Sister Saijun that the Red Karmic Fire Lotus have appeared in the 4th level of the Broken World. If Sect Head is interested in the Red Karmic Fire Lotus, you shouldn't advance into the Immortal King stage for now. I've heard that Immortal Kings are not allowed to enter the 4th level of the Broken World. The Red Karmic Fire Lotus appeared? Mo Wuji questioned. Mo Wuji was naturally well aware of a treasure like the Red Karmic Fire Lotus because there were legends spreading about it even back on Earth. This was a peak-grade treasure and rumors described it as a Xiantian treasure. Xia Rui replied confidently, yes, Junior Sister Saijun had been outside hosting the matters of the trade union, so her news were very extensive. When the Blade Scar Mountains Tong Hui and the Revolving Soul Dao's Fei Sua both found the Red Karmic Fire Lotus at the same time, both of them had an intense fight in the 4th level of the Broken World. Eventually, both of them fled because of the appearance of a third party. Now everyone in the 4th level of the Broken World was looking for both Tong Hui and Fei Sua. I will head over to the Broken World first. Mo Wuji changed his mind without hesitation. It was considered his fate to have seen the Red Karmic Fire Lotus once, and not only did he saw it once, he heard about it once again. For a treasure like this, since he heard and knew about it, he wouldn't let it go. As for advancing into the Immortal King stage, he could do it any time he wanted. Zian, after I leave, you shall be the temporary deputy sect head to help me manage everything in Pingfan. Once Right Defender Wei and company succeeded in their cultivation, help me tell them to ensure the stability of Pingfan. After saying this, Mo Wuji took out yet another 2 array flags and a jade letter to pass it to Su Zian. These 2 array flags would be used to ignite the defensive array, one for the day and one for the night. This jade letter contained Pingfan's objective and rules as we move forward. Everyone, mortals or immortals, must follow the rules no matter what. Also, everyone who wishes to live permanently in Pingfan would have to go through the regulated procedures strictly. Roger that. Su Zian took over the array flags and jade letter respectfully as he watched upon the all men are equal sign. Elder Cha, go and bring back Saijun now. Since Pingfan had been established, the future auctions and matters shall be done here at Pingfan. Yes, sect head. Cha Hui bowed and acknowledged Mo Wuji's orders. Ever since the sect head entered the Vine Mountain of Safety, he had witnessed how his sect head got things done and how Pingfan was built from scratch. Every time sect head Mo gave an order, he would not hesitate to execute it.
Xian, this is my junior sister Lian Yingzhan and direct disciple Fu Jingfeng.
When I am not around, help me make some arrangements for them.
Yingzhan and Jingfeng, come over to greet your senior.
Su Xian, Ping Fan's deputy sect head. Xiaorui, Ping Fan's external affairs elder, Mo Wuji initially wanted to bring Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng to witness his lightning tribulation. However, now that the red karmic fire lotus had appeared, he would have to delay his lightning tribulation for a while. Greetings Deputy Sect Head Su, greetings Elder Cha. Lian Yingzhan and Fu Jingfeng regained their composure to show their respect. Hearing that Fu Jingfeng was their sect head's direct disciple and Lian Yingzhan was their sect head's junior sister, both Su Xian and Xiaorui dared not offend them. I will be leaving first. Mo Wuji was anxious, so after giving his instructions, he turned and left in a jiffy. Su Xian was emotional because he didn't expect the sect head to task him with such important matters. He would follow everything his sect head instructed him strictly so as to not disappoint his sect head. At the thought of this, Su Xian's spiritual will landed on the jade letter which Mo Wuji handed him and his expression changed drastically. What is it? Xiaorui noticed Su Xian's change of expression, so he hurried to ask. Su Xian said with a pale face, sect head actually want equality among everyone who stayed at Ping Fan, regardless of immortals or mortals. There was one more sentence which he didn't mention, and that was if an immortal kill a mortal without reason, he would have to pay with his life. Even Buddhist sects who practiced equality among people wouldn't dare to set such rules, and they would at most reproach them and then use the excuse of Buddhist Tao to forgive and not kill the offender. Xiaorui patted Su Xian's shoulder as he said, Xian, let's just follow sect head's instruction. We might not understand sect head's Tao now, but up till today, has he made a mistake? Looking at the boundless and majestic Ping Fan in front of him, Su Xian nodded convincingly as he believed Mo Wuji assigned this task to himself because Mo Wuji trusts that he would be able to do it without fail. Mo Wuji really did believe that Su Xian would be able to do his job well despite only being at the advanced immortal reverence stage. This was because Su Xian did things with extreme caution and didn't display any arrogance like most immortals. One fine example was how Su Xian was able to bring the few Tianji sect disciples out from the sword prison in fine fettle. More importantly, Su Xian was deeply loyal to him, and Mo Wuji could feel it, perhaps because he was originally the sect head of the Tianji sect. Adding these reasons together, Mo Wuji could hand over Ping Fan to him with his heart at ease before heading towards the Broken World. In the fourth level of the Broken World, Do Hualong and Su Roer's faces were extremely pale. For some unknown reasons, nobody visited this place over the past 2 years, but there had been too many people rushing over recently, which meant that the two of them could only continue hiding. Senior sister, what should we do? Do Hualong was very anxious because if they hadn't come first, they would have been spotted by others. Now that there were so many people surging in, spotting them would only be a matter of time. These people didn't come here for us, so we just need to try our best to head towards where there are denser immortal energy. But everyone coming in came from where immortal energy was denser, so if we leave now, we would meet all of them, Do Hualong said worryingly even before Su Roer could finish her words. Why would Su Roer not know of this? But Do Hualong and herself really had nowhere else to go at this moment. These people definitely didn't come for them, otherwise, they would have been stopped a long time ago. Senior sister, why don't we throw the red karmic fire lotus away? Do Hualong had followed Su Roer for such a long time, so he would naturally know that it would only be a matter of time before they were caught if he continued to carry the red karmic fire lotus around. After all he did was to hide the red karmic fire lotus and hadn't refined it yet. Any leakage of energy around this place would expose them to everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Rogue Cultivator 2705 reappears. Chapter 718, Rogue Cultivator 2705 reappears. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Haha, you guys really know how to hide. To actually hide in this god-forsaken place for so long. If the red karmic fire lotus hadn't been revealed here, this immortal wouldn't have found you two ants.
A loud laughter caused Su Roer and Do Hualong to go still. The red-robed Fu Jinsong had already appeared in front of the two of them. Do Hualong and Su Roer felt as though they had been dunked in a tub of ice as their entire bodies turned cold. Fu Jinsong's laughter suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought of something and his voice actually started to quiver. You two have always been hiding here. Could it be that the two of you have found? Fu Jinsong's idea shocked even himself. He gradually started to feel that his idea might actually be true. Now, the news that the red karmic fire lotus was likely to appear in the location where immortal spiritual energy was sparse had been spreading throughout the entire fourth level. These two Tianji sect ants had been hiding in this place the entire time. Who else but them could have taken the red karmic fire lotus? Thereafter, Fu Jinsong shook his head. The news that was being spread was very clear. Two Granji immortals had seen the red karmic fire lotus at the same time, which resulted in a battle that caught the attention of others. Go away and die then. Fu Jinsong opened his palm and a silver spade light shot towards Su Roer and Do Hualong. Su Roer furiously ignited her vital essence and she stabbed out with her blue mountain dagger. However, Su Roer's blue mountain dagger was like a firefly against Fu Jinsong's powerful spade light. Boom! The light from the blue mountain dagger was directly devoured as Su Roer and Do Hualong were simultaneously sent flying. From the start to the end, Do Hualong didn't even have the opportunity to make a single move. An entire groove of blood extended from the bottom of Su Roer's chin all the way past her chest. Fresh blood instantly stained Su Roer's body. Hualong, I can't beat this person. I will try to drag him, hurry and flee. Su Roer's face was slightly pale, her voice was filled with anxiety. Do Hualong did not hesitate to say, I definitely won't escape. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure that this animal. Shut up. Su Roer shouted anxiously, he's a Granji immortal. Even if you risk your life, it would still be useless. Su Roer didn't continue speaking, she knew that it would be useless. Today, both Do Hualong and her wouldn't be able to escape alive. Fu Jinsong had already walked over. He chuckled, if I still allow you two ants to escape today, then Fu Jinsong. Fu Jinsong suddenly stopped talking. He saw a youth in brown robes walking over. Even though one could be ambushed at any moment while in the fourth level, this brown-robed youth was strolling in a carefree and relaxed manner. What left Fu Jinsong shocked was that this brown-robed youth was emanating a terrifying aura which seemed capable of devouring the heavens and splitting the earths. It felt as though this youth could crush him with a single finger. This brown-robed youth's eyes landed on him. He instantly felt an intensely cold sensation, he even started to shiver unconsciously. He knew that the strongest cultivation that could enter the broken world's fourth level was the great circle of the Grand Luo immortal stage. However, the gaze from this person caused him to suspect that even immortal kings wouldn't be a match for this brown-robed youth. Fortunately, this brown-robed youth didn't look at him for long. It seemed as though Fu Jinsong was nothing more than an ant in this youth's eyes. The brown-robed youth then swept his eyes across Su Roer. Immediately, his gaze was fixed. His heart started to point with an intense feeling. His eyes did not shift away from Su Roer. Perhaps this girl wasn't the prettiest. But her gentle beauty contained an indescribable quality that engraved a mark in his heart. Even though her face was pale, it still wasn't enough to conceal this quality of hers. This was the first time his heart moved because of a woman, and this was the first woman that made his heart move. What's your name? This brown-robed youth voice suddenly turned gentle. Su Roer. Su Roer struggled to stand up and she carefully retreated. This brown-robed man was very strong, but she only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Feeling Su Roer's fragility and fear, an intense sense of desire arose in this brown-robed man's heart. He was unable to discern whether it was a desire to own, or a desire to protect, or something else altogether. He slowly turned his head and his eyes landed on Fu Jinsong. His voice was icy cold as he said,
You were the one who injured her, but. Fu Jinsong's voice was quivering as he hurriedly said, Senior, I. Fu Jinsong immediately felt an explosive and intense pressure. He even started to feel suffocated. This suffocating pressure seemed to force him to kneel on the ground. Hurry and go. Su Ro'er pulled Do Hualong and they anxiously fled. Even though this brown-robed man saved her and seemed to view her with favor, she still felt afraid. She could sense an intense desire in that brown-robed man's eyes, and that desire caused her to be filled with fear. Senior, they're going. Fu Jinsong hurriedly said when he saw Su Ro'er and Do Hualong flee. He hoped that this brown-robed man would chase after Su Ro'er and let him go. I know. Because you harmed her, you need to pay with your life, this brown-robed youth said indifferently. He didn't chase after Su Ro'er. He knew that as long as he wanted to, he could easily find Su Ro'er. Hearing that this brown-robed man was going to kill him, Fu Jinsong cried out anxiously, Senior, you can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao. I'm also the manager of the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao's merchant house in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. This brown-robed youth sneered, Is the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao very impressive? After you die, you can tell your Empty Mirror Immortal Tao that the person who killed you was Lei Hongji. Just when Fu Jinsong was wondering who Lei Hongji was, a lightning sword shot over as fast as electricity. He could clearly see this lightning sword but he was unable to dodge it. PFF. A light of blood flashed. Fu Jinsong could even smell the charred smell from his own body. His eyes were filled with despair but he was unwilling to close them. He wasn't willing to die like that. Pa! 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 The sound of applause could be heard. Lei Hongji turned his head. A black-faced monk slowly walked over. This monk even had a scar on his face. This person seems familiar, Lei Hongji furrowed his brows. This was an ordinary-looking monk, so ordinary to the point that he looked just like a mortal. This monk didn't even seem to emit form of immortal aura. Not bad. Your lightning sword is even faster than mine. I heard that you have entered lightning sect. Did Lei Guyun, that old fogey, teach you any lightning-type sacred arts? That black-faced monk had already walked right in front of him. This Lei Hongji, who filled Fu Jinsong with fear, did not seem terrifying at all in front of this black-faced monk. Who are you exactly? Lei Hongji asked coldly. Even though he knew that he was definitely stronger than the other party, he had a peculiar feeling. This person definitely wasn't simple, and this person even felt rather familiar. I will say who I am later. Actually, I do know this person that you're killing, he's the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao's Fu Jinsong. Those years ago, I spared his life, but I never thought that he would eventually be killed by you. Rest assured, I will definitely bring this matter to light. Facing your lightning sect, the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao is nothing but an ant. Alright, when your lightning sect destroys the Empty Mirror Immortal Tao, don't forget to call me over. I will go over and watch the show. Oh, I forgot. You might not necessarily be able to leave here. This black-faced monk rambled on as though he was chit-chatting with a friend. Lei Hongji gasped. He had already recognized this person in front of him. I was thinking who would be so arrogant in front of me, Lei Hongji, so it's you, Rogue Cultivator 2705. The black-faced monk chuckled, Lei Hongji, there are few who know that I am Rogue Cultivator 2705. But there are also few who don't know that I am Mo Wuji. When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he wiped his face. The appearance of the black-robed monk vanished without a trace and Mo Wuji appeared in front of Lei Hongji in his original appearance. He seemed to have grown significantly taller and his body was perfect as though it was sculpted. He also had a pair of bright eyes which seemed capable of seeing through a person. This even left Lei Hongji feeling slightly jealous. He had always thought that he was handsome. Unfortunately, his eyes were slightly long and narrow, which spoiled his overall aesthetics. Mo Wuji clearly looked very ordinary, but Lei Hongji could not help but feel an intense pressure. He seemed to have met his final opponent. Just like Fu Jinsong, he also had felt suffocated. However, he knew that this was an illusion. It was all because of the heavy pressure that Mo Wuji had on him, as well as the deep hatred that he felt towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji, since we've met here today, then let's settle all our grudges. Lei Hongji calmed down. His enmity with Mo Wuji was as deep as the sea. It could only be resolved when one of them was killed by the other. At this instant, he even felt thankful. He was grateful that those 3 Grand Emperors and that Quasi-Emperor weren't successful in killing Mo Wuji. Otherwise, how would he, Lei Hongji, be able to personally take his revenge? Lei Hongji opened his hand and a huge lightning hammer appeared in his palm. At this instant, it wasn't just Lei Hongji's body which seemed to be dancing with electricity, even his lightning hammer was brimming with lightning. An intense energy instantly filled this entire space. Under this lightning energy, some of the wild grass directly withered and turned into dust. A sharpened sword-like domain instantly expanded and swept towards Mo Wuji. A serious expression appeared in Mo Wuji's eyes. This was the first time he was fighting with Lei Hongji, but he was not unfamiliar with Lei Hongji. He could faintly feel that Lei Hongji's power would rise explosively every time he advances in cultivation. Feeling Lei Hongji's sword-like domain surge over, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to form his whirlpool domain. Boom! The lightning swords within Lei Hongji's domain exploded within Mo Wuji's domain. Trails of lightning filled the air. Far away, some cultivators felt this terrifying energy and they all skirted past. Emotions filled Lei Hongji's eyes. This wasn't revenge, but desire. Since he stepped into the true lake stage, he had never met an opponent. No one knew of his secret. At every instant, his talent was evolving. In other words, there would be a day when his talent was number 1 in the entire universe. It was exactly because of this that he wanted to know of Mo Wuji's secret, which allowed Mo Wuji to keep up with him in terms of cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, The Fated Battle. Chapter 719, The Fated Battle. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It never came to Lei Hongji that Mo Wuji would be his match. No one in the same stage had ever been a match for him. Even immortal kings had fell under his hand. He had also investigated Mo Wuji's escape from the immortal emperors. Clearly, Mo Wuji was only able to do so because of his immortal emperor-level puppet. A more important reason was that the immortal emperors didn't want to kill Mo Wuji. Back when they attacked Mo Wuji, all of them held back. It was just that they never expected Mo Wuji's body to be so strong that he managed to draw the immortal emperor's attacks to tear a gap in space. Lei Hongji slammed out with his lightning hammer once more. The sound of rumbling thunder filled the air, and the entire area in a radius of 5 kilometers became enveloped in dancing lightning. 1. Mo Wuji opened his hand and slashed out with his half-moon-weighted halberd. A wave of crashing sand filled the air, and this sand instantly transformed into halberd light which saturated the entire space within 5 kilometers. Boom! The majestic lightning bolts crashed against the boundless halberd light and exploded in mid-air. Deep gorges were plowed out of the ground as a startling, boundless and majestic energy inundated the air. PFF. 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 10 beams of halberd light penetrated through the web of lightning and pierced through Lei Hongji's body, drawing out a few minute trails of blood. At the same time, Lei Hongji saw many more lightning bolts land on Mo Wuji. Lei Hongji smiled in disdain. He knew that these lightning bolts weren't able to heavily injure Mo Wuji, but he could continue to slowly tear Mo Wuji inch by inch using his lightning bolts. But at the very next instant, Lei Hongji was stunned still. Mo Wuji's halberd light managed to leave some temporary scars on his body. However, his bolts of lightning didn't even seem to cause a ripple when they landed on Mo Wuji. They didn't even cause a crease on Mo Wuji's robes.
Lei Hongji's pupils constricted. Mo Wuji was able to divert away the attack of several Grand Emperors. This meant that Mo Wuji was a powerful physique tempering expert. However, he didn't think that Mo Wuji's physique would be strong to such a degree that his lightning web wasn't even able to leave a scratch. He was extremely clear of how powerful his lightning web was. Just one of his lightning bolts was enough to tear a huge scar on an immortal king. A solemn expression condensed on Lei Hongji's face. Mo Wuji was the only person at the same stage that could deal with him. Back when Mo Wuji used his whirlpool domain to counter his lightning sword domain, he still wasn't particularly surprised. But now that he saw how powerful Mo Wuji's physique was, he started to treat Mo Wuji as a true opponent. He lifted his lightning hammer, and even before he brought it down, a loud and deafening thunder resounded through the air. The air seemed to turn heavy. It felt as though the entire space was rumbling due to the thunder. Mo Wuji also turned serious. In that previous exchange, he felt that his Grand Desert actually wasn't able to gain the upper. If he was dealing with an ordinary Great Circle Grand Luo immortal, his Grand Desert would easily have restrained the other party. Thereafter, his opponent could only get slaughtered within his domain. However, Lei Hongji's lightning web not only negated his Grand Desert halberd light, it was also able to counter his domain. Previously, Mo Wuji did not intentionally allow for those lightning bolts to land on him. They only managed to do so because his domain had been ripped apart by the combined forces of Lei Hongji's lightning sword domain and lightning web attack. If Lei Hongji's lightning web was merely a probing attack, then this current hammer which had yet to be brought down was the real killer move. That rumbling thunder was formless and indiscernible. It wasn't a sound-type attack, but it was actually able to cause a person to feel pressure and danger. Mo Wuji calmed down. Lei Hongji had his huge self-confidence, and likewise, he had his own pride. It could be said that ever since he found his mortal Tao, he had never lost against someone of the stage. His half-moon weighted halberd slowly drew an arc in midair. As this arc was being drawn, the oppressive thunder from the lightning hammer gradually weakened. An unending river seemed to form and cascade downwards. A long and winding river of halberd light was conjured among the rumbling thunder. The halberd light was powerful, like a surging silver river. With its power which seemed capable of tearing space itself, it wrapped around Lei Hongji. Even immortals that were hundreds of kilometers away could feel the intense killing intent within this halberd light. This killing intent was not concealed in any manner as it burst forth in full power. Lei Hongji still had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, the solemn thunder in the air had disappeared. What replaced it was a descending lightning hammer which seemed capable of disintegrating the dome of the heavens. The immortals that were spectating this battle from far away could also feel the immense pressure as this terrifying lightning hammer came down. Many of them instantly coughed out fresh blood and they immediately retreated. With their abilities, they did not even have the rights to watch such a terrifying battle. Lei Hongji didn't only have a calm expression on his face, even his eyes were as still as a pool of dead water. There was never an opponent in the same stage that could defend against his 30,000 catty lightning hammer. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji was just a Grand Luo immortal. Even if Mo Wuji was an immortal king, Mo Wuji could only die against his 30,000 catty lightning hammer. He acknowledged that this halberd river of Mo Wuji's was very terrifying. But even if it was any better, it could not compare against his 30,000 catty lightning hammer. The sky instantly dimmed and thunder filled the air once more. At the same time, the dazzling halberd light started to get increasingly bright and blinding. The cascading river finally crashed against this terrifying lightning hammer. Boom! 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 Gotcha! It felt as though the entire world was exploding. At this instant, the winding river had been shattered to pieces and exploded into millions of halberd light. As for the lightning hammer, it was only slowed down briefly before it continued on its descent. Mo Wuji immediately coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His winding river was actually unable to defend against his opponent's lightning hammer. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with shock, but the fire in his heart began to burn with greater intensity.
Ever since he started cultivating, he had never met an expert like Lei Hongji. Lei Hongji had the same cultivation as him, and even had such incredible means. Only battling such a person had true meaning. Lei Hongji forcefully swallowed his fresh blood back down his throat. He was equally filled with shock. He didn't know that Mo Wuji's winding river was not one of Mo Wuji's most impressive sacred arts, but he was very clear that his 30,000 catty lightning hammer was one of his. According to what he thought, his lightning hammer would not even slow down as it destroyed Mo Wuji's winding river, and it would continue to descend down on Mo Wuji and smash him into pieces. But what did he see? His lightning hammer did manage to shatter Mo Wuji's winding river, but it actually slowed down for a brief moment. During that moment, a gap appeared in the space sealed by his 30,000 catty lightning hammer, and this gap was enough got Mo Wuji to escape through. Lei Hongji had never felt such an intense killing intent as he did now. He definitely had to eliminate Mo Wuji today. An ordinary-looking longsword appeared in Lei Hongji's hand. The longsword began to conjure up a beam of white light. Lei Hongji was sure that Mo Wuji would definitely retreat. As long as Mo Wuji retreated, his longsword would shred Mo Wuji into pieces. Tianji sword? The light in Mo Wuji's eyes condensed the moment Lei Hongji took out the longsword. He could feel the aura of Tianji sword. However, it didn't matter whether Lei Hongji would take out Tianji sword or not. Mo Wuji had never intended on letting the other party go. He did not think that his winding river was worse than his opponent, it was merely because his understandings towards winding river were still shallow. As his winding river got split and dispersed, how could Mo Wuji continue to allow Lei Hongji to feel arrogant? He did not even move as he stared straight at the descending 30,000 catty lightning hammer and punched at it. Domain smashing fist. The punch that had its own domain. Mo Wuji did not believe that his fist wasn't able to defeat his opponent's lightning hammer. When Lei Hongji saw that Mo Wuji didn't retreat, he instantly jolted. Thereafter, he saw that Mo Wuji had actually used a fist to deal against his lightning hammer and he started to chuckle. It didn't matter how impressive Mo Wuji's name was, whether he was Rogue Cultivator 2705 or Star Lord of Star King Mountain. Logically, Mo Wuji shouldn't be so stupid. But today, Mo Wuji actually did such a stupid thing. He could not help but laugh hysterically. He was sure that no matter how strong Mo Wuji's physique was, Mo Wuji still wouldn't be able to use a fist to deal with his 30,000 catty lightning hammer. Mo Wuji didn't even care about Lei Hongji's hysterical laughter. His domain-smashing fist contained the energy of an immortal domain, drawing in waves of immortal spiritual energy which landed on the descending lightning hammer. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the air. Just like how the previous lightning hammer shattered Mo Wuji's winding river, the boundless lightning dancing on the lightning hammer were instantly scattered. The immortal spiritual energy in the 30,000 catty lightning hammer were also blasted away by Mo Wuji's fist, causing the lightning hammer to shrink rapidly. Immediately, Lei Hongji felt as though his internal organs were exploding from the inside. He was no longer able to resist the intense rebound of energy. Just like Mo Wuji, he also coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. As he was sent flying, he saw his lightning hammer being blown away by Mo Wuji's fist. At this instant, Lei Hongji's heart was filled with shock and astonishment. He no longer had the same incredulous feeling as before. He had never seen a person that could use a fist to break apart his 30,000 catty lightning hammer. How powerful was Mo Wuji's physique? Bang! Lei Hongji finally stabilized himself back on the ground. Immediately, he drew his lightning hammer back to his hand. He did not immediately attack Mo Wuji, instead, he looked at Mo Wuji in aghast. This was the first time he felt that Mo Wuji was actually no weaker than him. In fact, Mo Wuji was even slightly stronger than him. The area in between Mo Wuji had long been blasted into a huge gorge. Mo Wuji wiped the trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. He opened his hand and his halberd reappeared in his palm. he stated calmly at Lei Hongji as he started to swing his halberd once more. Lei Hongji was far too impressive. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill Lei Hongji right here. Thus, even though his internal organs were injured, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to use his setting Sunday. If his setting sun still wasn't able to kill Lei Hongji, he still had his final killing move, Remnant Chasm. His spiritual will and immortal spiritual energy had been depleted, but he still had his spirit storage channel and elemental storage channels. He did not believe that he wasn't able to eliminate Lei Hongji. Lei Hongji instantly felt the surrounding air turn still. It felt as though it was being extinguished as the air became filled with desolation. There clearly wasn't a sun in the sky, but he could actually feel a setting sun. He even felt that his life was tied onto that setting sun. The moment that sun sets fully, then his life would end completely. Lei Hongji knew that this was an illusion. Mo Wuji was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to kill him. However, he didn't want to continue fighting because he knew that he was also unable to kill Mo Wuji. One day, I, Lei Hongji, will personally kill you. With that, Lei Hongji's figure flashed and he vanished without a trace. Mo Wuji kept his half-moon weighted halberd. He didn't chase after Lei Hongji. As long as Lei Hongji was serious in his escape, he wouldn't be able to kill Lei Hongji. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, The Old Friend in the Broken World's 4th Level. Chapter 720, The Old Friend in the Broken World's 4th Level. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After Lei Hongji left, Mo Wuji didn't simply stay there, he also left swiftly. He had heard that the person who obtained the red karmic fire lotus was a Grand Ji immortal, and one from Blade Scar Mountain at that. Mo Wuji had always been enemies with Blade Scar Mountain. Moreover, when the treasure was as precious as the red karmic fire lotus, there was no need to talk about how it was in the hands of someone from Blade Scar Mountain. Even if it was with someone from the very high heavens, Mo Wuji could not give up any opportunity to snatch it. Since the red karmic fire lotus was a fire-type treasure, Mo Wuji even resorted to wielding his scholar's heart on his wrist. The scholar's heart was currently a grade 7 immortal flame, which made it especially sensitive to fire-type treasures. The moment the red karmic fire appears, even if it was being hidden, the scholar's heart would be able to faintly detect it. Mo Wuji was sure that no matter who obtained the red karmic fire lotus, even if it was a peak expert like Lei Hongji, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the lotus in these short 1 to 2 years. At the same moment, Su Ro'er and Do Hualong had stopped. The two of them had been escaping frantically, and they had already exceeded the range of a Grand Luo immortal's spiritual will. Senior sister, staying here is too dangerous. Why don't we take the risk and go out? Perhaps. Before Do Hualong could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Su Ro'er. Su Ro'er's injuries had yet to heal and her face was pale white. She waved her hand towards Do Hualong. Hualong, you're too naive. Before we could even leave the broken world's 4th level, we would already be discovered. But Su Ro'er was very clear of Do Hualong's abilities. With his abilities, it would be hard for him, even if he had 100 years, to completely conceal the aura of the red karmic fire lotus. Of course, actually refining the lotus might not take that long. After all, Do Hualong's power would be continuously increasing at every instant, and the time required to refine the red karmic fire lotus would constantly shorten. Still, Do Hualong had no means of concealing the aura of the red karmic fire lotus. Even if no one in the 4th level was able to detect it, the moment they left the broken world, any one of the immortal emperors outside would notice it. There was no need to talk about immortal emperors. Even immortal reverence or some powerful immortal kings could detect the aura from the red karmic fire lotus. Your senior sister is right. Your thinking is too naive. If your treasure is in your hands, you should hide. Running around and parading it is no good. A calm voice interrupted Su Ro'er's words. Who? Su Ro'er and Do Hualong's heart sank.
Even though the two of them didn't know why that Grand Luo immortal that killed Fu Jinsong didn't chase after them, they were very clear that they were mere ants here. No matter who came, the two of them were completely helpless to resist. Gu Fei. After this name was uttered, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. This person was extremely black. He looked as though he had been dipped in ink and he hadn't washed it off. What shocked Su Ro'er the most was that the air around this person was completely cold. However, within this coldness, there seemed to be some brief flashes of the aura of a scorching sun. Su Ro'er didn't say anything. She knew that saying anything now would still be useless. Honesty is hard to accept, but I still have to tell the two of you a hard truth. Even in the broken world, there are at least 100 to 200 people that can detect the fire-type treasure on the two of you. Gu Fei's domain directly enveloped Su Ro'er and Do Hualong. Even though his voice was very calm, Su Ro'er could still hear the anxiety and emotion in his voice. Hand it over. Gu Fei didn't attack them. Instead, he was continuously using his domain to seal the air in the area. It wasn't that he was afraid of attacking. In his eyes, Su Ro'er and Do Hualong were merely existences equivalent to ants. He was only worried that at the instant he made a move, the other party would reveal the aura of the red karmic fire lotus. Because he was sure that the red karmic fire lotus was on Do Hualong, he didn't lie to them in his previous words. As long as a person cultivated either a fire-type technique or a yin-type technique, it would be very easy for him to detect the peculiar energy on Do Hualong. Because of this peculiar energy, coupled with the conversation that he overheard, he was sure that the red karmic fire lotus was on Do Hualong. Su Ro'er took in a deep breath. We can give it to you. But you must swear to let the two of us go. Gu Fei's heart was instantly filled with glee. He did not hesitate to say, "All right, I swear to let the two of you go. Now hand it over." Gu Fei was quick in his reply. In his heart, there wasn't only elation, but contempt for Su Ro'er. Since they knew the whereabouts of the red karmic fire lotus, they must be dreaming if they think that they could leave. Mo Wuji suddenly stopped. He saw two early-stage Xian immortals battling. One of them had a beard covering his entire face. He was someone that Mo Wuji had always been searching for. Master Puzi, long time no see. I never thought that I would see you here. With a single step, Mo Wuji appeared in front of the two Xian immortals. In his heart, he was astonished at Master Puzi's cultivation speed. In such a short amount of time, he actually reached the early Xian immortal stage. Of course, Master Puzi and company couldn't be compared with his speed. The resources in the immortal world were scarce, and every step in cultivation was culminated in the building up of immortal elemental energy. Thus, it was not strange for an immortal to take thousands or even 10,000s of years to advance a single stage. Not everyone was as heaven-defying as Lei Hongji and him. How long had it been? Master Puzi was already an early-stage Xian immortal? Sect head Mo. When Master Puzi saw Mo Wuji, he was instantly stunned still. Mo Wuji's grand name had reverberated throughout the immortal world, so how could not have heart of Mo Wuji's deeds? However, the last person he wanted to see was Mo Wuji. This was even though the two of them had been comrades back in half-immortal domain. That Xian immortal that was battling Master Puzi couldn't discern Mo Wuji's power, but when he saw the fear in Master Puzi's eyes, he knew that this person was not simple. He did not hesitate to turn and flee, and in an instant, he had disappeared. Mo Wuji didn't care about that Xian immortal as his eyes remained fixed on Master Puzi. Back when their crew arrived at the corner of Yongning, Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi had been betrayed, Abacus had almost died in Yingdian City, and Tongchang had been slaughtered. Puzi was the most possible suspect. Sect head, listen to me. I have nothing to do with what happened back then. I did obtain the immortal traversing ship, but I didn't do anything that betrayed my comrades. As he was speaking, Puzi had already grabbed a ring and threw it to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji caught the ring, but before he could scan it with his spiritual will,
his face changed and his figure flashed.
In an instant, he disappeared right in front of Pu Zi. Pu Zi jolted, but immediately he was filled with mad glee. He did not hesitate to take out a talisman which he used to escape. Before he reached the Immortal Emperor stage, he never wanted to meet Mo Wuji again. Even though he didn't know why Mo Wuji had departed so suddenly, he was very clear that this was his only chance to survive. PFF. Do Hualong's mouth went wide as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. A portion of his crushed guts spewed out together with this blood. The storage ring in his hand also exploded at this instant. Stupid thing. Gu Fei cried out in anger. Just now, he saw Do Hualong taking a communication bead out from his storage bead. He thought that Do Hualong was trying to send a message, which was why he promptly destroyed Do Hualong's ring. If not because he hadn't seen the red karmic fire lotus yet, he would have directly killed Do Hualong just now. Where's the thing? After destroying Do Hualong's ring, he discovered that the ring didn't contain the red karmic fire lotus. When Do Hualong's ring was destroyed, the things inside would naturally be turned to dust. However, Gu Fei was sure that a treasure like the red karmic fire lotus definitely wouldn't be harmed. What thing do you want? Mo Wuji said coldly. Feeling the domain restraints disappear in an instant, Do Hualong and Su Roer prepared to flee. But when the two saw that Mo Wuji had come, they were instantly filled with emotions. This is a matter of my heaven-scraping mountain. Sir, don't incur our wrath. Gu Fei's voice was cold and solemn. He regretted, he should have directly killed Do Hualong and dragged the corpse away. Good things come with risk. Just because he tried to avoid the risk, he actually caused the risk to come. Mo Wuji had not made a move, but he could feel that Mo Wuji was extremely powerful. Mo Wuji might even be more powerful than him. Big brother, Senior brother Mo. Do Hualong and Su Roer were filled with indescribable emotions. They had never thought that they would see Mo Wuji here. The two of you wait. I have to settle some debts with this person. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and a concealment seal landed on Do Hualong. There was a Xiantian fire-type energy emanating from Do Hualong, and Mo Wuji felt it the moment he arrived. The purity of this energy was even stronger than his primal fire crystals. What else could it be other than the red karmic fire lotus? Gotcha! Gu Fei's domain shattered, and at the very next instant, he felt himself being enveloped by a whirlpool domain. Gu Fei's face went pale. He was a late-stage Grand Luo immortal. Supposedly, he could stroll around the fourth level of the broken world without fear. But the moment Mo Wuji's domain appeared, he knew that he wouldn't even last a single blow of Mo Wuji's. Since Immortal Friend knows these two people, then consider it my fault. I will take my leave. Gu Fei turned and tried to leave. Now that you're here, you still think you can leave? Mo Wuji's voice was tinged with killing intent. Gu Fei's heart went cold and he immediately said, Immortal Friend is being far too unreasonable. Even though my heaven-scraping mountain might not be a peak sect, it is not something that can be easily bullied. Sir, you can indeed kill me, but the instant I die, heaven-scraping mountain would know who's my killer. But Mo Wuji seemed as though he didn't hear Gu Fei's words as he continued to speak coldly. Who's Gu Jiushi to you? He is my older cousin. When Gu Fei heard Mo Wuji mention Gu Jiushi, he did not hesitate to answer. If the two of them knew each other, then things would be easier to handle. His cousin was an intermediate-stage immortal king and was incomparably powerful. It was exactly because he looked a lot like his cousin, with his ink-black skin and his yin and yang aura, that his cousin viewed him favorably. Very good. After so many years, I can finally collect some interest. With that, Mo Wuji's hand opened and a huge hand of immortal elemental energy appeared and pinched Gu Fei's neck. Back in the lifeless river, he had almost been killed by Li Qinggu and Gu Jiushi in their battle of yin and yang. If not for his vitality channel, his corpse would have already decomposed by now. Even though he learnt the wheel of life and death because of this,
he would not forget this enmity. All this while, he did not know where these two came from. Today, he finally got to know that Gu Jiushi was from Heaven-Scraping Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 721, Escape or Die. Chapter 721, Escape or Die. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Gu Fei's heart turned cold as a feeling of despair flooded into his mind. The confidence that he built up ever since he started cultivating was shattered at the very moment. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, it was the sense of helplessness that inundated him. He was an esteemed late-stage Grand Luo immortal. However, he was being pinched to death like a tiny chicken by someone that wasn't even in the immortal king. This disparity in power was too hard for him to accept. One must know that immortal kings weren't able to enter the fourth level of the broken world. That meant that this person, who easily destroyed his domain and was currently pinching his neck, was only a Great Circle Grand Luo immortal at the very most. To be so much weaker than another cultivator at the same stage, how could his confidence not disintegrate? Gotcha! With a final pinch of his immortal elemental energy, Mo Wuji turned Gu Fei's entire body into a mist of blood. Gu Fei had great expectations. He believed that the instant he died, his primordial spirit would immediately transmit his final scene to his soul tablet. Even if his opponent was an immortal king, that scene could still be transmitted. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji's didn't even give him the chance. Mo Wuji wasn't an immortal king, but his methods were far more terrifying than one. Big brother, I have the red karmic fire lotus, Do Hualong said agitatedly. Even though his voice was slightly weak, it could not conceal his incomparable excitement and emotion. Mo Wuji retrieved 2 healing pills and directly sent them into Su Roer's and Do Hualong's mouths. With his ability, he could tell that Do Hualong's and Su Roer's injuries weren't light.
Big brother, I will give the red lotus to you. Do Hualong did not hesitate to pat his mind palace, causing a beautiful red lotus to appear in front of him. Mo Wuji didn't simply wait for the red lotus's energy to spread, as he immediately sent the red lotus into his undying world. Mo Wuji knew that if the matter regarding the red lotus was revealed, then it would be very hard for him to bring it out.
Let's go.
We will discuss further. The red lotus was obtained by you, so it's your fortune. When we return back to the sect, I will return the red lotus back to you, Mo Wuji said with a sigh of relief. Actually, he was also impressed with Do Hualong's luck. There were so many experts vying for the red karmic fire lotus, but it actually ended up in Do Hualong's hands. What's luckier was that no one seemed to know about it. Moreover, Do Hualong's cultivation might even be the lowest one currently in the entire broken world. Big brother, my cultivation is too low, I can't. Mo Wuji waved his hand and interrupted Do Hualong's words. Everyone started from a low cultivation. Your cultivation might be low now, but that does not mean that it would always be low. Any other matters regarding this can be discussed later. Let's leave this place first. If the red karmic fire lotus had been obtained by someone from Blade Scar Mountain, then Mo Wuji would definitely enter the struggle for it. But since it was Do Hualong that obtained the red karmic fire lotus, Mo Wuji would only feel happy on behalf of Do Hualong. Senior brother Mo, the sect has been established? Su Roer asked in pleasant surprise. Yes, but the sect's name has been changed to Pingfan. Tianji sect Su Zian, Luming, Haijiankui and Fanhua have ultimately returned back to the sect, Mo Wuji smiled and said. Previously, a huge reason why he took Su Roer was due to pity. Of course, Su Roer being a Tianji sect disciple was also a contributing factor. However, his opinion towards Su Roer had changed completely. Su Roer was clearly a principled person. Otherwise, Do Hualong wouldn't have lived till now, nor would he have the red karmic fire lotus. When placed in the same circumstances, Pu Zi did something entirely different. Moreover, one must know that when compared to the red karmic fire lotus, the immortal traversing ship was not even worth mentioning.
Even before he could leave, a spiritual will imprint on Pu Zi had already escaped. He did not manage to ask Pu Zi whether he was the traitor, but seeing what happened, Mo Wuji had some rough answers in his heart. If Pu Zi was truly without a guilty conscience, he wouldn't have escaped. Ah! Elder Su is still alive. Su Roer cried out emotionally. The name of the sect didn't really matter to her, but it was great news that her sect's Elder Su was still alive. Boom! An intense tremor resounded through the air. Mo Wuji suddenly turned to face the northwest direction. This does not seem like the sounds of a battle, Do Hualong said carefully. We'll go over and take a look. The two of you, follow me, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say. If it was something else, Mo Wuji wouldn't have said such a thing. Now that the red karmic fire lotus had ended up in their hands, the best thing for them to do was to get out of here. After all, the most precious treasure in the entire fourth level was probably the red karmic fire lotus. However, during that violent tremor, Mo Wuji felt a familiar aura, the aura of the Book of Luo. Mo Wuji still had a page of the Book of Luo on him, and he was especially clear of how impressive it would be if the entire book was gathered. Even if the book wasn't assembled, just a single page was already a priceless treasure. Now that such a thing had appeared, how could he let it go? Senior brother Mo, I still have a matter to tell you. Su Roer said as she followed by Mo Wuji's side. What's the matter? Even though Mo Wuji was responding to Su Roer, his spiritual will had already reached the site of the explosion. It was actually a ruins that was not much different from the third level's broken ruins. This ruins seemed to be concealed by some array. In front of these ruins, there were at least 100 to 200 people. That explosion just now was due to the combined attack of these people on that array. The aura of the Book of Luo seeped out from the ruins, and he definitely wasn't the only one that caught that aura. As he was responding to Su Roer, Mo Wuji took out 2 dry wimple pills and handed them to Su Roer and Do Hualong. The two of you, first eat these dry wimple pills, then change your appearance. We will revert back only when we return back to the sect. Mo Wuji also wiped his face as he turned back to Rogue Cultivator 2705. Mo Wuji wasn't worried that Lei Hongji would reveal his identity. If Lei Hongji was the one who won the previous battle, that Lei Hongji would have informed the experts of Lightning Sect to wait at the entrance of the fourth level to ambush and kill him, Mo Wuji. But since Lei Hongji was the one who lost, then with his stellar talent and his immense pride, he would want to rely on his own power to eventually get back at Mo Wuji. If Lei Hongji didn't even have such a mentality, his future would have been limited, and he definitely wouldn't have gotten to where he was today. Thus, Mo Wuji was sure that Lei Hongji would come back to battle him. Not only would Lei Hongji do it to build his self-confidence, he would do it to realize his own Tao. If it was him, he would also have done the same. If he wasn't able to defeat an opponent that was at the same stage, he would rely on his own power to get back at his opponent. Su Roer swallowed the dry wimple pill and changed her appearance. Then, she said, these years, junior brother Hualong and I have been hiding in Watering Immortal City. Originally, we wanted to pay a visit to senior sister Wen Lianxi. However, we found out that Watering Immortal City was being surveilled, and the Watering Castellan does not seem to be able to leave the city. Mo Wuji frowned. Watering Immortal City should be a high-grade immortal city, so who would dare to surveil the city? However, it was true that Wen Lianxi's father's, Wen Ho's, cultivation was slightly too low. After they returned, he would find some time to pay a visit to Watering Immortal City. After all, Wen Lianxi's family is not bad. Watering Immortal City. When compared to the rest of Yongning Immortal Domain, this immortal city was truly unremarkable. Back then, this place had some geographical importance since it was located near to the corner of Yongning. Thereafter, the corner of Yongning had become trashed, and Watering Immortal City had become the city right at the fringe of the immortal domain. If not because of the results attained by Mo Wuji during the Yongning Grand Alchemy competition which allowed this city to be promoted to become a high-grade city, fewer people would know of this place.
At this moment, watering Immortal City's castellan Wen Ho was sitting in his residences. His entire face was filled with fatigue and worry, his eyes were clearly brimming with anxiety. On his table, there was a bright red invitation card. The veins on his hand were protruding, clearly, his heart was not at ease. A few years ago, watering Immortal City avoided a crisis when it was promoted to a high-grade Immortal City. Back then, Wen Ho thought that watering Immortal City would continue on this trajectory and continue to get better. He also thought that within a short time, his cultivation would reach the Immortal Reverend stage. However, after all these years, his cultivation did not rise even a single bit, it was exactly the same as he was previously. It wasn't because he had a lacking talent, but because watering Immortal City was currently even worse than a low-grade Immortal City. By his side were his wife Yin Xianling and his best friend Tan Liang. Because of his time with several pill emperors, Tan Liang's pill Dao had reached a higher level, he was currently a tier 5 pill king. Wen Ho, Lianqi has gone to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. If she gets chosen by the very high heavens, that guy wouldn't dare to do anything to us even if he already advanced into the Immortal Emperor stage, Yin Xianling sighed and advised softly. This red card was an invitation card from Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyan after he advanced into the Immortal Emperor stage. In the 7 Immortal Domains, only Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyan who had a name that sounded greater than his actual capability. This was because he wasn't an Immortal Emperor. Originally, he wanted to make his of the alchemy competition to obtain an Emperor Dao fruit from Yunxian Immortal Valley. However, it was actually snatched away by Mo Wuji. Without the Emperor Dao fruit, he could only behave like a little kid and cultivate assiduously. Fortunately, his breath of Hongmeng managed to help him, allowing him to realize his Dao and step into the ranks of Immortal Emperors. Watering Immortal Cities, Wen Ho had close ties with Mo Wuji. It was precisely because of Mo Wuji that watering Immortal City could become a high-grade Immortal City. After Mo Wuji took away his Emperor Dao fruit, Kuei Fengyan directly started monitoring Wen Ho's family. The reason why he hadn't made a move on Wen Ho previously was because he had yet to advance into the Immortal Emperor stage then. Additionally, Mo Wuji's name had been spreading throughout the immortal world all these years, which caused him to be afraid to act. Now that he had advanced and become an Immortal Emperor, and now that he also heard that Mo Wuji had been crushed by the coalition of several Grand Emperors, the first thing he wanted to do was kill Wen Ho. Naturally, he, Kuei Fengyan, wouldn't go to Wen Ho to kill him. Since he wanted to kill them, he wanted Wen Ho and his family to present themselves in front of him. Thus, this invitation card appeared in front of Wen Ho. It wasn't inviting them to a banquet, but inviting them to their deaths. Wen Ho sighed, I'm already very satisfied that Lianqi was able to escape watering Immortal City. But for her to be selected by the very high heavens, that's far too difficult. Back then, I thought that I would be able to spring into the heavens when my watering Immortal City became a high-grade Immortal City. But now that I'm only able to see the heavens through a foggy mist. Yin Xianling frowned slightly. Wen Ho, if not for Pill Master Mo, our family would have been done for many years ago. Wen Ho shook his head. Xianling, I'm not blaming Pill Master Mo towards him, my Wen family only has gratitude. How can I blame him? I'm only lamenting the fate of my Wen family. Tan Liang suddenly said, Brother Wen, I don't think that we should wait here like sitting ducks. Why don't we escape watering Immortal City? Escape watering Immortal City? Wen Ho stared at Tan Liang in aghast, he had never thought of escaping. Being surrounded by so many experts, how could he escape? Moreover, he was no longer the one in control of the protective array around watering Immortal City. If you don't escape, you will die undoubtedly. If you do, there would at least be a thread of hope, Tan Liang said resolutely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Emotionless Woman. Chapter 722, Emotionless Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
All right. My daughter Lianqi has already gone to the broken world. Whether she gets selected by the very high heavens depends on her own fate. I, Wenho, am not a sitting duck. I will go with what Brother Tan said. We will escape from Watering Immortal City. Wenho suddenly stood up. His tone was clearly tinged with agitation and anxiety. Under Kuei Fingyun's surveillance, he really didn't dare to flee. Even though he knew that he would lose his life if he went to Yongning Immortal City, he still held on to that bit of hope that Kuei Fingyun wouldn't kill him. If he fled, it would be difficult for an immortal king like him to escape from Kuei Fingyun's grasps. If he was caught, then he would suffer from a fate worse than death. It was exactly because of this that he never dared to flee this whole time. But now that Tan Liang had warned him, he knew that he was holding on to the wrong hope all along. If he didn't flee, his nightmare would definitely turn into reality. Tan Liang also stood up. Brother Wen, since you have decided to escape, then we have to plan our route carefully. In Watering Immortal City, there are their late-stage immortal kings, as well as that killing array that seals the entire city. If we alarm them and they activate the array, then even if we were immortal reverence, we wouldn't be able to flee. My intentions are to invite those two immortal kings to be our guests, then, Tan Liang's voice contained a hint of viciousness. As long as they got rid of the two immortal kings, things would be a lot easier. F***ck off. Just as Mo Wuji brought Su Ro'er and Do Hualong to the ruins, a cultivator urgently came and punched towards Mo Wuji, trying to blast away the obstructing Mo Wuji. But just as his punch approached Mo Wuji, it was caught within Mo Wuji's palms. Thereafter, Mo Wuji sent a kick outwards and this cultivator was sent flying with fresh blood spurting out of his mouth. No one took notice of this. Now that the array had been blasted open, everyone was charging into the ruins in a frenzy. Why would they notice such trivial matters? Mo Wuji had felt the Book of Luo's aura a long time ago. Similarly, the others had also felt that aura. This ruins was in no way smaller than the one back in the third level. But because the aura of the Book of Luo was too distinct, almost everyone knew what direction to rush towards. Soon, the crowd gathered once more. Everyone had stopped outside of a shrine. The shrine was being protected by an array, and outside of the shrine doors were the aged words, Luo God Shrine. The aura of the Book of Luo was seeping out from this shrine, however, one spiritual will could not penetrate in. The Book of Luo is in this shrine, and there seems to be more than one. Let's combine forces and attack it. This defensive array is far from the one outside. How are we going to split the Book of Luo once we open the array? As everyone discussed, more and more people gathered. However, no one went to attack the array. Big brother, these people just want to be waiting fishermen. At this instant, Do Hualong's injuries had completely healed, and with Mo Wuji by his side, he was free from all his worries. In his eyes, there was nothing that his big brother couldn't solve. Before Mo Wuji could say anything, a cold voice resounded, "Make way, I will attack." The crowd naturally split and formed a path. Since someone had volunteered to attack the shrine's array, they were busy celebrating. Who would be so foolish to block this fella's way? The man walking to the front of the shrine was actually a youth. This youth looked simple and honest. His long hair had been tied into a bun, his eyes were big, his brows were thick, and his figure was tall and sturdy. Everyone only needed a single look to know that he was a rogue cultivator. This person is truly too foolish. He's too honest to think that he actually volunteered to attack the array of the Luo God Shrine. Do Hualong shook his head and said speechlessly. Su Ro'er, however, said, that might not necessarily be the case. You cannot always judge a book by its cover. Mo Wuji waved his hand, featuring for Do Hualong and Su Ro'er to stop talking. Since this youth dared to step forward to attack this shrine's array by himself, he definitely wasn't a fool like Do Hualong describes him to be. Mo Wuji could clearly feel the thick immortal aura around this youth. He was an expert at the pinnacle of the Grand Luo immortal stage. Moreover, this youth seemed very confident that he could snatch the Book of Luo away after blasting the array open. Because of this confidence, he took the initiative to attack the array. He definitely wasn't an idiot. Hualong, Ro'er, the two of you retreat for now. I will also go and attack, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say. Since a treasure like the Book of Luo was right in front of him, how could he simply let it get taken away? This blue-robed youth seemed very confident, but he, Mo Wuji, also had the confidence that he could snatch the Book of Luo. This blue-robed youth's magic treasure was an ancient banner. Before that ancient banner was even raised up, thunderous rumbles started to reverberate through the air. A few seasoned cultivators retreated. Many of them could tell that this youth was not simple. Similarly, Mo Wuji also saw that this youth was not simple. Just when he was also about to take out his magic treasure, he discovered that this shrine's array actually opened by itself. A gorgeous woman was standing in front of the Luo god shrine. Her graceful immortal aura made her look like a fairy that could drift away with the wind at any moment. Mo Wuji instantly jolted. He knew this woman. Mo Wuji wasn't the only one, everyone else were also stunned. No one expected that a woman would appear here, and she was already in the ancient shrine. It seems like this woman had already been in this shrine even before the Broken World's 4th level opened. This white-robed woman's gaze swept across the crowd. Her gaze seemed to linger on Mo Wuji for a few breaths of time before she said slowly, "Is everyone here to snatch my Book of Luo?" The Book of Luo is a treasure of the heaven and earth. Since it has appeared in front of everyone, we would naturally compete for it fairly. An early-stage Grand Luo immortal did not hesitate to step forward to say. There was a hint of desire in his voice. It didn't matter who this woman was, he had no fear. He was from a peak sect of God's immortal domain. How could a strange and random woman deserve to have the Book of Luo more than him? So what if she was pretty? Was that enough to earn a living? Before this Grand Luo immortal's words could finish, the surrounding air instantly turned cold. Everyone subconsciously retreated as they saw a white light shoot out. This Grand Luo immortal immediately felt a cold and deadly energy wrap around him. He desperately tried to retreat, but it seemed like the entire space around him had been frozen solid. And at the very next instant, a white silk cloth shot through his mind palace. He died at that very spot. That was Zuolanan. A frightened murmur sounded within the crowd. Following which, everyone started to subconsciously retreat. The terrified voice only said a single name, but a majority of the crowd knew what he was going to say next. Zuolanan was a disciple of one of God's immortal domain's most powerful sects, the God Moon Immortal School. Moreover, his personal power was also impressive. Such a powerful person didn't even survive a single move of this woman's. One could clearly see how terrifying this white-robed woman was. At this moment, some of the weaker immortals had already started to retreat as they tried to leave. "Since you're here, how could you all leave so easily?" The moment this white-robed woman finished speaking, she rose both of her hands. Immediately, the entire sky above all of them was covered in white. All the cultivators could feel the air around them freezing. Every step they took was difficult. Sharp light shot out like stretches of shining silk, and every time one was shot out, an aggrieved cry would be heard. In this short moment, more than 100 immortal were killed. Only a few Grand Luo immortals that used peak-grade talismans had already escaped. Boom! This white-robed woman's silk attack had finally been stopped. The crowd instantly felt the frozen space around them go loose and everyone anxiously fled. No one was willing to stay behind for even another breath of time. Soon, there were only 4 people left. Mo Wuji stood there, unmoving. By his side, Do Hualong and Su Ro'er were still there. "You're not bad. You're actually able to defend against my attack, and you even dispelled my frozen space." The white-robed woman's gaze landed on the youth that initially volunteered to Luo God Shrine's array. "You're not bad too. An immortal king was actually able to enter the Broken World's 4th level." This honest-looking youth didn't even care about how impressive this white-robed woman was. His tone remained cold as he continued, "Since the Book of Luo already has an owner, then I will forget about it. Farewell." With that, this honest-looking youth turned and left. The white-robed woman sneered, "You still think you can leave?" "Ha ha ha." This honest-looking youth chuckled loudly, "If I, Mengyin-san, wants to leave, even an immortal emperor can't stop me." "A mere immortal king like you dares to stop me, Mengyin-san? Try it if you dare." As he was speaking, Mengyin-san's figure flashed and he instantly disappeared. Mengyin-san? Mo Wuji never thought that he would meet Mengyin-san here. Even though they both didn't know one another, Mo Wuji was very familiar with Mengyin-san's name. This fellow was caught into Half Moon Prison, but he actually managed to kill the warden and escape. Just from this point alone, Mo Wuji was sure that this Mengyin-san wasn't a simple person. In his ring, there was still that introduction of Mengyin-san written by the warden. Mengyin-san, Red Lightning Star Earth-type cultivator. Yangming 845 calendar, year 3111, 14th day of the 6th month, ascended to the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongying's 11th prison, Half Moon Prison Room 31. Honest personality, 5-star genius. Ever since he started cultivation, he took 196 years to ascend to the heavenly immortal stage. During his time in Half Moon Prison, Mengyin-san performed extremely well. He was well-behaved and not rebellious. On Yangming 845 calendar, year 3224, 2nd day of the 7th month, he formed a blood oath, forever willing. There were no longer any words after that. Because it was at this point that the warden got murdered by Mengyin-san. It was unknown whether this white-robed woman believed Mengyin-san's words, or whether she had some other concerns. She actually didn't chase after him. Mo Wuji, long time no see. Life is so unpredictable, I never thought we would meet again in the broken world. You are the only man that left me in regrets for many days. Thus, I won't kill you, or the two beside you. Just take out the 2 pages of the Book of Luo that I gave you, this white-robed woman said calmly as she stared at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold. He didn't think that Morong Xiangyu would be so shameless. The reason why she didn't kill him was actually because he had previously left her feeling regret. As for his saving grace, this woman didn't even mention a single word about it. Clearly, it wasn't that she wasn't willing to mention it, but that matter wasn't even placed in her heart. The people from the emotionless sect were truly emotionless out and out. It was enough that she forgot his saving grace, but now she even wanted to take back the compensation she gave him for saving her, the 2 pages of the Book of Luo. If the previous Morong Xiangyu still had a bit of emotions, then this woman in front of him was completely ice-cold. As for how Morong Xiangyu was able to recognize him, Mo Wuji didn't find it weird. Morong Xiangyu must have refined all her pages of the Book of Luo, and due to that, she seemed to be able to detect the aura of his page on him. 1. This is an adapted version of an idiom. The idiom talks about how a clam was fighting with a crane, and as they both end up injured, the fisherman was the one who benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, The Powerful Book of Luo. Chapter 723, The Powerful Book of Luo. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. It's indeed out of my expectations that you would advance into the Immortal King stage in the 4th level of the Broken World. No wonder why no one caught you after you obtained the Book of Luo. I bet that you didn't even leave, but somehow managed to enter the 4th level of the Broken World. Mo Wuji's voice was very calm. If he still considered Morong Xiangyu as an old friend previously, now he only saw her as a complete stranger. Morong Xiangyu's expression hardened. She said coldly, "That's my business. My patience is limited. I advise you to return the 2 pages to me. Otherwise, don't blame me if I turn hostile." 1. Mo Wuji chortled, "Morong Xiangyu, do you still have shame?" 1. Why can't I see it? Return the pages to you? If not for me, you wouldn't even have seen the cover of the Book of Luo. After saving you,
I helped you to retain the 7 pages of the Book of Luo. That was already very magnanimous of me. If it was someone else, your bones would already have rotted by now. The 2 pages of the Book of Luo were your repayment for my help. And if you take a look from a different perspective, it wouldn't even be too much if all 7 pages were given to me. Today, you are actually asking me to return those 2 pages. Tell me, do you still have shame? Mo Wuji wasn't bluffing. If it was someone else, that person definitely wouldn't have kept the Book of Luo. It was natural for Morong Xiangyu give the 7 pages of the Book of Luo in exchange for Mo Wuji saving her life. However, Morong Xiangyu only gave 2 pages to Mo Wuji. That, in itself, was already too much. Now, she even wanted Mo Wuji to return the 2 pages to her. That was indeed very shameless. Of course, Mo Wuji didn't save Morong Xiangyu for the Book of Luo. But if Morong Xiangyu hadn't been so shameless, he wouldn't have wagged that favor right in front of her face. Unfortunately, Morong Xiangyu didn't have similar thoughts. She believed that it was only right for Mo Wuji to save her. After all, she believed she was the one that deserved to stand at the very peak and to be respected and revered by all. As for the 2 pages that she gave Mo Wuji, she only gave them away because she had been foolish back then. What's wrong with asking for them back now? There was no need to talk about how she met Mo Wuji here. Even if they didn't meet, she would go around searching for Mo Wuji and get him to return the Book of Luo. She clearer than anyone else about how amazing the Book of Luo was. If refining 1 page was 100 points, 2 pages would be 200 points, and 3 pages would be 400 points. The increase in power compounded the more pages one had. Even though she was only an early-stage immortal king, she was sure that she could battle a late-stage one. The reason for this confidence was that she had already refined the 5 pages of the Book of Luo. The Book of Luo was profound and its Tao insights were as deep as the sea. Only she, Morong Xiangyu, deserved to use such a treasure. Previously, her cultivation was not the strongest, but the Book of Luo still ended up in her hands. That meant that it was only right and proper that the Book of Luo should belong to her. You're courting death. Morong Xiangyu finally ran out of patience. She lifted her hand and swept up a stretch of white, silky light. The silky light burst into thousands of ice-cold shards which shot towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji swept his arm, sending Su Ro'er and Do Walong out of the battle area. Thereafter, he took out his half-moon weighted halberd. At this instant, he also flashed out his whirlpool domain. The moment his domain appeared, cracking sounds could be heard all over Morong Xiangyu's frozen space domain. Mo Wuji's half-moon weighted halberd had already conjured his winding river which cascaded heavily down towards Morong Xiangyu. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji had already treated Morong Xiangyu as a complete stranger. Even if he was facing a familiar person, he didn't have the qualifications to hold back against Morong Xiangyu's attack. When Morong Xiangyu felt her ice-cold domain shattering inch by inch, her heart was filled with shock. She was in the Immortal King stage, and she possessed the unique ice-cold domain. Even if Mo Wuji was an Immortal King, he shouldn't be able to shatter her domain with his own. But in reality, her domain really wasn't worth mentioning in front of Mo Wuji's. It was easily shredded by Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. Because she knew that Mo Wuji's cultivation technique was peculiar and made it hard to discern his cultivation, she had thought that Mo Wuji was only a grand immortal when she attacked. Actually, she was already viewing Mo Wuji highly when she treated him as a grand immortal. After all, only a few years had passed. Not everyone could be like her and possess a treasure like the Book of Luo. Within the Book of Luo, there was a world. Not only could that world superpose space, it could also superpose time. She didn't mere take a few years to reach the Immortal King stage, she had used the lengthened time spent within the Book of Luo to reach this high cultivation. But from Mo Wuji's power, how could he merely be a grand immortal? He might even be more powerful than an average immortal king. Morong Xiangyu didn't dare to continue treating Mo Wuji like an ant. Both her hands formed countless of hand seals, and following which, a page of the Book of Luo appeared. The Book of Luo instantly transformed into a stone arch bridge.
This stone bridge seemed like it wanted to completely consume Mo Wuji's domain.
Mo Wuji felt his domain being sucked away by the arch under the bridge, and at the very next instant, his domain began to shatter inch by inch. At this moment, Mo Wuji furiously circulated his immortal elemental energy. His winding river halberd light began to shine with greater intensity as it cascaded down like a raging waterfall. The reason why his winding river lost to Lei Hongji's 30,000 Kati lightning hammer wasn't because Lei Hongji's lightning-type sacred art was much stronger. It was because Lei Hongji's 30,000 Kati lightning hammer wasn't merely a lightning-type sacred art, but also a power-type sacred art. His winding river had not been perfected, which was why it was shredded by the power behind the 30,000 Kati lightning hammer. Thereafter, he was able to fight against the 30,000 Kati lightning hammer with his domain smashing fist. He didn't understand about the law of power, nor did he have any power-type sacred art. However, his domain smashing fist also carried the Tao energy of power, which allowed it to have the same effects as the 30,000 Kati lightning hammer. Mo Wuji did not believe that Morong Xiangyu was like Lei Hongji, to have incomparably power or even possess a power-type sacred art.
Boom!
Crack! The winding river cascaded down heavily onto Morong Xiangyu's stone arch bridge. The stone arch bridge released a cracking sound as it shattered and disappeared.
A scar extended down Morong Xiangyu's forehead.
Morong Xiangyu's killing intent started to rise. I was thinking why you would act so boldly. From the looks of it, you have also become an immortal king. From the looks of it, you have also refined the Book of Luo and made use of the temporal laws inside.
Since that's the case, then die for me. Morong Xiangyu cried out angrily, and a majestic and boundless pressure pressed down on Mo Wuji. Breathing became difficult.
At this instant, Mo Wuji could feel as though his entire body had been enveloped by this majestic energy, and even his sea of consciousness started to slow down. This was the pressure of an ancient culture, the energy of a vast history.
This was the innate sacred art of the Book of Luo. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with anxiety.
Under this pressure, he could not help but feel small and minute. He definitely couldn't let this woman go on. Mo Wuji's heart surged with killing intent.
So what if she was an immortal king with 5 pages of the Book of Luo?
He was still going to kill her. His spirit storage channel and elemental storage channels began to circulate rapidly. Mo Wuji's 2 hands slowly moved. His speed was much slower than Morong Xiangyu's. An energy of life and death slowly emerged from his hands. This was Mo Wuji's peak sacred art, the Wheel of Life and Death. The moment he used the Wheel of Life and Death, Mo Wuji had already prepared himself to die. If he let a person like Morong Xiangyu escape, then he would be bringing disaster onto Cin Shuyin. This was because one of his pages of the Book of Luo was with Cin Shuyin. It was exactly because of this that his killing intent began to rise sky high. The moment the energy from the Wheel of Life and Death seeped out, Morong Xiangyu felt it. Her body trembled slightly. She truly didn't understand it. Under the pressure of her 5 pages, how was Mo Wuji still able to resist? Moreover, the death energy shocked her. As she felt this death energy revolving around the two of them, she knew that one of them would definitely die. Morong Xiangyu started to hesitate. She was very clear that she wasn't even able to display a 10,000th of the power of the Book of Luo. If she died now, wouldn't it all go to waste? The Book of Luo on Mo Wuji could be retrieved at any time. She didn't believe that Mo Wuji's cultivation speed was faster than hers. When she advances to the immortal reverence stage, Mo Wuji would still be an immortal king. She would get it back from Mo Wuji then. As she thought of this, Morong Xiangyu waved her hand, retrieving her 5 pages of the Book of Luo. At the next instant, her figure flashed and she disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, she didn't know that only Grand Luo immortals and below could enter the 4th level of the broken world, and that Mo Wuji wasn't even in the immortal king stage. If she knew that Mo Wuji could fight her even with a lower cultivation,
she might not have left today. Mo Wuji sighed. Even though he really wanted to kill Morong Xiangyu, he knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to do so. It wasn't a matter of capability, but a matter of magic treasures. If Morong Xiangyu didn't have the 5 pages of the Book of Luo, he would still be able to kill her even though she was an immortal king. However, those 5 pages were too strong to the point where he wasn't even able to resist. If Morong Xiangyu didn't choose to escape, he might even be the one killed by his wheel of life and death. Fortunately, he managed to learn many things from this battle. After some secluded training, he was sure he wouldn't be suppressed by the Book of Luo again. Big brother, that woman's cultivation rose really fast. Seeing Morong Xiangyu escape, Do Hualong rushed over. He also knew of Morong Xiangyu. Su Roer also walked over. She was much more knowledgeable than Do Hualong. She could see that Mo Wuji would have been able to beat Morong Xiangyu easily if he had magic treasures comparable to hers. Come, we will leave now. We can't stay here for long, Mo Wuji said solemnly. His Tao was forged by himself. However, his Tao was still far from being perfect. During this visit to the 4th level, he had met several powerful rivals. There was no need to talk about the heaven-defying Lei Hongji, even that Meng Yinsan wasn't simple. There's still the immortal King Morong Xiangyu that possessed the 5 pages of the Book of Luo. It was exactly as Mo Wuji predicted. When they left the 4th level, no one came to stop them. Even though there were many powerful spiritual wills that scanned them, they were only scanned briefly. Do Hualong and Su Roer finally heaved a sigh of relief when they left Sharphorn Immortal Ruins on Mo Wuji's flying shuttle. Hualong, I will be making a trip to Watering Immortal City. I will return the red karmic fire lotus when we return to the sect. Mo Wuji was worried that Do Hualong wasn't able to conceal the aura of the red karmic fire lotus and that someone would notice it. If they were discovered, then it would be very troublesome. Before Do Hualong could even answer, Su Roer said, "Senior brother, Hualong is still a golden immortal. I believe that he would need to be in the Immortal King stage for him to even be able to use the red karmic fire lotus. Why don't senior brother use the lotus first, in case you meet that woman again?" Su Roer did not treat Do Hualong as an outsider. It was exactly because of that reason that she would say such words. 1. The author plays with words here. Turn hostile, if translated literally, as flip face. On the other hand, shame is also face. Thus, when Morong Xiangyu says that she will flip face with Mo Wuji questions whether she even has a face to flip in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Cleaving Watering Immortal City. Chapter 724, Cleaving Watering Immortal City. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Right, big brother, my cultivation is so low, the red karmic fire lotus isn't very useful for now. Big brother can take it, Do Hualong said hurriedly. In his eyes, he, Do Hualong, would probably already be a decomposing corpse in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins if not for Mo Wuji. Moreover, he had originally intended to give the red karmic fire lotus to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji smiled. These are two different matters. Hualong, you should have recognized Morong Xiangyu. I naturally recognized her. That woman must be blind, to repay kindness with revenge. She's simply trash. Do Hualong had some understanding towards the relationship between Morong Xiangyu and Mo Wuji. It didn't matter to him who Morong Xiangyu was, anyone that dared to attack his big brother Mo Wuji was his enemy. Mo Wuji said speechlessly, Hualong, I'm not talking about her character. I am talking about how that woman got to be so powerful. This woman's talent actually isn't that high. From what I know, she's merely a 6-star genius. There are countless of geniuses with greater talent than hers. I'm sure that Lei Hongji's talent is more than 10 folds better than hers. And when it comes to cultivation technique,
her supreme Dao sex technique is simply a trash among trash in my eyes. I have never seen a technique that could reach the heavens by abandoning humanity. A few years ago, this woman's cultivation was only at the Xian immortal stage. But now, she is actually an immortal king. Junior sister Roer's talent is not bad, but she is only a Xian immortal.
Tell me, why do you think Morong Xiangyu could get so powerful?
Su Roer and Do Hualong both went silent. This was especially so for Do Hualong. When he knew that Morong Xiangyu was an immortal king, his jaws dropped in astonishment.
Previously, Morong Xiangyu was merely a woman that could only bootlick the other geniuses. Her cultivation was not much higher than Yu's back then.
But in a short span of years, she actually advanced into the immortal king stage.
Is Big Brother saying that she had never left the broken world? Could she have found a supreme treasure? Or perhaps a cultivation holy land? Do Hualong asked curiously.
Mo Wuji shook his head. With Morong Xiangyu's talent, even if she found the best cultivation holy land, she wouldn't be able to step into the immortal king stage in just a few years.
Then could she have been possessed? Su Roer was also very curious.
She had the same thoughts as Do Hualong. She thought that Morong Xiangyu had found some incredible treasures. Mo Wuji paused briefly before he said, "No, she definitely isn't possessed. I suspect that she had already completely refined all 5 pages of the Book of Luo. It's said that the Book of Luo contains a spatial world of its own.
Since there's space, I believe that there would also be time.
When I gained enlightenment on the sacred art of spatial imprisonment, I also gained some understanding towards the laws of time. I suspect that the time within the Book of Luo might be faster. That means to say that the time she spent cultivating might even be 10 times more than us. The reason why Morong Xiangyu was able to achieve all that was because she had been completely immersed within the Book of Luo. She had formed a profound understanding towards the laws within the Book of Luo.
Hualong, every Xiantian treasure is not simple.
The red karmic fire lotus is no less than the Book of Luo. Perhaps you might not be able to use it now, but if you slowly spend time researching on it, it would be much better for you to have it.
But
seeing that Do Hualong still wanted to speak, Mo Wuji stopped him. My Dao is forged by myself. My sacred arts are also formed based on my various understandings towards the laws of the heaven and earth. But up till now, my arts are all very scattered and cannot be connected together. But when I advance to the immortal king stage, my various sacred arts would harmonize and my own Dao would reach a whole new level. By that time, even if Morong Xiangyu is even more powerful than she is now, she still wouldn't be able to use the Book of Luo to suppress me.
This is unless she obtains all the pages, but that's basically impossible. Mo Wuji was very clear of his own Dao.
The moment he stepped into the immortal king stage, his sacred arts would meet a harmonization process. By that time, his power definitely wouldn't be as simple as a mere immortal king. It was also because of this that he wasn't afraid of Morong Xiangyu. And to him, he could step into the immortal king stage at any moment. If not for Morong Xiangyu suppressing him with the 5 pages of the Book of Luo, he might have even tried breaking into the immortal king stage at the 4th level of the broken world. The reason why Mo Wuji said all this was to tell Do Hualong that he didn't need the red karmic fire lotus. If he was the one that personally obtained the red karmic fire lotus, then he would definitely use it. However, Do Hualong was the one who found the red karmic fire lotus.
Moreover, he also didn't want to depend too much on the red karmic fire lotus.
Yes, Big Brother, I understand.
Do Hualong understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words.